Pirate I, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 81-100. Chapter 81. That's it. Hey, ha ha ha. If your navy takes a realistic attitude, the current sea won't be so messy. Moria looked at Iger and shook his head disdainfully. Whispering sound. This generation of navy is really a bunch of rookies who like to brag, and they talk big words at every turn. Just him. His age is several times that of this kid. Defeat Ryoma? It's hilarious. You see, in the face of this big guy, you can't even show the courage to brag, right? I see that you can't stand still. If you still want to beat my Oz, be born 500 years earlier. Iggy, now is not the time to be fooling around. Brother Will stepped up, his tone extremely tough. He walked over to Iggy, who looked up at him quietly. When he saw Iger's eyes, there was no fear or doubt, and he was even full of excitement that he was about to meet a powerful opponent. This is a lunatic. Brother Will sighed secretly. That's it, Brother Will. Iger raised his head and looked at Brother Will. You take everyone back to a safe place, and I have a way to fight this Oz. This. Brother Will was very confused, but he saw Iger's eyes calm and firm, and suddenly seemed to understand something, and nodded solemnly. Okay, Iger, the fate of all of us, I'll leave it to you. After he finished speaking, Brother Will raised his arms for a while, and beckoned all the Navy soldiers to evacuate with him. Looking back, I gave Iger a deep look. This little guy has been creating amazing miracles since he knew him, and now he seems to have no other choice but to believe him. Don't make trouble. Do you hear me? Seeing Brother Will leading the troops to retreat, Dandelion became anxious, stepped forward and dragged Iger back. Don't worry, I have a way. Iger was unexpectedly calm and shook off her hand. What a joke. My dignified 9 snake warriors can't be protected by a little brat. Dandelion drew his saber and stood beside Ig with a resolute expression, the tip of the sword pointed directly at us. Yo ho ho ho, then let's join in the fun. Brooke also laughed, and Huang Quanjian was cold. Seeing the performance of the two people's loyalty, Iger was a little moved, but with a small wave of his hand, the ground under the feet of Dandelion and Brooke suddenly turned into a piece of sand and slid into the distance. Don't worry, I can handle it myself. Iggy. Dandelion and Brooke saw that Iger was getting further and further away from them, but they had no choice but to passively slide next to Brother Will. They were about to get up and chase again, but they were pulled. When he turned around, Brother Will shook his head at them. Although he was puzzled, he gave up. Hey, ha 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 ha, stinky brat, I didn't expect you to be so kind. Come on, you're going to finish your bragging on your knees. Let's see what you can do. Mariah didn't believe that Iger could defeat Ryoma at all, let alone that he could survive from Oz, but none of this hindered Mariah's excitement. He wanted so badly to see the zombies he had deliberately created shine. Iger was flattened by a slap. That would be the best. Even better is to slap them one by one. Then Mariah will be so happy. You're talking a lot of nonsense. You're all ready. Start quickly. Iger became impatient. You brought it on yourself. Come on, Ozzy. Slap him down. Mariah shouted aloud. Who? As soon as Moria finished speaking, the devil Oz, who had been standing obediently, seemed to wake up suddenly, and roared up to the sky. This roar made the world tremble, and everyone covered their ears tightly. Even so, they still felt a tingling in the eardrums. Immediately afterwards, everyone felt a suffocation at the same time. Ozzy's huge lungs took a deep breath, as if to drain the air on the entire island, and then the air outside the island squeezed frantically toward the center of the island at a very fast speed. Whirring. With a breath and a breath, the entire ghost island was violently windy, and the Navy soldiers watching the battle were all crawling on the ground for fear of being blown away. Then, I saw Oz raise his fist as big as a meteorite and aim at the little guy standing proudly on the ground, and he punched him hard. Whoa. The meteor-like fist slammed down, and the speed was so fast that the air over the entire island was pierced by him, making the sound of breaking wind. The huge wind pressure vibrated on the island, and the air that had just been squeezed from the sea was squeezed out again, forming a frantic wave in an instant, and the ghost trees with a radius of several hundred meters fell in an instant. This is not over. Oz's fist is covered with the color of fine iron again, and the red fist is as hard as a meteorite. Armed arrogance. He actually used the armed color. Everyone's eyes were full of astonishment. The turbulent wind blew their scalps numb, and they could only see the fist with the aura of a mountain toppling, and slammed it down. In the face of the shattering fist of Mount Oz, Iger is like a very small floating in the ocean. However, when everyone, including Moria, fled far away, he stood still, letting the frantic airflow blow his clothes loudly. Then, in the terrified eyes of everyone, he slowly opened his hands, as if to embrace the fallen mountain. Shasha fruit, awaken. Boom. Almost at the same time, Oz's terrifying fist hit the ground. The indescribable terrifying fluctuations spread, and the entire ghost island vibrated violently. Moria's gorgeous castle fell apart in an instant. The amusement park in the distance was destroyed in an instant, not to mention the ghost forests all over the ghost island, all turned into powder in an instant. Click click. The sound of the rocks shattering continued, and the shock shockwave spread farther to the sea, and the fog that pervaded the Devil Sea all year round also slammed into a big hole. The moonlight shines down, and the black sea water soars into the sky hundreds of miles away from the ghost island, throwing all the pieces of the hull out. Everyone was thrown high and flew out and then fell heavily to the ground. Confused, I only saw that almost everything on the island was leveled. It took more than a minute for the shock to subside, and everyone's bones were about to dissipate. They climbed up with difficulty and quickly watched the situation in the middle of the battlefield. It doesn't matter if you look at it, it just stops your heart. In the distance, Oz still maintained his posture after punching, with half of his arm stabbed into the ground, and Iger had long since disappeared. Everyone suddenly thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. Shouldn't it be smashed by Oz? As if to clear everyone's doubts, a milky but full-bodied shout came from the ground. That's it. Chapter 82 Giant. I have it too. It's no exaggeration to describe Oz's punch as shaking the ground. Even his temporary commander didn't have the confidence to stay well within his attack range, so he had to sneak into the shadows ahead of time. Moria took advantage of the fact that Oz's fist hadn't been smashed down, and made a decisive decision. He quickly turned his body into a shadowy liquid, blended into the surrounding shadows, and fled to a safe area 100 meters away. Then, Oz's fist stabbed into the ground like pounding tofu. Boom! After the iron fist that made the entire ghost island tremble, Moria emerged from the shadows. Captain! As soon as it condensed into a solid body, the air around him spoke. Fuck. Moria was taken aback. It's me, Absalom. Oh, it's you. What's the matter with you? What was that just now? It's so scary. I thought I was going to die. Absalom appeared covered in bruises. It was obvious that Oz's punch just hurt him too badly. Light. Hey, ha ha ha, that's a new toy I made. Moria smiled proudly, pointed at Oz's figure, and said boastfully, look at you. That's... Absalom looked at it, his pupils suddenly tightened. Oz the devil. Didn't he die hundreds of years ago? Yeah, ha 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 ha, I stole it. I even used Carp's shadow to resurrect him. Moria smiled proudly. Carp. Absalom's eyes almost popped out. He. Moria smiled without saying a word. Yes, what I want to tell you is that there were a few people in the ghost island, and one of them was a child. It's amazing. Absalom suddenly remembered his purpose. You mean a boy of 7 or 8 years old? That's right, that's him. How do you know, Captain? Absalom nodded again and again. He's here a long time ago. The punch that Oz threw out just now was aimed at him. It's estimated that this will be meat sauce. Mariah pursed his lips in disapproval. What? That kid actually has the courage to challenge Oz? Absalom followed Mariah's gaze and saw that Oz's peak-like arm was half inserted into the ground, and he was immediately stunned. This kid is too ignorant to know that the sky is high, right? Seeing this scene, Absalom suddenly relaxed. Everyone has been beaten. What else is there to say? Look at it carefully. The scene where the Navy collected the body of that stinky boy. Moria glanced at him and smiled. However, as if to mock Moria, he had just finished speaking when a young voice floated over from a distance. Oh, Mariah, are you such a big toy at this level? Absalom and Moria were stunned at the same time. Captain, that kid seems to be alive. Absalom swallowed and asked with difficulty. What? This is impossible. Moria paled in shock and shouted in a shrill voice, her voice almost breaking. What, are you kidding? What kind of monster is this kid who didn't die even after receiving a blow like Oz? Not only did he not die, but he even had the strength to shout so loudly. How can this kid look like a ghost? Correct. Must be Oz missed. After all, Oz's fist is so big. Iger is like an ant compared to it, and it is possible to miss it, right? It must be so. Moria quickly dragged Absalom into the shadows, and after a few flashes, they emerged from the shadows that were relatively close to the battlefield. As soon as he got out, he was dumbfounded on the spot. Ozzy is so big that even from a distance, you can see his mighty and domineering punch, but relatively, some details are not clear. Just like now, Iger is standing next to Oz's fist intact, with dust flying all over his body. Look at that Oz again. The thick mountain-like arms are indeed inserted into the ground, but the ground is sand, and Oz was trying to draw his fist. The moment Oz slammed his fist down, Iger turned the ground under his feet into sand. In other words, Ozzy's punch was hit, but not completely. Only hit the part Iger wanted him to hit. What kind of ability do you have, boy? Moria lost her words when she saw this scene. Moria looked at Iger's hand, and the shock on his face could not be concealed. Oz's blow is not an exaggeration to describe it as destroying the world. To tell the truth, with such a big fist, even the ground will be smashed by him, and even the worms in the ground will be crushed into powder. What's more, Ig is a big living person, but it's just a little off. Just didn't hit him. What does this mean? It means that this kid has calculated everything just so that the fist will not hit him. What a terrifying combat instinct. Isn't it obvious? I can turn things into sand, including myself, Iger said lightly without looking at Mariah. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the area of the sand expanded instantly, covering the underside of Oz's entire body, and the latter suddenly sank. Oz let out a strange cry and struggled even harder, but his feet were covered in quicksand, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. At this moment the Navy soldiers who were lifted off also ran from the other direction. Seeing the scene in front of them, they immediately understood what happened. Everyone knows that Iger is the power user of sand. Seeing Ozzy who is sinking, he suddenly understands how Iger is doing it just now. It must have been when Oz's fist fell, turning the surrounding environment into quicksand. The ability of quicksand to absorb shock is extremely strong. It can not only resolve Oz's power, but also restrict Oz. Genius. Absolute genius. Under the terrifying pressure of the natural disaster level, to be able to think of this hand in a crisis, in addition to a big heart, you must have an extremely calm mind and a very good combat IQ. Hey, it's not just luck. What if you can escape Oz's attack? Out of love for his new toy, Moria still felt that the devil Oz was invincible. You have no means of harming him at all. When you are exhausted, you will be wiped out. Do you think you have a giant? Iger smiled lightly. I'll show you the big toy I treasure next. After finishing speaking, Iger squeezed his little hand, and the quicksand with a full several hundred square meters vibrated excitedly, and then there was a buzzing sound, and the blue light spread out. The quicksand pool that was constantly flowing instantly turned into a blue crystallized boulder, which directly fixed Oz's lower body to the ground. Then, Iger's eyes flashed brightly, and the overwhelming sandstorm suddenly swept across the ghost island. Chapter 83 Appear, the ancient giant of another world. Since Iger's skills have been greatly improved, Iger has obviously realized that the sand he feels that he can create and control has grown exponentially. A steady stream of sand emerged from his body, and in just a few seconds, it soared into a dust storm that covered the entire ghost island. The crazy sandstorm is like countless violent death elves, and it affects a huge range. Every grain of sand seems to be flying with a blade in its mouth, cutting everyone with bloodstains. Even Big Brother Will and Dandelion had to turn on their armed domineering bodyguards. One of the rest of the naval soldiers was one of them, and their clothes were tattered by sand. As a last resort, Big Brother Will had to cover his face and instruct the Navy soldiers to hide in the bushes, close his eyes to protect his head, and curl his body to prevent cuts. Oz, who was at the center of the sandstorm, was especially taken care of. The flying and circling sand condensed into sand and gravel in the air, changing from a little devil with a thorn in his mouth to a devil with a giant knife in his hand. Each and everyone smiled sharply and slid against Oz's skin very quickly, and Oz's skin suddenly surfaced with shallow white marks. Although the white marks are shallow, as the little devils swiped one by one, each devil swiped against the previous white mark. Drops of water pierced through the stone, and one after another, white marks were cut into the flesh. Even if Oz's skin was thick, his body was now covered with blood stains. Although as a zombie, Oz did not feel pain, but he also felt that his body was being cut open little by little. Zombies hate this kind of thing the most. Oz was a little mad at these flying sand and stones, and his two mountain-like arms slapped the ground frantically. In just 2 or 3 strokes, the crystallized sand and gravel that Garp needed to smash with all his strength was full of cracks. On the other side, Mariah also grabbed Absalom in a hurry, and hurriedly got into the shadow. A thick horror flooded into his heart. Is this really the power that a 7 or 8-year-old child can send out? This meow, he's more frightened than that ancient monster of Oz. Mariah can hardly imagine that such a small body can emit such a large amount of energy. If this kid grows up, he will definitely be more dazzling than the naval hero Garp. Hiding in the shadows, Moria watched in horror as the sand and dust fluttered in the sky, and then as if possessing a soul, she kept gathering and condensing in front of Iger. A gigantic human figure vaguely condensed out of the dust. Just looking at the size, it was even more than Oz. Layers of flying sand continued to gather in the human figure, and within a few breaths, the human figure changed from a transparent phantom to a solid roar. Ozzy, who was half buried in the ground, seemed to sense something. He raised his head and roared in a frenzy, and the movements in his hands sped up a bit. Bang bang bang, click click. After several heavy blows, the large spar pool of several hundred square meters was completely shattered into slag. Whoa, whoa. Oz propped his thick arms, and the huge body was finally pulled out from the spar pool, and the fine shards of spar rolled down from his huge body. Brush brush. Almost at the same time, the huge human figure in the sandstorm finally solidified. The frantic sandstorm gradually subsided, the swirling sand slowly retreated, and everyone finally recovered from the might of the violent sandstorm. Everyone slapped the dust off their eyelashes with difficulty, then slowly opened their eyes. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was stunned. At this moment, the devil Oz has been completely freed from the restrictions that Iger had just placed, and the mountain-like figure stands in the original castle, which is full of oppression. And what surprised everyone the most was that there was a sand giant just across from Oz. Compared with Oz, his figure soldier is not wrong at all, and he is even half a head taller than him. His body is well proportioned and his body surface is smooth, and he looks very distinctive, as if he is wearing tights. His head is egg-shaped, and there is a narrow arc-shaped coxcomb-like bulge from the top of the head to the middle of the back of the head. What's even more bizarre is that the two eyes seem to be covered with sliced eggs, and there is a teardrop-shaped bulge on the chest. This. The Navy soldiers were amazed. Such a majestic giant is really shocking. Has little Iggy's strength become stronger again? This is much more exciting than that big sand gun. This big man is no weaker than us. Little Eagle, come on, shoot this big monster away. Go on, ancient giants. When the Navy soldiers saw this big man, they immediately got excited, got up from the ground one by one, and raised their arms and shouted. On the other side, Moria also took Absalom out of the shadows. Looking at the magnificent giant opposite us, Absalom felt that his scalp was about to fly. Boss, what the hell is this? Moria looked at Absalom's unseen appearance and patted Absalom's head bitterly. I haven't seen the world before. Isn't that a large model pinched out of sand? These idiots who have never seen the world. This is obviously just a toy made out of sand. What a great thing. Look at him. The head and eyes are like a salted egg. Not majestic at all. That's it. Does this compare to my Oz? My Oz is a true giant, or the strongest demon king of the giant clan. Why compare to my Oz? Like a jealous child who saw that his companion had a new toy, Moria gritted his teeth and looked at Iger's sand giant and yelled at Iger angrily. Just your fake toy. How dare you say a giant? The strongest of the giants is Oz. Just wait to be cleaned up. After finishing speaking, he turned his head and shouted at Oz. Come on, Oz, blow me up on this fake giant. Roar. Ozzy screamed in the sky, as if responding to Mariah's command, and then a gust of wind swept through. The color of steel covered a fist the size of a meteorite. Hit the sand giant. What is a toy giant? A guy who has never seen the world. Iger snorted, squeezed his palm, and a blue light appeared on the giant. With a buzzing sound, the giant seemed to have changed its material from the inside out, and the whole body was full of indestructible texture. Considering Oz's terrifying power, he even mixed some tyrannical arrogance into it, making the giant's whole body even more rigid. Iger posed on the ground, and the sand giant also kept pace with Iger, and then met Oz's fist without hesitation. Chapter 84 Ultraman of Sand. Seeing Oz punching again, Dandelion, Brooke, and Brother Will not far away all learned a lesson and acted immediately. Dandelion splits the ground under his feet with a powerful sword energy, picks up the sword in his hand, and the soil that is dozens of meters long, 2 or 3 meters wide, and more than 1 meter deep is directly picked out, forming a long trench on the ground. The soil that was picked out was not wasted in the slightest. Dandelion pointed his sword, and the soft sword wind wrapped the soil and lined up neatly in front of the trench, forming an earth wall. Brooke and Big Brother Will followed closely, and Huan Quanji and Kai spurted out, instantly freezing the soil hard. Big Brother Will then touched the frozen mud wall with his hands. In an instant, armed color domineering made the mud wall extremely hard. Then Brother Will gave an order, and all the naval soldiers jumped into the trench and squatted down. Boom! The moment the Navy soldiers hid in the trenches, the fists of Oz and the sand giant slammed together. The fierce fists collided with domineering and arrogant, and the terrifying power burst out immediately. Whoa! The incomparably tyrannical wind swept out, even more terrifying than the punch that Oz thumped on the ground just now. A hurricane with a height of 100 meters was blowing across the entire Ghost Island. The ghost tree that was originally uprooted and fell to the ground was completely overturned this time. The ground was peeled off layer by layer and scattered with the huge wind pressure until it flew out of the edge of the Ghost Island and smashed into pieces in the monstrous waves. Click click. The Navy soldiers felt the sound of cracking from the mud wall above their heads, and terrifying cracks spread and then shattered in everyone's horrified eyes. Dandelion, Brooke, and Brother Will opened their eyes with difficulty and were horrified to find that the space around where Oz and the sand giant collided was fluctuating strangely. This pair of punches shook the space. Ripple-like ripples rippled in the space, and as soon as the ground under the feet of the two giants touched, a terrifying big crack instantly burst open. Countless sand and dust spewed out from the cracks, and the huge cracks 4 or 5 meters wide spread quickly like a spider web. The trench dug by Dandelion in an emergency broke apart from the middle, and a dark mouth seemed to open underground, and several inexperienced recruits struggled and screamed and fell. Brother Will, Brooke, and Dandelion quickly picked up the recruits and then leaned against the mud wall of the trench, not daring to move at all. Everyone felt that there seemed to be a big hand in it pinching his heart tightly, and even breathing was extremely difficult. Between the two giants there is such a power just by punching each other. Make everyone stand unsteady and have difficulty breathing. Mariah and Absalom on the other side hid in the shadows early and swayed in the shadows as the ground shattered. Even in the shadows, Absalom felt a palpitation so horrible. Oz is terrifying as that giant of sand. If nothing else, just saying that he can fight fiercely with Oz is enough to prove his horror. That Navy kid actually has such a powerful hole card compared to Absalom. Moria next to him was nervous, biting his fingernails tightly, staring at the sand giant and Oz's countermeasures. Finally, the frantic sand and dust dissipated and the figures of the two giants returned to everyone's sight. At this moment, Oz and the giant of sand had just punched each other, and they both retracted their fists and resumed the confrontation situation. The most surprising thing is that the giant of the sand seems to be intact. No, impossible. Moria looked at the intact sand giant on the battlefield and screamed, OMG. Although expected, but this is really too exaggerated. The Navy soldiers also looked up at the giant of sand and sighed with their mouths open. Everyone has seen the punch of Oz the Devil at the beginning, but it almost shattered the entire Ghost Island with one punch. Although Iger used his own abilities to create such a giant that was similar in size to Oz, no matter how big it was only made of sand, and Oz has been sealed on the frozen plain for 100 years, and his muscles are still the same as new, not to mention the shadow of Lieutenant General Garp. Why is Lieutenant General Garp strong? It is because of his strong body and ferocious domineering, and the zombie Oz in front of him strengthened Garp's body by dozens or hundreds of times. Under this level of fist, the sand giant created by Iger is still intact. For a while, no one knew where the monster was. Have you seen Moria? Remember it? This is Ultraman, but a giant older than Oz. When everyone was amazed, Iger's arrogant voice came out. Aw, damn it. Moria was so angry that her face was about to deform. She jumped out of the shadows and screamed in exasperation, damn Ultraman, it's made of sand. It's just a toy. He doesn't believe in some bullshit ancient giant. Oz is the strongest giant who is truly written into the history books. What the hell is Ultraman? Never heard of it. Why? Don't believe me? I created this by adding a little Ultraman soul and Ultraman's blood to the sand, Iger said with a pouted lip. The soul of Ultraman's blood? Ultraman. It turns out that this big guy is called Ultraman. Did Iger mix Ultraman's blood in his own sand? No wonder it's so powerful. The world is truly amazing. Upon hearing Iger's shout, everyone remembered this race that existed in ancient times and shouted, long live Ultraman, long live Ultraman, long live Ultraman. Mariah looked at Iger's words as if it were true and suddenly doubted what he had missed. Those very distinctive eyes and limbs, a headgear that can be recognized at a glance. It's really like a certain race. Is it true what this kid said? When he thought that his Oz was not the oldest giant, the jealousy in Mariah's heart was burning wildly, and he almost lost his mind, shouting frantically, I don't believe it. My Oz is the strongest giant in the world. Hey, I think you won't cry if you don't see the coffin. Iger sneered. Seeing Moria's reaction, he felt a little coke in his heart. This Mariah is simply a child. Iger sighed, and with another wave of his little hand, a sandstorm that was several times more ferocious than before suddenly blew up. After the sandstorm dissipated, several Ultramans of different shapes appeared out of thin air. Chapter 85 Jealousy from Mariah. The Navy soldiers looked at the tall and mighty Ultraman across from Oz and did not feel that their chin was about to dislocate so much. It is amazing to be able to create a supergiant that can compete with Oz by relying on the fruit ability alone. Although the bloodline of the ancient Ultraman is used, it is also a real combat power. But this 1 2 3 4 brother will counted them from left to right. In this row, including the first one, there are 7 Ultramen standing. As we all know, the ability to use fruit is positively related to physical strength. For little Iger, the amount of sand that can be made almost represents his physical strength. Just this one will use more sand than before when fighting against that gang of female pirates. 7. Is he a monster? How much sand is there in the body to use? This is not just a 7-fold relationship. As more and more sand is put into use, the later the sand that can be created will consume more physical strength. It can be said that if you want to make 7 times the amount of sand, the physical strength you need to consume is more than 14 times as much as making double the amount of sand. What's more, it is necessary to control a huge amount of sand into the shape and to control these Ultramans to fight together at the same time, which is a super test of physical strength. But everyone looked at the IG who summoned the 7 Ultramans. He was still standing there upright with a ruddy face and no discomfort in his expression. It seems that these 7 Ultramans have not yet used half of their physical strength. Is there a black hole in this kid's body? Everyone suddenly discovered that this child was the most monster-like in the audience. 7. On the other hand, Mariah was about to go mad. Only this one Ultraman can resist Oz's fist, and 6 more. And that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that each of these 7 Ultramen has its own characteristics and looks completely different, but at the same time it seems to be carved in the same mold. It's as if they are like family. Is what he said true? Was there really a race of giants like Ultraman? Moria felt like she was about to be completely burned by the flames of jealousy. He worked so hard to find ancient books, studied them carefully, and spent a lot of effort to dig Oz out of the ice sheet, and even deliberately found him a particularly powerful shadow blessing just for such a strong and boundless devil toy. In the end, that little brat was good. I don't know what kind of shit luck he had, and he dug up the graves of ancient giants, so he got 7 Ultramans. It's so unfair. However, even if you can make their appearance, it's just a re-engraved shadow. Moria turned her head and said very arrogantly, not a real body at all. Fake. My Oz will never lose to you fakes. Just kidding. This is the one and only Ultraman replica in the world. I only have it here. Iger smiled lightly, pointing to the 7 Ultramans one by one to introduce them to Mariah. Come on, this is the boss, Sophie. This is the second child, the first generation. The third one, Siwen. Fourth, Jack. Ace. Tyro. Leo. Iger not only introduced his name and family ranking, but also introduced each Ultraman's unique skills, areas of expertise, and even what monsters he had defeated. Everything is said one by one. Hey, why did Iger tell Mariah a story? It's in the middle of a battle now. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became very strange, and the Navy soldiers couldn't understand why Iger wanted to tell Moria about these things. This is in battle. Where do people have the time to play with you here? However, the fact is, Mariah not only listened, but listened very seriously. Not only did he listen very seriously, but the more he listened, the stronger the jealousy on his face. It wasn't until Iger finished introducing the deeds of every Ultraman that he discovered that the face of the magic force, which had been slightly deformed because of jealousy, was simply distorted like a human face. Alas, is this the jealousy of man? Iger sighed in his heart, forcibly holding back the crazy smile on his face, pretending to sigh, shaking his head and saying, so you're Oz. It seems that it is destined to beat my Ultraman. Whoa. Moria, who was still restraining the fire of jealousy, heard such a fluttering taunt from Iger, and the fire of jealousy in his heart suddenly soared. I still don't believe it. It's just a few sand toys. I really don't think my Oz is a vegetarian. Moria's already sharp voice suddenly broke like a horse to be slaughtered. Rooster. He stretched out his trembling hand, pointed at his masterpiece, and snarled, Oz, give me all your power. Smash all these bullshit toys for me. Roar. Ozzy and Mariah have some similarities, so Mariah's emotions will be infected with Ozzy. Hearing Mariah's roar, Ozzy is also a sudden surge of war. I saw him take a deep breath and then looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Powerful sound waves blasted out from his mouth, and the sound waves were oscillating even in the air. All covered their ears, but even so, it felt deafening. Even his own liver, spleen, and stomach seemed to vibrate with Oz's high roar. It seems that Oz is really crazy now. This is not the end. After a loud roar, everyone can feel that an extremely terrifying coercion descends from the top of their heads. It seems that on the golden throne 100 years ago, there is a giant looking at the world watching, stepping his huge solace on his head. His life seemed to be in his hands at all times. Overlord is domineering. This Oz actually inherited Lieutenant General Garp's domineering arrogance. Everyone raised their heads with difficulty, looking at Ozzy with a look of astonishment in their eyes. Then, everyone was even more horrified to see that black and red lightning flowed out from Oz's body and wrapped around his huge body. At the same time, the color of black iron slowly emerged from under every inch of skin. Full coverage of armed colors. Overlord color entanglement. These are the two stunts that Lieutenant General Garp can use to compete with One Piece with his physical skills. It was actually reproduced on such a huge body. It's all said. You can't do it. Iger curled his lips. In the next second, there will be lightning and thunder in the sky. Chapter 86. Majin Oz vs Ultraman. The sky, obscured by the dark blue fog, suddenly became more gloomy. Large swaths of black clouds squeezed over, covering the entire Ghost Island tightly. Boom. The dark clouds are looking down, floating over the Ghost Island. Black and red thunder and lightning are like dragons swimming in the clouds. The air seemed to be frozen, and everyone felt that the air around them became heavy. Every breath I see, it seems to be a quagmire. What's more, some recruits who were not tough enough just fainted. Little Iger's overlord, is he actually so strong? Brother Will looked up at the terrifying thunderstorm shrouded in the clouds, and couldn't help muttering to himself. He still remembered that when Little Iger's overlord was just awakened, even if he was releasing it right at him, he didn't feel such a terrifying suffocation. And now, facing Oz in the distance, he even makes himself have the urge to kneel. How long has it been awakened? There is such a terrifying increase. If he was 17 or 18 years old, wouldn't it be that when the overlord appeared, he would kneel on the opposite side? Come on, come down. Iger opened his hands and said softly to the dark clouds above the sky. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to understand Iger's call, and suddenly surging violently. Click, click, click. The red and black lightning fell one after another, and each lightning fell on the body of one of the Ultramans. Immediately afterwards, a powerful electric current was like a predatory python, tightly wrapping around Ultraman's limbs and torso, and even the salted egg snake-like eyes glowed red and black. 7 Tyrannical breath suddenly spewed out, turned into tyrannical airwaves, and spread around. Everyone clasped the soil under their feet with the solace of their feet barely not being shaken by Ultraman's aura, and a trembling feeling came to their hearts. He actually used the Overlord-colored Tianli to strengthen Ultraman's huge body. Still 7. Moria looked at the 7 incomparably powerful Ultramen and was secretly shocked, but it is not difficult to find out that although they are all strong, they are still a little worse than Oz alone. This discovery immediately made Moria excited. Hey, ha 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 ha, you kid, the Overlord's color is limited after all. If you want to give 7 big guys at the same time, you are still far behind. Come on Oz, blow them up, Moria screamed. Then, commanding the heavily armed Oz, roar. Oz, who was covered in high-intensity domineering, roared loudly, clenched his fist like a big iron ball, and smashed it towards the 7th Ultraman brothers with a ruthless punch. This punch is no longer as simple as a mere air shock. The terrifying fluctuations visible to the naked eye rippled from the red lightning on the wrapping fist, and the entire space trembled. Dandelion saw Big Brother Will shouting something with his mouth open, but he couldn't hear anything. The air on the entire island was shaken into turbulence by this punch. Not even a sound can be transmitted. The earth was also trembling terribly, and countless hares and mice came out of the original holes and ran towards the shore like crazy, trying to find a safe place to live. However, no matter how fast the rabbit ran, it couldn't escape the shock of the earth. The pieces of land near the sea were directly shattered into pieces, which fell into the ocean currents and were smashed to pieces. Even the surrounding sea water oscillates restlessly, surging turbulent waves, and the waves are thrown directly up to a height of tens of meters. Just throwing a punch makes everything around you tremble. First generation. Seeing Oz's iron fist smashing over, Iger hurriedly shouted. Then, among the Otto brothers, a figure took a step forward facing his fist. His arms crossed in front of his chest, and his body was wrapped in black and red lightning. This is the first generation of Ultraman, the most defensive existence among the Ultra brothers. At the beginning, he stood up to block the high-voltage current of Nalanga and the full-strength attack of Mephiles. At that time, when Iger was preparing to create Ultraman, he silently created different structures inside his body according to the different attributes of each Ultraman. This allows each Ultraman to have the attributes that match the original. Boom. Although Oz's fist was big, it was as fast as a meteorite. Almost as soon as the first generation jumped out, it slammed into the first generation's arms. Click. Crisp loud noises came from the body of the original Ultraman one after another, and the ground beneath his feet shattered one after another. As Oz's fist continued to press down, almost half of the original Ultraman had been pressed into the soil under his feet. After a stalemate for a few seconds, there was a muffled sound, and the first generation Ultraman's body, which was on the verge of being broken, flew out with the sand in the sky, leaving a long rut along the way, and then fell into the sea and turned into a handful of sand. Hey ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Moria was so excited that she couldn't help herself. Finally got this bad breath out. I'll blow you up with one punch. Let you be more arrogant. Stinky brat, your Ultraman doesn't seem to work very well. Haha, where is this going? Leo. In the face of Moria's triumphant mockery, Iger just chuckled and shouted quickly. Before he finished speaking, another Ultraman came out. It is Ultraman Leo, who is famous for his fighting skills. Oz just punched out at this time, and at the time of the gap, Leo jumped up in one step, and the volley was a flying kick, kicking on Oz's huge head. With a groan, Oz's center was unstable, and the huge Soleil stomped on the ground again and again, staggering back. Opportunity. A gleam of light flashed in Yi-Ji's eyes. Ozzy's weight is really too huge, coupled with his fat body. In this posture, his body will only be restricted by the huge weight, and he will keep falling backwards. In this way, it becomes a living target. 7. Iggy shouted again. Thea. Ultraman 7 responded, holding the boomerang hanging above his head with both hands, and slammed it at Oz, who was retreating again and again. Laugh. The boomerang above his head suddenly turned into a streamer, flying at an extremely fast speed towards Oz, who could not be evaded. Kang. The sound of the clash of gold and iron resounded through the ghost island like a hong bell, and the streamer turned into a boomerang, flew out quickly and was taken back. 7 caught the boomerang with both hands, and his eyes filled with red and black looked at his victory, and he couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Ozzy's body is too perverted, coupled with Cap Kang's boundless domineering coverage. It is even harder than Halishi. Even 7's ultra dart is only on his thick left arm, cut a not shallow not deep incision, and was bounced off. Hey, I thought I could cut off a hand. Iggy pouted and then continued to command, Estello, come on together. Chapter 87, Ultralights. Thea. Scare. When Ultraman Ace and Ultraman Taro heard Iger's command, they responded and then jumped to join the battle. Red and black lightning entwined all over the body, and every step Ace, Taro, and Leo took, every punch they punched would be accompanied by a flash of lightning from the sky. The gust of wind was still whistling and the stagnant air was a little heavier. The fists and feet of the three Ultramans were like a net densely shrouded in Oz. Oz, don't count them. This little injury is nothing. Hit me back. Hit me back. Seeing Oz's situation at a disadvantage, Moria raised his fists and roared excitedly. No. The red and black light in Oz's eyes flickered. He took his breath away. His huge hips swung. His left foot stomped hard and the ground under his feet shattered. After stabilizing his body, Oz let out a low roar again. As a corpse, Oz didn't have any consciousness, so he didn't feel pain because of Seven's ultra dart. Instead, he became more and more brave. The full coverage domineering was once again wrapped in red and black lightning, and Oz clenched his fists again, brazenly facing the combined attack of the three Ultramans. Bang bang bang. With his fists facing six palms, Oz could barely keep up. Every time the fists and palms collided, the red and black lightning on Oz and Ultraman would be like two fighting pythons, entwining and biting each other, and then accompanied by the physical collision causing a violent explosion. Boom boom boom. Every time there is an explosion, the sky will be a little darker, and the dark clouds will get lower and lower, and they will become more and more gloomy. Everyone almost feels that there are countless thunders bred in it, and it seems that they are about to burst above everyone's heads. The invisible fluctuations spread, and some of the Navy soldiers in the distance were not yet domineering to protect their bodies. The ground was shaking, and the terrifying cracks that originally appeared on the ground began to spread again, and the entire ghost island was crumbling because of the fists and feet of these giants. Everyone grabbed everything they could, but almost everything on the ground was leveled by the battle between Oz and Iggy. In desperation, everyone could only crawl down one after another, clasping the soil under them tightly, their expressions unrequited. OMG, is this natural disaster-like scene really just a fight between two people? One of them is a 7 or 8-year-old child. Are you crazy, or is the world crazy? Boom. A sound of gold and iron clashing sounded, and Leo's fist was stunned by Oz's iron fist. Leo staggered 2 steps back, and Ace and Taro, who were beside him, quickly filled the gap and met Oz's iron fist. Boom. With 2 more voices, Ace and Taro were also shaken by Oz's tremendous force. At this time, Leo hurriedly jumped back and punched Oz again. With 1 enemy and 3, you still have the advantage. Moria was so excited that he was about to jump up, and electric currents rushed out of his heart and flowed to his limbs, and his whole body was numb. I'll just say it, my Oz is definitely the strongest in the world. No one can beat it. He's the most perfect toy I've ever made. Look, I don't blow up you scumbags. Go on, Ozzy. The scumbags who blew up this kid. Moria was so excited that he was about to fly, cheering for Oz with a broken voice. Not good. Can all 3 of them suppress Oz? Iger frowned as he watched the 4 giants fight together, and sighed inwardly. This guy is really grass tolerant. The power is infinite and the speed of punching is also fast. As expected, he inherited his grandfather's abilities. The armed color is so domineering. Seven's ultra darts are not easy to use. The idea of that he wanted to cut off his arm directly was in vain. Then he called Estero and Leo again to fight him close quarters. Originally, he thought that if 3 Ultramans with relatively high fighting attributes fought with him, how could they suppress this red-skinned giant in rhythm? The result was good. This red-skinned giant punched 1 punch, and every punch was able to hit an Ultraman straight. It's just so abruptly shaken with strength. This can't be done. Iger carefully observed the movements of the 4 giants, thinking about countermeasures quickly in his mind. After a while, he rolled his eyes and shouted to Ultraman among the 3 fighting. Ace, Taro, Leo, hold his arm. After shouting, he turned to Saiwen and said, 7, you go too. Thea. The 4 Ultramans responded in unison, and immediately executed the tactics. I saw Leo flying up and slamming his feet on Oz's fists. The giant force collided, and the red and black giant python formed by the tyrannical domineering entanglement exploded. Leo followed Oz's strength and flew out, while Oz took advantage of the situation to withdraw 2 punches. When Ace and Taro saw Oz unloading, they jumped up quickly, grabbed Oz's arms, and smashed it behind Oz. Roar. Oz struggled frantically, his huge feet stomping on the ground, and dozens of bottomless cracks were stomped on the ground. Ace and Taylor couldn't beat him for a while. Their center of gravity was unstable, and he was almost thrown out by him, but fortunately, Seven and Leo rushed over at the right time, one on each side, tightly hugging Oz's arm. Bang. The 4 Ultramen made concerted efforts to break Oz's arm behind his back, and then kicked it hard. He was kicking Oz's knee socket. Oz had nowhere to help, and was directly pinned to the ground by the 4 Otto brothers. You are shameless. Bully the less with more. When Moria saw her Oz being bullied like this, she went crazy with anger, and pointed at Iger's nose and cursed. What a joke. You said just now that this is a toy I squeezed out. Since it was made by me, then of course I'm fighting him alone. How can it be called more bullying than less? Using his little finger to flick away the booger he just picked out, Iger pretended to be surprised. Moria was choked to the point of speechlessness, but her whole face face was out of shape with anger. Then next, Iger looked at the two remaining Ultramans again. It's time to show the unity of our Ultra brothers. Come on, Zoffy, Jack, use your ultralight M87 ray. Hilalima ray. Iger raised his hands high and shouted to the sky incomparably, as if he was one of the Ott brothers. After finishing speaking, he also performed the classic action of Ultraman fighting the little monsters with Zoffy and Jack with crossed forearms. Sophie and Jack posed their raised arms facing Oz's massive frame. Then everyone could feel that a very terrifying energy fluctuation was about to take shape in the hands of the two Ultramans. Chapter 88 Descendants of Thor. Roar. Oz frantically twisted his body, trying to free himself from the joint restraint of the four Ultramans, but no matter how hard he tried, the four Ultramans remained motionless. Damn it, please let me go. Boss, don't. Calm down. Moria couldn't help it anymore and rushed up with red eyes. Absalom couldn't stop him. He could only see his own captain kicking Leo's ankle again and again. However, Leo didn't even look at him, just kicked it. Moria rolled out like a football. Boss. Absalom saw Moria was kicked away by Leo and quickly chased after him. On the other side, Ultraman Zophie and Ultraman Jack have already made their signature moves. On their raised arms, among the thick red and black pythons, there are small silver lightning snakes gradually condensed. The silver snake swam back and forth between the red and black giant pythons. The strange thing was that the silver-white snake, which was only about the thickness of a finger, encountered the red and black giant python with a thick bowl. Stand up. The red-black giant python looks fierce, but it does not dare to disobey the silver-white snake, allowing the little ones to devour and grow wildly. The silver-white snake kept gnawing on the python's body, constantly splitting, thickening, and growing. In a few seconds, the red and black giant pythons on the arms of Zophie and Jack Ultraman were almost as thin as gossamers. Instead, they were replaced by silver lightning pythons that were countless times thicker than before, a full 10 meters thick. The silver thunder python hangs on the arms of the two Ultramans like two thunder dragons bigger than Ultraman himself. They twisted and twisted, curled into a huge ball of lightning in front of the two Ultramans, and dazzling light radiated from it, tyrannically tearing the darkness brought by the fog and dark clouds. Even the thunder and lightning that were originally crackling and flashing above the sky were silenced by it. The terrifying fluctuations were transmitted from the razors, and a tiny current of electricity overflowed from them, drifting along the air to everywhere, and then lightly landed on the collapsed ghost tree in the distance. Whoa, moment. That ghost tree with the thickness of a water tank burned directly into ashes from the inside out. Then, what is that? Big Brother Will looked at the huge razor hanging on Zophie and Jack's hands, his scalp tingling. Although the ball lightning seemed to be quiet and unimpressive, his intuition told him that in terms of the degree of danger, it was several times more terrifying than the fist that Oz had punched with all his strength just now. It is that little bit of debris that occasionally spits out like a hairspring, and it can instantly burn itself to ashes. Just because of the terrifying temperature they exude, Big Brother Will feels like he can burn himself. Not only that, but the crackling and flickering appearance. Even if he was separated by dozens of meters, he felt the pain as if his skin was stabbed by electric needles. That's lightning, right? Dandelion's reaction was almost identical to that of Will, looking nervously at the two razors in Ultraman's hands. As an ordinary life, she is still in awe of the things of nature. The lightning that hangs in the sky in a thunderstorm is scary enough to her, not to mention the distance that is almost negligible. Thunder and lightning, this is synonymous with God. Just looking at it is enough to make people feel scared. Just seeing that terrifying thing, I want to hold my head and run away, but I can't even have the courage to face it. These two giants called Ultraman can actually master thunder and lightning. Dandelion felt that he had really gained a lot of knowledge by following the Navy. This is the first time I have seen someone play with thunderbolts in their hands. Even Iger himself was amazed at the giant ball lightning. This is the first time I use the power of the thunder fruit. After all, I haven't figured out how to explain the two fruits, so I can only use them on Ultraman first. But this effect is too strong. Just stopping there, even Iggy couldn't help but feel fear in his heart, and the only intuition in his heart was to stay away from it. If you develop him to the extreme, what will it look like? A trace of excitement emerged from Yiji's eyes. He held his small hands for a while and shouted, "Come on, Sophie, Jack, Thea." The two Ultramans responded with a sound and then pushed their arms forward. The thunder snake, which was originally coiled into a ball of lightning, suddenly screamed and turned into a wandering dragon, rushing towards Oz not far away. No, Moria had just stabilized her figure when she suddenly felt that there was something terrifying that made her spine go cold. As soon as I looked up, I saw a thunder snake flashing with dazzling light for a moment, with its bloody mouth wide open, aggressively biting at us. Boom! The distance of tens of meters was approaching in an instant, and everyone didn't even have time to blink. The aggressive thunder and lightning snake made a muffled sound and directly pierced Oz's body. Roar! After piercing through Oz, Razor's trend continued unabated, and in an instant it swam several kilometers away and plunged into the sea with a thud. Almost at the same time, the sea water there was instantly boiled, and tens of thousands of tons of sea water evaporated into steam within a second and then exploded. Scoff state. A huge water column with a thickness of tens of meters and a height of hundreds of meters was pulled up directly from the sea and then crashed down. Even everyone in the center of the ghost island could see it lightly. Everyone was speechless. In the scene just now, although Oz's fists were not as ferocious, the destructive power was not comparable to that of Oz's 10 fists. Look at Oz at this moment. The entire left half of the body, from the rib down to the crotch, was punched through a big hole. Even with the full coverage of Garp's armed color and the blessing of the Overlord color coupled with his own tyrannical muscles, he couldn't stop the ferocious thunder snake that ate the Overlord color's domineering. Not the slightest body tissue fell on the ground. The huge and ferocious wound shrank to the healthy side of the body, and the entire edge was burned to pitch black. It's cooked. The instant the thunder snake passed through Oz, it burned his body directly into black charcoal, and even a huge amount of heat burned the black charcoal in an instant. The power of this Ultraman Razor is so terrifying. My Oz. Moria looked at the terrifying wound on Oz's body that had been burned by the lightning and was instantly distressed and roared immediately. Hey. Looking at the power of his own thunder fruit, Iger was very satisfied and suddenly smiled proudly. See, we Ultramen, but we are all descendants of Thor. Chapter 89. Mariah is indeed a pervert. Descendants of Thor. Hearing this name, the eyes of all the Navy soldiers flashed with reverence. It turns out that they are the descendants of Thor. No wonder it's so powerful. Even Oz, who was covered with Garp's domineering, was penetrated by one move. Even connected to the musculoskeletal and internal organs, all burned into coke. The energy contained in this is simply powerful and terrifying. The 4 Ultramans loosened their grip on Oz, and even Oz's spine was destroyed. At this moment there was absolutely no organization that could support his huge and heavy body. Without Ultraman's power, Oz suddenly couldn't even support his body and fell to the ground softly, causing the ground to shake 3 times. What's wrong with my body? Why can't I get up? Because he couldn't feel pain. Oz didn't know what happened to his body for the first time, and he didn't realize that his torso was out of control until he fell down. While talking to himself in confusion, he used his huge arms to grope back and forth on himself. However, because it is a corpse, he has no sense of touch and can only judge by the obstruction of his palms. Finally, when he felt under his ribs, he felt a huge hole. However, with his entire back burned, Oz had no way of bowing his head when he fell and couldn't see what was going on. After tossing for a long time, Oz raised his hand and broke his head at an angle so that he could see what finally happened to his body. I'm missing a piece here. There's something missing here. Alas. Oz touched his body awkwardly, like a helpless child. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then a boundless admiration rose in their hearts. Little Eagle of the Navy. Facing the power of the terrifying devil, when everyone felt fear and wanted to retreat, they stood up resolutely. Then, under the pressure of destroying the world, he used his abilities extremely calmly, and just took Oz's punch. Immediately afterwards, he used his own sand to shape the ancient giant Ultraman. 7 in a row. 7. Everyone suspects that this guy has a black hole in his body. That sand is simply endless. After that, using Ultraman's special ability and taking advantage of tactics and numbers, he restrained the infinitely powerful Oz and then performed the terrifying move just now. Just a trick. Ozzy's body is comparable to steel, coupled with Lieutenant General Garp's unparalleled domineering. The hardness can be imagined. Even if he slashes with a knife for a year, there will be no trace. As a result, little Iger, with just one move, made Oz fall to the ground and completely lost his ability to fight. It's like a reincarnation of a fairy. With just these few hands, the one who can make one is considered a hero. What can be done with several hands? Everyone has exhausted their imaginations, and they can only think of the current Admiral Sara and Admiral Sengoku. There are also those big pirates who roam the sea, red-haired, white-bearded, etc. If they heard that there was a child of 7 or 8 years old who could compete with them, they would have laughed out of their heads. Just don't know how wonderful the expressions on their faces will be when they actually see the scene. Long live Little Eagle. Long live Little Eagle. Compared to the enthusiastic cheers of the Navy soldiers, Mariah looked at Oz, who fell to the ground and couldn't get up, and burst into tears. Bean-sized tears spilled out from the corners of his eyes as if they didn't want money, and with Moria's sharp voice, it was like a scene of crying. It was as if a loved one he cared about so much had passed away. Oh, Oz. Moria lost all her strength, fell to the ground, stretched out a trembling hand to Oz in the distance, and then leaned back to the sky and cried, "Whoa, This Mariah, it's really far from the original. Iger looked at Moria, who was crying in the sky, and a very complicated feeling rose in his heart. I always feel that this Mariah is a lot more crazy than the original. When he first saw it, although he liked zombies very much, he obviously knew that these were dead people. Although he would feel sad for them being destroyed, he wouldn't cry like this. Could it be because of the timeline? Because the age I live in now is about 10 years earlier than in the original book. Could it be that Moria at that time was actually a middle school madman? Iger suddenly remembered that Moria had said before that as long as he was in the shadows around Ghost Island, he could perceive everything. This is clearly a far cry from the original. This kind of perception ability can't match Moria in the original book. Moreover, his ghostly cry and wolf howl, looking at the strange and infiltrating person, Iger actually felt that his personality was a little dangerous. Maybe this guy will go crazy over a corpse. The Navy soldiers looked at Moria, who was crying bitterly, and looked at each other in dismay. Oh, don't worry. While he's in a state of confusion, hurry up and handcuff him. Brother Will watched for a long time, but he didn't understand what this man was doing. He was just crying like that, without any intention of attack, and he was filled with pure sadness, as if the dog he had raised since he was a child had a car accident. But no matter what, that demon Oz is completely incapable of fighting, and this crying pervert doesn't seem to have any will to continue fighting. This one is probably over. After calling out a few Navy soldiers, he took out the seafloor stone handcuffs he carried with him, and Brother Will walked towards Mariah from the hiding place, passing by Oz, who was in a daze. Although he knew that he no longer had the ability to fight, Big Brother Will still had a chill on his back. Subconsciously looked at Oz vigilantly and quickly passed by him. What a terrible monster. Thankfully our Ultraman is superior. Brother Will sighed in his heart, looking at Moria, who was still crying in the distance, and quickly arrested this guy. Even if the battle was completely over, 100 meters, 90 meters, this guy is still crying. His throat is almost hoarse. 70 meters, 60 meters, still crying. 50 meters, 40 meters. Brother Will stop. His expression suddenly became solemn, staring straight ahead, cold sweat dripping from his face like a stream. Intuition tells him that he must not take another step forward. One step forward is the abyss. Chapter 90 Shadow Ghost, the domain of Moria's awakening. What's the matter, Brother Will? Don't come here. The Navy behind him didn't understand why Brother Will suddenly stop, and was about to come forward to ask, but Brother Will shouted loudly. Several Navy soldiers looked at Brother Will's back suspiciously, and suddenly found that layers of sweat were seeping from the clothes behind him. Good on. Brother Will swallowed his saliva, and saw that Moria's eyes had shrunk to the size of pinpoints. It seems that there is an invisible barrier between 40 meters and 39 meters. As long as his raised leg falls, there will be countless superimposed screams and wailing sounds in his mind. The morning, one after another, seemed to come from evil ghosts in hell, and each howl passed into his mind as if a steel needle had been inserted into his mind. The pain that is nailed deep into the soul. One after another, countless howls sounded at the same time. Big Brother Will suddenly felt that his brain was about to explode. Lift your feet up again and retract them. The countless evil ghosts of hell who had been shouting in unison a second ago disappeared in an instant, as if they had just disappeared. Everything is an illusion. Only the pain still sticking out of his head reminded him that everything just now was true. Field. Two words suddenly appeared in Brother Will's mind. Impossible. Brother Will muttered. Domain. The ability that can only be obtained after the awakening of one's own devil fruit. Fruit awakening is when the owner develops the fruit to a certain extent. The power contained in the fruit begins to diffuse out of itself and affects the surrounding things. If human beings are compared to the carrier of fruits, then fruit awakening is to allow the influence of fruits to spread beyond the human body, while initial awakening can only affect inanimate things, and in many cases it can only affect dead objects with similar attributes to oneself. For example, Iger can do it, turning the surrounding ground, dead branches, and other things without moisture into sand, and Lieutenant General Sakaski can turn the surrounding rocks into lava. And when a person can generate a domain, it means that the fruit ability he carries can affect living things. There is absolutely no mistake. This Mariah in front of me has awakened the realm. The shadow and shadow fruit is recorded in the illustrated book, The Shadow Ghost Domain, but in this sea, even the awakening of fruits is very rare, and the realm of fruits has only appeared in the teaching books of the Navy. How could it appear in a mere Kaiwahe? Big Brother Will was shocked and suspicious, and he stretched out his arms to protect the Navy soldiers behind him and backed away. It is absolutely impossible to take a step forward. As long as the fruit field enters it, the skin will be peeled off. What's the matter? Iger, who was watching from the sidelines, also noticed the abnormality of Brother Will and turned his attention to Moria, who was kneeling on the ground. At this moment, Mariah could no longer make any sound, and he could only tell from his violently heaving chest that he was still crying. He raised raised his head, his mouth opened wide, and his round belly suddenly expanded and contracted, but no matter how hard he tried, he could only make a hissing sound. The blue veins on his neck were enraged like a python knot, and from such a distance, Iger could see as if something was moving in the enraged blood vessels. Suddenly, the cold hairs on Iger's body stood up. It was as if the gate of hell had been opened, and countless evil spirits whose bodies had been thrown into purgatory were screaming wildly. Squeak! It was as if countless steel needles were pierced into my mind at once. In just a split second, Iger felt his eyes turn black, and his whole brain seemed to be thrust into a big iron spoon, stirring frantically. What kind of sound is that? Fuck, help, my head. Not only Iger, but everyone present, every Navy soldier, Dandelion, and even Absalom rolled around on the ground with their heads wailing. Brother Will frowned and covered his ears, but it was useless. He looked at Moria, who seemed to have lost his soul, with a horrified face, his heart beating wildly. The field has expanded. This time, the boundary of the domain is no longer a mere 39 meters, but covers the ghost island, and even all the sea areas around the ghost island. Birds, beasts, deep water fish, and shrimps, sea kings, fox zombies, and those zombie heads, and even Oz, who was already on the ground. The entire ghost island is dozens of nautical miles around. As long as it is alive with a shadow, all of them feel that the world in their eyes is twisting and twisting crazily, except for Eagle and the Marines. They only felt the pain that their brains were about to explode, as if their whole soul was about to be torn in half. Roar! Moria, who was kneeling in the distance like a zombie, finally roared with a tattered voice, and then the surging attraction erupted from his mouth. Whoa. The roar of the shadow ghost from somewhere became sharper. I don't know if it was an illusion. Iger actually felt that in addition to the endless pain, there was a hint of excitement. It's that, the joy of having a meal soon. It is indeed a meal. In an instant, the passage of the kingdom of shadows was opened, and countless shadow ghosts spewed out of Moria's mouth, overwhelming the surrounding creatures. After just a few seconds, all the creatures in the range shrouded by Moria domain, except Ig and the Navy soldiers, all the creatures' shadows were ripped off from their bodies, including Oz. I saw a huge black shadow quickly rush to Oz's body, stretched out claws that were thicker than Oz's body, and directly lifted Oz's body in his left hand and the shadow of Oz in his right hand, one in each hand, and lifted them directly on the spot. Stand up! Oz tried to struggle twice, but he couldn't break free from Sombra's grip. Then, like all other creatures, the shadows of Oz and Garp were torn apart abruptly. Scoff! It was the sound of jade and silk being torn apart. Ig had never thought in his life that the shadow was torn from his body, and it turned out to be such a sound. Boom! Oz's body was instantly drained of all its vitality, turned into a lifeless corpse, and was thrown down. Click click. What's even more terrifying is that after those evil ghosts ripped off the shadows, they started to eat. In less than 3 seconds, the shadows in the hands of each evil ghost were eaten cleanly. The evil spirits let out shrill laughter, and in an instant they rushed back to Moria from their eating place. Each one made a diving posture and jumped into Moria's mouth one by one. Tens of thousands and billions of ghosts, with the shadows of almost all creatures in the entire field, got into Moria's body, and the latter's body quickly inflated like a balloon. Chapter 91 Terrifying Shadow Fruit. A terrifying aura swept across Moria in an instant. Everyone present instantly fell into an ice cave. The land of shadows, a world completely deviated from any sunlight, starlight, moonlight, or any artificial light source. Absolute darkness, absolute coldness, absolute fear and despair. Countless shadow creatures are rampant in it. The weak eat the strong. In the struggle day and night, intrigue, every ghost is trying to eat everyone else. At this moment, the door to this terrifying world is slamming open in reality. Countless shadow ghosts were seen going back and forth between innocent creatures and Moria, bringing back any shadows they could find and stuffing them into Moria's body. The birds fell on the sea. The fish in the sea turned their white belly one after another, and the dark clouds were once again covered with a deeper shadow, and the originally dark blue mist suddenly turned gray-black. Every time a shadow ghost came back, Moria's body grew a little bigger, and the shadowy aura that spread from her body became even stronger. The speed of the shadow ghosts is extremely fast. They are genuine ghosts, and in just a few breaths, all the shadow ghosts have made at least one round trip. In just a few short breaths, Moria's body has swelled to a size larger than the original Oz, occupying almost half of the ghost island. Scoff! Clothes that had already been under a lot of pressure finally couldn't bear it anymore and burst. The black lines spread along the angry veins on his neck from top to bottom, dyeing the veins all over his body black. Ferocious ghosts turned into terrifying tattoos, emerging from under Moria's pale skin. The palms and arms, the shoulders, the chest, the back of the abdomen, even the thighs and feet are covered with ghost tattoos. Hiccup! Moria moved her stiff neck and let out a long burp, as if the shadow shadows just now were all eaten by him. The rioting ghosts finally subsided, and the turmoil in the minds of Iger and the Navy soldiers also recovered. Everyone was a little dizzy at first, but when they looked up and saw the figure several times taller than Oz, they suddenly woke up with fright. My mother, even a firm-willed veteran like Big Brother Will, even a battle-hardened fighter like Dandelion, and even an old guy like Brooke who has lived for nearly 100 years and is used to seeing the world, can't control his weakness, fall to the ground. If Oz just now is the unique Donkey Kong in the world, and standing there can remind people of towering mountains, then Mariah is the devil of hell, and seeing him is the abyss. If I saw Oz just now, I felt fear, then what Mariah brought to everyone now is deep despair. What the hell is this? Why does he have the ability to steal corpses everywhere? Neuropathy? It's not. It took so much effort to steal such a huge corpse, but it was not a secret weapon prepared with great effort. Really is a toy quill. Co-authoring that toy is nothing compared to yourself. Then why did you cry so sad just now? It's as if a toy is broken, and he is about to be exterminated. The remaining Navy soldiers have long since lost the strength to complain in their hearts. They were either tormented by the shadow ghost just now and fainted, or rolled their eyes under the pressure of Mariah. There are no more than 10 people who can stand in place unharmed. Even Iger frowned, looking nervously at the tall, faceless shadow giant. This power is really exaggerated. Iger really can't understand. Mariah has such strength. Why do you want to deal with those zombies? What he didn't understand even more was that, with this ability, he was actually destroyed by Kaido back then. You must know that Kaido in those days was not at the level of the 4 emperors at all. Although he did a good job under rocks, he was just a young and vigorous pirate. No Mariah of this level can beat Kaido. How fierce is Kaido? I have sworn a poisonous oath I will never use this trick again. Mariah's voice sounded above the clouds, and the original sharp voice became extremely dull at this time, and there were also the voices of countless ghosts superimposed on it. Over the years, I have worked hard to find those famous corpses all over the world just to stop using this trick. After losing this trick to Kaido, all my crew members died at the bottom of the sea. Everyone protected me and let me escape. Using this trick is like urinating on their tombstones. The more Moria spoke, the more excited she became, and the more she spoke, the more excited she poked her face down from the clouds. The huge face as big as a football field was also covered with ferocious ghost patterns. Compared to him, Iger is like a tiny pimple growing on his face. But Iger was not frightened by him at all, raised his small face and stared straight at the huge eyes. Then you haven't used this trick yet? You can't take this oath? What kind of oath did you make? This is it? Without the slightest fear, Iger sneered in a childish voice. It's not because of you. Moria almost remarked that the kid was so angry that he roared immediately, as if countless thunderstorms sounded in the sky. You ruined my Oz. Izinkson hard-earned Oz. Mariah has obviously lost his mind. As long as Oz is mentioned, he becomes quite violent, and a big mouth like a black hole directly roars violent sound waves, as if it was the roar of the gods. Moria just shouted, and the sea water hundreds of nautical miles around instantly set off a huge wave of 100 meters high. The ripples visible to the naked eye carry terrifying energy, directly shrouding Iger. Always Big Brother Will and others behind Moria also feel that their ears are shaken with blood. Iger covered his ears with spar and directed 6 Ultramans to stand in a line in front of him. Whoa! The boss Zoffy was instantly smashed into slag. Then, the second child, the third child, the fourth child, the Ultramans who just dealt with Oz, one by one, all shattered into powder. It was not until the last Ultraman that it shattered instantly, but blocked the last wave, and then slowly dissipated. With a roar, the Ultra Brothers will be wiped out. This time, I'm afraid I'll explain it here. Brother Will watched with a wry smile as he watched the Ott brothers being destroyed by the group. Even Dandelion and Brooke nodded in agreement, speechless. On the contrary, Iger quietly watched the 6 Ultramans shatter into powder without caring at all, but the mockery on his face became more obvious, facing Moria's big face, and said, "Doesn't that mean that Oz is too weak for you?" Chapter 92. To solve you, just rely on me. Hey, ha 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 ha. Moria laughed in anger. The sharp laughter was like the roar of a dragon. The screams of countless shadow ghosts were superimposed on it, coupled with his incomparably loud volume. It was simply the scene of a gathering of 10,000 ghosts. What an annoying brat. The thought of being able to slap you flat in no time makes me so happy. He gritted his teeth and squeezed a word out of his teeth. What's the matter with little Iggy? Brother Will, Dandelion, and Brooke on the side heard what Iger said, and their scalps went numb. This stinky brat doesn't know how to be afraid. Whether it is Oz just now, or Moria now, that one is not an existence that destroys the world. After defeating Oz, Moria's painful state is not unseen. How could he dare to provoke him like this? Could it be that he has already decided that he is bound to die, and simply used words to vent? But looking at him like that, his expression was calm and fearless. With the expression, "What Lao Tzu said is the truth." How does this look like seeing his own mortal situation. This is clearly to have no fear, right? Reckless. When dealing with Naoz, he had already spent so much sand and stamina to create such a powerful Ultraman to help out. However, even if it was Ultraman who fought together to defeat Oz in front of this Mariah, it was only a single voice. You didn't see it just now, it's just that the voice was louder, and the Ultramans were one after the other, shattering one by one. 6. A full 6 Ultramen, standing in a row, one on top of the other, barely managed to understand the sound waves roaring out. This difference can be seen by everyone at a glance. How could he be so calm and mocking there as if nothing had happened? Isn't this killing it? Even if they always believed in their hearts that this little Iger should have something to do, but the body told them that now little Iger was doing some confusing behaviors that could not be understood at all. Cough, cough, cough. Not far away, the invisible Absalom emerged from the dust and was affected countless times. He was attacked by various shock waves and sound waves. He originally thought he was the most innocent person on the entire Ghost Island, until he saw a familiar figure buried in the ground that had been uncovered. Hogbar, he shouted, and hastily dug out the figure. Once dug up, it turned out to be the ship doctor in his pirate group, the man who was responsible for stitching all the corpses on the ship. Hogba, cough, cough. What happened? I sewed the corpse well over there, but I was suddenly blown by the strong wind. Seeing that it was Absalom, Hogback asked what happened to Absalom while talking about his experience. Absalom didn't say a word, just gently extended his finger to point in one direction. Hogbuck looked down his fingers and almost fainted. What is that? If Absalom hadn't pointed him to him, he would have thought it was the old castle standing in this place. After a closer look, I was horrified to find that it was actually a leg. Having dealt with corpses all the year round, he knows the human body very well. Just by looking at it, he knows that it is the captain who recruited him in the first place. Mariah. Emo. Morlasama. Hogbuck tried his best to control himself, but his voice couldn't help trembling. He moved his gaze up that leg and saw Moria's big face, the size of a football field, protruding down, facing a man in the distance. The kid screamed. That roar directly shattered 6 Ultramans. What's going on? Hogbike felt his whole body stiffen, and he turned his head to Absalom after a long time. I'm afraid this is the true strength of Lord Moria. Absalom smiled bitterly. Is this the real power? Hogbike was horrified. With this strength, he might even be able to single out that white beard. Actually, you are actually fighting with that little kid here? Just thinking of this, Iger's tender voice came over. Slap me down? You don't deserve it. I saw that child talking to the godlike Moria-sama with a normal expression, as if he was narrating a very ordinary little thing. Hogbuck almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He stretched out his fingers tremblingly, gestured the size of Iger and Mariah in the distance, and then came to a conclusion. In this state, it would be too much to run over him with one finger. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? How dare he, facing such a godlike opponent, can speak like this? He was the first to refuse to accept Hogbuck. Today's young people just need to be educated. Fuck you, motherfucker. With your small figure, it's too much for Mr. Moria to crush you with one finger. Out of the doctor's strict attitude, Hogbuck chose to reprimand him from the air. With this roar, Absalom also recovered from the panic and immediately shouted, "That's right, you have consumed most of your body, and you still want to fight Moria-sama. It's just wishful thinking, idiot. Morla-sama, Morla-sama, shoot that kid to death, shoot that kid to death." The more they talked, the more excited they became. They simply pulled up the banner and cheered Mariah on the spot. Unexpectedly, the Navy soldiers did not choose to refute at this time, but looked at Iger with a wry smile, full of worry. Even the person who usually believed in Iger the most was frightened by Mariah's hand at this moment. Hey, ha ha ha, you see it, stinky brat? Moria noticed the movement on the side and the reaction of the Navy soldiers. He laughed. Even your teammates don't believe you. So what? Don't we still have to get rid of you? Iger pouted back. Do you know why I want to leave your shadow? Moria didn't answer Iggy's words this time, and said to herself, because I want to keep you awake and destroy you in the most cruel way. Hey, why do you think you need to? You just took my shadow directly, so you don't have to be taken to prison. Iger shook his head and sighed. Let's say it, you will have no chance to talk soon. In this state, in addition to Mhado, I have never lost anyone. Ha 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 ha. Moria smiled fiercely, raised her huge head, and once again disappeared into the clouds hundreds of meters high. Then, a palm like a mountain peak slapped down from the sky angrily. To solve you, I don't need Kaido. I'm enough. Iger's expression was still calm. Chapter 93 Ringing Thunderfruit. Awaken. What a big talker. I see how you deal with us, Mariah-sama. Hogbuck snorted disdainfully, and then looked frantically at the huge palm that Moria took in the air. Miracle. Absolute miracle. That palm, the size of a football field, was photographed from above the clouds, and it has the power to destroy the world. The air was filled with the roar of countless shadow ghosts, and the shadow ghost entrenched on Mariah's arm quickly climbed onto the originally white palm at the same time. time as this palm shot. It's really crawling. Audiobook could even see the ghosts swaying their bodies from side to side, wriggling and climbing forward. It turned out that the terrifying ghost tattoos turned out to be living ghosts. In just a second or two, Moria's palm, which was so white that there was no trace of blood in it, became extremely dark. There were tens of thousands of ghosts gathered, covering Moria's palm in layers, and then roaring sharply. Laugh. A trace of black mist was released from the pores, and the shadow ghosts gathered on the surface of the palm climbed out one by one, and then their figures escaped into the air. After a while, tens of thousands of shadow ghosts all drilled out of the pores, turning into a thick black mist of ghosts. Moria's giant palm became white again. The difference was that this time, there were thousands of troops wrapped around it. As the palm of the hand fell, the incomparably powerful wind pressure gradually blew up, and countless black shadows lingered in the frantic airflow, making a chilling laughter. In just an instant, Brother Will and others felt that the entire ghost island was occupied by the ghost army. Tremble. The world is shaking. The atmosphere is shaking. The ground is crumbling, and the ocean is shaking. Mariah was just a random slap, and it was several times more terrifying than the full-strength punch of Oz, who was fully armed just now. Brother Will watched this scene. His whole body softened. This is simply an invasion by an alien army. Every shadow ghost carries completely different rules of the world between the kingdom of shadows and reality, and the gathering of countless shadow ghosts represents the strong collision between the kingdom of shadows and the real world, the two worlds. Little Iggy. Brother Will trembled and said half a sentence, and then he was blocked by the wind, but everyone present knew that he wanted to say that little Iger was really in danger this time. Everyone hugged tightly to resist the strong wind pressure and earthquake, but more in their hearts, they were still worried about Iger's safety. This blow is so terrifying. Come on, Lord Mariah, slapping that kid to stand up for me, boss. Compared to the worries and fears of the Navy side, Absalom and Hogbark were so excited that their souls flew out. The two of them roared high, and their eyes looking at that palm were full of admiration and fanaticism. The palm shot from above the clouds in the sky is so huge, so powerful and unreasonable. Isn't this the scene in the fairy tale that I heard when I was a child, when an angry god came to the human world and destroyed everything in the world with the hand of an angry god? Unexpectedly, the wonderful picture that my parents couldn't describe when I was a child was actually seen on my own captain today. How can this not be exciting? How can this not be exciting? The two even felt that Moria could easily demolish Mary Joa with this body alone. This is simply God. Eagle. Iggy is a shit. This is God before God. No matter whether he has 2 squares or 3, all of them will be killed by one palm. The two have even imagined that in the distant future, their boss will use this godlike body to lead them to the peak of the world. Maybe he can become the next generation of One Piece. In the frantic eyes of Absalom and Hogbark, Moria's huge palm shot down mercilessly. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The tyrannical wind pressure madly swept through Iger's small body, almost tearing all his clothes to shreds. Iger didn't even narrow his eyes. He raised his head and looked straight at the palm that fell from the sky. This palm is quite terrifying, and it even reminded Iger of a certain palm technique that fell from the sky. However, for the current Iger, it doesn't seem to be so unshakable. Sound thunder fruit awaken. The silver-white thin snake danced wildly in Iger's pupils, rendering his entire eyes silver-white. Clap click. One after another explosions rang out in the air around him, and they sounded one after another, and violent thunder snakes with a thickness of 10 meters flashed out in an instant. Boom. The violent thunder snakes are intertwined, and in just a few seconds, they have changed from a few to dozens to hundreds and thousands. Countless razors occupied the entire ghost island in an instant, tearing apart the thick black fog with a destructive momentum. The dazzling light instantly enveloped the dozens of nautical miles around the ghost island, and all the black fog was torn apart and replaced by the frantic razor. The layers of black fog that originally filled the ghost sea suddenly turned into a thunder fog full of terrifying temperatures. Boom. There was an explosion of thunder even above the sky, and red and black lightning flashed with dark red light, tearing apart the darkness brought by the ghost just now. Overlord colored thunderbolt. On the ground is the purest thunder and lightning brought by the thunder fruit, and above the sky is the terrifying thunder that flows with the color of a king. The same state appeared on Iger's hands. At this moment his left hand was silver and white lightning, and his right hand was red and black lightning. Each color of lightning was wrapped around his hand into a ferocious python. Then, Iger stared at the pressure shrouded by the giant palm, and slapped the red, black and silver white python together fiercely. Click. Boom. The thunderbolts on the ground and in the sky rioted at the same time, like the ocean during a tsunami, turning frantically. During the flip, extremely terrifying fluctuations were brewing in the two minds at the same time. Then, like an electric spark flashing in the air, the two thunder groups in the sky and the ground were attracted to each other at the same time, and a huge thunder light shot out at the same time. Boom. A huge thunder light pierced through the sky and the earth, and the black, red, and silver and white thunder lights collided in an instant and then exploded. Brush. Incomparably strong rays of light emerged in mid-air, and everyone present closed their eyes, but it still felt as if 1,000 suns exploded at the same time. When I opened my eyes again, 1,000-meter high thunder and lightning phantom appeared behind Iger. More than Moria. Moo. The huge phantom roared, clenched all the thunder in the sky into his fists, and smashed into Moria's hand of God. Chapter 94. Your palm doesn't seem to die. Boom. The huge thunder god phantom, holding the endless thunder light in his fist, carrying the terrifying power of thunder and lightning, slammed into Moria's shadow ghost giant palm. Countless violent thunder snakes have turned purple because of the addition of the overlord color thunder and lightning. Not as domineering as red and black, not as aggressive as silver and white, but there is a kind of nobility of the gods descending. Compared to this, the tens of thousands of ghosts and ghosts roaming around Moria's huge palm are like a group of invisible and intangible ghosts and ghosts. Sizzle. The entangled violent thunder snakes burst out of the nest one by one, spitting out letters, and each thunder snake took the initiative to wrap around a screaming ghost. Not to be outdone, the shadow ghosts opened Void's mouth and bit down with razor fiercely. However, the citizens of the kingdom of shadows can only live away from the light. Iger's lightning python is the lightning light that can restrain the darkness the most in the world. As long as the shadow ghost touches it a little, it will be evaporated and disintegrated directly. Scoff. Chilling. As if a drop of raindrops fell on the red-hot iron plate, the shadow ghosts suddenly screamed in pain, and they were successively evaporated by the electric light shot by the razor. The screams of the shadow ghosts resounded in the sky, and after a while, the razor army occupied an absolute advantage, swarming up like a hungry wolf who saw a lamb. While howling, the shadow ghosts hurriedly fled in all directions. The shadow ghost army that was still aggressive just now, in just a few breaths, has already collapsed. The furious razors chased after them. A few chased one, and then divided the captured ghosts and devoured them. The ferocity of eating is even scarier than when the shadow ghost devours the shadow. Boom. After all this was over, Thor's phantom's fist slammed into Moria's palm. Puff. There was no expected explosion, no unexpected fluctuations, and even no sound came out. The purple thunder snakes rushed directly into Moria's palm and began to bite frantically. Moria was in pain, and quickly pulled back her palm free from the dazzling light of thunder and lightning, and everyone finally saw Moria's palm. It doesn't matter if you look at it. Everyone takes a deep breath. I saw blood marks crisscross on the huge palm, and Moria's entire palm was almost blasted by purple lightning. The dripping blood mixed with the shadow ghost's figure dripped down from the giant palm, and the blood droplets turned out to be pure black, dripping from the sky like cannonballs, but in the process of falling, they were caught. The lightning snake ate it clean. Hiss. Everyone standing on the ground watching the battle, whether it was the pirates or the navy side, all had their scalps numb and took a deep breath. What is this? Why does he have this ability? Brother Will really couldn't understand what he saw. His voice was hoarse, and he seemed to be asking himself, isn't that Ultraman's innate ability? Dandelion also expressed the doubts in his heart. Yes, this is obviously Ultraman's innate ability, isn't it? Isn't it said that the Ultramans are the descendants of Thor? Why does this kid Iger have the ability to thunder and lightning? And it seems far more powerful than the Ultramans. This horse riding is too exaggerated. How many cards does he have? One after another, Ryoma showed superb kendo, and then in the battle with Oz, he took out the blood of Ultraman. Originally, Oz was already super scary, and everyone felt that defeating him was already the limit of Iger. As a result, as soon as the demon-like Moria was born, he just smiled slightly, and immediately showed a more powerful hand than the one that defeated Oz just now. I remember, some ancient races passed on their abilities to their descendants, but when descendants are gone, they can choose to give this power to other races. Brooke watched Iger display his almost divine power, but he couldn't calm down for a long time, and then an ancient legend suddenly appeared in his mind. After the genocide of some ancient genocides, the inheritance still remains, and when they meet people who are destined, they will ask them for help. As for what kind of busy, it depends on the situation, and when the person they entrusted completes the task, they will give a special ability of their own race. But it has always happened to legendary explorers. You mean, he got Ultraman's inheritance? Dandelion's face oozes a layer of cold sweat. I'm afraid yes, I'm afraid he has been a big favor to the Ultraman family. Brooke nodded with difficulty. Everyone suddenly fell into silence, but under the silence, it was a psychological storm. The ability of an ancient giant was actually gifted to a 7 or 8-year-old child. This shows that Iger actually helped the ancient giants. When is it? At his 5 years old, 6 years old. Bullshit. 5 or 6-year-old children can't speak well. Seeing a giant is not enough to freak out. Outrageous. On the side of the Navy was in a state of inextricable brain remedies. On the the other side, Absalom and Hogback were so frightened that their urine was almost pouring out. What the eyes of both of them are about to pop out. You are right, that kid actually used the power of Lord Moria to forcibly summon such a big Thor. Moreover, the last punch turned Lord Moria into a slap of the weather, and it was directly drenched in blood. What kind of monster is this? Absalom was shaken more violently than Hogbar. Good guy. At the beginning he showed himself the natural ability of sand, and he almost chopped his head off with one knife. It's nothing anyway. He didn't find himself later and let himself run away. But then it started to exaggerate. When one person defeated Ryoma, he thought that Wangui Yexing's sword move was his ultimate move. As a result, he fought against Oz alone again, and used his own endless sand to create 7 Ultramans. 7 Ultramans taller than a building, all made of sand. In the end, I used a light wave that I don't know where it came from, and directly pierced Oz. Compared with that ghost slash, it is more than 1 grade stronger. In such a situation of repeated big moves, normal people have long been squeezed into dryness. This kid is actually holding the body of a demon god of Lord Moria, and once again displays a move that is more powerful than the previous 2 times. What kind of monster is he? Absalom was a little scared. He looked at the thin figure as if he was looking at a black hole, and he couldn't see it to the end. This palm of yours. At this moment, Iger, who was in the center of everyone's attention, spoke again. It doesn't seem like you shot me to death. Chapter 95. The sword will cut you down. Moria withdrew the bloody palm that had been whipped by the lightning, and big droplets of blood fell one after another. The countless ghosts entrenched on his body saw that he was bleeding, and they swarmed up and rushed up, sucking at the depths of his wound. After absorbing countless shadows, Moria's body has been soaked with shadows, and the flesh and blood are mixed with high concentrations of shadows. When the ghosts see such high-level food, of course they bloom. You idiots who can only eat, give me enough time. Moria was angry. The shadow contract in the blood showed its power, and the flesh and blood in the wound immediately opened its mouth wide open. A shadow ghost who was about to take a bite on the meat was bitten back directly by the big mouth. While chewing, the sound of rattling came into the ears of other shadow ghosts. When the other shadow ghosts saw the miserable state of their companions, they instantly calmed down. These bastards, Moria scolded in her heart. However, more than the pain in the palm and the backlash of the shadow ghost, Moria cared more about the opposite Iger. This kid's move really surprised him. Up to now, he has long believed that this kid really has the ability to clean up the dragon and horse. But that's exactly what's so outrageous about this thing. First he fought with Ryoma, and then another man made 7 Ultramans to fight Oz, but now he can still come up with such a strong offensive. The most important thing is that the attribute of this kid's attack is exactly the thunder that he is most afraid of. What a coincidence. You must know that the reason why you have always maintained a playful attitude is because behind you there is an entire kingdom of shadows supporting him. In this real world, the shadow ghosts in the kingdom of shadows are almost invincible existences. Any physical attack, domineering, and even all kinds of strange fruit abilities have absolutely no effect on shadow ghosts, because in essence shadow ghosts are shadows. It's just a shaded area of light. However, the weakness of the shadow ghost is also very obvious. That is light. Whether thunder, fire, or pure flash, they are all huge nemesis of shadow ghosts. It is even more restrained than the natural enemy. That is, it is completely destroyed. If you hadn't closed the door to the kingdom of shadows, the entire kingdom of shadows would have been wiped out. That's what really confines him here. Back in the battle with Kaido, that thunderous gossip was only able to defeat his army of shadow ghosts with the power of the thunder. I didn't expect to meet a Navy kid here casually, and he would have the purer power of thunder than Kaido. Who's to make sense of this? While thinking about it, Iggy on the opposite side began to speak arrogantly again. Hey Mariah, your palm didn't seem to kill me. Moria was so choked that he couldn't speak. He didn't know that Iger had such ability. However, after 3 consecutive battles, he used such a powerful skill just now. He didn't believe that this little guy had the physical strength to completely kill him. Hey, I slapped you to death. Didn't you die too happy? Moria thought while dealing with the trash talk. Looking at you, you probably have no strength, right? Are you still going to resist? What Mariah said was right at all. After these 3 consecutive battles, even if he was an immortal, he would have been drained long ago. Iger secretly opened the system panel, and when he saw that he had only 3 points of stamina, he also smiled bitterly. The move against Mariah just now seemed to be very powerful, but in fact it was not very expensive. It was just one move that instantly consumed 2 points of his physical strength. You know, it only takes 2 points of physical strength to create 3 Ultramans in a row. It seems that this thunder fruit is a black hole of physical energy. No matter how much physical strength he has, it is not enough for him to create, but there are still 3 points left, which seems to be barely enough. System, take out my famous swords Longma and Kyushui. Ding. Do it at once. Master, swish. Two water-like sword lights flashed, and the famous sword Ryoma and the famous sword Kyushui flashed directly into Iger's left and right hands. Feeling the heavy weight of the two famous knives in his hands, Iger was immediately confident in the next plan. He raised his right hand, and the tip of the famous sword Ryoma pointed directly at Moria's big face above the clouds. The dragons on Ryoma's sword also seemed to be glaring at Moria as if they saw something unclean. "You don't need to tell me those useless things. I will cut you directly with the next knife." He raised his head, his eyes firm. "Hey, ah ha 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 ha." Moglia laughter came from above the clouds. "You little devil cannot boast death. See for yourself." His little face was pale, his waist and abdomen were out of strength, and the hand holding the knife was constantly shaking. "In this state you still say that you cut yourself with a sword? Be careful not to hurt yourself. Are you bragging? You'll find out later." The raging thunder giant shone brightly behind Igg, casting an incomprehensible shadow on his little face. After saying a sentence, Iger stopped dawdling. The red and black domineering instantly wrapped around the two famous knives in his hand, and at the same time, a stream of electricity also emerged from the depths of the palm. A miraculous scene has appeared. The huge phantom standing behind Igg, suddenly thunder and lightning surged in his hand. The lightning python seemed to have spirituality, and they entangle each other and spread out in the hands of the virtual shadow. In just a few seconds, they are directly entangled into the lightning version of the famous sword dragon and horse and the famous sword Kyushui. Even the intricate patterns on the sword are exactly the same. Compared with the flowing water sword body of the steel sword in Iger's hand, the thunder and lightning sword body in the hands of Lei Shen Shuiying is even more powerful and domineering. "Hey, do you think you can defeat me with just two more swords?" Moria really felt that these two swords were very tasteless from the bottom of her heart. Everyone is a giant of a few hundred meters, and they are all gods and demons fighting against the power of nature. What can change with two more swords? But it's just a waste of energy. Clean up these bells and whistles. I want to see if your fancy sword can cut me. Mariah shouted loudly, and then her eyes suddenly turned dark. All the ghosts all over the body moved, all wriggling and twisting, and climbed on top of Mariah's right hand. Mariah's huge right hand suddenly became extremely swollen, and countless shadow ghosts roared and then broke out. Chapter 96: The Power of the Dragon and Horse. The new ghost slash. Oh. Countless shadow ghosts crowded from all over Moria's huge body, expanding and expanding Moria's skin, and finally directly splitting Moria's skin. Countless shadow ghosts spewed out from the broken place, screaming frantically, connecting their heads and tails, and forming a huge ring in front of Moria. The ring was so huge that it wouldn't be difficult to put Moria in it. With the formation of the ring, the howls of the shadow ghosts gradually became neat and tidy, and all the shadow ghosts, either low or high, roared in a strange and charismatic rhythm in the air. It seemed to be an ode from hell, and the shadow ghosts sang loudly, as if praising a god from another world, their own god. It's like 1,000 years ago, in the age of blood and hair. In those dark nights, naked people surrounded the dancing bonfire and sang aloud the hymn dedicated to the gods who did not know somewhere. The gray-white flames danced in the darkness, distorting and illusory, illuminating the shadows of all ghosts, and even the originally dark and fuzzy faces became clear. Even Hogbuk and Absalom, who were farthest away, could see clearly. The expressions of every shadow ghost were extremely perverted and fanatical worship. The singing of the shadow ghosts is getting higher and faster, and the flame surrounded by the shadow ghosts is also beating more and more violently. Finally, the space seemed to be unable to bear the pressure of this strange ritual any longer, and it shook shaky. Click. The sound of glass shattering resounded in the void, as if a mirror shattered, and a tiny dark crack appeared in the center of the flame. Click click. The sound of shattering intensified, spreading across the ghost island one after another, and the tiny dark cracks quickly spread. In the blink of an eye, what was originally just a slender crack like an earthworm shattered directly into a huge cobweb of hundreds of square meters. Boom, bang bang bang. It seems to sense that such a huge crack has appeared in the space. Although it can't be seen, everyone knows that something is madly hitting the crack on the back. Seeing that their gods responded to their summons, the shadow ghosts became more and more excited. The dance steps in the air became faster and faster, and the singing voice became more and more high-pitched, and as the chants got louder and louder, the crashing sound became more and more pleasant. Bang bang bang. Every hit hits the accent of the carol and hits everyone's heartbeat. Compliment. Finally, in the terrified eyes of everyone, the crumbling crack shattered. The dark world is exposed to everyone's vision, and countless black creatures wriggle and copulate and cannibalize in it. Yuck, never seen such a disgusting creature. Dandelion just glanced at it and retched out of disgust, and Moria was obviously used to seeing this kind of scene, and there was no discomfort in her expression at all. Instead, she stretched out her palm very excitedly, and the suction of her palm exploded. The gate of the kingdom of shadows that was pierced slowly rotated, kept shrinking, and finally turned into a black hole the size of a human head, which was taken into the palm of Mariah. Boom! Just as I held the gate of the Kingdom of Shadows into my palm, a terrifying wave erupted in an instant. The power of a whole world suddenly spewed out, squeezing the entire space into a creaking sound. Go to hell! Moria smashed Iger with a fist, and the space along the way collapsed one after another, and the whole world was compressed into one fist, directly suppressing Iger. This Absalom and Hogbike only felt that there was a huge palm in the shadows, and they were clenched fiercely. No, can't breathe anymore. The two had only this thought in their minds at this time. This is the coercion from the world, and it is even stronger than the so-called overlord. Under Mariah's huge fist, the two of them didn't even have the idea of kneeling down. They only had a premonition that they were about to die. This blow is absolutely devastating. Brother Will and others also felt the same suffocation. Not only that, he couldn't even give birth to the feeling of despair. Oh God, let's end this battle now. Whether it's life or death, I don't want to suffer like this anymore. This blow is really terrifying. You don't need to hit this punch. As long as you get a little closer, you will be crushed by the waves rippling around. There was clearly nothing in the air, but I felt like the whole world was about to be destroyed. My heart was beating wildly. My breathing was extremely difficult, and I could hardly feel the existence of my body at all. Little Iggy, run away. Brother Will has closed his eyes and no longer wants to struggle. Yo, why are you so desperate? Although Iger also felt the horror of Moria's blow, he still found something different from others. Obviously, he used all the shadow ghost tattoos at once. Obviously, it was this blow, and if he didn't succeed, he became a benevolent person. Then you must not show weakness. Dragon Horse, Autumn Water. A flash of lightning flashed in Iger's eyes, and he called out the name of the famous sword in his hand. Longma and Kiashuadun hummed in response, and the sword body vibrated violently. At the same time, above the sky, the two thunder swords in the hands of the thunder god Phantom also sensed Iger's will, and the originally solid thunder and lightning suddenly rioted. Purple lightning flashed all over Iger, and while walking around, all the parts he touched turned into purple lightning, and within a few seconds, Iger became the body of lightning. Swish! At the moment of turning into thunder and lightning, Iger suddenly turned into a streamer, directly submerging into the shadow of Thor behind him. Mu! Lei Shen Shueying roared. His body suddenly became solid countless times, and his originally blurred face became clear. Take a closer look. It is the face of Yi Ji. After combining with Thor's phantom, Iger directly turned into a Thor giant. Even the autumn water and the dragon horse in their hands did not fall into the shadow of thunder and lightning, and became two giant knives blessed by thunder and lightning. Kang! There was another high-pitched sword cry, and the thunder giant Iger quickly set up his sword stance against Moria's fist, with thunder and lightning all over his body. Boom! This time, with the sword move, he no longer needs to rely on Tianli. He is the thunderbolt himself. Countless violent thunder snakes swirled around him, and the terrifying thunder and lightning power made a series of explosions along the direction of the muscles. One after another shimmering thunder light blasted out from his body, and every time he exploded, a violent thunder snake tens of meters thick would swim out. Countless thunder snakes were twisted, and they actually twisted into a thunder dragon. Ryoma Ghost Slash. The crazy thunder swirled, and the thunder light dragon followed Iger's giant sword and faced Moria's terrifying fist, roaring and rushing out. Chapter 97. The Tyrant's Cut, causing a tsunami. Roar. The kilometer-long Lai Guang divine dragon roared and rushed out, and the purple lightning on his body kept whipping the surrounding space. Every time a piece of space collapses, an extremely tiny door will be shaken open, and then a soul will be pulled directly out of Huan Quan realm and submerged in the body of Thunder Dragon. Then, what the hell is that? The huge thunder and lightning dragons are entrenched in the air, and even Jinping can see the edge of the ghost island. Even if they are separated by dozens of miles, he can feel the powerful power above the Thunder Dragon. Just who is this sword move? How could it be so powerful? Before he could react, Iger's face that shone with thunder and lightning happened to turn to the side. At this glance, Jinbei was completely stunned. Then that thunder and lightning giant turned out to be Iger-kun. I remember he wasn't the fruit ability to control the sand. How can you still have the ability to control lightning? Wait a minute. Sword. When Jinbei saw Kiashui and Ryoma in Ig's hands, he suddenly remembered the legend about swordsmen. The legendary powerful swordsman can use the elements of heaven and earth for his own use. Could it be that? A look of horror flashed in Jinping's eyes. He originally thought that the girl from the 9 snakes or the skeleton had this kind of power, but it turned out to be Iger-kun. This Ige-kun not only has such a powerful domineering and fruit ability, but also has such a powerful swordsmanship. No wonder, with the great ideal of intimacy with heaven, these gods are born to change this twisted world. The soul screamed, and the purple thunderbolt that touched the dragon was vaporized into a puff of smoke and then absorbed into the body by the dragon to strengthen its own strength. The giant dragon of thousands of meters has already opened tens of thousands of the gates of Huanquan in just a short moment. IG can feel that the shadow of the sword intent giant dragon who cut down the dragon and horse last time is roaring and roaring across the gate of the world, but it is really because of the power of the thunder and lightning dragon. He is stunned and dare not speak. Even in order to save his life, he had to throw out the Huanquan soldiers around him one by one. In just 2 seconds, the ray of light from the thunder dragon was already more dazzling than 10 suns put together. The ghost slash this time was completely different from the last time against Ryoma. The fundamental difference was the thunder power of the ringing thunder fruit and the sword soul transformed from the soul of Ryoma. The basic principle of ghost slash is to open the gate of Huanquan and summon the will of ghosts and gods to attach to the sword to obtain powerful sword intent and power. After the soul of Ryoma was released by Iger, it not only stayed in the famous sword dragon and horse but also maintained a connection with the world of Huanquan. As the strongest swordsman in the world in the past, Ryoma's soul is undoubtedly powerful to the extreme. As soon as he arrived in Huanquan, he shocked thousands of ghosts and became the leader of ghosts. Even the terrifying shadow with the scythe last time could only bow his head to Ryoma. Because of this, the system also changed Ghost Jean's underworld contact to Ryoma. Ryoma is inherently stubborn, acts resolutely, and has a great connection with dragons, so the ghost slash under the auspices of Ryoma is also extremely domineering and domineering. Coupled with the power of Tianli, which is already fierce and domineering, it is simply tyranny. Domination. From here, the gate of Huanquan was forcibly opened and the power of the soul was absorbed forcefully, and I also knew how tyrannical the sword intent of this thunder and lightning dragon was. The distance of 100 meters came in an instant, and the thunder dragon sword chi and the fist of the shadow kingdom collided in an instant. Boom! The shimmering thunder light exploded suddenly, and the violent thunder and lightning carried the fierce sword intent of the dragon and fought mercilessly with the thousands of troops of the kingdom of shadows. Sword intent and fist collided with the power of the two worlds and instantly emptied the entire ghost island of air. It seems to be another arc-shaped high wall between the ghosts, suddenly spreading from the center of the ghost island. The soil, air, sea, water, everything was pushed away unreasonably in an instant. Brother Will, Dandelion, Brooke and other navies, as well as Absalom and Hogbuck, all made a unified choice no matter what their position was. Live in the dirt. Even so, everyone screamed silently and was swept up into the air. Her la 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 la. Everything was pushed away, and even the thick fog that had never changed was forcibly pushed away this time, revealing the dark clouds above the sky. The violent hurricane peeled off the surrounding sea water layer by layer, and raging waves appeared one after another. The waves are tens of meters high on the shore, and with the advancement of the high wall, the surging waves are quickly pushed away, and the next second, a huge wave with a height of 100 meters will be set off dozens of nautical miles away. Dark clouds shrouded the whole world, and even dozens of islands outside the Devil's Triangle turned cloudy in just a few seconds. What's up with the sky? Didn't you say it won't rain? This is too exaggerated. The weather of the Great Root. It was sunny just now, but the skill of tying shoelaces has changed. People in dozens of countries are amazed by the weather changes, but at the same time, people on the coastlines of these dozens of countries are in endless panic. There are tens of thousands of people playing in the beach, commercial docks that are handing over goods, various fishing boats that are sailing to the sea, and marine aquaculture farms that are leisurely feeding. Dozens of countries, completely different industries, and completely different races are all doing the same thing at this moment. With a horrified expression on his face, he looked at the sea not far away, then dropped everything in his hand and ran towards the shore to kill his life. Everyone dared not look back because there was only one word to look back. Die. That is a tsunami that no one has ever seen in their entire life, and it is definitely enough to be written into the historical level. Under the dark clouds, the high wall made of sea water was directly connected to the sky, and a super big wave bulldozer of several kilometers moved over. Disaster. There is even a dangerous disaster that will destroy the country. What the hell have you done? Will be targeted by sea god like this. After living for so many years, I finally realized what is real. Huge waves. Help, help, Everyone ran like crazy, wishing they had wings on their bodies, and they didn't dare to stop when their legs were swollen. Stop is to die. However, people's legs are destined to be unable to escape the terrifying power of nature. People who are madly fleeing for their lives are still caught up by the high wall of sea water like a devil, and then slammed into the sea. Chapter 98 Demolition Home in one move. With one sword and one palm, dozens of countries in the nearby waters were plunged into serious disasters. Governments of various countries did not have time to react at all, and were directly stunned by the unprecedented terrifying waves. When they reacted, their own people, the dead, the wounded, the buildings and the land and were all destroyed. All the important officials of the government responded urgently and raised the wartime alarm one after another. Dozens of countries quickly entered a wartime state and joined together to fight the flood. Even the world media was unwilling to follow. Like a shark smelling blood, it came to various news sites at a lightning fast speed. Within half an hour, a big news that shocked the world was published. Terror. Dozens of surrounding countries suffer at the same time. There are suspected mysterious changes in the Devil's Sea. Of course, these are all for later. At a time when dozens of surrounding countries were ravaged by the tsunami, the ghost island of the originator was indeed eerily quiet. Brother Will and others rolled in the air and then fell from a height of tens of meters. A terrifying sense of weightlessness descended on the body, and the ground rapidly enlarged in everyone's eyes. But just can't shout any sound out. All the air has been emptied, and everyone can't make a sound even if their throats are broken. This is especially true of the two giants on the island, Shadow and Thunder. The fierce and violent dragon and the shadowy Shadow Fist collided fiercely, and the lightning flashed in an instant, and one shadow after another was evaporated by the lightning. After evaporating a shadow ghost, the trace of thunder and lightning wrapped around the thunder light dragon also dissipated. The two sides consumed each other like this. The shadow ghosts poured out of the gate of the shadow country continuously, and the lightning bolts continued to escape from the thunder light dragon. In this fight against each other, both sides brought out their ability to press the bottom of the box, that is, to fight whoever has more power left. Hey ha 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 ha, I haven't exerted any strength from the beginning to the end. With my physical reserves, it will consume you to death. Moria accurately assessed the current form and smiled sharply, but there was no the sound came out. On the other hand, Iger, who felt the rapid weakening of the thunder light dragon in his hands, was also in vain. Now the two sides have fallen into a vicious circle. Under such mutual consumption, I am afraid that the situation is quite unfavorable. In this case, it can only be used as a last resort. Iger's eyes narrowed. The dragon and horse in his hand let out a high sword cry, and an inconspicuous streamer rushed into the body of the giant thunder light. The lightning on Iger's body suddenly flickered wildly, and it was several times stronger than before. The dragon horse sword soul, who was in the Huanquan world, was also summoned by Iger. In an instant, the sword intent that penetrated the sky and the earth erupted from the thunder and lightning giants. Iger made a decisive decision and immediately controlled the sword intent to spew out from the tip of the sword, pointing directly at the electric light giant dragon in front of him. Roar! The dragon let out a loud roar, and the thunder and lightning all over his body suddenly changed shape. The fierce thin snakes that were wrapped around his body suddenly turned into a flickering sword. The thunder and lightning, who turned into a sharp sword, suddenly increased in momentum, chopping melons and vegetables like chopping melons and vegetables, and slashing at the side of ghosts. 1 against 10, completely unreasonable. Moria immediately felt the power of Iger, sneered, and thought deeply into the shadow country, trying to communicate with the shadow ghost king hidden in the deepest part of the shadow ghost sea. A silent scream resounded in the depths of the shadow country gate, and then Iger felt that a huge coldness enveloped the entire ghost island. A huge black shadow flows out from Moria's fist style, no less than the body of the thunder light dragon wrapped around the neck of the giant dragon. The appearance of the shadow ghost king was like chicken blood, making all the shadow ghosts go crazy. As if he saw the enemy who killed his father, he rushed forward frantically when he saw the thunder and lightning, and devoured it indiscriminately. Are you also starting to exert your strength? Iger laughed lightly, and the light on the thunder dragon and himself immediately skyrocketed uncontrollably. If at the beginning the light of thunder was like 100 suns, then in just a few seconds the brightness of Iger's body has been raised to 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. The intense light that can blind anyone who sees it in an instant enveloped the entire ghost island. Everyone lost their sight at this moment, and they can only remember that the moment before their vision disappeared, countless ghosts were fleeing and wailing frantically. Even the king of shadow ghosts seems to be terrified. In an instant, everyone's vision is only pale, and they have lost their hearing and vision. At this moment, everyone's intuition is only weightlessness and the pain of the face hitting the ground. Whoa, 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 whoa. The emptied air finally poured back from the sky, followed by a torrential downpour that seemed to wash everything away. My ass, my face, my eyes. At the same time as the rain sounded, several screams also sounded on the ground at the same time. This complex, gorgeous, and fierce collision was just enough for Big Brother Will to be thrown into the air and then landed heavily on the ground. Everyone fell to the ground, and their field of vision was still blank. It took 3 or 4 minutes for everyone's vision to recover one after another, but they could still only see a little blurry phantom. But this is not important. As soon as everyone regained their eyesight, they hurriedly looked in the direction of the battlefield. However, it doesn't matter if you look at it. The navy fell directly into deep despair. I saw that on the battlefield. More Moria's towering body still stood there, and Iger, who was opposite him, lost the power of the Thor giant and returned to his original body size. Iggy lost. Although he had been prepared for a long time, Big Brother Will still had a feeling that his hopes were dashed. Iggy, Dandelion and Brooke did too, as if all their strength had been drained. Yeah, Lord Mariah has won. Long live Lord Mariah. On the other side is a strong contrast with the Navy, where Absalom and Barker the Widow hugged each other and cheered with tears in their eyes. Hey ha 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 ha, you kid, it's finally over. Moria smiled proudly as she looked at Iger, who had become her original size. Let me just say, you are not my opponent at all. Without the power of last resistance, you are the fish on the chopping block. Huh, is that so? For some reason, Iger didn't panic at all, but smiled softly. Boom, as if a huge high wall was smashed down. The entire Ghost Island instantly split in half from the middle. Chapter 99. New title, Lord of Shadow Streams. Whoa. Ryoma's boundless sword intent exploded in a single plane, directly forming an invisible huge guillotine from the beginning to the end, splitting the entire Ghost Island in half. The surrounding sea water was split open and rolled back to both sides into a counter-current waterfall, revealing the deeply split seabed sediment. The rainwater scattered around with the sword intent and was torn apart by the fierce sword energy into the sky, and the clouds were instantly split. Moria, who was standing between the heavens and the earth, was also unable to protect himself. A thin black line slowly extended downward from the top of his head. Although the thin line is extremely subtle, it is indeed very obvious on Mariah's pale skin. From the top of the head to the eyebrows, to the tip of the nose and the chin, all the way along the Adam's apple and the navel, until Moria's entire body is divided into two parts. How is this possible? This is impossible. Moria, who was still full of pride, suddenly felt something strange in her body. When she lowered her head, she saw the black line and screamed in panic. A faint feeling of weakness came from the depths of the body, and the lingering black mist began to escape from the thin line. No, no, no. Moria roared in despair, trying to cover the thin line running through her body with her huge palm deep inside. However, it was in vain at all, and the black mist, accompanied by the howl of the shadow ghost, leaked out of his fingers unaffected. The black mist dissipated faster and faster, and when it hit the sunlight above the sky, it immediately dissipated into steam like the residual snow in boiling water. This is not a decorative black line pattern, but a knife mark that Iger cut with a ghost cut just now, connected to the clouds with sea water and the entire Ghost Island and Moria on the island. All were cut open by Iger's sword. Moria couldn't believe it, but the incomparably real pain reminded him that it was all true. How is this possible? Hasn't that kid changed back to his original appearance? Isn't there no more power left? Why is it still so powerful? Even if Ryoma is here, he can't do such a thing. How can it be? How could he still display such a terrifying sword move? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. The violent shock and remorse made Moria lose her final strength very quickly, especially the damaged heart. The blood mixed with the black mist spewed out from the inside of the body. The black thin line suddenly burst due to the pressure in Mariah's body. For a time, his whole body seemed to be on fire, and a lot of black smoke evaporated from him. The escaping black smoke took away Moria's power like running water. His consciousness gradually blurred, his vision gradually darkened, and finally he fainted. The Ghost Island seems to have ignited a huge fire. Thick black smoke enveloped the Ghost Island and was wiped out by the sunlight in the sky. Finally, Moria's huge body finally couldn't support it anymore. Like a leaking balloon, Chi shrunk back to its original size, pushed by the black smoke, drew an irregular trajectory, and flew away to the distance. This is... Brother Will's eyes suddenly widened, and his footsteps running towards Iggy stopped. Behind him, Dandelion, Brooke and the others also stopped, their chins drooping to the ground. Is this a miracle? What did we just see? Little Eagle, haven't you lost all your strength? Don't you see he's already on one knee, panting frantically? How come? How could such a thing happen? Although the outcome of the matter was the scene that everyone hoped to see in the dark, it really appeared in front of everyone's eyes, which seemed to be more unacceptable than the ending of the annihilation just now. Everyone was like a dream at this moment. Slapped the mouths of the people around them fiercely. Fuck, why are you fanning me? Everyone covered their cheeks in unison, only to be sure that they were not a dream. That is to say, with the last strength of little Iger just now, the entire Ghost Island, including Moria, was split in half with one sword. How the hell did he do it? How could someone, after so many battles, still use such a strong skill? He first fought against the dragon and horse, and then used endless sand to create so many giants. I thought this was the limit, but I didn't expect it to be transformed into the godlike Thor giant. Not only that, use the giant's body to use such a fierce sword move. One sword directly demolished Moria's house. Is this something that humans can do? Morla-sama, boss, where are you going? Wait for us. Brother Will's group was so shocked that they couldn't walk. On the other side, Hogbuck and Absalom ran away quickly after chasing Moria's figure flying out. While running away, he didn't forget to turn his head to see if the Navy group had caught up. Seeing that everyone was looking at Iger in the distance, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully they ignored it, otherwise we would be in danger. It's so amazing. Is that kid really a monster? After Moria-sama became such a huge state, both of them already felt that the victory was in their hands. After all, it is so huge and several times stronger than Oz, and there are countless ghosts to help out. It is simply a demon. As a result, that kid actually controlled the power of thunder and lightning, not only resisted Lord Moria's attack but even turned himself into a giant of thunder and directly killed Lord Moria. The two of them have been defeated in such an incredible way. They are a weak doctor and a weak chicken who can only hide themselves. Facing so many people, isn't this a turtle in a urn? Might as well take the opportunity to run away. After a while they will react and they will definitely be taken to prison. The Ghost Island was directly split into two parts. Moria was also defeated and lost consciousness, and countless shadows immediately escaped from him and quickly flowed back to his master. All the zombies on the island had lost their souls, and all the creatures that had fainted had regained their shadows and woke up. Iger looked at the sun shining in the sky with great relief and nodded with satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations to the master for unlocking the new achievement and obtaining the title Master of Shadow Streams. Chapter 100. What is love? Fuck. Yige directly scolded in his heart. Good guy. Even though he defeated Moria with shadow ability, no matter how you look at it, this title has nothing to do with shadow ability. The Lord of the Shadow Stream, he had heard of his great name before he crossed. If you live in the world of pirates, this will definitely be a godlike existence. He can use the powerful rhythm, repetitive movements, and magical melodies to make everyone around him, whether they see his dance directly or through film and television materials, follow him unconsciously. Of course, that's how the system evaluated him, but Iger knew his true identity. In the land of dragons on Earth, an online platform has celebrities with explosive traffic. As the system said, with the frantic dance, he is active in the works of ghosts and animals on various platforms, and the owner has the magical power of infecting others. But no matter how I look at it, I feel that this title is not in line with my force at all. Ding! The reward has been issued. Please pay attention to check it. Master. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining the item Key of Shadow Kingdom S rank. Ding! Congratulations to the master for acquiring the new skill What is Love S rank. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the new achievement with a special posture and obtaining a hidden reward Evolution Point * 100. Get rich. There was ecstasy in Iger's eyes. 100 evolution points. This is simply a huge sum of money. For those gorgeous skills seen in the system mall, Iger can buy at least one SS grade or 2 S classes. It's not rich yet. Even if you add all the points to your own attributes, your ability will be turned upside down. The system is so generous this time. Iger looked at the other two rewards while looking at the other two rewards, raising a strong curiosity. The key to the Shadow Kingdom. What is love? The former Iger can still guess what he is doing by the name, but what the hell is this will? It's not really Ig's fault because he always felt that the name of this skill was malicious. After all, on the Earth in the previous life, the originator of the ghost and animal world seems to have used the BGM with this name. Guessing is useless. Of course, Iger directly opened the item panel and looked at the item description. Item name Key of Shadow Kingdom. Evaluation S grade. Description: it can open the key to the Kingdom of Shadows anytime, anywhere. It has the power to suppress the ghosts of the Kingdom of Shadows and can enter and leave the Kingdom of Shadows at will. It is said that at that time it was a treasure that was twinned with the scepter of the Kingdom of Shadows. It had a connection with the scepter of the Kingdom of Shadows and could sense each other in a distant world. Remarks: this is the key that represents the kingship. You can let the people of the Kingdom of Shadows do whatever they want. It is recommended that the master take a few girls and slaves back. What the hell is this? Iger looked at the notes and descriptions with black lines all over his face. Such a powerful object actually let himself go to catch the slaves and bring them back. But speaking of it, after the fight with Mariah, Iger realized that in the world of pirates, another world is also a setting accepted by everyone. If this is the case, maybe there will be something like the country of fire, the country of thunder, and the country of light. But that's all for later. In short, write it down first and find an opportunity to enter this country of shadows to go for a walk. Well, that's it. Next, Iger made up his mind to go to the land of shadows to hunt for treasure, and then opened his skill panel. At this moment in the skill panel, in addition to the sand tree and the sword tree, there was another tree entwined with shining silver white currants, and there were thunder snakes spitting out letters hanging on the branches. As usual, these things hanging from the branches are skills: Electric Chidori, Lightning Dochi, Instant Thunder, and Sky Flash. I didn't expect that the awakening of this thundering fruit would actually give so many skills. skills all at once? Or is there a cosmic level skill that I have been yearning for since childhood? The legendary thunder god, Ray, was finally cultivated through thousands of trillions of volts of thunder and lightning. Although the name of the skill is simple, the effect is definitely first class and powerful. The excitement in Iger's eyes couldn't be concealed. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have the strength to activate the thunder fruit, he would have given birth to the lightning trial. As a last resort, he could only look away reluctantly and look for the new skill in the skill panel. Just by looking at the name, Iger knew that this should not be any skill on the 3 skill trees, so he directly found the special skill column. Sure enough, a new skill bar appeared in the field of vision under the Overlord color. Domineering. Skill name: What is Love? Evaluation: S grade. Description: The legendary master of muscle control, Jim Carrey, has created a dance that is extremely influential by combining powerful expressive muscles, a rhythm with a strong sense of substitution, and well-coordinated body movements. As long as ordinary people see his dance, they will involuntarily fall into a state of frenzy. With the release of the domineering arrogance, anyone can even fall into the rhythm of the caster and achieve perfect control. Remarks: The swing is good, but don't take too long or you will break your head. Sure enough, this is it. When I saw the words Jim Carrey, Iger's mind already echoed a man's high-pitched singing. What is love? What the hell? It really is such a skill. Is there really such a skill in the world that as long as you rhythmically shake your neck and head in place, it will make others fall into a frenzy? Are you sure this system didn't mean to mess with me? This ride. Although he didn't believe it in his heart, Iger was surprised to find that he was staring at that skill, but he couldn't look away. No way. No one really wants to rock when they see the title of this song. Even so, Iggy couldn't help but swayed. What is love? At the moment when Iger's body swayed, the high-pitched singing sounded in everyone's mind with a bright and strong rhythm. What's going on? Everyone, including Moria, who had already fainted, had put on splayed eyebrows at this moment, cocked his mouth, bared his white teeth, and moved his neck to the left and right with the beat. This. Iger's face was full of meanness, but his eyes were full of surprise. He looked at the navy not far away. All of them stopped, forced to put on the exact same cheap expression, and stood there shaking their necks and shoulders. Even Moria, who was unconscious over there, made the same expression and shook. This is simply a magic trick. Iggy's eyes suddenly lit up. Pirate Eye, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 101-120. Chapter 101, Level 10 Skill Tree. What the hell is going on here? Why is everyone shaking up? Did someone sneak attack? Help, my neck is about to break. Brother Will, Dandelion, Brooke and others wanted to ask this out loud, but their bodies were completely incoherent, and all the facial muscles on their faces seemed to be pinched, forcing them to make this expression. I can't even speak. I can only passively shake my head in situ. All the power in the body is blocked. Even if you want to resist with domineering, you can't do it at all. Who in the end has such a strong ability and has been lurking on this ghost island? With such a strong ability, we don't have to wait for us to finish the fight. Need to attack again at this time. Everyone does not know that the initiator at this time is swinging wildly with everyone. Iger also felt that his neck was about to break, and he felt that the neck pain from staying up late at his desk and researching skills had eased over the past few days. If this stupid skill is in use, you won't be able to move yourself. Originally, he was quite excited, thinking that he finally had a control skill now, but when he encounters someone he can't beat, he directly controls it, makes him shake in place, and then let people be slaughtered. Good guy. It turns out that this is a skill that can even control himself. Isn't this Nima a fool? What's the use of this thing in combat? Shake the audience directly? Is it harder than anyone's neck? Simply serve. Who came up with such a boring skill? So angry, Iger's eyes were about to burst into flames, and with a thought he directly cancelled the use of skills. Fucking shit, just throw it in the warehouse. With this release, everyone on the entire ghost island suddenly felt relieved, and the coercive force originally exerted on the body suddenly disappeared. Hey, Laoza's neck. Brother Will held his neck with his hand and shouted that it hurt. In just a few dozen seconds just now, he felt that his neck was about to break again. The old lady's face is full of wrinkles. Dandelion took out his own small mirror for the first time and roared at the mirror, only to see a word of Sichuan squeezed out between his brows on his smooth face, and even the nasolabial lines laughed. If you let me know who it is, the old lady must have skinned him. Dandelion smashed the mirror in his hand and said viciously, then don't tell you. After Iger lifted his skills, he walked towards the large army, and just heard Dandelion scolding angrily, and shuddered suddenly. In her current state, she can tear herself apart with one hand. Keep a low profile. Me too. The muscles on my face are cramping with laughter, even though my face has only bones left. Brooke's cervical vertebra was shaking just now, and he also laughed and joined in the fun. The other Navy soldiers also expressed that they were uncomfortable just shaking. It doesn't seem seem to be useless. If you can have domineering around your neck, wouldn't you be able to fight a war of attrition with the opponent? Little Iggy, it's alright with you. Brother Will saw that Iger's face was pale, and he quickly pulled him to him and checked repeatedly. Well, Brother Will, I'm fine. Shaking and dizzy by Big Brother Will, Iger quickly said that he was just a little tired. That's fine, but today you really impressed us. Knowing that Iger was alright, he was relieved, and then looked at Iger deeply and said meaningfully, Iger knew what he meant, and looking at other people, he also had a "you're a monster" expression. Ahahaha, didn't this inherit the power of thunder and lightning from Ultraman? So it lasted a little. Iger said haha and chatted with Brother Will for a while. Mariah has lost consciousness, which means that all the shadows he once took will be returned. So at this moment Dandelion's compatriots, as well as Garp and Pakuto sleeping on the boat, should all wake up. Even Brook put his hand under the sun, and a shadow was cast down. Yo hoo hoo hoo, my shadow has recovered too. I don't have to hide in the fog. Brook looked at his shadow and bowed to Iger. Thank you, Mr. Iger. You re very kind. Iger waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. The battle is over, but the matter is not over yet. The group then retrieved the stunned Navy soldiers one by one, and at the same time went to catch the 3 Moria who escaped. After finishing everything up, he headed towards the dog-headed warship. While everyone was in charge of the aftermath, Iger took a rest and opened his attribute panel. Seeing this, he has become a lot stronger. Host Eagle. Physical fitness 20, strength 20, speed 30, momentum 12, skill 23, skills Shasha Fruit LV7, awakening skill tree, Overlord S dominance LV5, supreme swordsmanship LV7 skill tree, Thunder Fruit LV6, awakening skill tree. What is love? Title: The Giant Spear of Harvesting the Bad Old Man, the Inheritor of Intimacy Paradise, Mesmerizing the Fascination, the Lord of the Shadow Stream. Items: Caps Leftover Senbei, Great Books from Another World, Famous Sword Ryoma, Famous Sword Autumn Water, Key to Shadow Kingdom. Evolution point 100. Compared with the improvement of the attribute panel when I obtained Supreme Swordsmanship last time, this time almost every item has also improved by 5 points, but I feel that the improvement is not that big. After all, the last time it was directly increased by half, and this time it was only increased by 1/3. It's not even hard for Iger to imagine that in the near future, the improvement he will get will be minimal, but he is not worried. After all, his current attribute panel can already be used by the IG people to link the entire Moonlight Pirates. In this world, it can already be regarded as a physical monster. Next, the main thing that needs to be strengthened is its own offensive and defensive attributes. Seeing that there are 100 evolution points in his backpack, Iger showed the smile of a nouveau riche. No, first click on a wave of skill trees and then talk about it. Shasha Fruit, Supreme Swordsmanship, Thundering Fruit, and even the Tyrannical Arrogance, all add me to LV10. Ding, the master has already upgraded all 4 skills to LV10. It cost a total of evolution points *74. Ding, I detected that the master's skill tree has reached level 10, and they have a big gift package for you. Chapter 102. Garp is back. Genius Swordsman 74. Iger's face hurts. Co-authoring this skill tree upgrades exponentially. The 4 together actually emptied 3/4 of their wallet, but say there is a big gift package. Then open it first and see. Ding, congratulations to the master for acquiring the skills Quicksand Waterfall Flow, Sand Waterfall Funeral, Sandbound Coffin, Sand Waterfall Burial, and Sand Clone. Ding, congratulations to the master for acquiring the skills Phantom Sword Dance, Breaking the Army, and Rising Dragon, Dragon Breaking the Sky, Selfless Sword Chi. Ding, congratulations to the master for acquiring the skills Thor Awakening, Thunder God, Tianming Flash, Aurora Blade, Original Energy, Electric Light Ball. Value. So worth it. Good guy. Iger suddenly regretted, why didn't I upgrade the skill tree first, and it went straight to level 10, which originally came with skills. Still the full version of the skill. Iger carefully looked at the entire skill panel and found that the gift package that the system gave him was really a complete gift of skills. The chicken thief system, he didn't even tell himself before. If it weren't for my sudden brain cramps and I added a skill tree, I'm afraid I'd be hidden from this system until when. Stinky boy, what are you doing, silly? Iger was immersed in the joy of making a fortune when Big Brother Will tapped him on the head from behind. As soon as he turned around, everyone was here, and the missing Navy soldiers were all found. Absalom, Hogbark, and the comatose Moria were all brought back. Go back to the boat. Oh good. On the dog-headed warship. Well, Lieutenant General Garp frowned and slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 2 big faces of Pakuto and Junpei approaching. Lieutenant General Garp, you're finally awake. Pakuto saw that Garp also woke up and was moved to tears. Nonsense. No one can't wake up from sleep. Why does my head hurt so much after I slept? Garp was about to sit up and pound Pakuto's head, but suddenly felt a dull pain in his brain. You didn't just slap Cap cunt. Jinbei looked at his uncomfortable appearance and said faintly, what? How do you say that? Carp looked puzzled. Alas, it's the fault of my incompetence. Jinbei sighed. This is how it is. So, he told everything back and forth. It was not the first time that Pakuto listened to it, but he was still scared. Damn it, that little bastard Mariah. His idea hit me. Before listening to Jinbei's explanation, Garp's violent temper suddenly came up, and his head didn't hurt immediately, and he rushed to the deck directly. Hey, wait a minute. Attempts to reach out to stop him, but to no avail. Jinpei and Pakuto had to chase out. Damn it, Mariah, you're so bold. Roaring all the way, Garp rushed to the deck aggressively, but as soon as he rushed out, the sight in front of him made him stunned. The dog-headed warship was originally parked in a river, but at this moment the river in front of it has been extending forward, directly running through the entire ghost island. If it weren't for the neat knife marks and residual domineering on the surrounding shores, Garp would have thought that the island was born like this. Just before you woke up, this ghost island was suddenly split open by a knife. Jinbei stood behind Garp and said calmly, what? Who can split this whole island with one sword? Garp asked quickly in shock. Your grandson, Ige-kun. Jinping said this sentence. He couldn't believe it, but that was the truth. After all, he saw it with his own eyes. Are you kidding me? Cap suddenly widened his eyes. What are you kidding? If you said that Iger had sunk the whole island or turned the whole island into a desert, he would have believed it. But if you say that he cut down the whole island with one knife, you will be the first to not believe it. Pakuto behind him is even more unbelievable. You must know that little Iger's swordsmanship is taught by himself. If he can split the island, then he can't go to two strokes with Hawkeye. This is simply too outrageous. Absolutely do not believe it. Garp and Pakuto shook their heads, both saying that this was too outrageous to believe. Sigh. Jinping knew that he had no way to convince these two people, but with sharp eyes he saw the mighty figures of the Navy soldiers in the distance, and immediately pointed. Ask him yourself. After a while, a group of Navy soldiers returned to the warship, along with the three arrested Mariah. Grandpa, you're awake. Seeing Garp and Pakuto awake, Iger immediately smiled. Hey Iggy, this time Grandpa was saved by you. Garp heard what Jinpei said, and of course knew that it was Iger who saved him. Lifting Iger's body high, Garp's smiling face raised a little curiosity. Ige, you told Grandpa this ghost island that split in half. Did you do it? Iger knew that Garp would definitely ask about this, but after so many people saw it, he had to admit it, so he nodded and admitted generously, yes, I did it. What? When Garp and Pakuto heard Iger's generous admission, they could put a pineapple in their mouths, and subconsciously felt that Iger was lying. But when he turned his head and looked at the group of Navy soldiers led by Brother Will, with a wry smile on their faces, he knew that this was probably true. I drop God. Is this something that humans can do? You must know that Iger only came into contact with Kendo half a month ago, so how could he be able to split the ghost island with one sword in just 10 days? It is easy to get started, but to be diligent, it is difficult to reach the sky. It is not something that can be achieved by physical talent alone, but also requires a complete harmony in the state of mind. Not to mention that little Iger is so young. That is, Pakuto has been practicing Kendo for dozens of years, and he has touched countless bottlenecks. He actually reached this level at the age of 7 or 8. Even if you know that your grandson is a genius, this speed is a bit exaggerated by the wife. You. How did you do it? When Pakuto heard Iger's admission, he became anxious. The master leads the door, and the practice is personal, but who would have thought that in less than half a month the master himself would be surpassed? I'll just practice like that, cut a bunch of zombies, and that's it. Iger muttered, prevaricates inexplicably. Pakuto listened, and had to take a deep breath. In addition to talent, he can never think of a second word. Chapter 103. Youngest Rear Admiral ever. It's just a monster. This sword splits the island. There are indeed many people in the world who can do it, but all of those people are world-famous great swordsmen. Hawkeye, Shanks, Vista, which is not a man with a bounty of more than 500 million. These people are not only domineering, but also need to cultivate their sword chi and sword intent to a very high level. I have been practicing Kendo for decades, but I have never reached this level, and of course I have never taught this little apprentice. Just a casual gesture. It's just a simple gesture. The foolish kid didn't cheat like that. However, this is really the evidence of human beings and materials here. There is no way to not believe it. Garp and Pakuto looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. After babbling for a long time, Garp choked out a sentence. That's amazing, my grandson. What's the matter? Is this thing very serious? Iger was well versed in the whole truth of acting, and continued to pretend to be innocent. At this moment, even Jinbei couldn't stand it anymore. He gritted his teeth and said, Ige-kun, let it be enough. Besides, these two are going to faint. After Iger heard Jinbei's words, he was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but stop his mouth when he saw the cannibalistic expressions on Garp and Pakuto's those faces. This is really not pretending. I really didn't mean it. I really didn't mean to. Seeing that the two of them never spoke, Iger added weakly, this kid is really over. Is this the legendary Dabby Invisible? The intention is to piss us off, right? Hakuto only felt dark in front of his eyes and waved his hand and said to go back to rest. Well, Iggy, who are these people? Looking at Hakuto's distressed appearance, Carp turned to look at Dandelion and Brooke, who were feeding the sisters, and tried to change the subject. At this moment, looking at the surviving sisters, Dandelion finally breathed a sigh of relief. Holding the food and water brought from the kitchen, he pulled Brooke to feed the sisters together. Looking at them, Iger nodded in relief and took Garp's hand to introduce him one by one. This is Dandelion, this is Brooke. These people are Dandelion's companions. They are nationals of the nearby daughter country, and we rescued them, Mariah's victims. Cap nodded again and patted Iger's head with a big laugh. Good boy. It turned out to be the crusade against Moria for them. He really deserves to be the grandson of this old man. Seeing Iger's eyes full of approval, Lieutenant General Garp didn't ask Iger about their identities. He just thought they were refugees hurt by Mariah. I can't believe that I really found a treasure. A young kid can actually have such a realization. As a naval soldier, you must have a firm belief in eradicating evil for the world, not to mention hatred and hatred. At least I saw that the pirates knew that they were going to crusade instead of hiding in the naval barracks like those soft eggs. More than that, Carp really likes his grandson the more he sees it. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to have accumulated so many military exploits before joining the Navy. Ha 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 ha. He laughed with his mouth wide open, and the pride and joy on his face could not be concealed. Grandpa, the military merit you're talking about is... What is it? Iger was curious. Huh? Oh, I didn't tell you about that. You listen. Capylabaras spoke up. Seeing that they had nothing to do with them, the people around them walked into the cabin one after another when they should rest and heal their wounds. All that was left on the deck were the Dandelion sisters, as well as his grandfather and grandson Carp. Iger listened carefully, earnestly studying the naval promotion system that he did not understand before. The first is the rank of the simplest navy, which Iger is already familiar with in the original world, not to mention the navy soldiers. Above the rank of the soldiers are the school-level officers and general rank officers, and those above the general rank are the naval marshals. Admiral officers, from low to high, are divided into major, lieutenant colonel, and naval captain. Usually when the school rank is promoted to the general rank, there will be a rank of commodore. Above is the general level officer. A large part of the rank of the navy symbolizes combat power, and when it comes to the general level, this implicit standard is even more obvious. The first is the rear admiral, whose combat power is basically the same as that of Aaron, and belongs to the elite monster level in the top war. Then there is the lieutenant general, which is a mixed rank. Among this rank, the strength varies greatly. There are ruthless men like Karpuzan, Sakaski, and Posolino, and there are ordinary people like Momonga and Giant Shark, whose strength is only comparable to that of a small boss. But in general, the lowest point of the lieutenant general is much higher than that of the major general. And finally, admiral, the temporary high point of Iger's career expectations. Almost all characters of this level can face thousands of troops alone, and can even sweep a group of pirates with a bounty of 3 to 5 billion yuan alone. In other words, as long as you want to be promoted, you must get the stomach in terms of strength. But for Iger, another indicator is more important: military merit. The promotion of the Navy strength is only a hidden inspection standard. What can really promote people is military merit. The specific criteria for judging this set of military merit. Garp spoke vaguely, and Iger didn't understand it, but he understood the last few words that Garp said. Your military merits along the way: the crusade against the world's main government, the crusade against the 7 Marshall Seas. These military merits are all on your head. When the entry formalities are completed, you can be promoted to Rear Admiral. The youngest Rear Admiral in history turned out to be my grandson. Really cool. Major General. Iger's eyes suddenly filled with light. Immediately you can become a Major Admiral of the Navy. How could you be able to take a step closer to your small goal so quickly? This is awesome. Then, if you are fighting more Kaiwahe and even crusade against the 4 emperors, you can become a Navy Admiral or even a Navy Marshal in less than 10 years old. Admiral, I am determined. Iger clenched his fists and made up his mind secretly that, while the grandfather and grandson were enthusiastically discussing the promotion, Dandelion walked over with 3 sisters, followed by the tall and thin Brooke. Thank you very much. Before Iger could react, the 4 female warriors of the daughter country bowed to Iger. Why are you being polite? I'm just doing my best. Iger was a little embarrassed and scratched the back of his head. We want you to do us one last favor. Dandelion looked at Iger. It turned out that Dandelion and the others had gone for too long, far beyond the deadline, and lost the life card again. They wanted to borrow a spare boat and return to the daughter country first. I remember. On me. Well, I don't think you need to worry. It was then that Iger remembered that she still had her life card on her body and just took it out of her pocket, but found that the life card indicated the distance between herself and Hancock, which was quite close. Chapter 104. See you again, Empress. Due to the supergiants summoned by Ig and Moria, the climate of the entire Devil Sea has been affected to a considerable extent, and the mist pervading the sea has cracked a gap in a short period of time. The dog-headed warship accelerated out of the Devil's Triangle while this gap was still there. The whole process was quite quick, and Carp didn't even have time to tell Iger about the internal situation of the Navy. So when Dandelion proposed to borrow a spare ship, the dog-headed warship was already bathed in the newborn sun. The air was clear and the vision was wide. Yo hoo hoo hoo, I never thought I could see the sun again in my lifetime. Brooke sipped his tea and said leisurely, huh? Bones can talk. Garp seemed to realize that the skeleton in front of him was alive and was shocked. Yo hoo hoo. Yes, Mr. Carp. Brooke smiled. That is to say, on the sea with an amazing view. The life card in Iger's hand pointed to a small black spot a few nautical miles away. Well, I don't think you need to worry. Iger pointed to the little dot. From this direction and distance, your king should be on that ship. Your Majesty. Snake. When Dandelion heard this, he jumped on the watchtower excitedly, snatched the Navy's telescope and looked through the lens. It really was a pirate ship pulled away by 9 giant snakes. It's really your Majesty. Snake. She turned back and shouted at her companions, her voice full of excitement. The 3 companions were also delighted when they heard it and cheered in unison. It must be Her Majesty Snake who found us trapped here and came back to save us. Seeing that several young girls found a large army, Iger also laughed, very gratified. In this way, on a hopeful morning, the hopeful dandelions reunited with their Majesty the Serpent. Your Majesty Snake. Your Majesty Snake, we are here. When the ships were still a few nautical miles apart, the 4 girls led by Dandelion had already climbed onto the bow of the dog-headed warship, swaying their arms and shouting loudly, "Come down, that's where the old man is standing." Garp still had the dog's head hat on his head. When he saw the 4 people dancing on the dog's head, he was not happy. He followed Dandelion's cheering direction and saw the approaching ship. This domineering design, the 9 majestic snakes in front of the bow. Why do you feel like you have seen them somewhere? Thinking back for a moment, Garp remembered. Isn't this the gang of pirates who robbed us at that time? Garp turned to look at Iger with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yes, it's them. Then didn't you save a bunch of pirates? Garp rolled his eyes. He has been thinking about how to maximize Iger's military exploits, and such deeds obviously cannot achieve the goal. Well, Grandpa, look, Mariah has already been defeated, and their eldest is the king of the daughter's country, and he will be domineering and domineering. Seeing Garp's hesitation, Iger also guessed it, and immediately said this to Garp. Be a tyrant. Garp couldn't believe it, but seeing Iger nodded affirmatively, there was no reason to believe it. Today's young people are getting more and more terrifying. Do you think it is a Chinese cabbage? However, in this case, the strength should be enough, and a smile appeared on Garp's face. Then, recruit them into the Kaiwahe. Grandpa is so thoughtful. While Iger and his grandson were thinking about military merit, the 9 snake pirates also quickly approached the dog-head warship and then stopped beside the dog-head warship. Dandelion, did you get caught by this navy? Wait, we'll get you out now. Hancock, who was standing on the bow, recognized Dandelion and the others and immediately prepared to let the gunners prepare for the bombardment. However, before the gunner was in place, a flash of silver light flashed on the opposite warship and a thin figure appeared in front of Hancock in an instant. The big sandy hand behind him carried Dandelion and the 4 of them. Hancock felt the terrifying speed of the comber and his overlord's armed color suddenly poured out, but after seeing who the figure was, he was dumbfounded. Iggy. Hancock and the 2 younger sisters behind him couldn't contain their shock. This guy, what skill did you use just now? How so fast? Not only that, but even Garp on the dog-headed warship was confused. Is this shaving? But what happened to the silver light? Forget it. The grandson of the old man is a monster, and anything can happen. I told you. Can you stop being so reckless? Didn't you see that we didn't bake them? Iger put the 4 Dandelion sisters on the ground and said angrily, Huh? What's the matter? Hancock was even more puzzled. The Navy and the pirates coexist peacefully on the same ship. Bullshit. I'm sorry, Your Majesty Snake, we failed to complete the mission. Dandelion walked over to Hancock with his head down, with a look of acknowledgement. Next, she recounted her experience of being attacked by Moria and her experience after encountering Iger. That means you were saved by this kid. Hancock felt a little incredible after hearing this. I knew this little devil's ability, and at that time I didn't even use the fruit ability, so I pushed him into a desperate situation. He actually went to Crusade Kaiwahe instead. How is this possible? Even if you tell yourself 10,000 times, you won't believe it. But looking at Dandelion's serious face, it didn't seem like he was lying. Is that the trick again? Although I don't know what happened, Hancock still understands Iger's comment combat IQ, and he probably used some tricks. It is estimated that some kind of desert was built in advance. Dandelion whispered, look, let me just say it. I didn't do anything to them, so why are you nervous? Iger pouted. That's right, then I misunderstood you. My concubine apologizes to you. Hancock walked up to Iger and bowed slightly. It's okay, you just know. Although Iger was surprised that the arrogant empress would apologize, he was still satisfied with her attitude. However, Hancock interrupted the conversation before he was halfway through. However, these things are still one code at a time, Hancock said with a slightly gentle face because of his apology, and then turned cold again. I said before, the next time I meet you, you must beat you. Chapter 105 Your sweetheart, I refuse. Iger really couldn't understand the brain circuit of this peerless beautiful girl in front of him. One code is one code. Is this the way? I thought it was. You invite me to have a meal and then learn about it. Come up and start the fight together. What's the point of his meowing? Good guy, I saved your crew from the fire and water. If it wasn't for me, they would have been buried in the bottom of the sea just like they were then, right? Are you still in the mood to fight me? Just hold the bodies of these girls and cry. No, if this is the case, do you have to fight me under the banner of revenge for the people? This is a meow. No matter if you help you or if you die, you have to fight to repay me. Fighting is on your mind in the Amazon Lily Kingdom, isn't it? Not a fight but a fight. You, do you dare to say it again? Iger was so angry that he couldn't speak and pointed at Hancock and asked stutteringly, there's nothing to dare, just say whether you agree or not. Hancock also frowned as if he thought Iger's reaction was strange. What's the matter with this guy? I didn't think he was so ink-stained when I contacted him at the time. Isn't it just a fight? As for what? It seems that his concubine has taken advantage of him. Your Majesty, Snake. Dandelion has been with Iger these days and he has somewhat understood Iger's disposition. Seeing Iger's reaction, he immediately understood that Hancock's approach was not appropriate and immediately shouted softly, of course, it's trivial to do it right or not, and what makes Dandelion more concerned is whether the king of his own family can defeat this kid in a real fight. The king's words just now made it very clear. She was once defeated by this kid named Iger before. Although she didn't know the specific battle scene, she was very dissatisfied with the king's expression. This active challenge should have come with adequate preparation, but having witnessed Iger and Moria's fierce confrontation with his own eyes, he knew how powerful this 7 or 8-year-old child was. It is no exaggeration to say that he killed the entire Moonlight Pirates by himself. Although she felt that her King Hancock would win against Moria, she really didn't know who was stronger or weaker in the face of this kid. Just a few days ago, Dandelion still firmly believed that the king of his family would definitely bloody torture this little devil who didn't speak well. But after witnessing that battle, she no longer had the courage to say such a thing. Even she clearly had a feeling that her beloved Snake Princess would lose 80% of the time. So she took Hancock's arm lightly and shook her head lightly at her. Hancock was puzzled by this. What happened to this girl? At the beginning, she was the one who admired herself the most, and every day she looked at herself with stars in her eyes. Good guy. After seeing other men, you even look down on your own master? It really makes no sense. Thinking of this, the fighting intent in Hancock's eyes became more determined. In fact, Hancock himself has a reason to fight this fight. Since the last time I lost to Iger, I have led the 9 snake pirates to attack many warships. In just a few days, my bounty has already reached 80 million. The first time to go to sea to have such a result, it should be something that pirate newcomers are very proud of. But Hancock, there is always a shadow lingering in his heart. That's Eagle. These days, she has been attacking the navy frantically, and she has met many navies in their teens and 20s, 34s, and even in their 50s and 60s, ranging from colonels to lieutenant generals. But after she fought all the way, she found that all these people are far less powerful than that 7 or 8-year-old kid, especially when he beat himself. This has almost become one of her inner demons. If she doesn't get rid of it, I'm afraid she won't be able to sleep every night. Just say whether you agree or not. Hancock took out the aura of an empress and looked down at Iger. After the fight, let's have a good meal. Iggy was speechless. Although the way this guy asked for a fight with him was very unpleasant, he really had no reason to refuse. Because if you don't fight her and spread the great cause of intimacy in heaven by yourself, there is no way to go on. Yes, intimacy paradise has become Iger's ultimate goal. To be an admiral is just to have a convenient status. That is to say, in order to achieve this goal, Iger will summon Jinbei to join the team. And now, Iger knows that Hancock is probably the second person he wants to recruit. Then this is the same as when Jinbei joined the team. Iger can only use the policy of Kaiwohei to realize the accumulation of his early power. This means that I have to convince Hancock to join Kibukai. However, Iger glanced at Hancock's eyes. This thing is simply a fighting maniac. If you don't fight her, she will never think about other things. Oops. I'm so pissed Hiss. IG had never suffered such grievances since he was so old, but he had no way to refuse. Ugh, damn. I'll fight you if I fight you. Iger looked up at Hancock through gritted teeth. But you have to promise me one condition. Hancock listened to Iger's first half and just had a happy expression on his face, and then heard him say that he would agree to a condition and suddenly became unhappy again. Why are you so angry? Yo, you still dislike my ang. You are going to fight with me as soon as you come up, so you won't let me make any conditions. Iger was unhappy at first, but when he heard that Hancock disliked his ink, he became even more angry and immediately came up with the enthusiasm of the hob meat. Just say whether you agree or not. If you don't agree, I won't accompany you to fight you. Hancock didn't expect this person to have such a rogue side. At that time, he was so choked that he couldn't speak, and he hesitated for a long time. There was no other way but to agree. Okay, the concubine will promise you. What conditions? I will fight with you. If I win, you will return to the Navy headquarters with me and become Kaiwilhe. Kaiwilhe. Everyone in the 9 Snake Pirates was shocked when they heard the words Kaiwilhe. Even Hancock raised his eyebrows when he heard the sentence, but he still asked, what if I win? If you win, Iger rolled his eyes. Then we'll give you a bounty and let the top invite you again. Hey, it's not the same. Hancock rolled his eyes. Come on, waste your time. Let you taste the power of my sweetheart. Well, your sweetheart, I refuse. Chapter 106 Sweet Fruit vs Thunderfruit. Iger took a palm and suddenly a huge shadow shrouded the dog-headed warship and the 9 Snakes pirate ship. Everyone looked up and saw a gravel ground of more than 10 hectares floating above their heads. Whoa, 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 whoa. IG's thoughts moved, and the suspended gravel continent was thrown out to the sea in the distance and then landed steadily on the sea, splashing circles of water. Looking at the sandstone continent he had created, Iger nodded with satisfaction and then waved again, and high translucent rock walls suddenly rose around the sandstone continent. One of them was raised particularly high, forming a semi-arc in the air, turning directly into a sky bridge extending in front of him and Hancock. Since his rustling fruit was upgraded to level 10, Iger felt that the amount of sand he could summon and control had become almost endless. He even has a feeling that with his current energy reserve, as long as he wants, he can have as much sand as he wants. Even, it is not impossible for him to create a continent at sea. Let's go. He glanced back at the Empress and then climbed the overpass on his own. Just waiting for your hand. Hancock couldn't wait any longer and was about to catch up, only to be gently pulled by a hand. Looking back, it was his little fangirl, Dandelion. Your Majesty Snake, are you really going to fight him here? The little girl's eyes were full of worry. With a crescent-like brow, Hancock couldn't understand what was going on with this little fangirl today, and his voice was a little impatient. That's right, I didn't use my fruit ability last time, and I lost to him. This time, I must be ashamed. The last time he fought against Eagle, Hancock really didn't use his fruit ability. The reason why those Navy soldiers on the sidelines were charmed, and there were some signs of turning into stone, was simply because their charm was too great. In addition, his development of sweet fruits has reached the realm of transformation, so unless he is a strong person with an extremely firm mind, he will never be able to maintain his sense of reason in front of himself. I just don't know what's going on with this kid Iger. He has become the charm of passive skills, but it has no effect on him. I have to say, this really made Hancock feel a little frustrated. The peerless beauty of the concubine body can't be fascinated by men. She didn't believe that Iger's state of mind had reached the point where Tianxian couldn't change his face even when he was in his arms. So this time, Hancock wants him to understand how beautiful women in this world can be. Last time it was an ordinary person against a capable person, and he could force him to be so embarrassed. This time, it was a capable person against a capable person, so he couldn't be caught. A guy who only relies on fruit can't defeat himself after all. I don't know what's going on with this girl. Has it been by my side for too long? Forget the power of this king. Ignoring Dandelion's reluctance, Hancock followed confidently. Oh, little Iger has a date with that girl again. Really, young and energetic. I don't know what to do. On the other side, Garp was wearing a dog head hat, holding a telescope and holding a senbei in his hand, mumbling while chewing. Last time, a group of unpromising Navy soldiers scrambled for binoculars with me, and I didn't see the wonderful performance of my grandson. This time, I must take a good look. Tisk tisk tisk. If nothing else, this little girl looks so good looking. Let me be a granddaughter-in-law. In the rock arena, Iger walked more than halfway through the arena and stopped abruptly. Seeing this, Hancock behind him also stopped quickly. He turned around, looked at Hancock 10 meters away, shrugged and said, Hancock, let's fight here today. This arena has been specially reinforced by me, and its hardness is only a little worse than that of Halustone, so we can have a good fight. Hancock listened to Iger's introduction, and his beautiful eyes looked around the entire arena for a week and then nodded with satisfaction, applauding. Not bad. The venue this time is much stronger stronger than the last time. It seems that you have a lot of heart. I'll say it again. I won. You enter Kaiwahe. You win. I'll give you a bounty. Okay. Iger repeated the previous agreement again for fear that Hancock would renege on his debt. Are you afraid that your concubine will deny you? A dignified king of a country. What you say is what you say. Very well, then, let's get started. Iggy nodded, posing. Hancock stopped talking. The expression on his face instantly became chilling, and the turbulent fighting spirit rose from her body, setting off her whole person to be noble, elegant, and heroic. On the opposite side, Iggy's eyes also became serious. When I came to this world, the first opponent who felt very strong was Hancock. In other words, I am very impressed with Hancock's power. Even though he has become a lot stronger later, he still feels that Hancock's strength is definitely better than himself. Even when dealing with Moria's group, he was thinking about how he could fight Hancock upright instead of fleeing underground. However, after thinking about it for a long time, I still have no clue. Until he obtained the Fruit of Thunder, he felt that all the problems were solved immediately. The self who has no experience is almost in the rhythm of the entire battle, and the Thunder Fruit is a perfect solution to this. Unless the other party has super powerful mobility at the speed of her own Thunder Fruit, even if she knows what she wants to do, she will definitely not be able to react. The fighting intentions of the two sides were like waves from different sea areas colliding together, and violent fluctuations suddenly surged. Both of them used the domineering look. Two opponents who already know each other very well. As soon as they meet, they want to go straight to the theme and forcefully open up. Last time I let you win. You are lucky. This time, I will let you see the true strength of the concubine. In the blink of red and black lightning, Hancock made a virtual drawing in the air with his left hand, and a small pink heart the size of a palm suddenly appeared in her hand. She grabbed the apex of the little heart and pulled it over like a gummy candy, then pulled the other side of the heart like a slingshot with her right hand, and aimed at Iger, who was not far away. Just taste the sweet fruit of your concubine. As soon as the voice fell, hundreds of pink bows and arrows suddenly shrouded Yig. Chapter 107 Move so fast. SHHHHHH. A pink bow and arrow turned into a pink rain curtain directly in the air, rushing towards the face densely. The arrowhead of each arrow is a small pink heart, and the arrow body and tail are also pink and tender, which looks quite elastic. However, it would be a big mistake to underestimate their power just because they look soft. Clank kong kong. A few arrows pierced into the gravel ground in front of Yige first, and only a few sounds of gold and iron clashing were heard, and the hard gravel, which was not much worse than the seafloor stone, turned gray one after another, and then shattered. Absolutely not to be shot. A thought flashed in Yige's heart in an instant, and then he instantly exerted force under his feet, dodged, and then rolled over and over again, directly out of the range, shrouded in the rain of sweetheart arrows. Clang clang clang. The sound of the ground shattering continued, and Iger, who rolled out, looked back at his original position, and saw hundreds of arrows densely inserted there, and each one, only the tail of the arrow is exposed. Emma, it hurts to look at here. Iger felt uncomfortable just looking at the tails of the arrows stuck on the ground. If this is stuck on the body, and I have no armed color, I can't resist her petrification. I don't have such a hard body. I must be tied into a hornet's nest. Sure enough, it was a familiar start. Just in the first round of confrontation, he was suppressed. Hancock's attack brought him a sense of crisis that was stronger than Sword Saint Ryoma. She is not only simple and fast but also has a sense of precision and can control her own rhythm. And this is just the beginning. SHHHHHH. The arrow has just landed here, and another round of arrows flew over. I'm going. Iger scolded secretly, got up from the ground quickly, and then kicked his feet hard, and the whole person jumped out at once. Oh shit. This weakness of my own is really caught. The 2 rounds of shooting seem to be just repeated attacks, but they are actually the result of Hancock's careful calculation. For the first round of shooting, I still have some preparations, and I can get rid of it with a roll. But in the second round of shooting, it was the time when he was biting himself and rolling to avoid shooting, and he couldn't react. This directly completely suppressed his rhythm. Man, these days Hancock is really studying himself. Hancock didn't know what Iger was thinking. Before the second round of shooting landed, she had already waved her slender arms, and 4 pink and tender hearts appeared beside her. The light white fingers tugged in the air, then loosened, and thousands of arrows shot out again in unison. It completely covers all the range that Iger can dodge. This round of shooting will make you surrender directly. There was a triumphant smile on Hancock's mouth. Yes, to deal with this eagle, Hancock has carefully studied. Since the first fight, Hancock has known Iger's weakness. Not only the lack of domineering, but more importantly, the fighting habit of subconsciously dodging the first move. Knowing the opponent's fighting habits, this is the information that Hancock's arrogance brought her. Based on this information, Hancock got along with the method of suppressing Iger from beginning to end. That is is a continuous shooting that is faster than the rhythm. This is the magic weapon to deal with Iger. Through the first 2 rounds of shooting just now, Hancock already knew that his tactic would definitely succeed. As long as he keeps speeding up the tempo and keeps pressing the last point of his dodging, he will never have the strength to fight back. Even the ability to turn into sand can't dodge, and the moment it turns into sand before it falls, it will be pierced by its own arrow. Little devil, if you want to blame it, it's your fault. You didn't master the domineering and domineering. Hancock felt that he had the chance to win, with more and more pink hearts behind him, and planned to suppress Iger wave after wave, knowing that Iger couldn't react and was shot by his petrified arrow. This situation is not good. Cracked a mouthful of senbei. Garp looked at the battle situation in the telescope and pondered. He is proficient in 3-color domineering. Of course, he can also see the situation Iger is in at this time, and he also understands Hancock's tactics and even applauds Hancock. This is definitely not something that ordinary people can think of. Even if Iger is not arrogant and domineering, he can't be easily bullied by people who can be knowledgeable. This can be seen from her first fight with Iger. It's only been a few days. This girl just took advantage of her knowledge and set up such a tactic and directly suppressed Iger. So embarrassed. Simply a rare fighting genius. Tisk tisk tisk. Such a powerful little girl. She should be my granddaughter-in-law. Garp analyzed and suddenly came to such a conclusion. So the good grandson of this old man, Iger, do you have any way to break this situation? Once he accepted the setting that this girl was his granddaughter-in-law, Garp felt that he was not so attached to Iger. Although it is said that Iger is a super evildoer, in this case, even if it is Garp himself, ask himself, if he can't see the color, he will definitely not be able to break free. In this battle, Hancock basically won. It just depends on how long Iger's physical fitness can last. Garp continued to nibble on the senbei, eager to see how many rounds Iger could survive. However, Sound Thunder Fruit awaken. Hancock's 3rd round of shooting had just begun, and Iger, who was already lying on the ground, shouted out this sentence decisively. Before he finished speaking, countless silver-white dancing thin snakes emerged from Iger. In the next moment, the dazzling light of thunder and lightning exploded from Iger's body, and Iger's figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared in place at a speed that no one could see clearly. Afterwards, Hancock and Garp were stunned to see that a flying lightning flew out directly against the ground and reached the edge of the arena in an instant. After reaching the edge, as if there was no inertia at all, it suddenly turned back towards the arrow rain fired by Hancock. Until the lightning came to the arrow rain in the sky only moved less than 1 centimeter. Immediately afterwards, Yig turned into a streamer and danced among thousands of arrows. I saw him constantly shuttle through the gaps of the arrows, rolling, turning in circles, and in less than half a second he touched all the thousands of arrows in a wave of arrows. While dancing, he shouted intoxicated, "Ah, is this what it's like to be fast? I'm moving so fast." Chapter 108. Not only fast but long-lasting. Brush brush. The silver-white lightning is like a naughty elf madly shuttling through the gaps of thousands of arrows. From a distance, it is an electric mouse that flickers in the arrow rain. Fuck that. What is that? Your Majesty, Snake doesn't have that kind of skill that will sparkle, right? No, absolutely not. On the other side, Sander and Marie, who were far above the 9 snake pirates, immediately widened their eyes when they saw the continuous flashing light in the arena. What the hell is this? Originally, the two thought that Hancock would definitely defeat that kid this time. After all, a natural fruit ability that is not a speed type, under the premise of being suppressed, was basically tortured by Hancock's blood, especially when this kid doesn't know anything at all. But this guy, why is it so fast all of a sudden? You must know that Hancock's tactics are specially tailored for Iger's ability. It is because the ability to bully his sand is not moving fast, so he frantically suppresses him in this way. If his own speed is very fast, such as such lightning, that Hancock's shooting suppression has no effect at all. It will also appear to be very stupid, creating a good opportunity for the opponent to counterattack. What the hell is this? Isn't he the one with the ability to rustle fruit? Sander held up the telescope, his face shocked. Alas, although I don't know why there is such a big gap between what I have seen and what you have seen, but I have seen it with my own eyes. Dandelion on the side also took the binoculars to look at the situation in the arena and sighed faintly. That little devil has inherited the power of lightning from the ancient giant Ultraman. Oh, Ultraman. The two sisters were puzzled. Yes. Dandelion nodded and told the two sisters the story he had heard from Iger. The two sisters listened. The shock on their faces couldn't be added. Doesn't this mean that in addition to the ability of sand, he also inherited the ability of lightning? That's not dual nature. Oh my god. This is too scary. On the dog-headed warship, Garp also saw the flashing streamer at the same time. What the hell is this? Garp wondered if he was dizzy. How can I watch my grandson shave there with special effects of thunder and lightning? Rubbing his eyes with the back of his hand, and then putting the whole senbei into his mouth. Garp opened his eyes and took a closer look. Fuck, it's really lightning. Garp's snot came out of fright, staring at the thunder light scurrying around the arrows in the distance with big eyes, seeing and hearing the domineering drive to the maximum power. Really is. As a naval instructor, I deeply know that even if the 6-style shaving of the Navy reaches the highest level, it is absolutely impossible for people to have such a fast speed. This speed is fast. Even if you have the domineering look and feel, you still can't react very well. How did he do it? Compared with the Snake Girl sisters on the 9 Snake Pirates and Garp on the dog-headed warship, the most shocked is naturally Hancock, who is in the battle. She was full of domineering, and of course she could feel that something extremely fast was going around in the middle of her arrows. And this thing is Iggy, who is the incarnation of lightning. But that's it. It's outrageous, isn't it? Isn't this guy's ability a rustling fruit? How can it become lightning? And so fast? Then what is the effect of your carefully prepared tactics? A series of question marks rose in Hancock's mind, but a series of metal crashing sounds pulled her from the trance back to reality. Jingle jingle. Hancock resumed his observation of the battlefield and saw that the arrow he shot stopped at halfway and then fell vertically. Looking closely, each arrow was broken into 2 pieces by others, and the initiator was standing in a completely different direction at this time, looking at himself with a slight smile. How so? Hancock pointed blankly at Iger in the distance, and he couldn't say anything. So soon? Iger smiled, and countless electric currents suddenly surged on his body, and then the whole body directly turned into a thunder light, soaring into the sky, flying into the clouds and flying towards the distance. Hancock turned to the direction Iger had left, frowning, not knowing what this guy wanted to do. However, in the next moment her pupils suddenly contracted. In the case of seeing and hearing domineering, she felt that something was flying close to her from behind at a very terrifying speed. Tens of thousands of kilometers, thousands of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers. In the eyes of ordinary people, it takes a long time to travel by car and plane, but for it is only a moment. This moment was so short, I didn't even have time to turn around. Even if you can feel it in advance, it is too late to react. It's such a terrifying speed. Something cool was placed on the back of his neck, and then the sound of the sword being unsheathed came from behind him, and after that, a water-like sword light suddenly flashed around his neck. Immediately afterwards, the solid rock wall facing in front of him was suddenly cut in 2, and the section was as smooth as a mirror. Little Master just ran around the red soil continent and came back. Iger's voice came from behind. I want to say that although I move very fast, I am very durable. Lost. The coldness of the sword came from the back of his neck, and Hancock knew that he had lost, especially when Iger finished saying that. She knew that she had no chance at all. What does that sentence mean? He can travel super long distances at that speed. In other words, moving at such a high speed for this battle, if he wants to, he can keep running around like this, and he has no way to take him. After the last duel, Hancock had already discovered that if he hit hard, he might not be able to touch him. After all, this product also has the skill of overlord color entanglement. So Hancock thought about it for so many days, and the only way he could think of defeating him was to use his own knowledge to complete the whole process of suppressing the rhythm. But this is based on the fact that Iger can only rustle fruit. As long as his speed is faster than his arrows, his tactics have already failed. In other words, after he showed his high-speed movement that was comparable to lightning, his last hope of winning was gone. He is so strong. But what she didn't expect herself was that when she lost to Iger this time, she didn't have the feeling of defeat and humiliation, but a kind of relief. It seems that it is not impossible to lose to him. Chapter 109. Ever heard of Intimacy Paradise? I lost. Hancock gave up resistance, wrapped his throat in armed color, and said it in a calm tone. I, Hancock, today lost to Iggy. The voice is not high, but it can make the 2 ships around can hear what she is saying. Very calm. What? Impossible? How could my sister admit defeat? Sander and Mary, standing on the Hydra pirate ship, were stunned on the spot. What sin did you do in your past life? In this life, I can actually see such a fantastic scene. Her elder sister, the king of their Amazon Lily Kingdom, Her Majesty Snake, who ascended to the throne by fighting non-stop, that sweet girl of the sky, actually conceded defeat in public. What a joke. Boya Hancock, known for being stubborn in the Lily Kingdom, has never conceded defeat since he was born. Even if he encounters an opponent he can't beat temporarily, he will leave a ruthless remark, and he will save face in a few days. Get it back. It is such a girl who admits defeat is difficult to reach the sky, and she said this sentence so loudly today with domineering. What the hell did Ignatius do? Let her say this so calmly. Compared with the 2 sisters Sander and Mary, the focus of Carp on the dog-headed warship is not on Hancock at all. Damn it, how can this kid run so fast? He's flying so fast. Garp threw away the binoculars directly. 2 strong palms hugged his head full of white hair. His eyes were bigger than light bulbs, and he shouted his surprise in place. What kind of skill is this? Obviously a person with the ability to rustle fruit. How can it move as fast as lightning? That is not the six forms at all, because he has never taught him, and Long, who has always been obsessed with the revolutionary cause, is even less likely to teach him. Could this guy run so far with his own explosive power? How could it be possible? Fool. What kind of person has electro-optical special effects when running, and it can fly? This is not bullshit, is it not? Being able to run up to the sky with the help of the body, and also comes with electro-optical special effects. This looks much more powerful than the 6-style moon cloth. How the hell did this kid do it? In the arena, Iger, who was holding a dragon and horse, stood behind Hancock but was stunned. Looking at Hancock, who was completely unguarded in front of him, he never thought that this time such a proud guy would admit defeat so easily. The opponent has already conceded defeat, so he can't continue pressing, and immediately the palm is released and the dragon horse in his hand is taken back into the system warehouse. After repeated tests, Iger found that the system has its own harmonious ability. In the eyes of other people, if he collects things in the system warehouse, it will automatically become the ability to use fruit to collect things. Even the matter of the second fruit ability can be put aside with the power of Ultra. So now Iger can do whatever he wants in front of others and use the system warehouse to collect items, even if Hancock is looking at himself. I have to say that when Hancock withdrew his fighting intent, he really became very girly and sweet. I don't know why he looked so soft and weak, but Iger actually felt a sense of regret in his heart, regretting that his rubbish words were too exaggerated. Of course, it was impossible for him to really run around the Red Earth continent, but he only came back after several dozen laps in the surrounding sea area. He said this sentence originally to disturb Hancock's mentality. How could he know that this sentence directly broke her mentality? I really didn't expect her to admit defeat so quickly. This scene was something that even Iger could never have imagined. Hancock, you are how? Iger didn't know why Hancock suddenly gave up his resistance and conceded defeat. What's up? Hancock said. The soft and sweet feeling disappeared, and he turned back to the arrogant empress. The concubine has given up. Don't you understand? I understand, but Iger wanted to say something but was interrupted directly by Hancock. It's enough if you understand it. It's frustrating. Hancock rolled his eyes. I am willing to admit defeat, and my concubine agrees to join your Kaiwilhe. This bastard. They said they gave up. What about concubines? But speaking of it, joining Kaiwilhe was actually something that Hancock had thought about before. If you join the Kaiwilhe camp, then your country is equivalent to the protection of the world's official government, and you will have no worries about your voyage. So from the beginning, when Iger proposed to let her enter the Kaiwilhe, her heart did not resist at all. She originally thought that she would definitely fight, but when she realized that her tactics were useless for Iger, she suddenly felt that admitting defeat would not be so difficult for herself. In other words, it is not difficult to admit defeat to Iger, although she didn't know why. But at this moment, she really felt that Iger seemed to be different from other people. To others, what she is unwilling to do even if she dies seems to be nothing to him. It's so weird. Iger didn't know why, but he always felt that this Hancock was a bit strange. Hancock in the impression, but arrogant and elegant. How could he do something that only a little girl would do? And she would never speak to others in such a rogue tone. Is it because she is only 10 years old now? Forget it. Since I entered this world, I have long discovered that many of the characters I know are somewhat different from my impressions. This change in Hancock is nothing. The most important thing at the moment is not Kaiwilhe, but hey, Kaiwilhe is definitely going to be. But before that, I want to tell you something. Iger leaned over and said mysteriously, What's the matter? What should Shichibukai pay attention to? The first time Iger got close, Hancock's cheeks blushed slightly, and then he pretended to be okay and distanced himself, pretending to be calm. Concubine, what happened? Why does this kid feel his heart pounding as soon as he gets close to his concubine? What on earth is it? Could it be that this little devil's overlord has cultivated to another realm? How strong is this kid now? No, it's more important than that. Iger shook his head. What I'm about to say is about a distant great ideal. Ideal? Hancock looked puzzled. Yes, ideal. Iger stared straight into Hancock's eyes. Hancock, have you heard of Intimacy Heaven? Chapter 110. Concubine, willing to make out together. Intimacy in heaven? The concubine has never heard of it. Hancock was a little embarrassed to see Iger, and a blush spread from his cheeks to the tips of his ears and neck. You can't possibly have heard of it, so I'll tell you about it. Of course, Iger knew that Hancock could not have heard of it. After all, he was an intimate paradise, but a peerless divine book brought from a distant world. Seeing Hancock shaking his head, Iger suddenly got excited, told Hancock to sit down, and then talked about his intimacy. I don't know why. Hancock was caught by Iger's arm, and he felt that his whole body was soft, and he spread it directly on the python that he was carrying. These strange Iggy did not notice at all and talked about it on his own. In a distant ancient transition, oppressed people have suffered for generations. Instead of a visible enemy, people face a huge invisible demon. Although the devil cannot be seen or touched, it affects the fate of everyone, causing everyone to be deeply oppressed and exploited. Until one day, a book called Intimacy Paradise came out, which recorded the thoughts that are deviant but can save everyone. That's the idea of making out. Why are these two sitting down again? Garp picked up the binoculars he threw away from the ground and was seeing two people sitting face to face, Iger's eyes glowing, and he was talking non-stop. The girl next to her listened attentively and put on an expression of deep approval. Where have you seen this scene? Where is it? Garp couldn't remember for a moment. Suddenly, a hand rested on Garp's shoulder. Cap-kun, I have something to say to IG-kun. Oh, it's you, Jinping. That scared the old man. Watching the fun was so fascinated that Garp didn't even use the knowledge color that he usually passively turns on, and was taken aback by Jinbei's words. However, when he turned to see Jinbei's face, Garp suddenly remembered. Alas, Jinbei, you came just in time. I remember last time Iger finished playing with you. Did I have a long chat with you? He grabbed Jinbei's neck, looked Jinbei next to him, and put the telescope in front of Jinbei's eyes. Cap-kun, not knowing what Garp wanted to do, Jinbei instinctively wanted to refuse, but when the telescope was in front of him, he saw that Iger was having a long conversation with the Empress. Well, Iggy-kun, this is. Jinbei's pupils shrank slightly. He remembered that after he finished fighting with Iger, Iger also talked with him from noon to evening. So in an instant he knew what Iger was doing now. It seems that is the 9 snake pirates that he explained to himself. What did you see? Garp asked curiously, turning his face over. Well, Cap-kun, Iger-kun is trying to persuade that little girl to join the kabuki. A long time ago, Iger had explained to Jinping that he could not reveal the affair of intimacy to others. But the object was Iggy's grandfather Garp, and Jinbei couldn't lie, so he was very smart to use this obscure method to remind Garp. Oh, so that's the case. Isn't it going to count as another military exploit for Iger? Garp was overjoyed when Iger recruited another powerful pirate. Jinbei didn't fight this time, just looked at Iggy and Hancock quietly, with a relieved smile on his face. Iger-kun, have you started spreading his thoughts again? In the arena, Hancock couldn't hear what Iger was talking about. After all, in her eyes, when Iger spoke his thoughts in high spirits, his expression was really handsome. But as Iger spoke more and more, Hancock's expression changed from fascinated to solemn to shock, and finally to shock. Is this really something that a child less than 10 years old can say? I'm afraid there is a shogunist and a philosopher behind him, right? In less than 2 hours, this little devil explained the development history of the entire world, the current form of the world, and the various loopholes under the rule of the world's official government. How could this be something he could say? At his age, he was still bullying his own dog for the child next door, and angrily going to smash other people's glass. How could he see the situation in the whole world so clearly? Is this guy listening to world news like a bedtime story? Many of the things that Iger said were only known after he was captured by the Tianlong people, and there were many more things that even he had never heard of. For example, the secrets of the world's official government, such as the secrets of Wano, and those countries that may be related to the Great Kingdom that have disappeared over the years. Listening to these, Hancock feels that he has gained a lot of knowledge. What's more amazing, he actually has a complete set of solutions. This is the most incredible place. From the current situation, Iger can not only analyze the circumstance that has been cut under the rule of the world's official government, but also can point out the fundamental flaw of this rule, and even give a way to make up for this flaw. That's the intimacy idea. Those nouns that I have never heard before in Iger's mouth have become ideological weapons that can change the world. Hancock just felt that the person in front of him was glowing. Not only is the combat power so powerful, but he even has such a profound thought. How can there be such a person in the world? Hancock didn't notice at all. There were already many strange colors in his eyes when he looked at Iger. So, Hancock, that's the idea of making out, Iger said dry-mouthed again. Kaiwuhei is just an identity. I hope to join my camp. Agreed. The concubine is willing to make out with you. Before Iger's words were finished, Hancock couldn't wait to agree. Being with such a person and doing what you should do for a common ideal is simply the happiest thing in the world. Iger didn't expect Hancock to agree so quickly. He couldn't believe it for a while. In this way, the concubine represents the Amazon Lily Kingdom and is willing to be your most solid backing. If you need any help, we will never refuse, and will definitely go all out. Seeing Iger's reaction, Hancock thought it was Iger who felt that he was too hasty, and immediately moved out of the Amazon Bahi Kingdom to show his sincerity. Good guy. It turns out that young Hancock is so ideal. Chapter 111. You pay my hair. Iger was a little impressed with Hancock. Wow, the rumored female emperor is indeed well deserved. She has big ambitions. She is determined determined to work in all directions, and she works vigorously and resolutely. These things. I talked to Jinping for a full afternoon, and then I talked about the most powerful fighting force in this Murloc nation. At first glance, the ideological awareness is not advanced enough. Look at our Hancock. After talking for only 2 hours, I understood, and I wanted to follow me. He even said that he would mobilize the whole country to help himself. Hearing Hancock's words, Iger was overjoyed and immediately grabbed Hancock's hand and said excitedly, "That's great, Hancock. It's a great blessing to have you on board." No one had ever dared to do this to her Hancock, but when Igla raised her hand, there was only one thought in Hancock's mind. I hold the concubine's hand. It's a feeling of happiness. Even Hancock himself didn't notice that there were a lot of pink bubbles coming out of his back. "What's wrong with my sister?" "I don't know. How did she start bubbling?" On the 9 snake pirates, Sander and Mary held the binoculars, watching one after another pink bubbles rise from behind Hancock and then burst one by one. "Don't know what happened, but look at that. There should be no danger. After all, she seems to be very happy." He and Hancock finally got together. With a move of Iger's palm, 2 stairs extended from the wall of the arena and divided into 2 directions in mid-air, connecting the 9 snake pirates and the dog-headed warship respectively. Then, I saw Hancock and Iger return to their ships respectively. "How is it, sister? Are you not hurt?" Seeing Hancock walking down dizzy, Sander and Mary suddenly became worried, holding Hancock one by one and checking up and down. "No, I'm fine." Hancock waved his hand. His mind was full of the figure of Iger who was talking about ideals just now, and a trace of blush spread from his face. "It's all right. Your face is so red. Did that bastard burn you just now?" In this state they said that they were all right. Sander and Mary were the first to not believe it, so they quickly lifted Hancock up and moved to the infirmary on the ship. "Oh, it's all right." After pulling back and forth for a while, Hancock's state finally returned to normal, struggling to jump from the arms of his 2 sisters. "Turn the rudder. Let's move closer to that warship," she commanded loudly. On the other side, on the dog-headed warship, Iger also walked down from the overpass slowly and leisurely. Ige kun. When Garp and Jinp saw Iger walking down, they hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. "Yo Jinpei, I happen to be looking for you." Iger waved at Jinpei and smiled. "Looking for me?" Jinpei pointed to himself. "Yeah, I told Hancock just now that I want you to come over and talk to him." Just before Hancock and Iger came back, Iger specially explained to Hancock that he wanted to introduce Jinpei to Hancock. Hancock has long heard of the name of the Sun Pirates, and he was rescued by this group of Murlocs. He has a good impression of the Sun Pirates and readily agrees. Iger's idea was that Hancock was still on a trip to sea, so it was time for Jinpei to act with her for a while, and when he returned to the Goa Kingdom, he would join them and register at the Navy headquarters together. After listening to Iger finishing his thoughts, Jinpei agreed and then jumped into the sea without delay and swam to the 9 Snakes pirate ship. "Iggy, Grandpa asked you something." Watching Jinpei get on Hancock's boat, Garp suddenly approached with gossip. What's the matter, Grandpa?" Iger felt something wrong. "How did you do that move just now? The high-speed movement with the lightning effect." Garp was nervous for fear that Iger would say something like, "Just run again." Sure enough, he really asked. Iger knew that Garp would ask himself what was going on, but he was too lazy to explain it every time. The most important thing now is to introduce Hancock and Jinpei. How can there be time to explain such a boring thing? This, Grandpa. Go and ask Brother Will and the others. Iger prevaricated, and then yellow sand mist escaped from his body. Then the whole person dissipated with the wind, and when he reappeared, he was already standing on Hancock's boat. "Hey, Iger, really?" Iger drifted away with the wind, and Garp had no choice but to grit his teeth angrily, turned and entered the cabin. Immediately afterwards, there were screams in the cabin, and Garp's roar of "Why didn't you take me there?" The sun gradually set over the sea again, and it was almost dusk in a blink of an eye. During this period of time, Iger introduced Jinpei to Hancock, and then told the 2 of his next thoughts. "It's still in the stage of recruiting comrades, so let the 2 act together for the time being, and if you see someone who is thoughtful, you will hook up with him." The 2 also readily agreed. Of course, during the whole process, Iger didn't mention Mary Joa, and Jinpei didn't ask why Hancock was very fond of the Sun Pirates. In the end, the first meeting between Hancock and Jinpei was a complete success, and after Ig was sent back to the dog-headed warship, the 2 pirates were ready to go together. There was a small episode in the middle. Brooke, who was originally on the warship, seemed to see that Jinpei was going to part ways with the Navy, so he hurriedly followed and got on the ship of the Sun Pirates. In this way, the 9 Snake Pirates and the Sun Pirates united as a team and continued their journey, while Iger continued to follow Garp towards the original destination, the Kingdom of Goa. This used to be a good thing. However, it seems that it was deliberately trying to make Iger forget about this matter. Since Iger finished fighting Ryoma, the system has never reported about about the handsome man's book. And during the comfortable banquets and voyages in the next few days, Iger will have little chance to continue to play Crollo or Saitama teacher. Iger spent 10 evolution points to exchange for a training ground in the system mall. Usually he would get into the training space to test his new tricks. He was obsessed with training and he forgot about it until the morning of the 7th day. Ding, remind the master, your mission self-cultivation of a beautiful man has been completed. Ding, it is judged that Saitama's performance is higher than that of Crollo. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the Saitama face modifier. The system will automatically use it for you. Damn it, God system, you pay my hair. Chapter 112 Arrive, Windmill Village. Dog days system. Ah, my hair, my thick hair, you pay me. Iggy is about to fly and bite. This shitty system, she said to herself why she didn't do anything to herself these days. It turned out to be holding back this hand. What a fool. Iger touched his bald head in distress. His heart was bleeding. Could it be that I am going to live a lifetime just like that? Even if he looks more handsome than Ace, what's the use? What girl would fall for a bald guy? Whoa, 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 whoa. You'll come out to me in the system. Look at what you've done. Iger stood in front of the mirror and roared, but he found that even if he was bald, he looked much better than before. Ding, I'm here. Master, what are your orders? The system's lazy voice sounded. You pay for my hair. Iger pointed to his head reflecting under the light bulb. Ding, isn't this the master's favorite hairstyle? Fuck, when did I say I like baldness? Then why hasn't the master completed the role-playing progress these days? Well, Iger was so choked that he couldn't speak. Damn, such an important thing. I forgot about it because I was addicted to practicing skills. A single mistake can lead to eternal hatred. Iger was furious. I don't care. You have to give me hair. He simply rolled on the ground. Ding, that's it. Master, don't roll around. Come and take a look at the system mall. The system was forced to compromise, so he had to compromise and launched a good product in the system mall. Well, it's almost the same. Iger instantly bounced off the ground with a satisfied expression and directly opened the system mall. As soon as it was opened, a row of wigs of different colors and shapes came into view. Silver, medium and long curly hair, brown and black textured perm, Yagami style head, black afro, all kinds of hair. Dazzling. Yge is simply dazzling. Only people without hair will have such obsessions with various hairstyles. Iger was happy, but not for long. He glanced at the prices under the various hairstyles and nearly fainted. What the fuck is this? You sell 50 evolution points per hair? Ding, master, what you are looking at is the most expensive. You are looking down. Gritting his teeth, Iger looked at the pitiful 14 evolution points in his pocket and spent half an hour picking out a good haircut. Item name, elegant dark red perm. Description, very beautiful hair which looks black under normal light and shows a very textured dark red under bright light sources. Because it is too beautiful, it will suppress 30% of its owner's power and it can only be recovered if it is removed. Price, evolution point *14. Iger looked at his evolution point and then looked at the ugly looking hair next to him. He gritted his teeth and stomped his feet to confirm the purchase. Ding, congratulations to the master for getting a new item, elegant dark red perm. Do you want to use it? Yes. Iger had the heart to kill. Ding, successful use. Something suddenly covered the top of his head. Iger felt a warmth and the tip of his ears and eyebrows also felt a fluffy touch. Look in the mirror again. So handsome. Not to mention, it is several times more handsome than before. The freckles are gone. The facial lines are handsome and gentle, and with the dark red hair, it is simply the level of Cavendish. These 14 evolution points are really worth it. Debuff that suppresses 30% of his strength. He will just take off his hair when the battle is over. Tisk tisk, if I were a bitch, I would have fallen in love with myself a long time ago. Iger looked at himself in the mirror with a look of intoxication. This way I can distinguish myself from Ace. Humming a ditty, Iger went to the cafeteria to eat. After this little episode, it was another few days of safe sailing. Finally on this day, the dog-headed warship docked at the port of Windmill Village. Luffy, you bastard, are you fooling around with that Shanks guy again? Garp yelled and kicked the door of a certain tavern. When he saw that Luffy was inside, his iron fist was covered with the color of steel and he would beat him up if he rushed forward. Cap, what are you doing? Shanks isn't here at all. Makino, the proprietress, guarded Luffy behind him, scolding Garp in dissatisfaction. A little bit. Grandpa is a big idiot. Luffy hid behind Makino arrogantly, grimacing at Garp. You bastard, I won't take care of you. Garp was furious and rushed up. The three of them were in a mess all of a sudden, and Iggy and Pakuto looked at them helplessly from the side, not knowing what to say. Finally, the grandson still couldn't beat his grandfather, and Luffy was picked up by Garp. Look at you. If you don't study well every day, look at your brother. You're only 8 years old, and he's determined to be a Navy admiral. Garp held Luffy in front of Ig with a hatred of iron. Hello, Luffy. Iggy waved at him a little embarrassedly. Although he had known for a long time that he could meet the protagonist of the original work. He did not expect to meet in this way. However, Luffy was not at all embarrassed, and even the large bags that were knocked out by Garp just now didn't hurt anymore, and looked at Iggy with glowing eyes. Are you going to be an admiral? It's amazing. I want to be the pirate king. It hurts. Before Luffy's words were finished, Garp's fist hit him on the head again. Bastard, what are you going to be? I said I want to be the pirate king. Luffy covered his head and refused to admit defeat. You. Garp's eyes widened at the time, and he raised his fist to punch him again. Okay Grandpa, don't we still have business to do? Iger couldn't stand it any longer and stopped Garp by speaking out. Ow, that's right, huh? Grandpa. Garp was persuaded to stop, but Luffy became curious. Not only Luffy, but Makino in the tavern and a group of other people all followed the gossip. When Garp said brother just now, everyone thought it was just a title, but this older brother also calls Garp Grandpa, so he has a lot of knowledge. Could it be that this is actually the son of Garp's illegitimate son? A pair of gossip eyes immediately hung on Garp, and everyone was waiting for him to say something. The old man is here today to change your place and let you meet your brothers. Come with me. Garp snorted and walked out with Luffy. Chapter 113 Poor Gas Dace. My name is Luffy. I want to be the pirate king. What's your name? How old are you? Can we be friends? Are you really going to be an admiral? You look so handsome in that dress. Look at my grandfather. Although this old man has a bad temper and is stupid, he is super strong. He is so strong that he is still a vice admiral. When I think that he is so powerful, he can only be a lieutenant general, and I don't want to be a navy. Luffy was pinched by Garp under his arm, and his head was directed at Iggy, who was following behind him. In just 10 minutes journey, the kid's mouth didn't stop at all. Apparently, Garp put him in the windmill village. There were no children to play with, and he was suffocated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hooked up with Shanks and yearned for pirates. Alas, what a kid who was delayed by his grandfather and father. Although Luffy doesn't have a straw hat yet, and he hasn't eaten a rubber fruit yet, his heart for the sea is settled. While sighing inwardly at this guy's difficulty, Iggy smiled and talked to him. You are amazing. You want to become the pirate king? Then I will arrest you in the future. My name is Iggy, and I'm a man who wants to be an admiral. Although Grandpa is very strong, it won't affect me as a general. Listen to me. Stop being a pirate. Pirates have no future. Come and be a navy. Seeing the murderous aura rising from Garp's body, Iger, who originally wanted to talk to Luffy about the ideal of a pirate, suddenly changed his tune and immediately persuaded Luffy to become a navy. No way. The iron fist that Garp raised, even if he just glanced at it, it felt so hard. It must be very painful to hit. No, I'm not a navy. I don't want to listen to Grandpa every day. Oops, it hurts. As expected, Luffy firmly refused and ended up being hit by Garp again. Holding his head with tears in his eyes and blinking at Iger with big eyes, Luffy pitifully asked Iger for help. In this kind of thing, Iger didn't dare to touch Garp's mold, and he could only pretend not to see it. Just beside the windmill village, there is a mountain called Kobo Mountain, and there lives a female bandit named Dotton. This is something Iger has known for a long time. The three of them were noisy all the way, and they came to the hut in the woods of the bandit Dotton. Garp stood in front of the door, put Luffy on the ground, raised the loudspeaker he carried with him, and shouted at the door of the wooden house. Dadan, open the door for this old man. This sound of Garp even used domineering, and the whole hut was about to fall apart by him. Who is it? It's going to die. It's so loud. It's making no one sleep. After a while, an incomparably rough roar came from the door, and then the wooden door of the cabin was kicked open, and a large figure flew out directly, placing Garp on the ground with a butt. Luffy and Iggy were startled and jumped away. Looking back again, I saw a sturdy woman with curly yellow hair sitting on Garp's lower waist, grabbing Garp's legs with both hands and pulling back hard. Oh, it hurts. Forgive me. Garp lay on the ground and begged for mercy by beating the ground with his fists. If you say forgive, you will forgive you. Last time you shouted so loudly, the house collapsed by you. Don't you know? Even if he begged for mercy, Dotton didn't mean to let him go. Has Grandpa been here before, this fat auntie? Xiao Luffy listened to the conversation between the two and grasped the key point of the conversation with great precision. However, there was no compliment. What greeted him was Dotton's murderous gaze. Stinky brat, who are you calling a fat lady? I'm sorry. Luffy was so scared that his hair exploded, and he quickly apologized. Seeing that you are a child, I will let you go. Dotton snorted heavily and stood up from Garp. I said, Garp, you really think I'm a nursery here, don't you? One ace is enough for me to toss. Do you want two more? This offline vice admiral has always come to the door for everything. As soon as he came here with his two children, Dotton knew what he was going to do. Ahahaha, this is Luffy, that is Iggy, like Ace, they are my grandsons. They'll ask you. Dotton. Garp didn't seem to hear Dadan's dissatisfaction and just got up from the ground. He introduced Dadan one by one. I'm not a kindergarten, I'm a bandit. Dotton was completely angry, and he roared while holding Garp Carp by the neck. "Oh, I know, the bandit Dodden, the old man's grandson, will get rid of you." Cap bared his teeth. Dan was so angry that he rolled his eyes. "This Carp is simply a rogue, dignified vice admiral. How can he have such a thick skin?" "Ace, where is Ace?" Carp, however, didn't know Dan's inner activities, so he took out his horn again and shouted into the room, "Come and meet your brothers, Luffy and Iggy. I told you not to use the loudspeaker, you bastard." Call out. Boom. Before Dodden could finish speaking, a swirling stone suddenly appeared out of nowhere, cut through the air, and hit Luffy's feet straight, causing a puff of smoke. Everyone was startled and looked around quickly. In the end, Dodden, who knew his own children better, found the source of Shiza and yelled irritably somewhere in the forest, "Ace, how many times have I told you? Be polite." Then everyone followed Dodden's gaze and saw Ace in Carp's mouth. "I saw a small child in orange short-sleeved sitting on the dense tree facing the wooden house, throwing a stone up and down in his hand. Black curly hair, very American freckles, white and tender skin, drooping mouth corners, and those iconic dead fish eyes. At first glance, he looks like a pretty bad boy." Poor Gasti Ace. This is his twin brother in this world. Ace, I don't know why, but Yi has a good feeling for this guy for no reason. Just as he was about to take a step to say hello, he was smashed under his feet by another stone that was smashing rapidly, and he couldn't help but stop. "Ace, I didn't see Grandpa coming." When Dodden saw Ace's reaction, the fire became even bigger. "Hey, I didn't ask for this stinky old man again." Ace sat on the tree and pouted. "Besides, I'm annoyed looking at these two little brats. Won't let me live with them. Ha ha ha." "Ace, this is the old man's grandson Luffy. This is your twin brother, Iggy." Garp didn't mind Ace's attitude at all, and introduced him with a smile. "Hey, Ace, you look so handsome. Can we be friends?" Luffy was so handsome by Ace's posture that he immediately wanted to make friends. "Hey, little brat, don't bother me." Ace took out another rock from his trouser pocket and threw it down. At the beginning of the battle on the top, the most unfortunate thing was that Ace died in battle. "In this life, I will protect it to the death." Chapter 114. If you don't accept it, let's fight. Call out. With a sharp wind sound, the gravel smashed towards Luffy at an extremely fast speed. This time, Ace didn't show any mercy. The stone directly aimed at Luffy's head. However, in the face of the menacing Shizer, Luffy, who was dumb and cute, had no intention of dodging. The current Luffy has not eaten the rubber fruit yet. If Ace hits a rock, he will break a bone. IG couldn't watch Luffy being beaten. He stretched out his palm to block in front of Luffy, and the blue light of the spar on the palm shone. Clatter. Ordinary stones were naturally incapable of being compared with Iger's crystallized sand and stones. The swirling stones smashed them hard and then shattered into several pieces. "Ace, is that how you greet your twin brother?" Wait, twin brother?" When Dodden saw Ace, he was not obedient, and his whole hair exploded. He just picked up the big hammer and was about to go up, but he suddenly reacted to the word Carp said just now. "Twin brother? Does this Ace have a younger brother? Does Roger have another son?" However, looking at his upright and awe-inspiring appearance, he is completely different from Ace. "Cap, what's going on?" Dodden was puzzled and asked in a low voice next to Carp. "Ah ha 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 ha. The three of them are really familiar with each other. It's so lively, ha 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 ha." Carp ignored her at all, watching the three children fight. "Ha ha. You call this Jiraichi? Do you have eyes, you bastard?" Dodden was really fed up with the offline Carp, so he didn't ask, and roared and complained. She still knows Carp quite well. If he wants to tell herself, he will definitely say it. Just now this situation, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a scene where brothers meet. It smells of gunpowder, and it feels like a fight is about to start. Dodden looked at Iggy and Luffy with some concern. This Esco is not easy to mess with at all. Not only has a big temper, but also bad, but he is very good at fighting. Not to mention children, even those gangsters in the village were beaten by this kid. In front of this kid, Iger and Luffy, the two little devils, I am afraid that they are not enough to look at together. Watch out, don't let them fight. Dodden held Carp's ear and said, "You don't know that Ace, the kid, fights outside every day, and those bastards and bandits were almost killed by him. Oh, Ace is so powerful, as expected of the old man's grandson. Ha 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 ha." Garp didn't take it seriously at all, still smiling indifferently. "Almost killed a bastard? The IG I brought this time almost killed Shishibukai." Carp is simply watching the fun and doesn't think it's a big deal. Of course he knew Ace's temper. Every time he came to see Ace over the years, he always looked lonely. That's why Garp brought Luffy and Iggy this time, and wanted them to come into contact with each other. It is definitely easier to accept children than adults. The current Ace lacks companions. "Why are you meddling?" On the other side, Ace, who was sitting on the tree, stared at Iger with his wicked dead fish eyes. The stones in his trouser pocket seemed to be inexhaustible and appeared in his hands again. "You are not good, Ace. This guy is also your younger brother. How can you attack so hard?" IG pointed to Luffy behind him and persuaded Ace earnestly. "Fuck, I don't have a brother at all, and why should I be polite to a guy who wants to be in the Navy. Unable to hear what Iger said, Ace shouted, and the stone in his hand was thrown down again. Call out, snap. The swirling stone increased its strength this time, but was slapped by Iger and flew out again. How can you say that? What's wrong with being a Navy? Ignatius really felt that Ace was embarrassed. When I saw Luffy being bullied by Ace for so long, I thought it was an exaggeration. Seeing me, it's even worse than the original. In the words just now, Iger even felt a slight fluctuation in the Overlord's color. Obviously Ace's mood was fluctuating violently. Ace would almost kill someone just because someone said something bad about Roger. Of course, he will not have a good impression on the Navy that has been chasing Roger and rendering Roger a heinous devil, especially when he heard just now that this Iger actually wanted to be an admiral. This is simply unbearable. People who want to be in the Navy are big idiots. Big idiots. They will throw a dog and eat shit when they walk. Ace was obviously out of his temper and competed with Iggy. There were countless words colliding in Iger's mind, and he didn't know what to say for a while. The Navy is the devil. Say you're my brother. Bah. How could Roger's son want to be in the Navy? Seeing that Iger was choked, Aston turned on his fire, and a series of words popped out like beans. What do you know? I want to be a Navy in order to continue Roger's will. Ig was also furious after being sprayed by Ace, and immediately roared, bah, whoever wants to be a Navy is a big idiot. Big idiot. What did you say? Say it again. Just say it. What's the matter? Big fool. Big fool. From now on you will be Navy fool number 1. Did you misunderstand the Navy? The Navy isn't like that. Just misunderstood. What's wrong? The two were arguing hotly, and Luffy on the other side was at a loss. He turned his head back and forth to look at Iggy and Ace, his little face full of tangle. Today was the first time he saw children about his own age, and he thought that he must make friends with them. However, these two actually quarreled, or indirectly because of themselves. That Ace looked so fierce and even threw stones at himself, but he didn't want to be a Navy. He wanted to be a pirate. And Iger, who was standing in front of him, wanted to be a Navy, but he looked very nice and even helped himself to block the stone. For a while, Luffy didn't know who he should help, so he could only run between the two of them and said weakly, "Don't quarrel. How can you still be friends after quarreling?" "Shut up," the two yelled at him in unison. Luffy had no choice but to stop. However, although they all roared, Ig just roared in anger, but Ace, while roaring, took out another stone in his hand and threw it at Luffy. Fuck. Seeing that Ace threw another stone, Iger quickly reacted, and with the force of his feet he threw himself on it, blocking Luffy's body. Boom. The stone bounced off Iger's body again, but this time, Iger was completely angry. This kid is really bad. You quarrel, boy. Why are you throwing stones at innocent people? He frowned and yelled at Ace in the tree. I just threw it away. You don't agree? Come and beat me if you don't agree. That's what you said. Don't cry. Chapter 115. No need to be able to pick you up. Just you. Ace showed disdain and pouted. Those who aspire to be in the Navy will not be able to defeat me. How can a guy who is determined to get into that kind of place beat me? Not to brag, just his thin arms and thin legs. He can beat 10 of them. I have been in the streets of the village since I was a child, and I fought with those bad boys and gangsters. There are not 100 or 50 children who have been cleaned up. This kind of ability developed through combat is not something that can be matched by a little brat who thinks he is invincible after so-called training. Not to mention children. Even those bandits who have joined the bandit group are not their opponents at all. Looking at the entire Windmill Village, if you want to say that he is the second in the fight, no one dares to call himself the first. This is the difference between pirates and Navy. In the heart of young Ace, the difference between the Navy and the pirates is so simple and rude. For him, pirates mean free, and handsome battles, and the Navy means punch-in training at work. If he knew what Ace was thinking at this moment, Iger would definitely spit out blood on the spot. Rao was immediately furious when he heard Ace's words. What's wrong with the Navy? What's wrong with the Navy? I tell you, I just want to create a world in the Navy and pass on my father's will. Fart. Dad's will can only be passed on by pirates. I'll take care of you, this wicked son of a bitch, today. For Iger, who has always said that being a Navy can truly inherit Roger's legacy, Ace really has no patience at all. He took out a steel pipe 7 or 8 centimeters thick out of nowhere, waving it flamboyantly, and jumped off the top of the tree. The steel pipe, which was as thick as his own arm and longer than his height, was as light as nothing in his hand, as if it was the golden hoop of Sun Wukong, spinning in circles above his head. Ace's body drew a graceful parabola in the air, and then the steel pipe in his hand stopped spinning, raised it high above his head, and slashed down at Iger's face. Iger naturally doesn't care about this kind of attack, but Xiao Luffy is behind him, and taking this attack is likely to expose Xiao Luffy to danger. So Iggy chose to turn around, picked up Luffy, and threw it high at Garp. Wow! Luffy struggled in vain in the air and flew straight into Garp's arms. This side just caught Luffy, and suddenly came the scream of Dadan from behind Iggy. Only then did Garp react, and when he he turned back, he saw Ace falling from the sky, and the thick steel pipe was draped over the back of Iger's head. Puff! Iger's head was shattered like a sand sculpture, and it turned into a handful of sand and fell to the ground. Damn it, Ace. What did you do? Dan was frightened and rushed over quickly, but he was stopped by Garp's arm. It's alright, take a look. Garp's face was calm, and he motioned for Dodden to see clearly. Dodden turned his head to look at Iger's shattered head, but found that there was a layer of cocky sand on his broken neck. This is elementalization. Dan gasped. Elementalization? That is something that only the devil fruit of the nature department can do. That is to say, this child named Iga is actually a natural power user. Is this the reason why Garp is not in the least hurt? However, where did he get the natural fruit? He had been helping to take care of Ace before, indicating that Garp could not have the conditions to bring children, so this Iger must be placed in another place. So where exactly did Garp put him in order to give a natural fruit to a child who is dependent on others? Does that mean that the force that raised Iggy has resources that are almost terrifying, combined with what Iger said just now to inherit Roger's will? Could this guy, Garp, appear to be a naval hero on the surface, but is he actually planning some monstrous plans? For example, subvert the Navy. Letting himself raise Ace was also part of the plan. However, it seems that what happened to this huge force made him have to transfer the child out. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Dodden's mind, but she dared not think about it any longer. This child accidentally got it when he was shopping for fruit. Seemingly seeing the doubts in Dodden's heart, Garp explained lightly, and then shouted at Iger, "Ig, it's too much to use the fruit power." "I see." Dan's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. "Seems to be thinking too much. Hey, didn't I do this to get Luffy out?" On the other side, Iger slowly agreed, and then slowly returned to the prototype. You are." Ace looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't believe it was true. He was able to hit the stick firmly, and as a result, this guy's head was blown up like a sand sculpture, and it was blown up when it was blown up. How could it be able to recover on its own? What the hell is this? Is it a sand monster? It's weird, doesn't it? Iger turned around slowly, scared. Aston jumped back and distanced himself. This is the ability of the devil fruit. In short, I am a sand man who can turn into sand. Bang. What's so great about turning into sand? Although Ace was disdainful, his eyes were still fixed on the sand fluttering around Iger's body. But Iger put the sand away. "I was forced to use this trick just to save Luffy." Iger stared at Ace. "But to fight you, I'll use pure physique." "Hey, can he do it?" Dan, who was beside him, looked at Iger worriedly and poked Garp. "People who have fruits at this age will generally turn their attention to the ability of the fruits, and the practice of physical arts will be much weaker than their peers. Ace is definitely not a muggle. He is the king of children in this area, and he never loses a fight. That kid actually gave up his advantages and used what he was not good at to fight against Ace." However, in the face of her doubts, Garp just smiled slightly. "Who do you look down on? Even if you use your ability, you are not my opponent." Ace also rolled his eyes, gripping the steel pipe in his hand tighter. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you fight?" Iger urged impatiently. "Hey, look at the trick," Ace shouted, then rushed over with the pole held high. In the face of the menacing steel pipe, Iger on the opposite side stood there calmly, quietly waiting for him to rush over. Laugh. The steel pipe in his hand pierced the air, waving a sharp wind sound, and his face fell. Chapter 166. Call me brother from now on. Grandpa. The two of them look amazing. With Garp habitually tucked under his arm, Luffy looked at the momentum of the two, and his eyes glowed with yearning. These two look really handsome, brave and awesome. When can I be like them and become a man who is not afraid of the sky? Stinky boy, don't learn those brawls. Exercise hard, and you will too in 2 years. As soon as Garp saw Luffy's expression, he knew what the kid was thinking, and immediately rewarded his little head with a fist. Ignoring Luffy, who was covering his head and screaming in pain, Garp turned to look at the two people who were fighting over there. As far as he knows about Ace, the kids who are the same age as him, and who can play him back and forth, should win his favor the most. The reason why he didn't stop Iggy and Ace was because he wanted to make the brothers appreciate each other in this way. It's all the blood of that bastard Roger. Of course, we have to have a good blind date and love each other. On the other hand, Garp still has a little thought, that is, to see if Iger can spread his firm naval ideals to these two disobedient boys. If you can get 3 of them and be willing to become a super talented player in the Navy, then Garp will really be happy. Brush. The steel pipe brought Ace's strength far beyond that of ordinary adults, and slammed into Iger's face. But to Ace's surprise, Iggy didn't dodge, but smiled slightly, and raised a palm to block in front of him. Boom. With a muffled sound, Ace's steel pipe slammed into Iggy's hand under Dodden's worried eyes. However, the expected screams did not come, but Ace's steel pipe was tightly held by Iger with one hand. No. Ace immediately wanted to pull the steel pipe back, but the steel pipe, which had always been quite obedient, seemed to have turned against the water this time, and it just couldn't be pulled out. I still can't believe I can't get it back. If you don't believe in evil, Aston pulled back with the strength of his milk, and the center of the whole person sat back, but the steel pipe seemed to be welded to Iger's hand, and it didn't move at all. Crunch. The sour voice came from the steel pipe. In just a few seconds, Ace was horrified to see that the steel pipe that he had won all battles was actually crushed into flat pieces by Iger. Who the hell is this guy? Oh, it's my brother. What? My brother? Is my younger brother so much stronger than my older brother? This is too exaggerated. One-handed. Flatten that steel pipe with one hand. This is the power of monsters. I have knocked out countless gangsters with it, and even Dodden has no way to break it. Ace deeply remembered that night when Dodden was so mad at himself that he frantically smashed the steel pipe with something, but it was only slightly deformed. This guy actually squeeze him flat with one hand. What kind of sorcery was used? Ace has no way to control his expression, and he doesn't even realize that his mouth has grown enough to fit a whole pineapple. However, now that there is a fight, Iger will not waste this opportunity. Well, wow. Ace, who hadn't reacted yet, grabbed the steel pipe in his hand and was directly thrown into the air by Iger's end. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. It was as if Iger was swiping another mouse. He swung it faster and faster without any pressure. This time, even Ace didn't dare to let go. If this is let go, I don't know how far it will fly. At this speed, it is possible to fly directly out of the Kepler Mountains. Ace felt like he had made the right choice, holding onto the pole tightly. The world gradually blurred before his eyes. Tinnitus and retching began to protest against him, but he clenched his teeth and refused to let go. Suddenly, Iger flattened the steel pipe, letting Ace's feet fall on the ground, and then let go of the steel pipe that he pinched. What's going on today? Ace was like a spinning top, holding the steel pipe in his hand and spinning on the spot. Obviously, his body was turning slower and slower, but he felt that the world around him was turning faster and faster. Finally, the strong-willed Ace, his eyes turned into 2 spirals, fell softly to the ground. The steel pipe in his hand rolled out and rolled under the feet of Dodden and Garp. Garp just glanced at the pinched steel pipe, smiled and said nothing, but Dodden and Luffy next to him jumped up in surprise. Is this really not the Hercules of the dwarves? Are you sure it's the offspring of a human? Even if Roger was outrageously strong back then, his descendants would have reached the peak of Ace. This is meow. It was outrageous to catch Ace's steel pipe with one hand just now. Originally, Dodden thought that Iger would be fractured, but he actually caught it. What made him even more unexpected was that Iger would turn Ace around with one hand like throwing a discus. That's not a mouse, that's Ace. That is Ace, who is far better developed than his peers. With that steel pipe there must be 100 pounds. Even if it is me, I feel a little tired when I shake him with one hand. This kid actually looks like he's nothing. Even though he is about the same size as Ace, he is actually playing with Ace like an adult. That is, the strongest child who has cleaned up countless gangsters. Ace. It was completely crushed in his hands. These riders are also Roger's children, so the gap is so big. Dan couldn't believe it was true. Luffy, on the other hand, ran out with a radiant face and asked Ig how he did it. That's awesome, Iggy. Is this the person who wants to be an admiral? Countless stars burst out from Luffy's eyes so that Iger couldn't see clearly. Hey, see Luffy, as long as you train obediently, you can reach this level. Ha 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 ha. Garp fooled Luffy aside. That's great, I've achieved the results I expected, so I can trick Luffy into becoming a navy. A smug smile appeared on Garp's face. However, I don't want it. I have promised Shanks that I will definitely be a pirate. I want to be a big pirate. Luffy picked his nose like Garp and said disdainfully, "You bastard." Capuchin's plan failed again, roaring in anger, and Iger ignored the noisy 2 people, walked directly to the dizzy Ace, squatted down, patted his cheek, and said, "Hey, Ace, since you said you don't have a brother, how about calling me my brother?" Chapter 117. Go hunting. Good on. When Ace, who was dizzy, heard Iger's words, he suddenly woke up, and the veins on his forehead burst out. A stream of blood rushed to the forehead frantically, and Ace only felt angry. "What did you say?" Ace glared at Iger with his dead fish eyes. "Do you want me to repeat this?" Iger shrugged. "Since you don't want a younger brother, then you have more than one brother." You. Pointing at Iggy's nose, Ace was shaking with anger. He jumped up from the ground with a carp, gnashing his teeth and being speechless. Really pissed him off. How dare this kid be so arrogant? As soon as he came up, he said that he was going to be an admiral, and that was fine. What a shitty admiral can you pass on Roger's will? Ace, can't bear it. Roger's will is freedom, freer than anyone else. It's impossible for a fucking navy to be free. There are people who say such things in front of themselves. How can Ace tolerate him jumping? You have to beat him to relieve his anger. But I actually lost humiliatingly. He was actually swiped in the air by a guy younger than himself, like an adult playing with a child. After the swing, he actually said that he wanted to be his own brother. Humiliation. He humiliates me. This is simply the most humiliating time of my life. He just couldn't beat him at all. Ah, you wait for me. I will definitely defeat you. Ace pointed to Iggy's nose and roared hysterically. Oh, how do you want to beat me? Iger said unmoved. At 8 o'clock tonight you will come to the end of the uncertain thing by yourself. Ace snorted angrily, turned his head and ran into the bushes. Hey, Ace, come back. Dotton roared at Ace's back, but Ace seemed to have not heard her and disappeared into the dense jungle in a flash. This stinky brat, I'm so pissed off. Seeing that Ace didn't listen to what he said at all, Dotton stomped his feet in anger. Ha 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 ha. Onla Dotton, it's normal for children to be slapstick. The bigger the relationship the better. Garp, who was on the side, didn't care and laughed. You really don't have a long heart. Dotton was really helpless to this old guy and sighed while holding his forehead. Then, that's it. I'll leave Luffy to you, Iggy. Let's go. Garp's face changed faster than flipping a book. He calmed down in an instant and Ig was about to leave after saying hello. However, before he could turn around, he was held down by Dadan. Dadan's face was fierce. He glared at Garp fiercely and said sullenly, Are you not going to explain to me what exactly is going on? Damn it, how can there be such a reason? Throwing the child at me and then turning away? I really think this is a nursery. Sorry, I almost forgot. Garp patted his head as if he just remembered that he didn't explain anything to Darton. If you are so forgetful, don't run away. Come back to see your grandson after retirement, you bastard. Dotton was about to die of anger. Garp laughed and followed Dotton into the room. The two drank tea and began to talk about the life experiences of Iggy and Luffy. Iggy and Luffy were left outside. Looking at the direction Ace ran away, Iger fell into contemplation. Uncertainty Terminal. This place is so familiar. Wasn't Ace and Sabo's secret base there? Not only that, but after that, the pirate Brugham's pirate group colluded with the nobles of the Goa Kingdom and wanted to burn the place down with fire. And why did nobles and pirates burn this place down? Because in the near future, the dragons will land in the Goa Kingdom. It was at that time that Sabo was attacked by the dragons, lost his memory, and was rescued by the dragon. Although he joined the Revolutionary Army after being rescued by the dragon, the three Luffy Sabo brothers have been separated from each other since then and have no contact. Ace and Luffy always thought Sabo was dead, and Sabo lost his memory so that when he went to war, Sabo failed to arrive. Sad regret. As Iger fell into memory, a small hand patted his back lightly. When he turned his head, he saw Luffy's little face, his eyes full of light from the stars. Brother Yag, you are so good just now. Can you be friends with me? Although you want to be a navy. Okay, Iger said without hesitation. Really? Luffy obviously did not expect that Iger would agree to himself so easily, and he was overjoyed. Of course. Why lie to you? You should be my brother. Iger shrugged. Great. I have friends. Yay. Luffy jumped up happily. Then do you want to hear why I want to be a navy? No. I want to be a pirate. Iger really admires Xiao Luffy's firm will. It seems that it is still a bit early to instill intimacy in Luffy. Helplessly pouted. He had no choice but to change the subject. Then what? Since we're all friends, Ig whispered quietly to Luffy, Seer, would you like to go to the uncertain terminal with me tonight? Huh? Can you? Ace didn't say you want to go alone. Luffy tilted his head. Of course. He wants to make friends with me. Since you are my friend, of course you can make friends with him. Iger's expression was mysterious and his tone was full of bewitching. In fact, Iger had already thought about it for a long time. He came to Windmill Village with 3 goals. First, let Luffy and Sabo have a childhood in love with each other. Second, learn from Shanks. Third, for a while, the so-called gods of this world, the Tianlong people. In order to accomplish the first small goal, even letting Luffy and Ace come into contact is necessary. I won't stay in Windmill Village all the time. I'll be gone in a few days. At that time, no one will play with you. If you don't make friends with him, what will you do? Seeing Luffy's hesitant expression, Ig continued to explain to him. Well, Luffy pouted as if thinking. After a long time, the desire to make friends overcame his fear, and he showed a bright smile. Then let's go together. It's not too late. It's morning. Wait for us to have a meal, and then go straight. Seeing Luffy agree, Iger was relieved, and then he told his plan. I'll just follow you, big brother Iggy. Luffy nodded vigorously. Okay, then let's go get some game and come back. He. After eating the small animals we caught, they were embarrassed to refuse. Chapter 118 Uncertainty Terminal. In the cabin in the woods, Garp told Dotton all the secrets about Iggy and Luffy. Dadan listened, shook his head and sighed. It's really hard. In order to keep Roger's bloodline going, Garp, a dignified naval hero, actually sent his children to both ends of the world in such a sneaky way. He didn't even have time to take care of his own grandson, and he was thrown into the mountain by him. And this year, there was a change on Iger's side, and according to the Navy's news, the great pirate Shanks seemed to regard Windmill Village as his base camp. Iggy was left alone. Shanks seemed to be intentionally leading Luffy to pirate, and Garp was concerned about the future of these 3 children, so he brought Luffy and Iggy to himself. That is to say. You poor old man is treating me as a nursery. The more he listened, the more angry he became. Oops, hot, hot, hot. Garp struggled in a hurry, finally grabbed his cloak and pulled it down and wiped the tea from his face. Darden looked at Garp's funny appearance of struggling and snorted heavily. Give me more money. Oh, it's good. Kobo will learn, and nodded. Darden's anger subsided. He looked at the wall clock in the room and said, it's getting late. It's time to get ready to cook. Where are the two boys outside? Just as he finished speaking, the tightly closed wooden door was pushed open by one hand. I saw that Iger was holding a few rabbits and pheasants in his left hand, and Luffy was standing at the door in his right hand. While Xiao Luffy's eyes all turned into stars at this time. It's amazing. Luffy's little heart is still pounding because of excitement. No way. The scene just now really shocked him. This one-handed Ace's eldest brother just glanced at the rabbit from a distance. The rabbit's legs twitched and it fell straight to the ground. In this way, the two of them glared at the rabbit all the way and then picked him up like a fruit, picking up 7 or 8 rabbits and 3 pheasants. What were you two doing just now? Darden's eyes almost popped out when he saw that these two children actually brought so many small animals back. How much effort is this? These two children caught so many small animals. She glanced back and forth at the wall clock on the wall, double-checking the time. It's only half an hour. These two children caught more than a dozen small animals. Isn't that obvious? I went hunting, ha 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 ha. Garp came over with a big smile and patted the heads of the two of them, took the animals and handed them back to Darden. Let's have something delicious for lunch. After receiving a lot of fresh ingredients, Darden gave Iger a deep look, then turned and went into the kitchen to cook. After a while, a delicious roasted rabbit full feast was served on the table. As soon as Luffy saw the delicious food, his eyes suddenly lit up. Grabbing the rabbit was a mess, and Iggy and others also took their seats and enjoyed it. Grandpa, Luffy and I want to go out for a while. Iger asked Garp for instructions while chewing on the delicious rabbit legs. What? No, we'll be leaving in a while. The time to go to the headquarters is already very short. Garp was also chomping on the meat. But Ace, then let Luffy go. Iggy looked at Luffy, who was gnawing on the rabbit, and his eyes were full of worry. Luffy hasn't eaten a rubber fruit yet, so it's no wonder that he didn't get killed in the face of such a vile Ace. Absolutely can't let him go by himself. How can that work? Iger wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Garp's wave. Blue blue blue. When the stalemate was stalemate, the phone bug on Garp's waist rang. Garp wiped his hands and answered the phone. Hello, I'm Garp. I'm in Goa Kingdom now. What's wrong? What? Let me stay here? What? Tianlong people are coming here? Then I don't care about them. What does your business have to do with me? The general is you and not me. Ugh. Aw, you bastard. You dare to touch my limited edition senbei and I will fight with you. Hello again. After just a few conversations, Garp became very irritable, apparently being hung up by someone. What's wrong, Grandpa? Iger asked. Go and play with Ace at night. Garp looked depressed. We're going to have to stay here for a while. Dragon people. Darden gave Garp a meaningful look. Isn't it the scumbag Tianlong people? Garp sighed. Because the Tianlong people are coming to the Goa Kingdom, I am forced to stay here. It is as expected. Iger raised his eyebrows, and after listening to Garp's words just now, he felt that something major should have happened recently. After Garp's admission, Iger's conjecture was confirmed. Tianlong people coming to Goa Kingdom. This means that the pirate Brugam and the nobles of the Goa Kingdom have already started planning to burn the terminal of the uncertain thing with fire. It also means that the revolutionary dragon, his own father, will also haunt nearby. It also means that Sabo is about to be tied back by his noble father using pirates. On my side, we need to speed up the process of getting to know Luffy and Sabo, and it will be too late. Without further ado, Iggy grabbed Luffy and rushed out the door. Luffy struggled behind him with 4 rabbit legs stuck in his mouth. Then I'll go now, Grandpa. I'll take care of Luffy. Leaving such a sentence in the distance, Iggy dragged Luffy and disappeared from the sight of Darden and Garp. Well, why are these two boys so interested in Ace? Obviously such a hateful kid. Darden got up and closed the door of the wooden house, muttering, ha 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 ha. This shows that their relationship is very good. Garp didn't care so much and took a big gulp from his glass. Not to mention Darden and Garp, who stayed in the wooden house, but Ig, who was carrying Luffy on his back, stood at the door, turning his feet into tentacles of sand and infiltrating the ground. The tentacles extend infinitely underground. After distinguishing the root systems of trees and fungi, they continue to extend around the intricate root systems in the mountains and forests. It didn't stop extending until the tentacles of sand couldn't feel the roots. After that, Iggy carried Luffy on his back and ran towards the direction Ace left at the fastest speed. A few hours later, the end of the uncertain. Ha ha. Luffy, don't sleep, come down. Iggy stretched out his finger and hit Luffy's head. We're here. Luffy on his back opened his sleepy eyes and looked around. Is this the end of uncertainty? Chapter 119. I give you a hand. For this place, Luffy has long heard of it, and Iger is more familiar with it. This place is actually just a little distance away from Kobo Mountain, on the edge of the entire Goa Kingdom. Needless to say, you can tell where this place is just by looking at it. Dilapidated, dirty, and dilapidated buildings. The roads are almost covered with rubbish, mice looking for food among the rubbish, and children rummaging through the rubbish heap with their baskets on their backs. A combination of dumps and slums. This is the garbage disposal area of the entire Goa Kingdom. All the garbage from all over the country will be transported here. It is because of the mess here, and there are no managers willing to come here. This also caused this place called the Terminal of the Indeterminate to become a gathering place for outlaw fanatics, all kinds of homeless people, and the poor. Logically speaking, after the death of Roger and Raju, Ace's identity would never be inconsistent here, but just because of the reputation of being a pirate king and Ace's constant search for people and asking Roger about it, Ace will be excluded by almost everyone here. The people here call him the devil's son in disgust, and everyone who sees him will curse him viciously and let him die sooner. Growing up in this environment, over time, Ace questioned his existence, thinking that he was someone who was not needed, so his temperament became so bad. The reason why Iggy brought Luffy here is not only to solve Luffy's friendship needs, but also to heal Ace's inner scars. For this kind of psychological trauma, the idea of intimacy is the most curative. That's why Iger kept angering Ace and asked him to prepare for a hardy battle. "Follow me." Iggy lowered his head and instructed Luffy, grabbing his little hand tightly. Luffy looked nervous. Although this was not the first time he had ventured on his own, it was the first time in such a slum environment. All kinds of people passing by, adults, children, gangsters, cast a variety of eyes, or fierce or curious or joking, all made Luffy feel very uneasy. But fortunately, I have a big brother Iger by my side, which really makes people feel very safe. Luffy sighed inwardly. However, before he could finish sighing that this big brother would protect him, Iger led him directly to a thug with a baseball bat. What is he going to do? Xiao Luffy suddenly panicked. Looking at this vicious bastard, he trembled all over. "Hey, do you know where that bastard Ace is?" Iger frowned, arched his nose, widened his eyes, and asked sullenly. However, he is still the body of a child after all. Such behavior does not make people feel scared, but it can stimulate the fierceness of the gangster. "Who are you talking to? Do you know who has the final say in this movie, you stinky bastard?" When the bastard saw that this kid dared to talk to him like that, he swung his baseball bat and smashed it hard. "Call out." "This stick has the sound of breaking the wind, but it is quite heavy just looking at the strength. If it hits the face, I am afraid that it will faint on the spot." And Luffy on the side has closed his eyes. Clang. However, unlike the expected muffled sound, it was a sound of gold and iron clashing. Luffy slowly opened his eyes and was surprised to see that Iggy resisted the gangster's heavy stick with just one hand, and I didn't even feel the vibration at all. Big brother Yig, it's simply amazing. In such a short half day of getting along, Luffy's little heart has been completely grasped by Iger. "Ask you again, where is the bastard Ace?" Iger's expression didn't fluctuate. He still looked directly at the bastard, then slipped his arm and held the baseball bat with his backhand. The crunching and sour voice sounded, and in the frightened eyes of the gangster, the iron baseball bat was directly squashed by Iger. Big brother, me, oh, I'll show you the way. Don't hit me," the gangster admitted on the spot, and immediately nodded and bowed. "If you are sensible, let's go." The thug looked attentive, and took Iggy and Luffy to and fro in the garbage dump, all the way from dusk to dark, and the three stopped at the entrance of an alley. "Big brother, Ace is usually active in this area. We don't know if he has a stronghold, but he must be nearby." The gangster said that he really didn't want to have further contact with Ace, and persuaded Iger not to provoke him too hard, and gave Iger his baseball bat, and then left in a panic. "Thank you, Jerry." Iggy waved at him. After talking all the way, Iger already knew the name of this bastard, and also knew how notorious Ace was in this area. Even the gangsters are reluctant to deal with him, which is enough to show how bad Ace is. But no matter how bad he is, Iger's heart to spread affectionatism with him will not change. So Iger just paused a little, glanced at the dark alley, and led Luffy into it. This is actually an alley made of garbage. The two sides are not floor buildings at all, but high walls made of piles of garbage. The tentacles of sand burrowed into the ground and extended forward with Yig's footsteps. In any film and television work, if the protagonist walks into such a dim alley, he will definitely be attacked. I know it doesn't matter, but if it hurts Luffy, it will be bad. The dim moonlight fell from the sky, casting jagged shadows on the ground. Everything seemed peaceful. Suddenly, Iger stopped. Luffy, who was a little nervous behind him, didn't react and slammed his head into Iggy's back. "What's wrong?" Luffy asked quietly. "Come out." Iggy didn't answer Luffy's question, but looked up at the top of the garbage wall. His tentacles of sand, through the pressure felt on the ground, sensed the garbage walls on both sides of him, one on each side, and two children lying on their stomachs. Definitely Ace Ace and Sabo. Sure enough, Iger's voice just fell, and two short but strong figures suddenly jumped out, each holding a tube above their heads, and slashed down towards Iger. Not in a hurry, Iger put his arm across his head, and the blue color slowly spread. Clang! After two crisp sounds, the two figures jumped back. Taking a closer look, it was Ace and Sabo, both of whom were holding a steel pipe in their hands. Didn't I tell you to come alone? Why bring help? Ace pointed at Luffy behind Iggy with a steel pipe. A helper? No, I just brought him out to gain insight. Iger shook his head and asked back, did you call a helper all day? Then don't I want to give you a hand? Chapter 120. Then get two hands. Give us a hand? Ace, you want me to deal with this arrogant guy? When Sabo next to Ace heard Iger's arrogant words, he immediately felt that Iger's brain was not very good, and at the same time, Ace was a little too nervous. I don't know if it's because of the innate aristocratic aura. Sabo subconsciously feels that the person who will shout such words before the battle is at most the level of street gangsters. That person probably used some kind of arm guard to block the attack just now, so as to block the attack of himself and Ace. Otherwise it would be impossible to make such a sound, but that doesn't make him so arrogant. At that time, Ace ran into the secret base nervously, saying that he must help him deal with someone, and he thought it was some new gangster. The result is such a kid who only brags and opportunistic. It's not bragging. If you go head to head, you and Ace will never lose against an adult gangster. What's more, children of the same age. Sabo still felt that Ace had overestimated his strength. Don't look at him as a child, but he is also very strong. Ace was embarrassed to say that he was turned around in the air like a discus several times by the man on the opposite side, so he could only bluntly remind Sabo not to underestimate the enemy. That can I make friends with the two of you? While the two were discussing in a low voice, Luffy's weak voice came from the opposite side. You know which side you are on, boy. Ace is the most annoying guy who looks weak, really useless. You are standing on the opposite side. How can you talk about making friends? Are you sure you didn't get tricked? Sabo cast a questioning look at Ace again. These two people don't look like serious people. Do you know what a fight is? To actually shout out the shameful words of making friends before the war. Only a rookie would say that, right? How could a bragging idiot and a rookie make Ace so nervous? After thinking about it, Sabo still believed his own judgment and walked forward directly with the steel pipe. Hey, stop looking down on people and fight us with all your strength. How about that? What if you break it? If you say let one hand, you have to let one. Iger shook his head slowly but firmly. You bastard. Sabo gritted his teeth, raised the pipe and rushed over. Then I'll break your hand. Sabo. Ace shouted behind Sabo, then gritted his teeth and followed. The two stood in tandem, holding the steel pipe high, and smashed it again. Clang, clang. This time, Sabo used all his strength, and a huge force knocked on the opposite guy's arm, and it bounced back in an instant, making his palm numb. Looking at it again, that arrogant guy turned out to be like a normal person. It wasn't until this meeting that Sabo discovered that this guy didn't have any arm guards at all. He just raised his arm. In the dim light, his arms were smooth and reflective. It's really okay. The raised arm didn't move at all, and it didn't even tremble. There's even a hand behind the rookie. What the hell is this guy? How can you be so strong at such a young age? Is it the legendary devil fruit? Is that right? As soon as Sabo rolled his eyes, he had already guessed the answer. It should be a kind of ability to make the body hard. Yo, the strength is good, but to break my hand, you still need to work harder. Iger looked at Sabo, who frowned and encouraged frivolously. You bastard. Saboko has never been ridiculed like this before, and immediately turned to look at Ace. When Ace saw Sabo, he knew that he had made the same strategy as himself. The stone is very hard, so keep knocking it until it breaks. Although this idea is baseless, Ace just thinks it can work. Without too much verbal communication, Ace and Sabo understood each other's meaning very tacitly, raised the steel pipe in their hands high, and ping ping pong pong banged ping pong. The two of them rhythmically tapped Iger's arm alternately, and sparks flew everywhere. At first glance, the steel pipes of the two people are disorganized, but in fact the two people have already finalized their own tactics through the eye contact just now. That is, at the same frequency, the two people alternately beat the same spot on his arm. Iger also felt the thoughts of the two people at the first time, and couldn't help but admire. Although Ace and Sabo are still children, the wisdom and experience of this battle are really far beyond ordinary adults, as expected of the most talented group of people in the entire pirate world. However, admiration comes admiration. Iger is not a sand sculpture, and it can be broken if it is broken. The rustling fruit of the 10th level awakening, the hardness of crystallization, is definitely not a joke. Jingle jingle, ping pong pong. In this way, the two of them hit one after the other, each blow with all their strength, beating frantically with sweat. Iger waited patiently, yawning boredly, and even made a transition animation for them. After a few hours, Sabo gasped heavily, and struggled to lift the steel pipe in his hand. The steel pipe that was as light as nothing to him now weighed thousands of pounds. Struggling, he exerted his strength to suckle and let the steel pipe in his hand softly knock the last time. Bang! The steel pipe fell to the ground with the person really can't squeeze out any strength. How can this guy be so tough? After knocking for so long, even the iron blocks on the scrap ship should have been knocked apart long ago. But this guy didn't even have a trace on his hands. Is he a monster? What the hell is this rock so hard? Sabo is like this, and Ace next to him is even more broken. He couldn't squeeze out any strength, leaning on the steel pipe, staring at Iger's arm, panting. This is a genius tactic that he has spent hours trying to figure out. This is when I and Sabo went to steal the treasure chest of the Sapphire Pirates. It was with this trick that they smashed the treasure chest without a key. What the hell is this guy's body made of? It doesn't work so well. Cough. You really can toss. My hands are numb. Seeing that Ace and Sabo had no strength at all, Iger shook his numb arm and smiled. Pirate I, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 121-140. Chapter 121. Arods. Follow me to destroy Ace. A few hours ago, on the central street of Goya Kingdom, a certain tavern. Anyone who has lived in the border town or inner city of Goya Kingdom for a while knows that this tavern is a place that ordinary people cannot go to, because this is one of the strongholds of the most notorious pirate group in the Goa Kingdom, the Sapphire Pirates. Every day here there are many pirates drinking and having fun, and no matter how much they drink they don't have to pay, because their bosses will supply them with a lifetime of wine. Brugum, the big pirate of the Goa Kingdom, said he is big not because of his ability and power, but because he is rumored to have colluded with the nobles of the kingdom and Altara. Although Outlook tried to repeatedly emphasize on various occasions that he had nothing to do with the pirates living in the border towns, everyone with discernment knew that this was not the case. When almost all the properties of the Outlook family encounter conflicts, there will always be people from the Sapphire Pirates who appear at the right time and then violently resolve the conflict objects, and then they are captured by the sheriff. However, on the second day after being taken away, those pirates who smashed and robbed appeared on the street again and went to the jewelry store to buy some gold rings and gold necklaces. It's obvious that it can't be more obvious. Therefore, everyone here knows that the Sapphire Pirates can't be provoked. Aside from Ace and Sabo, they are the only guys in this country who dare to steal the Sapphire Pirates. Others, whether they are gangsters, bandits, or ordinary people, don't dare to go against the people of the Sapphire Pirates at all. For example, now, a gangster is standing at the entrance of the pub with a squashed baseball bat, and the person next to him will immediately open the door for him diligently. The bastard nodded with satisfaction, picked up the baseball bat, and walked into the pub. If Iger was here, he would definitely recognize him on the spot. This arrogant and domineering bastard is exactly Jerry, who nodded and bowed in front of him just now. As soon as the door was pushed open, more than a dozen strong men covered in alcohol were telling jokes, not laughing. The one sitting in the first place was a strong man without eyebrows. At this moment he was holding a wine jar, and while smiling kukuku, he kept pouring wine into his mouth. Pool Jamie, the second in command of the Sapphire Pirates, has amazing combat power and likes to cut off the scalp of the enemy. This tavern is the stronghold managed by him. Jerry lowered his eyebrows and quietly walked to Pool Jamie's side, picked up one of the wine jars in the row under his feet, opened it skillfully, and placed it respectfully in front of Pool Jamie's table. After doing this, Jerry gently leaned into Pool's ear and said, "Lord Pool, there is news from Ace." "What? Ace's bastard?" Pool Jamie was drinking happily, but when he heard the sentence, his eyes suddenly widened, and red bloodshot eyes covered his eyes. He hated this Ace and his accomplice Sabo to the extreme. Countless times, the two of them stole countless treasures in their own hands. However, these two little ghosts can fight and slick their heads. They are out of their own side, and the people under their hands can't beat them, and they are not familiar with the terrain of the terminal of the uncertain object. They escaped repeatedly. I sent people to conduct a large-scale search, but every time it ended without success. I could only narrow Ace's stronghold to a small area, and there was no further progress. Because of this, Boss Brugge is already very dissatisfied with himself. He shuddered at the thought of Brugum, a ruthless man who would never show mercy to his subordinates. If it goes on like this, he has no doubt that Brugge will kill him. Because of this, as soon as he heard the news of Ace, he immediately came to the spirit. "Come on, what's the news?" This afternoon, two children came to look for Ace. From what I looked like, it seemed like they were here to seek revenge. Jerry's news was summed up very skillfully. "Seeking revenge? Yeah, that kid was so strong that he squashed my baseball bat, and he called Ace a bastard. And then what? Then I took them to the edge of that piece, where the terrain is complicated. I guess it's just been around for a while. That's it." Pool Jamie groaned, rolling his eyes a few times. "Come to seek revenge. The strength is good. It's going to be a fight. Opportunity. These two people are fighting now, so no matter what, they will definitely lose a lot of physical strength. If you go with a group of people at this time, isn't it a fisherman's benefit? Can still avenge the old revenge. Cool. Jamie's eyes lit up immediately. Then he stood up and threw the wine jar to the ground. Jerry, go get a new baseball bat in there. Everyone else, gather. Grab the torches and go. Let's give this bastard Ace a fisherman's profit. Boss Broogie is preparing a big event with one of the adults above at this time, and we have to clear obstacles for them at this time. Brothers, take up arms and follow me. Destroy Ace. Good. The pirates dropped their wine bowls one after another, raising their arms and shouting. A group of people took up torches and weapons aggressively and went out of the city in a mighty manner. Time goes back to the present, the end of the uncertain. Good guy, you two are really capable of tossing. My hands are numb. Iger shook his numb arm and looked at Ace and Sabo, who were panting and limp. Ha ha, you brat, you're so strong. Sabo looked at Iger with admiration. After all, in his cognition, someone who can have such a strong fighting power at such a young age must be a person with great ambitions. Ha ha, don't be complacent. One day, I will beat you with my own hands. Ace on the other side glared at him fiercely, not admitting defeat at all. I said, we've been fighting for several hours. As the saying goes, if you don't fight, you don't know each other. We should get to know each other, right? It's okay to be friends, right? Iger spread out his hands and blinked his big eyes to look at the two exhausted people. No. Sabo was about to say yes, but Ace on the side flatly refused. We will never be friends with the Navy. You want to be a Navy? Sabo looked at Iger in surprise, his voice full of disbelief. This kind of person is going to become a Navy. Shouldn't he be the kind of very corrupt and hypocritical person, just like the Navy here in the East China Sea? Then if his ambition is like this, he must not be friends with him. On the contrary, you have to find a way to defeat him. Sabo clenched his fists, leaned on the steel pipe and stood up again, his eyes filled with war again. Chapter 122. If you don't want to be caught, just listen to me. Why can't those in the Navy be friends with us? Luffy, who was hiding behind Iggy, stuck his head out and spoke in dissatisfaction. When Iggy said he was going to bring him over to make friends, he was looking forward to it, but as soon as he saw two people he was going to fight, which made Luffy a little disappointed. And when Yige successfully won the battle, he said he wanted to make friends, but was rejected again. In the final analysis, it was because Iger wanted to be a Navy that he was rejected. Although Luffy doesn't want to be in the Navy, he thinks there's nothing wrong with those who want to be in the Navy. What's more, this big brother Iger is so kind to himself. He is a very good man. Why can't we make friends? So Luffy was very upset and felt that Ace looked down on people. But this sentence fell in Ace's ears. But that's not what it meant. It's us. You figure out your own faction, bastard. Ace pointed at Luffy and shouted, don't you know that you are standing opposite us? Don't put us together with you, bastard. I'm here to make friends. Can't you tell us after we made friends? Luffy looked dissatisfied. Who made friends with you? We don't make friends with the Navy. Ace was really angry at this kid. Simply stupid. How many times have I said don't make friends with the Navy? I really don't think of myself as an outsider. Friends, are friends so important? Oops. Okay, please stop arguing, that's all. Look at me. Come. Iggy held Luffy and waved at Ace, who was on the opposite side. Well, listen to me. After why am I quite a Navy? Can you decide whether to be friends with me? No. Ace refused without thinking. It doesn't matter why you are. Making friends with the Navy is a bit dangerous. Sabo also expressed reluctance. Sabo and Ace have been busy getting up early and late at night. They are stealing some points and grabbing some points. They are accumulating the original resources of their own going to sea. Those ill-gotten gains are in a secret base that only two people know about. If a Navy learns these secrets of his own, not only will he be unable to go out to sea, but he will most likely be caught in jail. Iggy was also very irritable. Good guy, why is it so hard to teach yourself a scripture? If Luffy doesn't want to listen, forget it. Anyway, this guy is thinking of his own good. Good guy, these two people are not good at all. They don't look down on the Navy at all. A nameless fire rushed to Iger's head, and he frowned at that time and continued with Sabo's words. Why is it dangerous? Are you afraid that I will discover your secret base? After Iger finished saying this, the two people on the opposite side were silent. Whether it is Sabo or Ace, at this moment their eyes are wide open and their mouths can swallow their fists. The two looked at each other and saw the deep horror in each other's eyes. This guy, how did he know? Was he sent to arrest us? When is it? No one can know about the secret base except yourself. Could it be that this guy deliberately approached him and secretly wanted to collect evidence of his theft? In fact, he already knew that the stolen property was hidden somewhere by himself. This guy is really not a good person. Almost instantly, these thoughts flashed in the minds of the two at the same time, and the eyes of Iger were instantly filled with hostility. Ace, Sabo. The two stared at Iger's movements closely and called each other's names. names. Afterwards, both of them understood, dragged their heavy bodies left and right, and climbed up the wall of garbage under Luffy's astonished gaze. Immediately after that, run forward desperately. Since he will come to approach the two of us, it means that the location of the secret base has not been revealed. No matter what, if you can run out of one, you can make sure that you are not being followed, and then go to the secret base to transfer the stolen goods. Another person who was caught can be fooled by just reporting a fake location. The intimate, tacit understanding that has been tempered between several lives and deaths allows two people to know the battle plan without communicating. So in the moment of reacting, the body has already started to move. The two of them dealt with the Sapphire Pirates in this way, and they escaped unharmed 6 times in total. After all, there are 2 directions, and a person can only choose one after all. Still want to catch up with us? Dream. Against ordinary people, this is undoubtedly a very effective plan. Even against a bulky person like Perjame, both of them can escape. Yet Eagle, obviously not ordinary people. As soon as he finished saying that sentence, he realized that he had leaked his words. At that time, he realized that the trust of these 2 guys in him had finally collapsed. Therefore, the 2 suddenly fled, which was also among the possibilities he expected. So, while the 2 climbed the garbage wall, countless sands also emerged from Iger. Brush, brush. The water, like fine sand, turned into 2 thin bands in the air, and effortlessly caught up with the 2 of them, wrapping around their ankles several times at once. After that, Ace and Sabo screamed and struggled, and were lifted up by the sand belt, and slowly and leisurely carried them in front of Iggy. I said the 2 of your reactions are too big. Iger looked at the 2 with a black line on his face. You have a secret base? You can guess it even if you guess it? Fortunately, Iger has a different dimensional head, a head with bad ideas, and he can make up nonsense without any seriousness. In less than 10 seconds, he organized a most reliable reason. Hey, guess. How did you guess it, brother Iger? Luffy believed what Iger said, knocked on his little head, and found that he couldn't guess it at all. Just fool yourself, you big liar. Ace didn't want to eat this, said, holding his arms and head. How did you guess it? Sabo thought it was outrageous, but he couldn't run away, so he might as well ask. Is this difficult? Everyone in the world who is quite a pirate knows that you need a boat to go out to sea, so you need money. You say you don't make money. How does the money come? It must have been stolen, so don't you need one? Somewhere to hide? Iger deliberately showed disdain, as if this matter could not trouble him at all. Sure enough, both Ace and Sabo were stunned and fell silent. Seeing a chance, Iger quickly struck while the iron was hot. At first I wasn't sure, but looking at your reaction, it's 80% true. If you don't want to be caught or have your legs broken by Dotton, just listen to me tell me why I want to be a Navy. Chapter 123 Spread Great Ideas. Ace and Sabo looked at each other, completely not understanding why this guy was so obsessed with him being a Navy. If you want to be a Navy, you can do it. If I want to despise you, I will despise you. What do you want to say? Like something seriously ill? But it seems that this guy doesn't have any other ideas, and he doesn't seem to be able to escape from him. That being the case, it seems that apart from listening to him, there is nothing else to do right now. Okay, let's talk. The 2 sighed and nodded in agreement. Yige is also very angry, and he has worked so hard, isn't it, just to influence them with his affectionate ideas. As a result, these few people seem to have fallen into evil, but they didn't allow themselves to speak. Make yourself look like some kind of teaching propaganda. Isn't this a world where everyone has dreams? Why is prejudice so heavy? With a heavy snort, he dragged Luffy back, who was about to slip away. Iger cleared his throat and started his preaching career again. One Piece Roger. Why is he rendered as a devil by the world's official government? It is because, on the way to pursue freedom, he spied the secrets of the world's official government, and this secret involves whether he can become the freest man in the world. Why are the so-called nobles far less real than ordinary people? Of course, that is because, as the nobles of the world, the Tianlong people are full of fat in their brains. When Iger talks about his intimacy ideas, it's never in vain. As an old Haimai, he is well aware of everyone's personality and 3 views, as well as the fundamental contradictions about the world that they care about most, so Iger will choose the topics and contradictions they are most interested in to talk about. Talk to the Jinbei race, talk to Hancock about slavery, talk to Ace about freedom, talk to Sabo about class. Everyone, Iger will tell him what he cares about the most, and then give the perfect solution with affectionate ideas, and try to speak as vividly as possible in a language they can understand. Iger felt that he could set up a platform at the bridge entrance and tell others about stories. I admire my ability to fool people. This feeling of being indulged in the stories you tell, and then deeply fascinated by your own thoughts, is simply more wonderful than being a fairy. Iger finally understood why those great philosophers, ancient and modern, at home and abroad, were willing to record their views on the world. This feels really wonderful. At first, Ace and Sabo couldn't hear it, but with Iger's in-depth explanation, the two were deeply attracted and looked fascinated. Carrying their sand belts loose, they put his door on the ground, and they didn't run, but stared at Iger's mouth earnestly, for fear of missing something. Only Luffy was the strongest. He lowered his head and closed his eyes. He fell asleep, and the saliva and snot bubbles kept expanding and contracting with his breathing. But Iger doesn't care about him. He is free and doesn't care what others think. This is Luffy. Iger talked incessantly, and finally talked about why he wanted to be a navy, and he also wanted to be an admiral. That is, through his legitimate existence in this world, and his legitimate and powerful influence, using the intimate idea he just talked about to change the pattern of the world. Okay, that's about it. Iger coughed softly, and ended his preaching without a word. Ace and Sabo on the opposite side were obviously not from what Iger described just now. Out of the beautiful vision, if there is a world without class oppression and exploitation, if there is a world where everyone is equal and free, if there really is such a world, it is definitely the paradise that two people dream of every day. Well, I can't see that you still have something, Iger, Sabo said after Iger, and the eyes of the noble who were born to be nurtured suddenly lit up. I really can't believe that this person has so many powerful ideas. Although he yearns for the real world, he has been away from home for so long, and he has not been able to find a real place where everyone is real. It seems that deceit and hypocrisy exist in every corner of the world, making him a little confused. But Iger's remarks simply made him enlightened all at once. This made him feel respect for Iger. Hey, what you said, there's some truth to it. It's not the same as the boring justice of the Navy. Ace, who was beside him, rolled his eyes and reluctantly expressed his approval to Iger. Even if Iger explained so many things that he didn't understand about Roger, he did convince himself rationally, but he just didn't want to admit that he was amazing. Then now, can we make friends? Ace, Sabo. Ig knew what the two children were thinking by just one glance, and immediately stretched out his palm. What, make friends? Luffy, who was asleep originally, woke up when he heard about making friends, and then saw Iggy stretch out his palm to the two of them, and quickly handed his hand out. You bastard, your mind is all about making friends, Ace said to Luffy in disgust, but he still held his body honestly. Then from today, we are friends. Please give me more advice in the future. The four of them laughed together. In the atmosphere of laughter, Iger suddenly felt a faint vibration from the ground, accompanied by a mess of footsteps. Apparently a large group of people are approaching here. The current Iger has used the method of sand-assisted perception very skillfully. As long as it is on the ground, he can feel any changes. Although it is not as sensitive as seeing and hearing, it is enough to predict some dangers. Is someone here? Iger looked around and saw the fire gradually rising not far away. Ace and Sabo glanced at each other before saying a name in unison. Puljami. Iger frowned. This name is a bit familiar. It seems to be the second in command of the Sapphire Pirates. Part of the property that Ace and Sabo stole before came from this Puljami. Must be him _____. But this time, there are so many people. Sabo felt something was wrong. It seems that these people are determined to find themselves an Ace today. Anyway, go back to the secret base, Ace said, looking at the extraordinarily vigorous fire around him. Chapter 124. I am alone. Quick, don't let them run away. Puljami, with a torch in his left hand and a steel knife in his right hand, roared at the group of men behind him. When he just received the news that Ace was being pursued by a child, Puljami made a decisive decision and decided to come to the scope of Ace's activities that he had explored before, and wanted to take advantage of the fisherman. I didn't want to come here, I just came. He asked the pirates of the pirate group to keep quiet while he listened to the movement in the garbage dump by self-study. After a while, he heard a clanging sound from somewhere. Obviously iron weapons were hitting each other. This is a junkyard where no one ever comes. At this time, almost all people will not appear here. What's more, the final destination of uncertainty is the garbage dump of Goa Kingdom. Living here, any iron utensils are quite precious treasures, and it is absolutely impossible for someone to knock on the iron at night, especially when it's so loud. Puljami could tell almost instantly that it was Ace fighting the vengeful kid. Although the sound has become weak after various bounces, and it is impossible to distinguish the direction, as long as it is within this area, he will definitely not be able to escape from the palm of his hand. Ah boys, he shouted loudly, and the pirates under his hand suddenly looked like wild dogs holding torches and weapons, and rushed into the garbage pile in a swarm. In an instant the entire garbage dump seemed to be set on fire, and the warm flames spread rapidly. It's Puljami, that can't be wrong. We'd better go back to the secret base now. Ace in the garbage dump quickly made a judgment when he saw the firelight that was getting closer and closer. Why? Iger was puzzled. Isn't it even more impossible to reveal the location of the secret base at this time? You don't know Puljami? That's a detail freak who brings the Navy to a place and absolutely turns everything over, and the secret base is sure to be discovered. Sabo explained. So that's the case, then let's go. Don't waste time. Iger nodded to show his understanding. Anyway, with their presence, even if they walked back to the secret base openly, they didn't have to worry about any danger at all. Hey, take this. Ace took out a steel pipe out of nowhere and threw it to Luffy. What's this for? Luffy took the steel pipe, puzzled. We are all friends, so we need to be neat. One for each. Ace pouted. You rookie can't lift the pole, right? How could it be? I came out after my grandfather's hard training. Luffy was angry and immediately started playing. Okay, don't waste time, go. Sabo urged. In this way, the four people kept shuttle in the intricate alley. Although Iger had absolute confidence that he could destroy this group of people, it was precisely because of the poor weakness of these people that Iger suddenly became playful and took Ace and the others to hide the cats in the alley. With Iger's ability to use sand, the four of them kept circling with the sapphire pirates, moving 2 steps forward and 1 step back slowly toward Ace's secret base. However, Ace still underestimated Pool Jamie's determination to catch him. This time, Herjamai dispatched almost all the people he could dispatch, not to mention thousands, at least a few hundred people. These hundreds of people were continuously distributed bit by bit under the command of Pool Jamie, and the water droplets gradually penetrated into every corner of the garbage dump. Iger, a group of 4, gradually had nowhere to hide. Finally, just as the 4 of Iger's private individuals had just climbed over a high wall of garbage, a pirate holding a torch saw them. They are here. Even if Iger stunned him with a tyrannical color at a speed that could not cover his ears, he still shouted out first. The sharp shout resounded through the entire garbage dump in an instant, and then the 4 people heard footsteps like an earthquake. Boom boom boom. The light of the flame suddenly became strong, and the orange-red air filled the narrow alley. The 4 of Iger were surrounded by hundreds of pirates in the narrow alley, and they were in a dilemma. Cuckoo. Ace, I didn't expect you to have today. Cuckoo. At the blocked alley, a tall figure squeezed in, holding a steel knife with a finger-like hand, smiling proudly. At this moment there are no words to describe the sense of achievement in his heart. This abominable Ace who ruined countless good things for him, Ace who almost lost his head, he can finally take revenge. Oh my god, oh earth, this villain, Ace, finally gets the punishment he deserves. Holy me, just wanted to hide her face and cry. Stupid, Ace cursed with disgust before and after looking at the number of people who are about to burst the alley. Good guy, I'm really saving face for myself. So many people came all of a sudden. A head-on conflict is obviously not good. He and Sabo have just finished fighting with Iger, and now they are all weak and can't fight at all. Can only study how to escape, but with so many people on the opposite side, even if they run over the wall, they will still be caught again. This is how to do. Kukukuku. I would also like to thank this little brother who came to fight with you. Herjamai turned his attention to Iggy again. If it weren't for you, I would not have been able to successfully block this loach. Me? Iger pointed to himself. That's right, it's you. If you hadn't come to him, we wouldn't have gotten the news at all. Kukukuku. Herjamai exclaimed excitedly. Everyone who comes here is a guest, so you can go back with us. Have some tea. Hey. Lord Pulm is right. Surrender. We are here more than 200 people. Do you still want to struggle? Surrender. The pirates shouted one after another. It turned out to be the case. IG remembered Jerry, who he had brought to lead the way before, but he didn't expect that he was actually a member of the Sapphire Pirates. But it doesn't matter. Well, you don't have to be too complacent. If you want to catch us, I'm afraid you are not enough to see. Compared with the nervousness of Ace and Sabo with cold sweat on their foreheads, Iger was not at all frightened by the momentum of this group of pirates. He touched the tip of his nose and said calmly, as if to state an irrefutable fact. What did you say? Kukukuku. Are you frightened, kid? Herjamai's eyes widened and he looked back at his subordinates. He said that we were going to deal with the 4 of them. Not enough to see? Not 4. I'll be enough to deal with you. Iger took a few steps forward and added, Chapter 125. How holy are you? Hearing Iger's expressionless words, the pirates opposite and behind fell into silence for a very long time. But the silence returned to silence, and during this period of time, everyone's cheeks were bulging visibly. Then, everyone burst into thunderous laughter. Ha. What did this kid just say? I heard right? No, I'm dying of laughter. My stomach cramps. What is he talking about? Did he say that he can deal with more than 200 of us alone? Damn it, kids these days really don't know how high the sky is. Ha. Kukukuku. Pool Jamie, who was standing at the front, had the best laugh, hugging his 8-pack ABS and laughing hard. Kid, this is not playing a pirate game with you. You are too funny in a pirate game. Kukukuku. Even Sabos and Luffy behind him couldn't believe it when they heard this, and shook their heads in unison. Do you guys know what you're talking about? Also for them, is one of you enough? Even if Ace and Sabo join forces, they can only only deal with a dozen pirates at most. Yig is indeed very strong. Yes, your ability is very powerful, but if the steel pipe can't be broken, it doesn't mean that the pistol can't be broken. You want to defeat these 200 people alone. Isn't that nonsense? Hey, you bastard, what can you do? Don't want us to go first and then you stay and break the drama. Ace unceremoniously wanted to expose Iggy's plans. In his knowledge, how could one person deal with more than 200 vicious pirates at the same time? If not, then why did Iger say such a thing? The 8 achievements are to reassure himself 3 and then he will break it himself. This was Ace's plan when he faced a powerful enemy after he fantasized about having many friends. In the end, he actually stole the limelight from this guy. Must be dismantled. Sabo also said with a worried look, don't try to be Eagle, we will always find a way to escape together. Even Luffy, who trusted Iger the most before, nodded earnestly, and said, yeah, brother Yig, don't do such a thing. Facing the double venting of his opponents and teammates, Iger suddenly didn't know what to say, and nothing could convince them. Ha 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 ha. Stinky brat, if you play pirate games, this is not the place. At this moment, a hunchbacked pirate with a ruffian face came out of the pirate group and walked towards Iger with a shrill laugh, talking about the mace in his hand while laughing. Then uncle will show you what a real pirate is. With the shrill roar of the hunchback pirate, the mace in his hand suddenly swung a heavy wind and with a heavy force slammed it towards Iger fiercely. Iggy, big brother Eagle. Seeing the mace smashed down, Ace, Luffy and Sabo suddenly screamed in surprise. This blow is much heavier than Ace's iron pipe. If you fight by yourself, this blow will never be resisted hard and you will definitely try to dodge it. Otherwise, it will definitely be cleaned up at once. Ace and Sabo frowned. What happened to this guy? He was so dumb when he beat the two of them just now, but he was so dumb in the face of real pirates. Such a heavy blow. Dodging without hiding. Everyone saw that Iger didn't dodge or dodge and stared blankly at the mace of the hunchback pirate without any fluctuations in his eyes. The hunchback pirate roared sharply and seemed to have seen Iger's bloody appearance being smashed by himself. However, just as he swung down his mace, the child in front of him suddenly had his eyes narrowed. It's like being possessed by gods and demons. He was a little kid who looked like a weak chicken at one moment but turned into a giant dragon that feeds on people the next second. The apex of the heart immediately trembled and the hunchback pirate felt at that time that the strength of his body was not his own and was mercilessly taken away by a big hand. However, this was just the beginning, and then he saw the most terrifying picture in his life. Everything else in the field of vision was dyed red with blood, and in the entire field of vision, only Iger's eyes were looking directly at him. Those terrifying eyes. It is obviously a pair of children's eyes, but it seems to be an evil ghost who has just crawled out of hell. Just looking at it, the hunchback pirates heard as if countless hell-evil spirits were wailing. Every evil ghost is a guy whose life was killed by war. Even among them, there are people who once died tragically under their own hands. They slowly crawled out of the blood with empty eyes and mouths, hoarse howls from their throats, blood on their hands, and they were about to pounce on themselves. The mace fell from the hunchback pirate's weak hands, while his master hugged his head, screamed at a height that exceeded the human limit, and then slowly collapsed to the ground. Silent. Everyone's eyes are bigger than light bulbs at this time, and their chins are about to fall to the ground. What's going on? What's going on? Isn't that hunchbacked guy aggressively swinging his mace to smash that kid? How did it hit halfway? And suddenly it seemed like he was going crazy. He threw the mace and screamed, what is going on? Did that kid do something? But that kid hasn't moved from beginning to end. How did he do that? It's so weird. Even Ace and Sabo stared blankly at this scene, with countless question marks raised in their little heads. How did this guy do it? Isn't his ability hardened? Could it be that he just punched so fast that he couldn't see it clearly with the naked eye? Impossible. Of all the people present, only Luffy recognized this move, and his eyes almost popped out and circled 3 times. Isn't this the trick that Big Brother Iger used when he brought himself to catch rabbits? I thought it was good for some small animals, but it turned out to be good for humans. Oh my god, this trick is really. The wife is handsome. It was the first time that Luffy had such an idea about the Navy, and he thought he was so handsome. Just stood there still, just glanced at the enemy. The enemy was like crazy, screamed and passed out. Coercive weapon. Obviously, Pool Jamie on the opposite side had been frightened by Iger's operation. Layers of cold sweat were oozing from his open belly. He stared at Iger closely and asked, where the hell are you? Chapter 126. I am the heir. Hearing Pool Jamie ask the sentence, Iger smiled slightly and then said something humbly. You remember, my name is Iggy, and I am the inheritor of the idea of intimacy. If the idea of intimacy spreads in later generations, it must have my name Iggy. Pool Jamie was completely destroyed by Iggy's nonsensical hand. What is this all about? Does this have anything to do with the guy he just solved without even moving his his hands. Cool Jamie's mind couldn't turn for a moment. Even if you say you are an idiot, you won't understand. Iger wrote disdain all over his face. What did you say? Cool Jamie didn't understand what he said just now, but he really listened to this idiot. This stinky bastard. Cool Jamie looked at Iggy through gritted teeth. It was so deceiving. If you don't know what means to stun me, I'm afraid you won't succeed. There are more than 200 people here. Even if it is consumed, I will consume you to death. A trace of ferocity came to Cool Jamie's face, and he raised the steel knife in his hand and shouted, "Brothers!" This kid didn't know what method he used to stun the hunchback boy, but he must also know that it was not an above-mentioned method. There are more than 200 of us. Even if we step on our feet, we can beat them. Crush, little ones. Oh, go. Step on these bastards. Avenge the hunchback boy. Go. I have to say that Puljamai is quite authoritative among this group of pirates, but just shouting so loudly, the pirates suddenly seemed to be beaten by chicken blood, each holding their weapons and rushing up. Mom is here. What to do? What to do? More than 200 people crowded in an alley. The scene was really spectacular. Ace and Sabo suddenly felt their scalps explode. Ace wanted to pull Sabo and jump to the high wall next to him, but he was grabbed by another hand before his feet could exert force. When he turned around, Iger was looking at himself calmly, shaking slightly, shook his head. Don't you believe me, good friend? Under such a scene, Iger could still laugh, and Ace had no idea how long his head was. As Cool Jamie said just now, there are more than 200 of them. Even if you can beat one, you can beat 2, 3, 4. What about 100? 101? Dude, even if you can beat more than 100, what about more than 200? Just thinking about it makes his scalp go numb. Even Sabo and Luffy were confused, wondering if Iger would do it. What are you doing? Ace couldn't understand Iger's bewildering behavior. Look at it. Iger ignored him, turned sideways, looked at the pirates from left and right, and took a deep breath. The next second, everyone's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that an invisible nuclear bomb exploded directly in the garbage dump. Except for Sabo and Luffy, everyone present suddenly felt that their spirits were shaken by the earth. In everyone's cognition, they saw a meteorite with a diameter of 100 meters, which fell straight from the sky, reached the ground in an instant, and then exploded. Boom! The huge sound exploded in the minds of hundreds of people, but in just a moment the will of the pirates who had rushed over in a hurry was directly overwhelmed and turned into a dump sculpture, which fell softly on the ground. In just a few seconds, more than 200 pirates collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. There was only one Cool Jamie left, standing naked in the midst of the fallen crowd. The horror turned into a mask fixed on his face. This he is meowing. Is this his meowing still human? Who is this person? He didn't even move, and he killed more than 200 people under his own in seconds. This is the devil. Does such a person really exist in the world? How could there be such a skill that can make so many people faint just by looking at it? Oh my god. This directly broadens Cool's imagination. This meow is so outrageous. Originally, in his cognition, he was able to directly defeat others without any movement of his body and no physical contact with his opponent, only with poison. So at the beginning, Cool Jamie saw the hunchbacked boy under his command and was knocked down by Iger without doing anything, guessing that this guy had some powerful anesthetic hidden in his hands, the kind that can be instantly paralyzed just by inhaling it. This can explain why he suddenly fainted. That's why I want to let everyone go together with a big fanfare, because in this way, to take care of Ace and the stupid looking kid over there, he must not use poison. But unexpectedly, he was hit in the face in an instant. Not only did he directly kill his own people, but the three little devils who were closest to him had nothing at all. And not only that, just a few seconds before everyone fell one after another, he also felt an extremely powerful sense of oppression. The sense of oppression was enormous, like a nuclear bomb, and it just burst out, giving him a splitting headache. And the source of this sense of oppression is the kid in front, who seems to be less than 10 years old. Why does a child make himself feel that incomparable fear? Cool Jamie was completely devastated and had absolutely no idea how all this was going on, but one thing was for sure: this kid can really deal with more than 200 people on his side by himself. He didn't brag at all, he has already done it. On the other side, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy were also confused. What the fuck? What's the situation? In the end, what happened? I don't feel anything. Why did these menacing guys fall down one by one? The three of them thought about what Iger had said to Ace just now, and his actions to stop Ace preparing to slip away, and a terrible conclusion suddenly came to their minds. This Iger really solved these 200 people by himself. While not knowing how he did it, they were not interested in knowing how he did it. The point is that he really did it. He really did it. When the few of them were planning how to escape, it was Iger. This guy was very calm and guarded in front of them alone, and miraculously knocked down these pirates in an instant. This is really completely refreshed the three views of Ace, Luffy and Sabo. Chapter 102. 27 Don't come here. Ace suddenly recalled that he seemed to have achieved a similar effect before, but he didn't know what happened at that time. Once I went to steal a pirate group, which was a big pirate group even more powerful than the Sapphire Pirates. In the process of stealing, I was unfortunately discovered. As a result, hundreds of people came all of a sudden, and at that time I thought I was dead. In desperation, I shouted very emotionally, and for some reason, everyone around me fell down. That's how, that time he was able to escape from death. Ace didn't know what it was, just called it that thing. But for him, this is something that can't be met, and he can't control that thing with ease like Iger. Obviously, not only in combat power, but also in such magical things, there is a considerable gap between himself and Iger. This guy, obviously a younger brother, how can he be so powerful? For a time, all the 4 people present except Iger were stunned by all kinds of thoughts. Pool Jamie was horrified, Luffy was adoring, Sabo was amazed, and Ace was thwarting. Tisk tisk tisk. What's wrong with Pool Jamie? He was aggressive just now. Why is he pulling like that now? Of course, Iger must be thinking more than the 3 people behind him. At this moment, he can only see Pool Jamie on the opposite side. He is soaked all over, and a lot of sweat drips on the ground. I don't have any pity for this guy, Iger. This guy was very bad at the time. He could handle such a small Luffy and almost killed Luffy. If Ace and Sabo hadn't come early, Luffy would have been tortured to death. Luffy has been subjected to such abuse, not to mention other children, girls, and even women in the Goa Kingdom. This kind of villain goes against the spirit of One Piece. Roger. If he is caught by the Navy, he will be shot directly. Thinking of this, Iger released a little bit of his murderous aura towards Pergamai and then walked towards Pergamai step by step. With every step, Pool Jamie's heart skipped a beat. To be able to crush Eren, to fight Ryoma, and to fight Moria in blood. At this time, Iger, even if only a trace of murderousness leaked, was not something that Ptolemy could bear. Immediately, Puljamai felt that there was a demon walking towards him with suffocation. As long as he touches it, he will surely die. You, don't come here. Seeing Iger walking towards him, Pool Jamie was terrified, and he was about to retreat quickly, but his body had already lost the strength, and he fell to the ground all of a sudden. His butt was sitting on the ground fiercely, and there was a sound of shattering bones, but he didn't notice it at all, because all his attention was focused on the demon god slowly walking towards him. Damn it, it is obviously the body of a child. How can it feel like a 100-meter giant? Every time Iger took a step forward, Pergamai felt his scalp explode and his heart shivered violently. Finally, when Ig was still a few meters away from him, Perjame suddenly screamed, jumped up from the ground, and ran away without looking back. Dude, am I so scary? Iger looked at Pergamai's back and pouted, but this way, Pool Jamie should never dare to trouble Ace again. This result is quite satisfactory. Satisfied, he walked to the side of the 3 of Ace, but saw the 3 of them looking at him with the same eyes as looking at the monster. What kind of eyes do you have? He asked, puzzled. What did you do to him? Run so fast? Ace looked at Iggy with a look of fear. You can learn this later. Iger put his hands behind his back and pretended to be a master. Can I learn it too? Luffy's eyes lit up when he heard this. Of course you can learn it. You are the chosen child of this world. Iger couldn't help but think of the scene where Luffy cleaned up the entire Navy soldiers at the top of the war, and on Murloc Island he brought down 50,000 Murlocs at a glance. Of course, Iggy touched Luffy's little head. You will be very good in the future. Thank you so much this time, Iger. I'm afraid we would have to explain it here without you. Sabo is indeed a nobleman, quite polite, only he remembered to thank Iger. Hey, you're so polite. Aren't we friends? That's what it should be. Iger waved his hand, saying he didn't care. Sabo nodded heavily, completely accepting Iger as a friend in his heart. To be able to resist the siege of more than 200 pirates for you, only people who are truly kind to you will be willing to pay such a price. Although Sabo didn't know how Iger did it, it must have cost a lot, but he didn't tell himself. A sense of happiness for the remainder of the catastrophe rippled among several people. What do we do next? Although Pool Jamie ran away, he will always come back. The things in the secret base must be moved away. Ace was always thinking about his treasure. In this way, the 3 of you go to the secret base to check and see if you can transfer the financial report first. I'm going to take a look around. Iger had already thought about the next arrangement. Before leaving, Garp received a call saying that the Tianlong people were coming to Goa Kingdom. This means that Blue Gem, the leader of the Sapphire Pirates, and Otluk III, a nobleman of the Goa Kingdom, have already started planning the fire at the terminal of the indeterminate object. This plan is the direct reason why Sabo and Ace Luffy are separated from each other and do not know each other's life and death. So Iggy must stop him so that Sabo can enter the Revolutionary Army without amnesia, healthy, blessed by Ace and Luffy. This is what Iger really wants to achieve. To really implement it, the Sapphire Pirates must need a lot of combustibles and a lot of fuel. These must be stored somewhere in the non-determinate non-deterministic terminal. So Iger discussed with the three and went around by himself to find a place to hide the fire, while the three of Ace went to the secret base to transfer the treasure stolen from the Sapphire Pirates. As soon as they said it, Esabo and Luffy didn't delay. They climbed the high garbage wall directly, ran to the secret base and ran over, and after Iger watched them go away, a faint thunder light flashed on his body and disappeared in place. Immediately afterwards, a bolt of lightning quickly swept through the entire range of the non-deterministic object terminal. Chapter 128 Luffy got caught. 20 minutes later, Iger turned into a lightning bolt and stopped in front of a wooden house dozens of meters high in the comparison area of the non-determined object terminal. This should be their fuel reserve. Iger stopped here for several reasons. He was not just blindly looking for a place where fuel might be hidden, but found a lot of people to inquire about the recent movements of the Sapphire Pirates. According to these innocent residents, the Sapphire Pirates recently cordoned off a cordon at the non-deterministic terminal, not allowing any residents to approach. To this end, a lot of people were also sent to guard there. As long as they saw anyone approaching, they would drive away with weapons. If you encounter that kind of ignorant guy, if you have to get close, you will definitely be caught and beaten. Iger asked them what they were going to do. Sure enough, no one knew. They only knew that they seemed to be building some kind of warehouse. Then everyone would show disgust and say, "It's not about doing business for any of the nobles above. I have never seen them so passionate about things other than the nobles' arrangements." Iger found some very naughty children. The most popular thing for children here recently is to explore near the mysterious cordon. According to those children, the non-determined object terminal is relatively remote, but the location where everyone can find it is also the location with the most garbage dumps, which is called the garbage square. Usually no one lives nearby because although there is a lot of rubbish there, all the rubbish thrown in by the locals who live here are all second-class rubbish. That's exactly what the Sapphire Pirates are doing there, and no one cares at all. However, the children who had succeeded in the expedition came back and said that there was a very tall wooden building built there, and they had never seen so much wood. Remote and few people live cordon tall wooden buildings. Putting these factors together, Iger can properly judge that this is where the Sapphire Pirates hide combustibles and fuel. After turning around for a few minutes, Iger found the wooden building. Huh? Is it raining today? Why is there thunder? Outside the cordon, the pirates stationed looked at the lightning flashing in the sky, a little surprised. The whole sky is completely free of dark clouds. The moon hangs well in the sky over there, and there is no wind. Why did it thunder? The pirates, Monk Jong were puzzled and puzzled. Forget it. After watching the last half hour, you can change shifts. I am really sleepy. The pirates yawned one by one, waiting for their shift. I don't know what the boss of Brugge is going to do. Why are so many fuel and hay stockpiled here? Everyone didn't pay attention. At the moment when the lightning flashed, a dark shadow landed in front of the wooden building more than 10 meters behind them. Iger pushed open the wooden door gently, and the moonlight leaned in through the crack of the door, illuminating the haystacks piled up inside the house, as well as the barrels of fuel barrels piled into pyramids. Good guy. Really intend to burn the entire non-deterministic object terminal. At that time, once the hay is burned, the fuel is sprinkled, and all the rubbish that can be ignited around is piled here. That scene, just don't be too gorgeous. Really bad. Can this Brugum? Iger stared fiercely at the void, as if he was staring at Brugum. Then he raised his palm, and the light sand flew like a elf. If you want to do damage, first ask me if I agree or not. Quicksand hell. Lightly spit out 4 words in his mouth, and the light sand in Iger's hand seemed to possess spirituality. It was only the sand in his hand that was shaking, but in the blink of an eye, the ground below the wooden building, and even the sand under the ground also resonated. After a while, the entire ground beneath the wooden building seemed to be crushed by an invisible big hand and turned into round grains of sand. Even the foundation of the wooden building was no exception, and it turned into grains of sand before you knew it. The whole ground turned into a whole quicksand pool. Whoa, whoa. Without the foundation and the load-bearing ground, the wooden building began to sway, making a clattering sound. Countless sawdust splashed from the fighting wood, and the neatly arranged iron cans were also dumped one after another. What happened? Fuck, what's wrong? Damn, why did that building collapse? Run. Keep your distance first. Only then did the pirates realize that the wooden building they were guarding had suddenly collapsed. One by one, the pirates didn't have time to think about what happened, because this building that was dozens of meters high was pouring over itself. Who else is in charge of what task? Survival is the most important thing. While everyone was running for their lives in a panic, no one noticed that the initiator had turned into a flash of lightning and flew away from the scene. La 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 la. Iger was in a very good mood and couldn't help humming a little tune. After finishing this vote today, I have almost completed my 2 small goals. Befriend Ace and stop Brugge from burning the uncertain terminal. The quicksand hell just just now was enough to devour the entire wooden building, including the hay and fuel inside. When Brugum hurried to receive the news tomorrow, he could only see a flat ground. Cool. Iger was in a good mood, turned a few circles in the air, and flew towards the location that Ace told him. The distance of several kilometers is almost here. Although Ace's secret base is quite difficult to find, Iger runs fast and has found it in 10 minutes. Thunder, land. Iger landed on the ground very gracefully. However, when he looked at the surrounding environment, he suddenly felt that something was not right. It was a few hundred meters away from the place where Pulgami was cleaned up just now, but there were scattered weapons and pirates who fainted. Seeing the tattoos on the pirates, Iger knew that this was the Sapphire Pirates. There are still dilapidated garbage dumps around. If it hadn't been pointed out by Esther, it would have been impossible for him to be killed. There was a door made of garbage hidden in the ordinary garbage dump. At this moment the door was wide open, indicating that someone was inside him. Problem occurs. A thought flashed into Yiji's mind, and he immediately ran to the garbage door. In the secret base, Ace and Sabo were sitting on the ground covered in blood, rubbing each other's medicine. The treasure is still there, but Luffy is nowhere to be found. What's the matter? Where's Luffy? Iger suddenly felt his heart almost stop beating, and hurriedly ran to the two of them and asked loudly, "It's our fault for not protecting him. He was caught by the pirates from Sapphire." Sabo replied with his head lowered. Chapter 129. Cell. You're thinking about S, huh? Was taken? Who was taken? Iger also blamed himself. I really didn't expect that Luffy could still be captured when Sabo was there and Pulgami was already scared away. Originally, Iger thought that he had ruled out all the possibility of Luffy being captured, but Luffy was still captured. It's Jerry. Ace's eyes were gloomy. That's what he called himself, and he also brought 110 people. We just finished fighting with you, and we really can't move. Alas, we only came close to entering the secret base, and ended up bumping into them. If only we were stronger. Sabo grieved. Jerry again? Iger was a little impressed by this gangster named Jerry. In such a short period of half a day, this guy has repeatedly contributed to their Sapphire Pirates. First, he quickly reported the news that he was looking for Ace to Pulgami, and then when he went to search for their flammable hiding place, he took the number of 100 people and stole the property and Luffy in a grand manner. This Jerry is a genius. But this is not a big deal. Luffy was taken away. The treasure was taken away. Just grab it back. It doesn't matter. Don't you know where their stronghold is? We'll go and get Luffy and treasure back. Iger said that it is not a big deal. Just grab it back. Originally this is a matter of course. There is no other way. However, Ace's reaction was completely beyond Iger's expectations. No, he will be taken back by them. We must hurry up and transfer the treasure and find a new secret base. What? Iger was shocked. What kind of brain circuit is this? Isn't saving people the most important thing at this time? Are you going to pack up your treasures and prepare to run away? Is this still the Ace in my impression? Damn it, Luffy was taken away. You didn't say you were going to save him, so you're so ruthless and want to run away? Iger's voice suddenly increased several times. Then what's the matter? I have seen the interrogation of those pirates. They will use various props. It is quite painful. Ace looked disdainful. Isn't it better to save him? Iger almost convinced him. You are so stupid. So that crybaby rookie will definitely betray us. Understand? He will definitely tell us where our secret base is under such circumstances. Ace frowned and continued impatiently. So for such a person who betrayed you, do you still want to save him as a friend? What the fuck? Iger was simply shocked by this guy's brain circuit. How can there be such a statement? Damn, your friend was taken away for interrogation, and then you decided that you would betray you by relying on others to cry a little bit. Immediately after you said that people betrayed you, you don't treat people as friends. What kind of bastard logic is this? Riding on a horse just because he was arrested, you think they will betray you and give up on him? Iger was so angry that his lungs exploded. He turned his head and asked Sabo, do you think so too? I think I should save him. After all, the three of us are together. Sabo didn't hesitate. Look at people. IG got excited when he heard Sabo's words, pointed at Ace and said, people Luffy follow you and get caught. Can you just abandon him like this? I didn't want him to be arrested. Ace was still dissatisfied. I saved those dead children before. Which one didn't betray me? In a word, I backed up all the words Iger wanted to say. Yes, this Ace is in this area, but he is called the son of the devil. Everyone hates him, of course, including children who are more pure and malicious. He once wanted to make friends with others and wanted to express his kindness to others, but he was let down by the malice of those children. That's why Ace became what he is now, and he doesn't think anyone will be needed by him. Iger's heart was suddenly mixed, but Luffy couldn't help it. If Luffy was delayed to die because of such a thing, it would be a big sin. As a last resort, he could only bite the bullet and say, sell out. You're thinking about shit. Luffy is a person who has been influenced by my intimacy idea. As someone who also supports intimacy ideas. He will never betray you. He is definitely different from others. I even threw a stone at his head. Besides, I don't support the idea of making out. Ace still didn't believe it. Although he basically wanted to save in his heart, he was really afraid to walk to the window of the pirate group's stronghold and hear that Luffy gave everything to the pirates. He was really afraid of this scene. I would rather carry a debt of conscience than encounter this scenario again. If you don't believe me, make a bet with me. Iger sighed. Let's see if Luffy will betray you. If I win, you will swoop with Luffy. Okay. What if you lose? Ace continued. If I lose, I will kill this kid on the spot, whether he is Garp's grandson or not. I gave you such a bad breath. Iger clenched his fists with a look of victory. Looking at Iger's confident eyes, Ace didn't know why, but his heart moved. That look really makes people confident, like believing in that kid like he believes in himself. After a long silence, Ace finally spoke. Well, then I'll bet with you. That's right. Iger breathed a sigh of relief. I'm afraid you won't bet with me. Stinky brat, you probably don't know Luffy's charisma yet, do you? It's time to see how your little heart is healed. While groaning, Iger sighed that this was simply the arrangement of fate. I dealt with Tiger and Eren by myself, subdued Jinbei, and arrested Moria. I thought I could completely change the world line, but things don't seem to be as easy as imagined. Although Eren was caught in the prison on Fishman Island, he didn't know if he would escape. Jinpei and Hancock are still Shichibukai. Moria's fate is still unknown, but it should be inevitable. Even now, after cleaning Pool Jamie himself, Luffy is still caught. Iger was even a little worried that the burning wood building he had just solved would be dug up by the guys from the Sapphire Pirates again. But thinking about it doesn't seem to be of any use. Iger still hurriedly urged Ace and Sabo to lead the way, and hurried to the stronghold of the Sapphire Pirates. Chapter 130. If you don't say it, I won't say it. With Ace and Sabo leading the way, and the strong physical qualities of the three, it took Iger, Ace, and Sabo less than an hour to arrive at Puljamai's stronghold from the non-deterministic terminal. It was a huge warehouse 10 meters high, covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters, with blue metal walls separating the outside from the inside. Rows of iron windows were opened on the side of the main entrance of the warehouse. The three of Iger sneaked under the iron windows with cat waists on their waists, and quietly stuck their heads out. It didn't matter if I saw this. Iger was furious. In the empty warehouse, the incandescent lamps exuded a pale light, and more than 100 pirates were lined up in rows. In front of the pirates stood two people. The two people Iger knew were Jerry, who had been caught by him and led the way, and Pool Jamie, who had just run away from him. In front of Pool Jamie and Jerry was a heavy iron pillar, and a small figure was firmly tied to it. Even if they can't see the front, the three of Iggy can recognize it. That is Luffy. And at this moment Puljamai was holding a long leather whip in his hand. His arm was raised high, and then he threw it down. Snap! After a crisp sound, Luffy's body trembled. Speak. Where is Ace's bastard's treasure, or I'll beat you to death. Puljamai yelled fiercely, another whip in his hand. Snap! Another blood stain appeared on Luffy's bruised body. Pool Jamie is really not showing mercy at all. Every whip is with all his strength. The thin-skinned and tender Luffy has been beaten to the point of tearing his flesh, and tears flow from his eyes uncontrollably. Readily. It was so refreshing. Just thinking about how frightened he was in front of a group of children under 10 years old, like a lost dog, made Puljamai feel super humiliated in his heart. So this time, he vented all his grievances on this kid. Let you be so arrogant just now. I want to take revenge for that time just now. I just didn't expect that this stinky brat likes to cry so much, yet his mouth is so hard. After so many whips, she has been crying for almost 20 minutes, and she still refuses to say where Ace hid her treasure. But it doesn't matter. It's a long night. There are times when he can't stand it. I will fight again. Snap! Luffy's small body twitched violently, and blood dripped on the ground. Don't tell me. How long can you last? If you don't tell me, when they find this place, they will have to collect your corpse. Kukuku. Jamie's face was covered with a perverted smile. At this time, Xiao Luffy was almost speechless. He had no strength in the pain. His whole body was twitching uncontrollably, and tears were streaming down his face. But this is the case. He still gritted his teeth tightly, preventing himself from crying, and kept repeating a few words while choking. Don't say it. I won't say it. Don't say it. Although his voice was not loud, no one spoke, and there was no interference. Even the three people outside the window could hear clearly. Iger glanced at Ace, but said nothing. When he heard Luffy speak, he noticed that Ace suddenly fell silent. His face was sullen, and he didn't say a word. And Ace, at this moment, only felt that the apex of his heart was trembling, and trembling, as if he had been hit hard by something suddenly, and then his heart cracked and sour water flowed out. This guy, why, isn't that big pool of blood on the ground your own? Don't know the pain? He's such a crybaby guy, but he doesn't even say such a thing when he is killed. Ace couldn't describe how he felt right now. Only the tip of his nose was a little sour and his eyes were warm and soft. damn it, I actually regret being late. Wouldn't he have gotten a few fewer whips if he had come earlier? Hateful. How could I possibly think about that kid? Bastard. Sabo also looked at Ace with a look of relief in his eyes. Then he and Iger looked at each other, nodded, and clenched the iron pipe in his hand. I said, you kid, how can you be so ignorant? Believe it or not, this uncle killed you. Pool Jamie was twitching, losing his patience, suddenly raising the volume and roaring. Then throw your body in front of Ace and the others and tell him you betrayed him. You don't need to send it to us. We've already come here. Just as Luffy was about to speak, Iggy's voice suddenly came from the door, and then Iggy and Sabo appeared at the door of the warehouse. All the pirates turned pale in shock, and when they looked closely, Ace and Sabo were holding water pipes, and Iger, who was the leader, was holding a sword like running water. Ace, Sabo, Big Brother Eagle. As soon as Xiao Luffy saw that Iger and the three came to save him, he shouted as if he had been saved, but when he turned his head, he seemed to remember something and shouted anxiously, don't listen to what this guy just said. I didn't tell him anything. Ace, really? I didn't say anything. You bastard. Ace looked at Luffy with bloodshot eyes. After he broke in, he saw Luffy's upper body really, and his little heart couldn't take it anymore. Is this a fool? Or did Iger's intimacy idea make people like this? It's all like this. Is the thing you care most about betraying yourself? Taking a deep breath, he pretended to be calm, but his voice was still trembling. I know, I heard it all. Huh, that's good. Woo woo woo. I'm so hurt. Big Brother Yig, help me. Woo woo ah. Hearing Ace's affirmation, Luffy breathed a long sigh of relief, and then he realized the current situation and cried pitifully at Iger. Iger also felt very distressed for Luffy. Didn't he work so hard just to make him suffer less? As a result, he was so abused by Pool Jamie. The blood of the calf came up immediately, and Iger's eyes suddenly turned red, and the wolf stared at Poor Jamie, gritted his teeth and said, don't worry, Luffy. Hold on for a while, and I'll let you down immediately. I see who dares to move. Iger just finished speaking and was about to make a move, but he didn't expect that the opposite Pool Jamie would move faster. He pulled out a pistol from his waist and put it directly on Luffy's head. Iger stopped drinking. This time, Iger could only stop. You guys don't come forward. Every step you dare to take, I'll jump on this kid. Pool Jamie shouted fiercely, his voice trembling for some unknown reason. Chapter 131. Is it safe to have a hostage? Pool Jamie had to be nervous. Grandmas, how did these people come so quickly? I just ran back in a hurry just now, and just happened to meet my subordinate Jerry on the way. Before going there, I deliberately kept an eye on it. Of course, there are too many people in the narrow and dense alleys, so I can ask Jerry to bring another team to search. I didn't expect this guy to actually make a contribution. I learned from Jerry that Iger and Sabo were separated, and I was quite fortunate that Iger should be doing other things. Originally, I wanted to scare Luffy, let him spit out Ace and his stronghold, and then take advantage of them to find Luffy everywhere and attack Huang Long by himself. But I didn't expect this kid's mouth to be so hard that he couldn't even pry it open. What he didn't expect even more was that Ignatia Sabo, these three little devils, came over so quickly. This allows himself to avoid Iger's plan to steal the house directly and go bankrupt on the spot. Damn it, this kid is even more annoying than Ace. After the confrontation just now, Pool Jamie was quite afraid of Iger. Judging from the murderous aura emanating from him, he is definitely several grades stronger than his boss Brugha. Completely head-on, he is not his opponent at all. Can he be nervous? So he made a decisive decision and immediately pointed a pistol at Luffy. With hostages, there is a certain sense of security. At least they dare not mess around. Grandma, if Boss Brugha knew that he had to use hostages to deal with the three children, he would have to rip off his own skin. Don't mess around. No matter how fast you move, it can't be faster than the bullet on his head. Pool Jamie was a little stern. I don't know if this kid with a knife has any other means. This bastard. Sabo gritted his teeth and glared at Pool Jamie. The knuckles in his hands turned white, but he couldn't think of anything. You have to use hostages to deal with children. You are really talented. Ace didn't dare to move, but still mocked mercilessly. And IG didn't speak, just frowned at Pool Jamie. Never would have thought that this guy could be such a dog after growing so big. Damn, like Ace said, you have to use hostages to fight with children. I really convinced him. If I grow to that size, I dare to challenge Kaido directly. Really despise him. Don't move. Obediently be tied by us, or I'll shoot this kid. Pool Jamie ignored Ace's taunts, and Pool Jamie ordered viciously, throw away the weapon in your hand. After speaking, he gave Jerry a wink next to him. Jerry immediately said that he understood, and immediately arranged for the pirates behind to get the rope. Ace and Sabo looked at each other, looking at Iger very calm, but looking at the muzzle of Pool Jamie's gun on Luffy's head, he obediently threw away the steel pipe in his hand. In fact, the reason why Iger didn't respond was because he was making some preparations. Of all the people, IG was the only one who could see electric charges moving through the air. In the same way, only Iger can see that that some particles in the air are split and divided into positive and negative particles. The two groups of particles moved lightly and unknowingly attached to the sides of Ptolemy's arms. The amount of electricity was carefully calculated by Iger, and it could only paralyze Pergamai's muscles in an instant. The power is too high, and Iger is worried about hurting Luffy. Unknowingly, the arrangement was about to be completed, and Iger finally had the confidence to speak. I said, Pulgamai, do you really think you can subdue me with a hostage? Seeing the surrounding pirates with ropes around, Iger just smiled slightly, and didn't mean to throw away the famous sword in his hand. Hey, Iger. Sabo winked at Iger carefully. Don't provoke him. Luffy is still in his hands. However, it was still a little late for Sabo to remind him. Pulgamai himself was a little nervous. Looking at Iger, his expression was calm, and the knife in his hand was not lost, and he was immediately excited. Pay attention, boy. Your companion is in my hand. Hurry up and put down the weapon in your hand. I'll count to 3. 1. Hey Iggy, what are you waiting for? Ace got a little impatient looking at Iggy like this. Hurry up and throw the knife away. Iggy, do you want to kill Luffy? Sabo also growled. Brother Iger, don't worry about me. Kill this bastard quickly. Luffy, the main man, comforted Iger with tears in his eyes, looking pitiful. Obviously it doesn't look like being sacrificed at all, but in order to show his loyalty, he still has to say so. Shut up, kid. Pool Jamie yelled at Luffy, who was so frightened that he quickly fell silent, and then Pool Jamie stared at Iggy and counted down. 2. A little more, a little more. Iger immediately accelerated his arrangement of electric charges, and the electric charges were quickly separated to both sides of Pool Jamie's arms under Iger's remote control. What are you doing, Iggy? Ace seems to be more worried about Luffy's safety than Iger now, and seeing Iger unmoved, he thought Iger was going to cut Luffy too. Ige, Sabo seemed to sense that Iger was arranging something, but he still shouted worriedly. Whoa. Luffy was too frightened to speak by Pool Jamie, so he could only whimper in a low voice. Seeing that Iger still didn't move, Ptolemy looked at the muscles on his entire face and looked extremely ferocious. His fingers were pulling the trigger bit by bit, making a creaking sound. This is what you forced me to ask for it. 3. It's done. Just as Pool Jamie shouted the last number and was about to pull the trigger, Iger's eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted, Zizi. Pool Jamie is a vicious pirate with at least dozens of lives in his hands. Killing a child is no problem at all, let alone in this situation. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, silver-white flashes suddenly appeared on both sides of his arm, and then he felt a hot and numbing poisonous snake rushing into his arm. Then the whole arm seemed to be thrown into the frying pan. Suddenly paralyzed, not to mention pulling the trigger, even unable to hold the gun, it fell to the ground with a clatter. The screams of Luffy and Per James sounded at the same time, but after the screams, Luffy found that the pain in his imagination did not come, and he was still alive. Turning his head and looking, Pool Jamie is screaming with his arms in his arms. Chapter 132. I will not give up on anyone. My hand. Pool Jamie hugged his sturdy arm, and his feet jumped with pain. He only felt that there was a tree-like branding iron in his arm, burning his flesh and blood frantically. In fact, Iger's electric shock has long since ended, and since everyone saw the flash just now, the static electricity he accumulated in the air has been exhausted. Now he felt the pain, just a reaction to the shock. It was in such a space that Iger got the opportunity to counterattack. The sword light in his hand flickered like water, and the famous sword autumn water gently waved, and a huge blue sword wind formed out of thin air. Jianfen was born out of thin air, and then made a sharp whistle, rushing directly to Per Jame at a terrifying speed. Brush. Pool Jamie didn't even react at all, and was directly slashed to the ground by the terrifying sword wind, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Jianfeng flew past the rope on Luffy's body, and at the same time that Pool Jamie was cut to the ground, the rope on Luffy's body also fell off with a snap. Iger exerted force under his feet, appeared beside Luffy almost at the same time, and reached out to catch Luffy. Looking back at the fainted Pool Jamie, a wound that ran through almost his entire body appeared on the surface of his body. For the purpose of protecting the mental health of Ace and others, Iger deliberately controlled the sharpness of his sword style and did not directly cut Pergamai in half. He was completely stunned by the vibration of the air. Seriously, this guy dares to threaten me? How unreasonable. Iggy spat heavily on the ground and patted Luffy, who was already frightened. Woo woo woo. I'm still alive. Big brother Iggy, woo woo woo. I'm still alive too. Well, Luffy seemed to have just reacted, and his tears suddenly poured out uncontrollably, and he burst into tears. It's alright, don't cry. Do NT cry. IG touched Luffy's little head softly and comforted, while glaring fiercely and holding the pirates who came by the rope. The pirates on the opposite side didn't dare to move, and their expressions were like seeing a ghost. Especially Jerry. The whole scalp exploded. I am mother. Is this a monster? I also asked Mr. Pool Jamie why he came back alone, and the bastard actually said that he had arranged for the rest of the people people to do other things. Simply fart. She also pretended not to care. I think those 200 people must have been cut down by this guy. This horse riding. What was that flash of light just now? It's not hard to see from all the signs that this one is definitely a do. So how did he do it? Just looking at it can make Lord Ptolemy hug his arm and cry out in pain. So don't you have to deal with yourself? Even if you do it yourself, these people have no chance. This guy's sword skill just now has absolutely killed everyone here. Even the sword just now can cut down half of the people here. How did you get into such a monster? Jerry suddenly regretted telling Poole the news. I even regretted taking someone to catch Luffy. He was complacent for having made 2 consecutive great deeds in one day, thinking that there would be some promotion. Good guy. This directly attracts a demon. Stealing chickens is not enough to lose rice, and he cut down more than 200 people over there, so it is probably not a problem to cut down over 100 people here. Damn it. Ace and Sabo were also confused at this time. How the hell did this guy do it? Is it the same trick that knocked down more than 200 pirates just now? Wrong. That's not the point at all. The point is that he can actually cut such an exaggerated sword energy. How strong is this guy? Ace felt more and more frustrated. This guy, Iger, is countless times stronger than himself. Jerry, isn't it? I don't know if you still know me. Jerry was scolding his mother in his heart, but he didn't want Iggy's eyes to turn. At that time, he felt that his soul was about to fly, and he didn't dare to look at Iger's eyes, so he put on a smiley face, nodded and answered, "Of course, this big brother. You are very capable, aren't you? First revealed that I had a fight with Ace, and then captured Luffy." Iger pondered. No, I offended the big brother because I am too ignorant to praise." Jerry shook his head again and again. "Isn't it? I think you are very positive. This time Poole Jamie can't do it. You should be able to replace him." Iger asked again with a smile. Jerry's reaction was super fast, and he even waved his hand, and his head almost dropped to the ground. No, how dare the little one. I won't bother the big brother now. Go back and tell them, and stop bothering the big brother." After finishing speaking, before Iger could speak, he hurriedly greeted the younger brothers and exited the warehouse one after another. The pirates under their hands were eager to leave the God of Plague quickly, and they moved faster than one, squeezing out from the door like sardines. No one cares about the fainted Poole Jamie joke. Still thinking of getting close to the kid who slashed Poole Jamie with one sword? Hurry up and save your life. Hey, you're running really fast. Iger looked at their backs and didn't mean to stop them. Jerry will definitely move in to help when he will go out, but Iger is not afraid but is looking forward to it. After solving Brugum, the uncertainty terminal will never burn. How is it, Ace? Gently reassuring Luffy, Iggy raised his chin towards Ace. Ace, who was still shocked and frustrated at first, immediately understood what he meant when Iger said this, and his face turned red all of a sudden. Reluctantly, Ace walked up to Luffy and asked with some doubts, "Hey, doesn't your boy hurt?" "Woo, dang, of course it hurts." Luffy couldn't stop his tears and answered choked up, "Then why didn't you tell me and Sabo's secret base?" Because then I can't be friends anymore. You, big brother Yige won't stay here for a long time. When he leaves, if you guys won't accept me, then I won't have any friends anymore. Xiao Luffy twitched and twitched, but the logic of his speech was exceptionally clear. Hey, are friends that important? Ace rolled his eyes and asked disdainfully. Of course, friends are more important than anything. For some reason, Luffy suddenly became excited, almost shouting out these words, and then he didn't catch his breath and started crying again. Oops, don't cry, it's annoying. Ace was very impatient. Luffy was quite obedient and immediately silenced, much better than Ig's comforting. Looking at Luffy's aggrieved appearance, Aston felt that there was something in his heart, sour and soft. What I'm talking about, the idea of intimacy. I will never deny the existence of anyone, Iger said quietly, looking at Ace. Anyone will be needed by others. Chapter 133 Jerry is back. Never deny the existence of anyone. Anyone will be needed. Iger's light-hearted words had a huge impact on Ace's heart. Ace was stunned for a while, and the two words Iger said kept echoing in his whole mind, and he murmured and repeated in his mouth, "Won't be denied, will be needed. Don't you want me dead?" "What are you talking about, Ace?" Sabo was the first to be unhappy at this, and immediately patted him and said dissatisfiedly, "Do you think I would want you to die too?" Ace didn't know what to say. Sabo asked, and he really couldn't think of an answer. It is obvious that everyone wants to die as the son of the devil, but Sabo, who has known him for a long time and decided to accompany him to the sea, will never want him to die. How could this be? Where did you go wrong? I thought that Sabo was the only one left in my world. Dodden is not good to himself at all. The grandfather who raised him is also a navy. Everyone he meets in his life hates One Piece. Naturally, he doesn't have a good impression of himself as the son of One Piece. Everyone even calls themselves the devil's son. There will also be people who curse themselves viciously, hoping that they will die soon. For a long time, I was confused and felt that I should not exist in the world alone. Even if he met Sabo later, he actually felt in his heart that Sabo did not recognize his existence in his heart. Even though Sabo is quite close to himself, he has always felt that he is such a person. Few people can walk into his side and no one even wants to approach him. I originally thought that my whole life would be like this, and when I grew up I became a carefree pirate, and it would be over if I died on the bottom of the sea if I didn't know where I was. Who knew that just today the dead old man actually brought 2 more younger brothers? Originally I thought that these 2 younger brothers couldn't fight with me. Even if I or one of them died, they would have nothing to do with each other. Unexpectedly, just met for a day, the crybaby who seems to be the softest and the best bully would endure so many whippings in order to protect the secret base that has nothing to do with him, just to be friends with myself. What kind of virtue are you? Can you endure so much pain just to be friends with yourself? They were neither angry nor annoyed for being so fierce towards them half a day ago, throwing stones and spitting on them, and even told themselves and Sabo some intimacy ideas. Looking at it this way, this Luffy really perfectly interprets the affectionate idea Iger just mentioned. He seems to be living in the described ideal world. How could such a person exist? More exaggeratedly, why would Iger be able to imagine such a world? Why does he think that for the sake of the new world, some people will be so kind to others? Ace fell into deep thinking. His ingrained ideas since childhood were gradually shattering and gradually being repaired into a brand new system. Looking at Ace, who was in deep thought, Iggy ignored him, beckoned Sabo over, and lifted Luffy onto a flat board. Luffy, it might hurt a little bit, so bear with it, Iger told Luffy. Well, Luffy's eyes were swollen from crying and his voice was hoarse, so he could only answer in a low voice. After finishing speaking, Iger instructed Sabo to hold Luffy down and walk to the corner of the warehouse where there were many wine jars. I took a jar of wine, opened the lid and smelled it. The pungent smell of alcohol hit my face. Good, that's it. IG nodded with satisfaction and walked to Luffy with the wine jar. Take off his clothes, Iger said softly. Oh, Sabo responded, taking off Luffy's clothes. As soon as it was opened, he took in a breath of cold air. I saw dozens of blood stains all over Luffy's body, from his collarbone to his lower abdomen, deep or shallow, but all bleeding. He suddenly understood why Iger wanted to bring a jar of wine. Legend has it that brave sea warriors were injured in battle and sprayed with their own wine, as if it was a tradition, the tradition of brave sea warriors. Good guy. It turns out that this Iger still understands this. Sabo is full of respect for Iger from a very strange angle. Of course IG didn't know what Sabo was thinking. He lifted the lid of the wine jar, held the wine jar and poured the wine inside on Luffy. Luffy, who was lying on the wooden board, suddenly let out an inhuman scream. Luffy, you know, this is a very solemn ceremony. Only the bravest warriors go through this kind of ceremony. Sabo held Luffy's hand tightly and said to Luffy excitedly. As soon as he heard Sabo's words, Luffy stopped crying, forcibly held back his tears, and gritted his teeth to keep himself from humming. Yo, it can't be seen that Sabo has a good grasp of Luffy's temperament. IG sighed in his heart and cast him an approving look, only to find that this guy was looking at the liquor on Luffy expectantly. Co-authoring, you really think this is a very magical ceremony? I just want to disinfect him. Iger didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only resist the urge to complain, and while cooperating with Sabo's words, he poured the liquor on Luffy. Because Luffy's wounds are all in front of his body, disinfection is very simple. After pouring 2 jars of wine in a row, the disinfection is over. Luffy was so numb from the pain that he almost rolled his eyes. IG said softly, thank you for your hard work, and then took out a signed-in garment from the system backpack and asked Sabo to put it on Luffy. It's finally over. Iggy breathed a sigh of relief. Next, just sit here and wait for Jerry to bring Brugum here. If Jerry knew what Iger was thinking, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of old blood. Good guy. The rescuer who came in after he was exhausted and broke his leg was used as a fishing tool for Eagle. Not as Iger expected. It didn't take long for it to become louder outside the warehouse. Footsteps like rushing thunder gathered towards the warehouse, and the throbbing fire almost ignited all the surrounding air. Iggy, can't think of it. I'm back, Jerry. Jerry's smug voice came from outside in the brilliant light of the fire. Luffy sat up from the wooden board at once and grinned in pain. Even Ace, who was in a daze, woke up and followed Ixabo out of the warehouse. As soon as the 4 of them went out, Wang and Wang's sapphire pirates surrounded the entire warehouse. Jerry stood right in front of everyone, looking at the 4 of Iggy arrogantly. Behind him stood an incomparably tall figure, which IG recognized at a glance. The leader of the sapphire pirates, Brugum. At the same time, Sabo also saw a figure standing next to Brugum. His eyes widened immediately, and his pupils shrunk to the size of a pinhead. Chapter 134 Outlook 3 Sabo's father. Father! Sabo cried out. Father! Not only Iggy, but also Ace and Luffy around him were surprised. The 3 of them looked at the direction Sabo was facing, and saw a middle-aged man standing next to Brugge, who was obviously incompatible with the pirates. Although this person is wearing the costume of a pirate, whether it is from his standing posture, his demeanor, or from the eyes he looks at the four of them, it can be seen that this is a nobleman who has been educated by the upper class since he was a child. Yes, aristocrat. This middle-aged man has a noble air from top to bottom, especially the look in his eyes, which reveals an arrogance from a high position. It seems that among all the people present, except for himself, no one else is human. However, this kind of person who shows arrogance all over his body is quite similar to Sabo in facial features. In addition to the words Sabo shouted out just now, everyone deeply believed that this was Sabo's father. But this made Ace and Luffy quite shocked. Co-authoring this guy looks very polite and attractive. The most important thing is that he still wants to go out to sea with himself as a pirate, but his family is actually a noble. Never heard him say such a thing. Why didn't you tell me such a thing? This matter was so explosive that Ace even forgot that he was still in deep thought just now. If I told you, would you still treat me as a friend? Sabo answered without thinking. Ace stopped talking. He felt that what Sabo said made sense. If Sabo told himself that he was from a noble family before, then the previous self probably thought that the two were different. There might even be a way to kill Sabo if it weren't for the appearance of Iggy and Luffy. Even if he and Sabo had jointly established a secret base, there is a great possibility that they would part ways. From this point of view, I should thank Garp for bringing Iggy and Luffy here. The existence of these two people actually changed their minds in just one day. Now Ace, even if he knows Sabo's life experience, he can accept it. I don't know what it was like before, but now, even if you are a noble, we are still partners. Ace seemed to have understood what he wanted, turned his head to look at Sabo, and said firmly. Sabo glanced at him gratefully, but did not speak, and then stared at his father, Utluk III, with a dark look in his eyes. On the other hand, Iger already knew about Sabo's life experience. The reason why he was shocked is because he really did not expect that Sabo's biological father would be recruited at once. This is interesting. I really don't know what kind of wonderful drama a prodigal son who has made up his mind to go to sea and a hypocritical aristocrat who restrains his son for the sake of aristocratic fame can perform. As for why Brugum and Alteruk appeared together, Iger had guessed a few possibilities. 80% of it was because two people were at a certain stronghold discussing a plan to burn the terminal of indeterminate objects, and then Jerry went in to report at this time. As soon as Outlook heard that his son was fighting with pirates and he was on fire on the spot, I thought that if this was spread out, where would he put his old face? How can you still mix in the aristocratic circle in the future? At the party, everyone smiled at him and said to him, Lord Outlook, I heard that your son played well with that devil son. What can we do then? So hurriedly followed Brugge to the scene. Iger firmly believed that his judgment was right, because how could a hypocritical noble tolerate himself wearing the clothes of a pirate? How can you meet a pirate without taking an escort? If he was with an escort, he should have come together, but there were only pirates in sight. It means that the guards around Ultrok must also be disguised as pirates like him, and why they must be disguised is naturally because they hide their eyes and ears. Sure enough, when he heard Sabo recognize him on the opposite side, Ultralux simply stopped pretending, stood up directly, pointed to Sabo's nose and said seriously, Sabo, how many times have I told you? Remember who you are. Look what you're doing now. Fight these pirates in this junkyard. Do you still think you are the son of my Utluk family? As soon as these words came out, everyone was not calm. Even Brugum, who was standing beside him, twitched the corners of his eyes. Dude, I'm still here. You bastard dare to say that? How dirty are our pirates? Forget it. When I live in the highlands, the first thing I do is to bring down your family. Just wait. Alteruk deserves to be the most annoying aristocrat besides the Tianlong people. As soon as he opened his mouth, the whole atmosphere became dignified, and the smell of gunpowder suddenly filled the air. Bang! Sabo has grown up listening to these since he was a child, and his ears have become cocoons since he was a child. For a while, his face is full of disdain. Don't tell me if you are expensive or not. I don't care about that. Ace is my friend. How can I not help my friend in trouble? Isn't this what you say to those princes every day? Sabo looked sideways at his father, showing no respect for this man. I don't know since when he found that his father, he did not have the fatherly love that a father should have. In his eyes, the hypocritical superiority and dignity of the nobles will always come first. For this reason, he can ignore other children bullying him, let himself have a high fever, and then perform talents for the kings. Even to adopt a child of a pariah and then treat that child as his own son just because he is not aristocratic enough. That child is his younger brother, Steely, a standard aristocratic dandy. In front of other ordinary people, inferiors, and even pariahs, you can completely forget your original identity as pariahs and be arrogant and domineering. At home, it is a waste of wantonly beating and scolding the servants with clothes and meals and mouths open. It is such a vile person in the eyes of Altara. That is what a noble should look like. And then he is kind and sweet, and they don't want to look at their own son. He had already seen through it long ago. In this family there is absolutely no family affection at all. Sabo is just a dispensable burden and even occasionally embarrassing. Atluk, what are you talking about? I'm your father. Contradicting me? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing the family? This was indeed the case, and Atluk became furious. If you don't go home, I'll arrest all your friends. Chapter 135. Who dares to touch my brothers? In Atluk's concept, pirates are absolutely vicious beings. At least in the Goa kingdom, as long as pirates are mentioned, no child will not be afraid. When the nurses were coaxing the children to sleep, if the child was too naughty and refused to sleep, the nurses would use pirates to scare him. If you don't sleep well, I'll let the pirates take you away. Most of the children will immediately close their eyes obediently, but if there are particularly clever children who ask why pirates are so scary, the nurses will say some scary things. Pirates will eat disobedient children. The last bit of ill-behaved child also surrendered. Therefore, Outlook is quite confident that he has brought a genuine army of pirates and surrounds these children, which can definitely deter these stinky brats. However, things took him by surprise. Sabo looked at the pirates brought by Brugum and roughly estimated that there were at most 300 people. IG was sitting on his side, so he was obviously not afraid. Even if you add a Brugum and add Ace and Luffy yourself, how can you fight with him for a while? Then adding an Iger will not be a problem at all. So Sabo was not frightened at all, but continued to look at Atluk coldly and said lightly, "You're being too perfunctory to me. Just these people want to tie me back." Seeing that his genuine intimidation had no effect, Outlook gritted his teeth in anger and stomped his feet in anger. After a while, he seemed to finally realize that he had lost his temper, so he stood up straight in embarrassment, put his hands behind his back, and regained the calm look of an aristocrat. "Since your child doesn't make sense, don't blame your father for being cruel." After finishing speaking, he turned his head and explained to Brugum, "If you have any grudges, report them directly. I'll take care of it for you. As long as Sabo is not injured, it doesn't matter if everyone else is killed." After he finished speaking, he walked over to the big rock beside him with his hands behind his back and sat down. "Atluk, you're not a fucking person anymore. Forget about collaborating with the pirates, and let the pirates kill your son's friend." Hearing Altaruk say this, Sabo was about to go crazy. Although he was confident that he could fight against the Sapphire Pirates, his own father's attitude still made him extremely angry. He even called out Atluk's name and cursed loudly. "Sabo, pay attention to your identity. I'm just dealing with our family. For a child who will contradict his father in public, proper punishment is necessary." Outlook's face was hardened with cold, and he didn't care what Sabo said at all. Today, he wanted to destroy Sabo's conscience and maintain the dignity of his Outlook family. How can the children of the nobles of the Goa kingdom play with the children of the pirates? He also disobeyed his father because he wanted to play with pirate children. It just doesn't make sense. "Let me show you today who is the big king." As for children other than Sabo, Outlook had no interest at all. "It's just a pirate's child, not worth looking at. If you dare to touch them today, I will sever the father-son relationship with you." Sabo is really about to fly and by killing 3 innocent children, and it is actually dealing with housework. If it weren't for Isaac and Luffy who were there today, wouldn't he have killed the 3 children in vain? There are 3 families who have to bear the pain for the death of their children. Is this just a family affair for him? Sabo is actually still a little soft-hearted and a little naive. He secretly wants to use this method to make Altaruk afraid that he will not go home and then compromise. However, Outlook's next reaction, it completely chilled him. "Oh, you said it yourself." Altaruk laughed and said to Bruggy again, "The rebel in the family voluntarily gave up his status as a noble. Since that's the case, it doesn't matter if you clean it up together." "Damn it, Nima, are you alone?" Iger, who had been silent for a while, finally couldn't bear it any longer and cursed loudly. Really fucking pissed him off. There are really such disgusting people in the world. Tiger poison doesn't eat children. This Nima is raising his adopted son from a pariah as his own son, so he can not care about his own son? Really, a ruthless noble machine. Originally, Iger thought that Outlook was just a pedantic nobleman. In the final analysis, he still hoped to raise his son into a nobleman. "I didn't expect this guy to do such a conscience thing. Where's the child? Do you have any say in it?" Brugem saw Outlook frown slightly but didn't seem to want to speak, so he quickly picked up the conversation and roared at Iger, "I am your father." Iger was really angry. He had never seen such a disgusting person. After being yelled at by Brugem, the anger in his heart suddenly exploded. As soon as these words were finished, the atmosphere around the entire warehouse seemed to freeze and suddenly became eerily quiet. No one expected that Iger would say such a thing, and he was a little stunned at the time, especially the pirates of the Sapphire Pirates, who were simply stunned. The pirates looked at each other, each seeing the horror in each other's eyes. Did this kid just scold Boss Broogie? Right? This kid is really too fierce. I just don't know how to die. He looks like he's not a local here, right? Even Brugum has never heard of it, but that is the big pirate who traverses the Goa Kingdom. Even Mr. Perjame, who is so strong and brave, can defeat 100 by 1, and he can easily defeat him with one hand. It was because of his strength that he was able to collude with the nobles. And Mr. Brugum is an orphan. He was bullied and said to be an orphan since he was a child, so his parents have always been his inverse scales. This kid, it's pissing him off. Sure enough, all the pirates felt that a tyrannical aura burst out from Brugum's burly body. I saw countless blue veins forming on his body, and all the terrifying muscles were knotted together as if it was an evil dragon ready to go. Blue Gem's face was blackened into a piece of charcoal, and the surging flame set off his square face extremely fiercely. His eyes were bloodshot, and the words he spat out were cold. What did you say? Dare to say it again? I said I'm your father. IG was too lazy to care about him. His angry voice spread throughout the warehouse. I want to see who dares to touch my brothers. Chapter 136. Against you, I don't use my hands at all. The air is flowing like mercury, and all the pirates dare not even pant loudly. They all held their weapons and shrank their necks, waiting for Brugum's calm anger to erupt. No one dared touch the sprout. Why are you asking? Originally, there was a general under Brugum who was on the same level as Perjame. As a result, because one time the Titan failed a very important mission, causing the pirates to suffer considerable losses. After the Titan came back, he still wanted to drink with Brugum, but Brugum, who was in anger, shot him directly at the wine table. Even his right-hand man can kill him if he wants to kill him, let alone these unknown people. Even Jerry, who jumped the most, dismissed the more than 100 people in advance before going to the rescue, so that they pretended not to have participated in this battle and were called out again. At this moment they didn't even dare to let out the air, and they didn't even dare to look at Bruggy. Brugem is such a cruel person. He. Sabo, what kind of friends are you making? You'll be strong. There was only Outlook who could still talk and laugh at this time. Little brat, I'm flattering you when I talk to you. Listen to your uncle's advice and surrender quickly. Brugum is the one who can eat you raw. What are you kidding me? I just decided to let him do things for me because I liked this Bruim who was ruthless and capable of fighting. Ordinary children, even if they only see him from a distance, they will be so frightened that they cry. Who do you think you are? A stinky brat with no full hair. What kind of friendship are you pretending to be here? You can cry later. Blue Gem was non-committal to Alteruk's words. His big face was as hard as a piece of iron. He looked coldly at the rude little devil in front of him and asked, Little devil, you are very bold and I admire you very much. I have decided to hang your body beside my pillow. Why are you all so gibberish? There are so many people talking to the 4 children. Do you think you have a lot of time? Iger would be very short-tempered, let alone Bruggy. Even if the red-haired Shanks came to sell face, Iger would still scold him back. Of course, the reason why he would say that is to fight. Sure enough, as soon as the words were finished, the dignified air became even more stagnant, and the air seemed to be still. Esabo and Luffy silently raised the water pipes in their hands and lined up Iniga, their little faces full of high-spirited fighting intent. Especially Sabo, who was originally a sunny grade, but this time it seemed like he had experienced some vicissitudes. His eyes were full of exhaustion and thoroughness, and there was deep disgust. After this battle, leave this home completely by yourself, he thought silently in his heart. Very good. Brugam's Yanin couldn't be any more red. He stared blankly at Iger, pulled out the big knife from his waist, and said in a hoarse voice, Then it's no nonsense. Do it. Just you. For you. Don't use your hands at all. Iger pouted, then turned his head to instruct the 3 behind him. The 3 of you have no strength. Stay away first and leave it to me. Boom. Before Iger could finish speaking, the angry Bruggy couldn't bear it any longer. His broad feet stomped the ground fiercely, and waves of vibrations spread to every corner of the warehouse. Appeared. It's Lord Bruggy's oscillating knife. The pirates behind them couldn't help but marvel. Last time Lord Bruggy used this trick and chopped up a whale. Oh my god, does Boss Bruggy actually use such a skill to deal with that kid? Looks like I'm really angry. Outlook, who was watching the battle, heard the pirates' remarks and suddenly became more confident, and his face almost showed a triumphant smile. He watched the 3 people behind Iger quickly hide into the distance and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, stupid brat, let's see what a real pirate is. Come on, Brugum. Even standing behind Brugum, the pirates can feel a rather terrifying sense of oppression. Whoa. As he walked towards Ige step by step, one after another vibration came out of him, and the surrounding air shook slightly, shaking the leaves off the tree piece by piece. Even in the warehouse several meters apart, the high metal wall was creaked by his vibration. Without the devil fruit, with the technology he masters alone, Brugum can make make things around him vibrate because of him. With the vibration from his body, the steel blade in his hand that was shining with cold light also vibrated quickly. Due to the high-frequency vibration, the steel knife made a high hum, as if to declare that there is nothing in the world that cannot be cut by it. On the other hand, Iger didn't seem to care. Seeing Ace and the three of them stepped back temporarily, he felt a little relieved. Then, a trace of black and red lightning quietly wrapped around his right foot. However, it was this little black-red lightning that was as thin as a hairspring, which made the vibration that spread to Iger's side disappear strangely. Of course, Brugge didn't know what Iger was doing. There was nothing left in his mind now, and there was only one thought left in his entire mind. That is to tear the boy in front of him to shreds. Now, immediately. Suffer it, stupid brat. Finally, when the steel knife in his hand vibrated to the highest peak, Brugge roared high, raised the steel knife above his head, then jumped high, and slashed straight at Iggy. Seeing Brugge's huge body rushing towards the skinny Iger, the three of Ace screamed in surprise. No way, Brugge's move is simply too powerful, like a big shark that is feeding. If he is hit, he will definitely fly out for dozens of meters. Even the pirates behind Brugge covered their eyes with their hands and looked at Brugge quietly through their fingers. I really don't dare to look directly. Boss Brugge, I'm afraid this child will be chopped to pieces on the spot. Is this kid freaked out? Boss Brugge rushed over. Why didn't he hide? If it were me, I would definitely scare my soul away at this moment, and I would do my best to avoid it. Brugge seems to be a shark jumping out of the sea. Just as everyone exclaimed, the steel knife in his hand was about to split Iger's forehead. At this moment, Iger, who had been motionless all the time, moved. Chapter 137. Say no. No. I saw that Iger slowly raised his right foot and looked very calmly at Brugge, who jumped over. Brugge's move is so powerful that even the surrounding air is shaken by it, and the whole person is carrying a ferocious wind which will directly smash Iger. The manic air wave made Iger's clothes rattle all of a sudden, and the wig stuck to his scalp almost flew out. But Iger's eyes didn't blink. Instead, in the worried eyes of everyone, he didn't retreat but advanced and kicked forward with what everyone seemed to be quite slow done. The pirates behind Brugge wanted to close their eyes and couldn't bear to look at it. It was so tragic. There are really stupid boys who are so stupid that they slam into someone's knife by themselves. This kid is really mentally ill. My god. The three brothers, Ace, Luffy and Sabo, also exclaimed and took a breath when they saw Iger's operation. This Iger is really too fierce. Isn't this definitely broken by Brugge? How to do? Who can beat Brugge if Iger is dead? On the other side, Outlook showed a perverted smile. He brat, let you show your power. Just wait to die. You dared to talk to me like that just now. I thought you were some kind of character, but I didn't expect you to be such a stupid boy. Outlook turned his gaze to Sabo, who was shocked and felt even happier in his heart. Silly Sabo, look at what kind of friends you've made. Why don't you just go home with me? He had already imagined that Sabo was crying and admitting his mistake, and he must punish him to study noble etiquette for 3 months. In this way, Brugge's oscillating steel knife and Iger's seemingly ordinary little feet collided in the eyes of everyone without any suspense. Click, puff, boom. However, the next scene made everyone almost stare out their eyes. I saw that Iger very slowly kicked Brugge's steel knife that could cut down a whale. Everyone thought that the next scene would be Iger's blood splattered on the spot. Who knew that Brugge's knife just touched Iger's foot as if it had chopped off the hardest thing in the world, a seafloor stone, and half of the blade swirled and flew out. This is not over yet. The steel knife is broken, but the inertia of both sides is not reduced. Brugge's tall body is still rushing towards Iger, and Iger's feet are still kicking forward. Immediately afterwards, Iger's soft-looking little feet kicked Brugge's chest. A terrifying scene happened, and everyone heard a muffled pop as well as an extremely crisp bone-shattering sound. Afterwards, Brugge said that he also had a body of 300 jin, like a shell out of the chamber, and flew out high, at least tens of meters. After a full 10 seconds, he fell heavily to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood and broken teeth, and passed out. Everyone, including the pirates who couldn't bear to watch it, including Ace, Luffy and Sabo who were worried, and Alteruk who felt that the victory was in his hands. Everyone's eyes were on Brugge, who was kicked away, flying high into the sky and then crashing to the ground. After half a minute, everyone realized that it was Brugge who fell to the ground. Ha, fuck, damn it, it's impossible. You are kidding me. By riding a horse. A series of exclamations erupted from 3 directions almost at the same time. Everyone will finally come to their senses at this time, and the thick horror welled up from the heart directly into the muscles of the face. Everyone had the same expression on their faces. Their eyes jumped out of their sockets and turned 3 times. The snot was thrown out unconsciously. The mouth was directly dislocated, and even the tongue was tied. This horse is deceiving. The pirates rubbed their eyes vigorously, repeatedly confirming that they were not wrong. Mom, I was praying to that kid just now, hoping that he would be reincarnated into a good family in the next life, but the aggressive Lord Brugge was actually knocked out by him. This is too magical. The pirates invariably put their fingers in front of their eyes to measure the difference in size between Brugge and Iger. That eagle is only 1 meter 5 or 6 at most. Our Lord Brugge is over 3 meters tall. Apart from the height, Lord Brugge's arm alone is thicker than that kid's shoulder. How could it be KO'd in one move? Looking at Brugge, who fell to the ground, the pirates were even more restless. I saw Brugge's thick chest, and it shrunk down a whole big pit. Is this something people can do? With that fluffy and soft-looking kick, it directly shattered Lord Brugge's sternum. If this foot refers to myself, pirates can't even think about it. Brugge's tyrannical body, they know best. Even if they lie on the ground and then let them jump from a height of tens of meters and hit him directly, nothing will happen. This kick immediately collapsed. What a terrifying power this must be. If he kicked himself, there is no doubt that he would be kicked to pieces on the spot. How can this kid be so strong? Obviously, Iger's tyranny does not need size and power. Just understatement defeated the fierce-looking Brugge. This is the real power. Ace, Luffy and Sabo, who were hiding in the distance, were equally astonished, even though the three of them had already seen Iger's strength before. But compared to the more specific and intuitive Brugge, the three of them subconsciously felt that Brugge was stronger. So when Iger stood still, the three thought he would evade when Brugge cut it down, because that was the tactic they would all use. When a child beats an adult, if his strength is not dominant, he must use his flexibility. But what worries the three of them is that, seeing that Brugge's knife has been chopped down, Iger still hasn't moved. As a result, the three suddenly felt that Iger had no chance, because there will never be a child who would dare to confront an adult who is more than 3 meters tall. But who knows, Iger just dared. Not only did he dare, he also directly unilaterally crushed the tall Brugge. This is really so exaggerated. Comics don't dare to draw like this. In the hearts of the three at this time, apart from worship, there is no other feeling. It's so tyrannical, it's just words. If you don't need to do it, you don't need it at all. 1 foot decides the world. Chapter 138. Hand over your money. How is this possible? Isn't Brugge the most powerful pirate in this piece? How could he lose to you, this brat? Of course, compared to pirates and Ace, the most shocking person in the audience was Ultra. This guy's whole head is dazed now, and he doesn't realize at all that his snot has been thrown out of the old man, which is more rude than scolding Sabo before. He kept tugging at his hair with both hands, making it look like a chicken coop. At this moment, he doesn't have the slightest bit of aristocratic attitude, and the whole person is shocked by the sight in front of him. Is this him? Is he kidding? Did these children join forces with Brugge behind their backs just to shame yourself in this place? He knows that he usually treats Brugge worse than Sabo, so his first reaction is that Brugge joins up with these children to make him lose face. That's right, it must be so. The unbelieving Altaruk staggered to Brugge's side and mechanically shook Brugge's shoulders with his hands. Hey, Brugge, stop pretending. I've seen it. You're the ones who have joined forces to embarrass me, aren't they? Get up, I'll pay you 3 times the price. No, I'll arrange a plot of land for you directly in the highlands and let you live in. Wake me up. Okay, are you determined to fight against me? You are very good. Brugge, wake up. Iger stood opposite, staring coldly at this guy's disbelief in evil, and said faintly, my dear, if Brugge has the ability to explode his sternum in an instant, does he need to cooperate with you? Hearing Iger's words, Outlook seemed to have reacted, and when he turned his head, he saw Brugge's sunken chest. How is this possible? Outlook finally recognized what the truth looked like, but it made him even more confused. Didn't cooperate with me, that is to say, this kid was real just now. He kicked Brugge's knife with one kick, shattered his sternum, and then kicked him into the sky again. Oh my god, does such a thing really exist? How is this possible? I just chose to cooperate with Brugge because of his tyrannical strength. That is, relying on this guy's powerful strength and power, he can do some things that he is inconvenient to do in his own identity on the periphery of Goya Kingdom. It is precisely because of this guy's repeated success that he can quickly expand his power and gain countless fame and wealth. He is such a fierce man who is alone in the kingdom of Goa. You told me today that he was kicked away by a child less than 10 years old. I don't believe it. Outlook only felt that his face was as red and hot as a soldering iron. Shame. Extremely ashamed. The nobleman of his own country actually downgrades himself to disguise himself as a pirate to arrest his own children and bring them home. This is already shameful enough, and I thought to let Brugge take care of these little bastards and go home as soon as possible. The result is good. This local snake who traverses the Goya Kingdom, a powerful subordinate that he trusts very much, was directly cowed by a stinky brat who was less than 10 years old. Even if no one mocked him, Altaruk felt his face being slapped by a few slaps. How arrogant he was when he threatened those little devils just now. How embarrassed he is now. Outlook can't wait to find a crack in the ground and get into it. This kind kind of shameful thing was actually seen clearly by his subordinates. Oh my god. Tisk tisk tisk, don't look, this guy won't be able to wake up for a while. Iger shook his head to persuade Altaruk and then turned to the equally stunned pirates and said, you still want to continue? Oh, by the way, your second boss is lying in the warehouse right now. In just a few words, the pirates on the opposite side looked at each other in dismay. Everyone looked at each other and they all saw the big word dare written on each other's faces. The big boss and the second boss have all stopped cooking. Aren't they courting death by themselves? Especially Jerry, who would not dare to look up at all for fear that Iger would see himself. Good guy. The biggest loser in the game is himself. First, he took Pulgamai to send a wave of his brother's heads, and then he caught Luffy and led the plague god to the base camp and directly let his second master be cleaned up. Immediately afterwards, I hurriedly went to find the boss. I thought I could calm down the scene, but even my own boss was cleaned up. The group destroying the engine is talking about himself. How dare you speak? However, as if to torture him, Iger still found himself in the crowd. Yo, isn't this Jerry? Do you have any other powerful guys? Let me introduce you to me. Iger smiled lightly. Brother Yiyach, just let me go. The little one really doesn't dare anymore. In the future, if you say go west, Jerry, will never look east. Jerry stood up with a wry smile, nodding and bowing. Tisk tisk tisk, don't. I'm terrible. You don't know when you will find another great god to clean me up. Don't dare. Your lord has a lot. Let me go. My brothers. Jerry immediately knelt down to Iger and pleaded. Let you go to burn, kill, and loot again? No, no, no. Let's go to the Navy. Let's go to the Navy. It's okay to do chores for the Lord of the Navy. Yes, do chores for the Navy. Yes, Brother Eagle, we must be a new person. Leave us alone. The pirates behind Jerry clattered to their knees and pleaded with Jerry. My dear, just like you don't have to give it to the Navy. Iger looked at the hundreds of people with disgust. Tell you, obediently hand in the treasure you have robbed over the years and spare you not to die. Yes, yes, yes. Tomorrow morning, we will definitely deliver it to Big Brother. Jerry quickly agreed. At this time, money is not as important as a head. With that kick, you will be disabled even if you don't die. What are you arguing about at this time? It is serious to spend money to save your life. Count your acquaintances. Bring it over tomorrow and I'll go on an errand with me. I'll work for the Navy first and then I'll change it for you depending on the situation. Understood. Thank you, Big Brother. Big Brother is generous. When Jerry heard that he had work to do, it was not so difficult to accept it. He gave the pirates behind him a wink and quickly agreed. In this way, Jerry took a group of pirates and left with the mighty eyes of Altaruk. Chapter 139. You don't have my son. Hey hey hey, where are you going? Come back to me. Don't you pirates have any integrity? Outlook squatted in front of Brugum, watching Jerry take the pirates away without any hesitation. He panicked and hurriedly shouted in an attempt to stop them. However, the only response to him was a sentence from Jerry floating far away. I'm sorry, Outlook-sama. We pirates feel that entanglement with nobles is not a bit of integrity. You. Outlook was anxious at the time and immediately opened his mouth to scold him, but suddenly he felt a figure behind him, and when he turned around, his son Sabo was looking at him hostilely. Sabo, you're satisfied? This is the result you want? When he saw it was Sabo, he roared as if he had lost his mind. Being disobedient to your father in public and letting everyone see my jokes, you are satisfied? Even in this situation, what made Altaruk feel the most distressed was losing face as a noble in front of these ordinary people, especially when you bring a pirate to deal with a group of children. This kind of behavior is very cheap, but it still fails. This is simply a disgrace, and the reason for all of this was because of his own son who was incompetent. So when he saw Sabo, Outlook couldn't be more angry, and Sabo, looking at Outlook's angry expression, didn't feel any empathy at all, only deep sadness. He shook his head expressionlessly, his voice was dry and tired, and he spoke with difficulty. Outlook 3, you can tell them when you go back. Sabo was killed by Brugum because of an accident. In order to avenge me, you sent someone to kill Brugum. What did you say? Outlook was simply stunned. Not only was this kid calling his name and title directly, but also because he actually said such an operation. Altaruk originally thought that, with Sabo's rebellious personality, he would definitely publicize his collusion with Brugum everywhere, and so on. Didn't expect this kid to be so caring, although in this way, he can no longer cooperate with Brugum's pirate group, but now this Brugum has proved that he is not reliable with his strength. That being the case, you can't blame yourself for not being sympathetic. As for the pirates who ran away, they did not pose a threat at all. The words of the pirates could not reach the ears of civilians. But if so, how to deal with Saab? What about you? Outlook asked after thinking about it. You said you were dead, but you were still alive. What if you were seen by the commoners? You don't have to worry about this. I will go to see myself, so you can treat me as dead. From then on, Sabo has died in the Outlook family. Sabo's voice trembled unintentionally, as if he was not talking about himself himself at all. He never thought that he could say such a thing so calmly. Oh, that's fine, so let's do it. Thank you, Sabo. Finally done something for the family. Outlook understood Sabo's thoughts and immediately became overjoyed, in a good mood, and even praised Sabo. Not only can it solve this matter, but also get rid of the trouble of Sabo, which is really good. This kid finally did a good job. Originally, he really wanted to praise Sabo from the bottom of his heart, but when he heard the sentence in Sabo's ear, it was like a blunt knife stabbed into his heart. For a moment, Sabo only felt that the tip of his nose and the sockets of his eyes were filled with sharp sourness, and he never dared to speak again for fear of exposing his choking. Immediately, he nodded lightly, never looked at Outlook again, and walked quickly to the wine jar in the warehouse, his body trembling. Hateful. Hold back my tears. It's true, I obviously have no attachment to this family, don't I? How can you still be so sad? Is it because that bastard complimented you? After living for so many years, one thing that is praised is that he is no longer his son. What a sad guy, hehe. But that's alright. Sabo's already blurred vision casts his eyes on Aseg and Luffy outside the warehouse. Finally, get out of that chilling place. Really, why can't I control it? These damn tears. Clap clap clap. Bean-sized teardrops fell on the ground like raindrops, splashing circles of dust. Unable to control the tears, but able to control himself not to cry, Sabo clenched his teeth so that he did not make a sound at all. What a shame. What a shame. After a while, a hand put a hand on his shoulder. Sabo shivered all over, hurriedly wiped the tears from his face with his sleeves, raised his head, and the three nervous faces of Iggy and Luffy came together. Outlook has gone back, Iger said softly. Sabo nodded. Although it's a pity, but there is no blood relationship. It's still not a bond. Iger was also full of sighs in his heart and patted Sabo's little head involuntarily. It doesn't matter. People who believe in affectionate ideas are all family members. I don't know why. He was about the same age as me, but when Iger patted his head, Sabo felt like he was being stroked by a big brother who was a dozen years older than him. Even his words became very magical. People who believe in the idea of intimacy are family members. Yes, only if we have common beliefs, common goals, and work hard for them together. That is a big family. After entanglement with Altera, Sabo finally understood the true meaning of the idea of intimacy, and the image of Iger in his heart suddenly became a lot taller. Thank you, Iggy. Thank you, Ace and Luffy. Sabo wiped away his tears and smiled softly. From now on, I'll have only you. Don't worry, you will know later. Our family is all over the sea, Iger said deeply. The four recovered a little. Sabo calmed down. Ace figured out the problems that plagued him. Luffy had his wounds healed, and Iggy made the next arrangements. Taking advantage of the darkness, the four quickly returned to the original secret base of Ace and Sabo, transferred all the treasures, and entered the Kobo mountain. According to Ace, when Ace and Sabo were choosing a secret base, they found two places, one at the terminal of the uncertain object and the other in the middle of Kobo mountain. Later, the two decided to use the current one as a secret base and the one in the mountains as a backup base. There was no delay along the way, and the four of them took advantage of the night to arrive in front of an extremely thick tree. Chapter 140. The four brothers sworn brothers turning brothers into brothers. Boss. In the darkness, a man's anxious voice came. Brujem only felt that he had no strength all over his body, as if a big hole had leaked out in his chest, which was aching coldly. When he opened his eyes, the dazzling sunlight shook him to tears, and after a while, he got used to the morning light and saw the person beside him calling him. It's his own Cool Jamie. Boss, you're finally awake. Seeing that Broogie had woken up, Pulumi was relieved. Great, the boss woke up. He woke up early, and when he came out, he saw a dent in Blue Gem's chest and immediately ran over to check the situation. Unexpectedly, Blue Gem groaned at that time. Cool Jamie. Broogie was stunned for a while before he understood what had happened to him. I was actually kicked out by that kid. What a shame. Where are the others? He asked, looking at Pool Jamie again. I don't know. I woke up just now and saw the boss lying here. I came to watch you. Just as I was about to move you away, you woke up. That's it. Blue Gem stood up slowly. The huge pain in his chest made him groan. This stinky brat. I must kill him. Yes. This nasty boy must get his revenge. Pool Jamie nodded again and again. Boss, let's go back first. Let's take care of the injury and we'll have a long-term plan. Well, Broogie nodded slowly. But it's not us. It's me. What did you say? Boss. Boom. Pool Jamie was about to say that he didn't understand what Brugam meant, but before he could finish his question, he heard a gunshot. He looked at the wound on his body in disbelief, and then at the smoky muzzle in Blue Gem's hand, and fell slowly. At the same time, Iggy and Luffy put down the last box of treasure and wiped the sweat from their foreheads in relief. This is the last box. Looking at the box, Sabo took out another small notebook and a pen from his trouser pocket and ticked the last line. The bastards of the Sapphire Pirates are really rich. Ace looked at the piles of treasure chests chests piled up into hills with a relieved smile on his face, then lowered his head and drew something on his leg. After a night of hard work, Iger and the four finally succeeded in transferring all the treasures of the secret base to this backup base. To be honest, Iger felt that there was absolutely no other place that could be used as a secret base. There was a tall, sturdy broadleaf tree almost everywhere in Kalber. The tree they found was not only indistinguishable from the surrounding trees, it was not particularly thick or tall, and the location was quite hidden, and there was a natural tree hole in the upper half of the tree. In fact, it was originally a bird's nest. Later, Ace and Sabo drove the bird out, and they used tools to expand the space inside. After Iger arrived, he used his lightning power to open up a separate space in the second half to store treasures, and also made a door from the peeled book cover. The tree hole was quite big, enough for four of Iger to lie in it and sleep side by side, with a small coffee table beside it. Overall, the place is quite comfortable. After placing the original treasure, Iger personally went to the non-determined object key station, handed over the treasures of the Sapphire Pirates, and then showed Jerry and the others the way, and asked them to report to Garp themselves. Then Luffy and Iggy were carrying them together again, and they were busy until dawn, and they were finally finished. Luffy was exhausted that night. After sighing, he quickly stretched and fell straight to the ground. Iger went under the tree and continued to repair the small warehouse better. After a while, Luffy rested and was very restless to see what Sabo and Ace were doing. Sabo was doing the accounting, and the dense text and numbers made Luffy dizzy, and he suddenly lost interest and turned to look at Ace. Ace, what are you doing? Luffy climbed onto Ace's shoulder and found that this guy was holding a pen, scribbling and drawing on the white cloth he just took from the pirates. You can still write? Seeing these, he was simply shocked. These words looked so difficult that Luffy didn't know any of them. Idiot. What's so hard about writing? When you live in Dotton for a long time, you will too. Ace finally returned to his usual stinky face and said disdainfully, I'm making our flag, and this is where it will be from now on. The secret base for the four of us. Wow, good. Sabo, Iggy, come and see. Luffy's face suddenly glowed, and he hurriedly shouted for Sabo and Iggy. What's wrong? What? Iger and Sabo responded, put down what they were doing, and climbed up the tree hole one after another. Going over to Luffy and Ace, I saw that Ace was covered with a white cloth, and Ace would just finish the last stroke. Okay, done. Ace shook the white cloth and held it in front of him, with the four letters YASL printed on it. What are you doing? Sabo wondered. Look, this is Iggy. Ace pointed to the Y, then slid onto the A behind him. This is me. Then this is Sabo. This is Luffy. This is the flag of the four of us. Iger's eyes lit up. I never imagined that one day I would be able to become brothers with Ace, Luffy and Sabo. I really didn't expect it to be killed. Iger suddenly yearned for a life 10 years later, when everyone went to see one after another. This will be the secret base for the four of us in the future, Ace announced, letting Sabo take the flag and turn around to take out 4 bowls and a jar of wine from the box in the corner of the tree hole. That's what he specifically asked for from the pirates just now. This is sworn wine, Ace explained as he poured the wine. After drinking this wine, the four of us are brothers. Then, how do you rank? Sabo has also heard about this, and quickly wanted to know the ranking of his brothers. It doesn't need to be asked, of course, it's ranked according to combat power. Ace looked right. IG is the strongest, so he's the eldest brother. Then I'm the second brother. Sabo is the third, and Luffy is the youngest, so he is the oldest. 4. He. Luffy knew that he was going to have 3 brothers soon, and he immediately smiled. Okay, what did you say? Why am I the third child and the second child? But Sabo was not happy. Because I'm stronger. Are you stronger? Bah, what do you mean? You don't believe you try? Just try it. Pirate Eye, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 141-160. Chapter 141. I want to go back to Windmill Village. Not this time. Come again. 2 wins in 3 games. Sabo got up from the ground and shouted in disapproval. Hey, do it again, and again you still lose. Ace said that he was not afraid at all. No, I let you go once. Do it again. 4 wins in 7 games. Ace got up from the ground and stared at the dead fish. Cut, you'll be a fool. Sabo grimaced. Fuck, at the beginning you were the one who said 2 wins in 3 games, you bastard. The sun rose slowly into the sky from the east side of the ground. The figures of Ace and Sabo collided in the woods, then separated again, and after a few hundred times, both finally fell to the ground. I said. Iger reluctantly looked at the 2 people on the ground, panting. This wine is finished. You 2 can play whenever you want. Just rest for a while. Originally, Ace took the initiative to arrange for himself to be the eldest brother, and Iger was still very moved. Although Ace said with a shy face that he was ranked in order of strength, Iger knew that he actually recognized himself in his heart. It's just that this guy dragged himself to be the referee for the 2 of them. He played from early morning to noon, and Iger's stomach was rumbling, and he was not finished. Ha ha. Ace got up from the ground with difficulty, showing a smile of victory victory. Convince Sabo. You are still lying on the ground. I have already stood up, so I won. Fuck. Hearing Ace's remarks, Sabo suddenly got excited and quickly got up from the ground. It's obviously 100 to 100, but you stand up slower than me. It's slower than you to stand up, but I can knock you down. Try it. Just try it. Alas. Iger shook his head and sighed. He didn't want to care about these two guys with unlimited energy and walked to Luffy, who was lying on the side watching the fun. I don't know why, but Iggy felt Luffy was a little weird. With what he knows about Luffy, he will definitely cheer on this kind of thing. But now he is lying in the treehouse far away, looking at the distance away, as if thinking about something. As a college-educated talent, Iger knows this expression very well. This is obviously homesick. That's why Iggy left those two childish ghosts behind and ran over to comfort Luffy. Luffy, what's wrong with you? Iggy climbed up, lay beside Luffy, and looked in the same direction with him. I miss Makino a little, Luffy said sullenly, pouting his lips. Majino, is that the proprietress of the tavern? Yeah, it's almost the end of the day. Every month or two, Makino will cook a lot of delicious specialties. Tears of disappointment came from the corner of Luffy's mouth. Stay, hey, what's delicious? Iger asked curiously. I don't know what it is, but it's delicious meat. Because the raw materials are very expensive, it will only be made when Shanks comes back. Shanks? Good guy. It turns out that Shanks is coming back soon. Iger was immediately excited when he heard Shanks' name. As all Jaime knows, this is a clue character throughout the show. It was him who told Luffy to guide the path of the pirates, and has always inspired Luffy to become a more powerful pirate. He was the one who stopped the 4 Emperor Kaido from attacking Whitebeard. It was him, in the presence of the world's most powerful people such as Whitebeard and the Warring States period, with a black face, let everyone sell their own face, and ended the top war with one face. From this, a face fruit that is not a fruit is better than a fruit was born in him. Man who can reap the desired results as long as he tells others, can you sell me a face? The crew of the original One Piece, one of the 4 emperors of the future world, the red-haired Shanks. What is the concept of 4 emperors? After One Piece, on the sea of the New World, the super big pirates who each ruled their own side have the prestige on the sea like an emperor, so everyone simply called them sea emperors. And there are 4 powerful people like this emperor at sea, and they are called 4 emperors. In the original work, the combat power of the 4 emperors is between 1 general and 2 generals, that is, they can beat 1 general, but they will be stretched against 2 generals. Therefore, even an admiral of the navy would not dare to provoke the 4 emperors easily. It is such a powerful existence that he often goes in and out of this small windmill village. If there is any purpose, it must be to fool Luffy into the sea. Iger felt like he had figured out Shanks' mind. Of course, Luffy was originally going to be a pirate, so Iger didn't care at all. What he really cared about was how he could learn from Shanks. In fact, as early as after defeating Moria, Iger had been thinking about it. He must find an opportunity to learn from the generals or the 4 emperors. The main reason is that after coming out of the Dreadnought Dao, I haven't fought with all my strength for a long time, and all the cells in my body are about to explode. Shanks? Although his heart was clear, Iger still had to pretend he didn't know him. Yeah, Shanks. As expected, Luffy's face glowed with admiration when he mentioned Shanks. That's a big pirate. Even you are not his opponent. Is that so? Yeah, Luffy nodded vigorously. Every month or two, he'll come back and tell me a lot of stories from the sea. That looks like a great man. That's right, he's still very good. It's just that Grandpa doesn't know why, so he won't let me interact with him. Luffy's sunny face just now turned rainy in an instant. He rolled his eyes and made a decision in his heart. This time when Shanks comes back, Luffy must be there, because Luffy hasn't eaten the rubber fruit and he hasn't gotten the straw hat either. Without these, Luffy is not Luffy. That's a broken Luffy. So this time, we must find a way to lead the way. That's it. It's definitely not because I also want to learn from Shanks. Absolutely not. That's easy to do. Iger thought of a solution in an instant. Let's go together. It's like we chased the pirates to the windmill village. Huh? Luffy's eyes widened a little bit and then his face turned cloudy and clear, and he immediately became happy. That's a good idea. Hey. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go now and catch up with the delicious food. Iger smiled smugly. As soon as they said it, the two left Ace and Sabo who were fighting, and went down the mountain. Chapter 142 4 Emperors. Red-haired Shanks. Windmill Village. Before dawn, Makino went to the market in the border town of Goya Kingdom and went to grab an ingredient from various restaurants. It's a fish called bobo fish. The meat is delicious. When combined with the secret sauce of Makino Tavern, the grilled taste is simply delicious. This kind of fish has a circling cycle in the ocean, and it will probably catch some every month. So on the 1st of every month, it will be sold in the market of Goa Kingdom. Because the meat is so delicious, it is basically sold out by major restaurants as soon as it appears. Makino is also very hard working. On the 1st of every month he will get up early and set off. If you want to say why, it is of course to take care of the repeat customers of your own tavern. Pirate Shanks. You know, there was a day when the hungry Shanks landed in Windmill Village with the crew and ate Makino's grilled bobo fish. After taking the first bite of the bobo fish, Shanks immediately decided to use this place as the stronghold of the pirates. Without any hesitation, act decisively. Since then, every month or two, Shanks will arrive at Windmill Village on time on the first day of the month in order to have a taste of Makino's special grilled fish. So, at noon on this day, the clear sunlight filled the Windmill Village. The village chief and Makino stood in front of the port by the sea, watching a very delicate and domineering pirate ship slowly approaching on the sea level in the distance. Before long, the flag of the Red Hair Pirates appeared in the port and landed smoothly. For a time, the deck was suddenly filled with people. Dozens of pirates held the side of the ship, waving their hands at Makino and the village chief, who greeted them and shouted, "Village chief, long time no see. Magino, I miss your bobo fish. You bastards just think about my mother's bobo fish, right?" Makino roared in feigned anger. "Hey hey hey." An unrestrained laughter sounded in the pirate group, and then a figure in a black robe jumped off the boat at a ghostly speed and came to Makino and the village chief in an instant. "Ah ha 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 ha, long time no see, Makino." The village chief, the visitor, had a straw hat slung around his neck, red hair, a white shirt, and a pair of straw sandals under his feet. It was the great pirate who was about to become the four emperors, the red-haired Shanks. "Yeah ha ha ha, long time no see, Shanks." The village chief responded with a smile. "How have you been recently, Shanks?" Makino also greeted with a smile. I've been thinking about killing you lately." When Shanks said thinking about you, Makino blushed, but when he finished speaking, Makino immediately changed face. "You white-eyed wolf, you know how to eat the squid of the beautiful boss. Of course, let people have not forgotten." Zionk laughed. "Don't think that I'll be relieved by saying that." Makino pouted. "Beautiful boss lady, beautiful boss lady, beautiful boss lady." Shanks circled around Makino. "Oh, it's okay. Don't make trouble. Hurry up and say hello to the brothers to enter the house, and the wine is ready for you." Makino was a little embarrassed by what Shanks said and hit Shanks. "Okay, brothers, get off the boat soon." Shanks jumped up like a child and greeted his crew to get off the boat. Shanks. The crew had just disembarked when a high cry came from a distance. Shanks held the straw hat around his neck, turned his head, and saw two small figures running along the seashore, one after the other. Looking at it, Shanks' face slowly climbed up with a surprised smile, and then waved his hand and shouted in response, "Oh, Luffy, long time no see." Still so energetic, Shanks didn't know what happened, but Makino and the village chief behind him knew. When the two saw Luffy running over, they were shocked on the spot and exclaimed in unison, "Luffy, good guy. Didn't this kid let the old man Garp take it? I heard that he was caught in Kelber Mountain. He is not someone who has been in it all year round. It is impossible to know how to get out. How did he come back after walking for a day?" "Yo, Makino, Grandpa," the village chief. Luffy bared his teeth while laughing and ran quickly among the group of people, suddenly patted his head, turned around and let Iger out. "Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is my sworn brother, Iger." "Hello everyone." Iggy imitated Luffy and showed a bright smile. "Iggy, this is the Shanks I told you. He is the first-class pirate in the sea." Luffy introduced the red-haired pirates to Iggy again. "This is Jesus Cloth. This is Beckman. This is Lackey. Hello, my name is Iggy, and I'm a man who wants to be an admiral." Ignatius followed Luffy's introduction and recognized them one by one, and then expressed his ambitions without hesitation. As soon as these words came out, Makino, the village chief, Beckman, and a group of pirate younger brothers behind them were all stunned. "Good boy, it's like we don't exist, Iggy." When Makino heard what Iger said, he hurriedly gave him a wink in front of the pirates, saying that he wants to be a navy is a provocation for the pirates. But Iger didn't mean to change his words. He still kept a bright smile on his face, looking straight at Shanks. "Since you want to make friends, you can't have any scruples. This is the secret to making friends with people like Luffy and Shanks. Honestly, because they absolutely don't care what you want to be." Sure enough, just as Iger expected, Shanks had no scruples but laughed while rubbing his head. "Ha ha 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 ha, good boy. When you become an admiral, I'm already better than Whitebeard." "What, don't you believe it?" Iger pretended to be angry. "Don't believe it or not, just a little." Shanks grimaced at Iggy like a child. The group of pirates behind them suddenly turned black. "The captain of my own is really off the line to actually talk about this mess with a child. Good guy, if you don't accept it, fight with me." Iger raised his fist and launched a challenge straight to the point. When Shanks heard what Iger said, his cheeks suddenly bulged, and then a huge laugh broke out. "Ha ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at?" Iggy growled directly. "I don't want it." Shanks picked up his booger. "Fight, you kid. I'll drop the price if you win." Chapter 143. Could it be that you are the bandit King Sig? A group of people represented by Beckman, Makino, and the village chief held their foreheads and shook their heads. heads, looking helplessly as Shanks and Iger quarreled. Luffy, on the other hand, smiled and watched Iger and Shanks taunt each other. It's great that I can mingle with them as soon as we meet, especially since this person is his own brother. Luffy is even happier. If you can get along with Shanks, then your relationship with other people will not be bad. Okay, you two stop arguing. Makino struggled to separate the two who had their noses pressed together. If you don't hurry up, my fish will be burned. What? Makino's words caused all the pirates to exclaim in unison. That's not a big deal. Let's go. Shanks just reacted and suddenly shouted while holding his head. In the next second, this guy left Iggy directly, picked up Makino with one hand, and ran towards Makino's tavern at a lightning fast speed. Hey, Shanks, you bastard, we're still arguing. Iggy also roared and followed. After a while, everyone gathered in Makino's tavern, and in front of everyone was a plate of grilled bobo fish. Wow. As expected, Makino's bobo fish is the best. After eating a piece of bobo fish with a knife and fork, Shanks sighed loudly while beating the bar. One on the left and right. Luffy and Iggy also followed his example, cut off a piece of fish and stuffed it into their mouths. The two of them were about to fly into the sky, and their faces were intoxicated as if they had flown to heaven. It's so delicious that my cheeks fall off. For a time, the whole bar was full of exclamations, all sighing at the deliciousness of bobo fish. Come on, guys, drink as much as you want. Shanks turned around, raised the wine glass in his hand, and shouted at the crew. Oh hey, Shanks, why can't I only drink milk? Luffy pursed his lips, looking at the milk in his hand. Hey, children can't drink. Shanks was very disdainful. No, I'm a brave warrior, I can drink. Luffy was not convinced at all, looking at Shanks angrily. Let me tell you something, the milk is delicious. Shanks looked mysterious. Is it? Luffy was a little puzzled. He was still wondering if it was Shanks' routine, but looking at his expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. And the milk looks really good. Good on. After swallowing his saliva, Luffy couldn't bear it anymore. He picked up a glass of milk and drank it. Ha 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 ha, you've been fooled. What a child. Luffy had just finished drinking, and Shanks immediately pointed at Luffy with an expression of successful trickery, laughing loudly. Ah ha 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 ha. Luffy has been fooled again. Ha 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 ha, really is a child. Hey, Luffy, one more drink. The pirates in the scattered seats also burst into laughter, and the bar suddenly became quite lively. Only Luffy, staring blankly at the milk cup he had already drank, reacted immediately. His cheeks suddenly bulged, and he shouted in anger, Shanks, you big liar. Ha 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 ha, I didn't lie to you. Look at Iggy. How delicious it is. Shanks took another bite of the bobo fish, and pointed to Iggy on the other side of him. At this time, Iger was completely overwhelmed by the deliciousness of the bobo fish, and chewing on the bobo fish with milk. It was no longer fragrant. The reason why Iger fell silent at this time was because he did not dare to change the plot of this place. After entering the tavern, while staring at Makino as he served the food, Shanks took out a small box from his pocket and placed it on the bar. Iger knew that that was the real beginning of the whole One Piece rubber fruit, so even when seated, Iger deliberately sat on the other side of Shanks, trying not to affect the development of the plot as much as possible. Finally, it's time for this bridge. Iggy tilted his head and glanced at Luffy, only to see that kid walk aside angrily. The plate in front of him was long gone, and there was nothing left to eat, so he opened the small box Shanks had placed on the bar, and then, without everyone noticing, he took out the fruit that looked like a fruit and swallowed it. Wow, this is so unpalatable. Luffy stuck out his tongue on the spot. Ah, Luffy, what did you eat? Coming. The classic bridge is here. Seeing Luffy eating the rubber fruit, Iggy was relieved. In the next few minutes, he saw Shanks lift Luffy upside down, trying to make Luffy spit out the fruit he just ate, but Luffy's neck stretched out all of a sudden, bumping his face. It bounced back to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Shanks explained to Luffy what devil fruit was, and that Luffy could no longer swim. At this moment there was an explosion, and the double wooden doors of the tavern were kicked open. Boom. This kick was extremely arrogant. Even if the pub itself was so noisy, everyone could hear it clearly. For almost an instant the entire tavern fell silent, and even Shanks no longer felt pain, and raised his eyes to look at the person who came. Is it? An answer flashed through Yiji's mind. Within 2 seconds, the answer was revealed. The heavy footsteps of Martin Boots rang twice, and then, a group of people in beige clothes walked in. The head is the one with a horse face, long black hair hanging down from both sides of his head, paired with the pair of long and narrow eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled, looking very arrogant. Sure enough, it was him. Iger was almost happy. This guy is amazing. This person's record is much stronger than Shanks next to him. As an old Haimai who was in the post bar, Iger deeply knew how fierce the man who walked in front of him was. This is a man who single-handedly ended the era of 60 emperors at sea, and directly killed 56 emperors, leaving only 4 emperors on the sea. It is him who has solved countless legendary pirates who were all powerful in the sea decades ago. It was also also him who dared to smash Shanks on the head by picking up the wine bottle. That's it. Shanks didn't dare to say a word. In the legend, he has several classic lines. For emperors, guys like you, I've already killed 56. The era of the great pirates is out of date. From now on, the world will be the era of the great pirates. I am the bandit king of the East Sea. Sig. That's right, the man who entered this tavern aggressively was the bandit king Sig. Chapter 144. I've already killed 56. Heavy Martin boots stepped on the wooden floor of the tavern step by step, and Sig's tall figure slowly walked towards the bar guarded by Makino. The group of bandit younger brothers who followed behind also all looked at the pirates in the seat with a playful expression. Although the whole tavern was silent, there was a noisy smell of gunpowder. In this solemn atmosphere, the figure of bandit king Sigurd slowly moved to the bar. Afterwards, a strong arm slammed heavily on the bar, and the plate containing the bobo fish was thrown into the air. Makino was taken aback by Sigurd. His body trembled slightly, and he asked cautiously, "Excuse me, what do you need?" Ugh, the bandit king is worthy of being the bandit king. He speaks with great momentum. A strong voice is brewing in his chest, and then a slow and magnetic voice spit out, "Is there any wine?" "Well, wine." Hearing that Sig asked for wine, Makino's face suddenly became embarrassed. It's not that she doesn't want to give it, but on the 1st of every month, Shanks' red-haired pirates are scheduled to come and have a carnival. Every day, the wine in the store will be drained by them, so that now. Makino put a wine bottle gently on the bar with difficulty, and did not dare to look at Sig. This guy doesn't look so good. The expression looks so fierce. After struggling for a while, Makino put on a forced smile. This guest, I'm really sorry, our wine here only has this bottle left. Just this bottle? Sig's face was suddenly gloomy like a cloudy sky, and he raised the poor wine bottle and looked at it carefully. It's not enough for my teeth. I'm really sorry. We really don't have any wine to sell in our store today. When Makino heard that Sig's reaction was not good, he was so frightened that he hurriedly bowed. Hey, forget it, just quench your thirst. Sig snorted disdainfully, biting the cork on the bottle with his mouth open. Just as he was about to bite, Shanks, who was drinking beside him, suddenly spoke. If you don't have enough wine, you can come with us. Huh? This sentence immediately stopped Sig from biting the cork and opening the wine bottle. The next second, an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire tavern. Everyone can feel the anger and pressure from Bandit King Sig, because everyone can see Bandit King Sig's raised arms. A mere pirate dare to talk to me? Boom. Whoa. The wine bottle that had not had time to open, with Sig's arm swinging down, the wine bottle full of hydraulic pressure exploded directly on top of Shanks' head. The glass fragments scattered, the liquor splashed, and the liquor from the scattered fragments messed up Shanks in 1 second. Even the power of the Bandit King was so great that it smashed Shanks directly to the ground. Famous scene. Iger, who was watching the play on the side, suddenly opened his eyes with excitement. This is the famous scene where Bandit King Sig taught the younger pirates. But except for Iger, everyone was startled by Sig, who suddenly burst into an adult and looked at Shanks, who fell to the ground in shock, not knowing what happened. Shanks, Luffy and Makino immediately shouted worriedly. Not far away, a group of pirates from the red-haired pirate group, after taking a look at the Bandit King Sig, put down their weapons, picked up the wine and meat, and watched the excitement. Really, the floor is dirty. Shanks, the party involved, didn't seem to react at this time, squatted down to himself and wiped it with a rag. I'm so sorry, Makino, for dirtying the floor of your shop. You bastard. How dare you look down on people? Seeing that Shanks was unresponsive and even ignored himself, Sig immediately became angry, raised his marten boots, and kicked Shanks to the ground again. Hey, what are you doing? Luffy couldn't take it anymore and rushed over to stand in front of Shanks, staring at Sig with a fierce expression. Luffy, don't do this. Shanks didn't know when he put on his straw hat and buried his face in the shadows, making it hard to see his expression. After being called by Shanks, Luffy was a little stunned and turned back and asked, "But this is not the place for you to be there. Step back." Before Luffy could finish speaking, Shanks showed unquestionable domineering and wanted Luffy to step back. All the while, Sig didn't look up. Hey, our boss is talking to you, bastard. Seeing Shanks' arrogant reaction, a braised egghead boy next to Sig couldn't stand it anymore. Do you know who our boss is? Sig, with a bounty of 8 million Baileys. For a guy like you, our boss has already killed 56. Luffy was very dissatisfied and was about to speak, but was covered by Iggy, who ran behind him. While covering Luffy to stop him from talking nonsense, Iggy glanced at Sig and said with a face full of disdain, 8 million? Is that a big deal? What are you talking about? Braised Dantu immediately froze and screamed, "You stinky bastard!" Lost his head. 8 million? Enough to buy lollipops that you can't finish in your life. Not only Braised Dantu, but Yiji's words made everyone stunned. Good God, is this kid just trying to brag, or is he not sure what the concept of 8 million Baileys is? How could a child of this age have been exposed to the number of 8 million Baileys? Did you say 8 million million isn't much, isn't it bullshit? Shanks, who was sitting on the ground, was also stunned. He originally wanted to let Iggy take Luffy away, but when Iggy came, he didn't know what to say. Even Sig, who beat someone with a wine bottle, was a little confused. Originally, the number of his bounty was the highest in the East China Sea bandit area, and he was quite proud of his bounty. Can this kid say a word to himself? A child said that his 8 million bounty is not high. Still disdainful. Almost gave me the whole lack of confidence. Who knows, it's not over at all. Hearing the words of Braised Dantu, Iger actually sneered, stared straight at Braised Dantu, and said word by word, the total bounty of the pirates that I have cleaned up is roughly 56 times that of your boss, Moonlight Mariah Boya Hancock, plus the bounty of the Sun Pirates. There must be more than 400 million. 56 times is no exaggeration. Then, he slowly turned his head again, stared at the unruly eyes of Bandit King Sig, and smiled slightly. That is to say, in a rough calculation, I've killed 56 of a guy like you. Chapter 145. Let you see what the Navy is. Hey kid, I advise you to speak carefully. Be careful, I pull out your tongue. Braised Dantu had never seen such an arrogant kid, and immediately pointed at Iger's nose and screamed, Iggy, that's not what the Navy does. Shanks, who was sitting on the ground, also reacted at this time, and persuaded Iger in a deep voice, good guy, I didn't expect this Iggy to be even more arrogant than Luffy. I thought it was just a good kid who played with him, but I didn't expect that with just 2 words, the entire tavern's eyes were focused on him. As expected of Luffy's eldest brother, even bragging is big. The eyes of everyone in the entire tavern were focused on Yi at this time, and many pirates shook their heads secretly. I don't know who this kid belongs to, but he speaks so arrogantly. Everyone's knowledge fell on him, and they all felt that he was an ordinary child, but he actually said the same thing. Looking at his expression, it was as if he had really seen how many 8 million berries were. How can it be 8 million berry in this Goya kingdom? That is a huge sum of money. This little guy looks very ordinary in clothes, and doesn't look like someone who has seen huge wealth since he was a child. Besides, such a child under 10 years old can defeat a pirate with a bounty of more than 400 million. Ghost stories don't dare to be so bullshit. Can a child with such a temperament become an admiral? As soon as you enter the Navy, you have to let people clean up. But looking at this Iger, he didn't pay any attention to what Braised Dantu and Shanks were saying, and stared straight at Sig without any fear. He even turned back to Shanks and said, no Shanks, the Navy will do this, and you should uphold justice in the face of thieves. Shanks glanced at him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This little devil, is it because he thinks like this that he came forward? Sure enough, it is Luffy's sworn brother, and even this unyielding aura is very similar. Originally, I was thinking of ignoring this group of idiots, but it seems that they may have to take action, right? After all, protect your friends, but don't be afraid of getting your hands dirty. Navy. Bandit King Sigger slowly repeated these 2 words in a low and magnetic voice. His face was cloudy, and his eyes looked at Yi with some danger. After the surprise just now, Sig also reacted, and he was completely underestimated by this child. In this area, which child is not afraid to hide when he hears his name? After such a brief introduction by Braised Dantu, this little devil was completely unmoved, and seemed to be a foreigner, and obviously a dead child who has never seen the world and only brags and pretends. It seems necessary to clean up this brat for his own reputation. Also, what did that trash pirate actually say to that kid? Isn't that what the Navy does? I'm afraid it wasn't that this kid once threatened to become a Navy. District Navy. Can you catch more than 400 million pirates? Not to mention whether there are more than 400 million pirates. Just that group of Navy, one can fight 10 of them. Sieg couldn't help thinking of the group of weak chicken Navy near Goa Kingdom, and smiled contemptuously. A mere Navy can catch a pirate with a bounty of more than 400 million? What are you dreaming about in the daytime? Trash. If the Navy is trash, what are you? Shit. Iger didn't care what the narrator thought at all, and at this moment he was completely immersed in a huge sense of accomplishment. Good guy, you are scolding the legendary Bandit King. Unexpectedly, the voice of this guy Sig really has the style of a generation of Bandit Kings. Don't poke. In fact, the reason why Iger wanted to confront Sig also had his own considerations. Shanks is different from the Kaiwilhe he has encountered before. Not only is he stronger in strength, but he is also very kind in character. Most importantly, he is also a good friend of Luffy in terms of identity. This also determines that Shanks, because he is Luffy's sworn eldest brother, feels that he is a child and is unwilling to learn from himself in all aspects. It is also because of the identity of a child that any words he says may be regarded as childish words and will not be taken seriously, which makes it impossible for him to fight in a provocative way. So Iger had to figure out a way to make Shanks recognize his own strength, so he was willing to learn from himself, and Sig's appearance just gave him a chance. Seeing that Shanks Shanks was just talking to him. Sieg rewarded him with a bottle of wine, and Iger was even happier. This grumpy bandit king just exploded at the slightest. He is an excellent tool to show his strength. Sieg, the king of bandits of a generation, did not realize at this time that he had become a tool for Iger to fight Shanks. But that didn't matter. He was irritated by the kid in front of him. Good on the high forehead of bandit king Sieg, the blue veins suddenly burst out and the blood vessels were stretched open by the naked eye. His horse's face was instantly black as if it was going to be a thunderstorm, and the pressure of rage spread from his horse's face, causing the air pressure in the entire tavern to be extremely low. Even the bandits behind him felt that it was a little difficult to breathe, and the air pressure in the tavern was as low as a thunderstorm at this moment. Done. The bandit behind Sieg's heart skipped a beat. Boss is angry. This brat is courting death. Even Ludantu, who had a very fast tongue, was timidly silent at this time and did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. The boss is ruthless. They are afraid of themselves. What did you just say? Do you dare to say it again? Bandit King Sigur's voice is not high, but everyone can hear it clearly. His strong voice is like thunder entangled in the dark clouds, which makes everyone feel inexplicable pressure. You said that if you don't have good ears, don't cover them with your hair. Iger put his little finger in his nostril, took out something in front of everyone, and then flicked it on Sieg's clothes, then said, I said you were shit, asshole. Kang. With Makino screaming, the sharp blade was unsheathed instantly, and a cold light flashed, and the tip of Sieg's sword pointed directly at the tip of Iger's nose. And Iger, as if the tip of the knife in front of him was a piece of paper, did not change his expression in the slightest. Hey, you can't think I don't exist. At this moment, Shanks stood up slowly. It doesn't matter if you bully me, I won't care about you, but if you bully my friend, I can never promise. After Shanks finished speaking, he was about to protect Iger from behind, but he was stopped by Iger raising his hand unexpectedly. It's okay Shanks, leave it to me. Iger turned his head to finish talking to Shanks, then looked at Sieg. Go out and fight. Let's see what the Navy is. Chapter 146. I only use one knife. Shanks did not expect that the idea of that he wanted to stand out was actually rejected by Iger. He looked at the back of the child with some surprise. He was thin and short, but tall and straight. When he said this, there was no fluctuation in his tone, as if this was a natural thing. Quite confident. Is part of what he said just now true? But if it's true, it's really amazing. The most enchanting genius I have ever seen so far is Luffy next to him. Even so, let alone more than 400 million pirates, it is absolutely impossible to deal with this pirate in front of you. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The crew members of the red-haired pirates were naturally even more incredible when they saw Iger's reaction, but seeing Iger's calm expression, they had the illusion that he was confident, not like a stubborn kid at all. Beckman glanced at Iger and gave Shanks a wink, and when he saw the latter shook his head slightly, he lost the desire to act. Since the eldest of his family decided to observe and observe first, he didn't have to worry about it as long as he ensured the safety of the two children. In an uproar, Iger had already taken the lead and walked out of the tavern without looking back. This walk, regardless of whether the bandit King Sieg behind him agrees or not, directly caused the entire bandit group to fall into confusion. Old boss, this kid seems to be very confident. Braised Dantu whispered to Sieg's ear. He seems to believe in himself quite a bit. Those things are true. Braised Dantu was talking and suddenly felt that two cold lights came over his bald head. Braised Dantu stopped talking, looked up, and his scalp suddenly flew up. The generation of bandit King Sieg, his boss, is looking at himself with eyes that want to kill, and lightning has begun to strike his entire face with a terrifying red light in his eyes. Old boss. Braised Dantu stammered in fright. What's the matter? You mean? Sieg's voice was as gloomy as his face. He looks like he can get me out of here. No. How is that possible? Our boss has already cleaned up 56 of the pirates. How can we lose to that kind of kid? Layers of cold sweat broke out on his bald head, and Ludantu suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly waved his hand to scream the Danir while looking back for the help of his companions. Do you think so? Is the boss the strongest man? The boss is invincible. The boss is awesome. The boss is the bandit king. Long live the boss. The bandits behind Sigur suddenly burst into thunder-like shouts, and Sieg was so frightened that he hurriedly stopped the group of bastards. Shut up, a bunch of idiots. It's a kid on a date with me now. What's there to be happy about? Really? What kind of idiots have you collected? It's just to clean up a little devil, and he actually made such a big battle. The shame is thrown home. I was a former bandit tycoon. In such a small tavern, the limelight was all robbed by a kid. It can be tolerated and it can't be tolerated. Sigur's face was gloomy, and he followed Iger's footsteps out of the tavern. The two main lords have already walked out, and the rest of the people looked at each other, and they all walked out one after another, standing up. Most of the sun has passed. The sun has gradually slanted to the west. The clear sunlight has become a little orange-yellow, and the west wind is gradually rising, rolling up the petals and dead leaves. There are no buildings outside the tavern. It is an open and wide open space. In the open space, the pirates and the bandits stood opposite each other, while Makino and Luffy stood at the entrance of the tavern, watching from a distance the two groups of people arguing. It's just that it makes people feel a little out of harmony. Ah no, what's quite incongruous is that in front of the pirate gang, there is a child who is determined to become a navy. Hey, brat, one-on-one or a group fight? Sieg stared at Iger. The knife in his hand was already drawn, and the bright white blade wanted to cut off this brat's head right away. A generation of bandit kings, even a group fight against a child. Iger smiled slightly. You. Sieg almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood. This little devil, how long is the tongue? Why is it so annoying to talk? You step back. Gritting his teeth, Sieg ordered the bandits behind him to back off. Boss, take care of this kid. Braised Danto cheered Sieg up quietly. Very good, Iger admired, and then took a step forward. Very courageous. Stop talking nonsense. Draw your sword. Sieg finally couldn't bear it any longer and roared. No, 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 let you strike first. Iger shook his finger. I only need one knife. Ige, don't be brave. Men are not brave. Shanks, who was behind him, couldn't help it again, and whispered to persuade him. The members of the red-haired pirates beside him also nodded in agreement. No matter what, this little devil who is less than 10 years old wants to deal with the relatively powerful bandit Sigurd. It is too mysterious. At least 10 years earlier. Don't worry, Shanks, I'm going to challenge you. How could I lose to a bandit? Iger didn't turn his head back. Okay. Shanks couldn't persuade him, so he had to poke Beckman beside him. Beckman exchanged glances with his boss again, nodded to each other, and then Beckman passed the boss's meaning to Jesus Blakey and others behind him in code. Always be ready to take action, and once you find any sign that Iger can't be beaten, take action immediately. An ordinary child has absolutely no chance of winning against an ordinary bandit. This is what you said. Don't say that I bully children. Bandit King Sig snorted coldly and slowly raised the machete in his hand. I said, come on, stop talking nonsense. Iger also took a few steps forward, stretched out his index finger and ticked at Sieg. Sieg took a deep breath, and the next second his lightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Everyone felt that a sharp aura erupted from Sieg. It seems to be the autumn wind from the deep mountains, with a bleak coolness suddenly swept away from Sigurd. Swish. A cool breeze passed by, and Sigurd's figure also swept out towards Yig at the same time. The distance of just a few tens of meters came in an instant, and Sig rushed in front of Iger at a very fast speed, and then raised the white machete in his hand and slashed down. Chapter 147. Draw the sword. The Bandit King is defeated. The figure of the Bandit King was as fast as a cheetah. It rushed to Iger in a few seconds, and then jumped high. The white machete in his hand was bleak and cool, and he criticized Iger's head angrily. Come down. This guy, fighting with a kid who was less than 10 years old, even used his full strength. The group of red-haired pirates were shocked. This Bandit King Sig is too limitless. No matter who it is, this kid named Iger cannot be that strong at all, and he has no chance of winning against Sigurd. Even so, this Sieg chose to strike with all his strength. Don't say he isn't. This high-jumping posture, the knotted muscles on his arms, the violent blue veins on his muscles, and the expression of his gnashing his teeth. He was using all his strength to cut off Iger with one knife. Beckman directly raised the musket in his hand, without hesitation, aimed at Sieg, who was still in the air. His fingers had already pulled the trigger halfway. However, just before he was about to shoot, he suddenly found that Iger, who was standing there, suddenly had a surge of breath. It was as if the ground fire erupted from the ground and then turned into pure energy, pouring into Iger's body in an instant. Beckman really couldn't understand how could there be such a thing in the world. A child less than 10 years old, weak like a fish in the sea. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the fish's breath skyrocketed, and it could directly match a sea king. It's not over yet. Iger's breath is still skyrocketing, and the intensity of the breath is rapidly expanding like a virus in Beckman's brain. 2 sea kings, 4 sea kings, 8 sea kings, 16, 32, 64, 128. In a short period of time, Iger's aura grew to the point where he could rival dozens or hundreds of sea kings. His eyes have long been out of their sockets, and a whole bobo fish can be stuffed in his mouth unconsciously. The act of pulling the trigger in his hand suddenly stopped. No one asked why Beckman suddenly stopped moving, because everyone in the pirate group who could talk felt the change in Iger at the same time. It was as if a ferocious monster had awakened in Iger's body. That is, at the moment when Beckman paused, Sieg's body had already fallen, and at the moment when Sieg fell, Yi, who had been standing there motionless, moved. Kang. The crisp sword sound resounded through the whole open space, and then the sword light like sparkling water waves rippled, and the invisible sword energy like flowing water filled the air in an instant, and in an instant Sieg's bleak sword intent was washed away. Immediately Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that Iger's waist lit up and the sword body as smooth as water flowed out. In the eyes of everyone, Iger's action of drawing the sword was extremely slow and smooth, as if he just pulled out the sword from his waist leisurely, giving everyone the illusion that it was too late to resist Sigur's slash. But in fact, when everyone's attention was involuntarily attracted by Iger, Sig, who was flying over, seemed to be dragged by a big hand and became extremely slow. It wasn't until an incomparably crisp metal crash sounded that everyone woke up like a dream and suddenly came to their senses. It was an outrageous slash just now. When everyone came back to their senses, Iger's figure had already appeared behind Sigur. At this time, the white machete in Sig's hand had been broken into two pieces and the section was as smooth as a mirror. A few seconds later, the half-blade slammed into the ground. When the sword falls, the man falls. A sword mark running through the entire body slowly emerged on Sig's body. A mouthful of bright red blood spat out of his mouth. Bandit King Sig knew that he hadn't reacted yet. His eyes widened. His trembling hands caressed the wound on his body. It was not until his trembling fingers stabbed into the wound, a sharp pain burned like a flame, and his whole body curled up reflexively, that he realized that he had really been cut. How come? How could I? How could it be given to a kid who is less than 10 years old? Sigil stared blankly at the back of Iger, slowly withdrawing the knife. Before a series of question marks rose in his heart, the world in his eyes had gradually darkened. Finally, his body softened and he passed out. Compared to the fainted Sigur, the people who were watching the battle between the two of them felt the shock in their hearts, which was a multiple of the astronomical level. Damn it, Iggy, your kid is so powerful. Shanks was stunned on the spot, holding his head and screaming, I'm really beeping a dog. How could this little devil called Yig be so strong? Good God, it was just the one hand that drew the knife and slashed, that one hand's sword energy, that one hand's perfect movement. It's a master swordsmanship. This kid is only 10 years old, right? How could there be such a powerful swordsmanship? This swordsmanship, I actually want to try it against him. And the fierce sword chi just now, such a tyrannical sword intent. Oh my God, this is a treasure kid. Just seeing Iger's inadvertent hand, Shanks was completely attracted by his swordsmanship. Who could rival the great swordsman of the time? Hawkeye, my hawk in swordsmanship. Shanks recognized at a glance that Iger was definitely a master of swordsmanship. So seeing his hand, Shanks had the desire to fight Iger for the first time in his heart. But the pirates under him are far less offline than him. What they really focus on is that this Iger is only 10 years old now. Less than 10 years old. Hey, how is it possible that he is less than 10 years old? How is it possible to use such a tyrannical sword? He said just now that he had dealt with pirates with a total bounty of 400 million, but he thought he was bragging. But just this sword move just now, 400 million? Believe it if you say a billion. Even if it is his own captain, the bounty is already billions of big pirates, and he has never seen such a harmonious and perfect sword cut. No, that's too much nonsense. Can an ordinary child meet in the East China Sea be so strong? That sword light just now, that neat slash, and his posture of putting the sword into the sheath are obviously something that only an old master who has practiced kendo for decades can possess. But even so, on Iger, a child less than 10 years old, there is no sense of disobedience at all. But the weird thing is that this thing itself is a sense of violation. Chapter 148 Shanks, you have to beat me first. The crew of the red-haired pirates were surprised that Iger's swordsmanship did not match his age at all, but for Sig's bandit it was simply amazing. At this moment all the bandits felt a chill climb up their backs. A pair of stunned eyes stared at Iger's drooping eyes, as if he saw some strange monster. What the hell is this? Our boss has even robbed the guards of the Goa Kingdom, not to mention a bandit in the area of Koirbo Mountain in the Goa Kingdom. If you pick out any bandit pirate regiment, any navy, or even the guards, the boss will be able to fight with him. This kind of combat power, not to mention the number one in the Goa Kingdom, at least in the bandit area, it is properly number one. I thought that the previous actions of the bandit group had also fought against the navy of the Goa Kingdom, and the colonel who was sitting in the town was not a one-shot enemy of our boss at all. That guy has been practicing swordsmanship for 15 years, and he was also slashed by our boss. Where is this navy kid from? No, he has not yet enlisted in the army. The kid who dreamed of entering the navy. How could he just cut down our boss with such a light and slow sword? This is simply a fantasy, isn't it? But it is such a nonsense thing, and it was actually staged in front of my eyes today. God is killing me. Bandits who have never seen serious swordsmanship, IG, who has no idea how they did it. In their impression, fighting is a job that relies on physical strength and weapons. So when the 8 or 9-year-old Iger defeated Sig purely with technology, all the thieves couldn't believe their eyes. Boss. Finally, Ludantu was the first to wake up from the confusion, and hurriedly ran to Sig's side, shouting loudly for the boss. But no matter how he swayed, Sig remained unmoved, his eyes closed and dizzy. It's true. true. Boss Sig was really cut down by Iger. It wasn't until he touched the long straight incision on Sig's body that he finally realized that everything just now was not an illusion. Not only is it not a hallucination, he even touched the boss's wound, and a chill surged up inexplicably on his body. What's going on? Ludanto raised his head and saw a group of pirates from the red-haired pirate group looking at him with a bad face, and suddenly broke out in layers of cold sweat. As the saying goes, you are smart. The reason why Braised Danto can get into the position beside Sig is absolutely inseparable from his cleverness. With a flash of light on his head, he quickly calculated that his boss had been cleaned up by others, and the remaining group of people could not be their opponents at all. You guys, you wait for me. You will all be returned one day. Weakly said a harsh word. Ludanto greeted another bandit. The two of them worked together to carry Sig on their backs, and ran away in despair. After a while, the bandit group was left with only a distant back. Come back when you expand 56 times. Luffy put his palms on his mouth wide into a trumpet shape and shouted high at their backs. Cool. It's so cool. To deal with such arrogant people, you should use this arrogant way. Big brother Yige is really reliable. It seems that no matter what kind of enemy, as long as he shoots, he will definitely be solved. I'll never see him doing his best. Did he say he wanted to learn from Shanks? Luffy suddenly remembered what Iger said when he saw Shanks just now, as if he was going to challenge Shanks. Will he use all his strength to fight Shanks? No. Luffy suddenly shook his head violently. Shanks is the most powerful pirate. No matter how powerful Big Brother Iger is, he can't be Shanks' opponent. Iger didn't know that Luffy had already sentenced him to defeat in his heart. He slowly put away the knife and didn't even look at the bandits who were slashed away by his sword. The soft and round sword intent like water waves still vibrated in the surrounding air, which made Iger indulge in it. Every time the sword intent of this autumn water sword was used, Iger felt a sense of fascination. Especially the supreme swordsmanship has been developed to the 10th level. Just using ordinary swordsmanship, there is a perfect and harmonious sword intent and sword energy to follow. Because the sword intent was so perfect and harmonious, the group of swordsmen behind him, headed by Shanks, all stared at the empty air around Iger with intoxicated expressions and remained silent. What are you doing? Luffy frowned at the group of people who were motionless and asked with a pouted mouth. SHH. The narrators Jesus Bulletin and Beckman immediately gave him a quiet gesture and then explained in the smallest voice against his ear. They're looking at Yigi's sword intent right now. It's really amazing. You, the sworn big brother, actually fascinated the boss. They all felt like it was a lie when they said it. This child who was less than 10 years old was able to use his sword intent to attract Shanks like crazy. It's really terrifying. This kid must be a peerless evildoer. Not only that, there must be a very strong master, even stronger than Hawkeye in Kendo. Oh, it turns out that Big Brother Iggy is so good. Luffy was happy. As long as someone said that the people he was close to were very good, he felt happy. He completely forgot that he was still strong just now, that Shanks was definitely stronger than Iger. This feeling is really wonderful. Compared with the pirates who observed his sword intent behind him, Iger enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by sword intent. This feeling of fullness and completeness seems to be fully stimulated only by a swordsman of the level of Hawkeye or Shanks. By the way, Shanks. Iger's eyes were instantly clear, and the sword intent of the water waves in the air instantly dissipated into nothingness. The pirates behind them suddenly woke up like a dream, and there was a hint of enlightenment in their eyes. This little devil, the sword intent is so terrifying. Weakness is like water, softness is like water, rigidness is like water. Hey, Iggy. Before Iger could turn around and send Shanks a battle post, Shanks walked up directly from behind and hooked his neck, the hard stubble rubbing against his cheek affectionately. Where did you learn your swordsmanship? Could you introduce your master to me? Master? Where did my master come from? Iger was puzzled in his heart, but on second thought, it must be his swordsmanship that successfully attracted him. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, he replied proudly, You have to beat me first to qualify. Chapter 149. Shelling Non-Determined. No terminal. Goya Kingdom. Border Town. Check Street. Check Tavern. This is a stronghold of the Sapphire Pirates. At this moment, Jerry is bringing a group of pirates to drink. Brothers. Hiccup. Jerry stood on the bar, holding up the wine glass in his hand, with a sad expression on his face. This morning, I went to the warehouse to check and found that Mr. Perjame has been taken by shot. Hearing Jerry's words, the pirates who were sitting scattered suddenly took a deep breath. Our boss Broogie has also disappeared. It is estimated that those navies have also taken them away. Jerry's face was flushed, obviously drunk, and his tongue was starting to knot. Fortunately, there is no way out of the sky. We, the original Sapphire Pirates, were taken over by the Navy men. That's the Navy. One day we can eat the Navy's meal. One by one. The pirates also had their eyes blurred, and they echoed one by one. Yeah, from now on, we'll be in the Navy. Blue Gem, the idiot, forced Lao Tzu to join the team. Today is finally free. Me too. I was forced to join by Brugum too. And me. Asshole Brugum. Asshole Brugum. Asshole. The more the pirates shouted, the more excited they became, and the louder they shouted. Originally, they were still sighing that they had finally changed from pirates to being in the Navy with a formal identity. As a result, they shouted and suddenly found that they were all forcibly pulled by Brugum. Join. For a while, the scolding of bastard Bruggy suddenly piled up like a wave. Everyone was so angry that they didn't notice that there was a tall and broad figure outside the door, which had been standing for a long time. Boom! With a loud bang, the double wooden doors at the entrance of the bar were directly smashed by someone. Almost everyone was startled and subconsciously looked back at the tall and strong figure. It doesn't matter. Everyone's scalp is flying fast. The brawny man who smashed the double wooden doors with one kick was their former boss, Brugum. For a split second, everyone held their breath, stunned, and their eyes were full of terror. Blue Gem actually appeared here. Shouldn't he be escorted away by the Navy? At that time, they saw with their own eyes that Jerry was taken by Mr. Garp and went to the local naval base in the Goa Kingdom, requesting to escort Brugum, and the local Navy said that they must act immediately. But they didn't know that the efficiency of the East China Sea Navy was extremely low, and it was not until the next day that they slowly sent a few Navy soldiers to investigate the situation. As a result, the Marines got there, only to find Brugum, who was killed. Of course, the Navy would not admit his incompetence, and could only say that Brugum had been escorted, desperately and secretly looking for traces of Brugum in an attempt to catch him. Obviously, it's all in vain. The pirates widened their eyes one by one, looking at Bruggy in disbelief, not understanding how this guy appeared here. Everyone woke up for a while, except for Jerry, who was drunk, still standing on the bar twisting his body and yelling. That is to say, Brugum bastard, how many of our lives have been lost? Cough cough. Someone under the table whispered a reminder, while peeking at Brugum, whose face was almost blackened into coal by now. The leader of any pirate group, when he returns to his home base and hears the crew members scolding him in unison, will never feel better. Blue Gem walked up to Jerry without saying a word, and every step made the guys around him gasp for breath. In the beginning, I was coerced and lured into the gang by him, and I became a gangster on the street, and I suffered a lot. Now finally the sky has eyes. The sky has eyes. Why are you silent? It was only now that Jerry realized that there was suddenly no sound behind him, and immediately turned around and asked, did I drink too much? There's so much Brugum here. Wasn't he taken? Jerry, who was smirking, thought that the blue gem behind him was an illusion he saw after drinking too much, so he touched the face of the former boss, and the most powerful kept mumbling, dude, this bastard really hurt me too deeply. Even the touch is so real. Touch. The whole body seemed to have been suddenly electrocuted, and Jerry immediately became smart, and a chill rushed from the back of the sky to the sky. Old boss, why did you come back? Jerry was so frightened that he stuttered, oh shit, shouldn't this bastard be captured by the Navy? Why is it here? It seems that you have a lot of resentment towards me. Shouldn't I come back? Blue Gem's eyes were completely devoid of any emotion. How can you are our old puck? Click. Before Jerry's defense could be said, Blue Gem's casserole-sized fist had already hit his face, and the entire wooden bar fell apart in an instant. This punch completely woke everyone else up. The fear of being forced to join the gang by Bruggy came back up. This guy, even single-handedly, can easily clean up these miscellaneous soldiers. The members of the original Sapphire suddenly did not dare to come out one by one, and lowered their heads in silence. I heard, I forced you to join the gang? Blue Gem's tone didn't fluctuate, but every word he spat out seemed to form ice cubes and hit the ground. No, how could it be? We follow the boss wholeheartedly. The ingenious person immediately expressed his position. Yes, we worship the boss 120%. As long as the boss says something, we will do whatever we want. Others immediately followed. That's right, I swear to follow the boss. Never surrender. Jerry, who fainted, probably had no idea how fast these guys, who usually call themselves brothers, turned apostate in the face of Brugham's power. Blue Gem squinted at the group of unscrupulous pirates, snorted heavily, and his hoarse voice slowly rang out. You have seen the fate of this guy Jerry, the guy who wants to leave my Sapphire Pirates. Although it doesn't matter, I still advise you to think about Jerry's appearance. I swear to follow the boss. I swear to follow the boss. What are you talking about? Just show your loyalty and you're done. Who can't eat with them? I just went to the non-deterministic terminal to see that our fuel storage was destroyed by that bastard Iger. Brugem continued with gritted teeth. So the plan has changed. You follow me to the dock and blow up this junkyard. Chapter 150 Showdown. Eagle vs Shanks. Sabo, you still don't admit that I won. Fuck. Obviously it's me. I won. Gradually sloping westward, Sabo and Ace, who had finally finished their fight, both fell to the ground with their backs on their backs, gulps in thick clothes. I said IG, tell me who won. At IG, where's the IG? Ace was really too lazy to argue with Sabo and turned his head to ask Iger's opinion. However, when he turned his head, he found that Iger, who had been standing beside the two, had long since disappeared. Really? Where's Iggy? Iggy. Sabo also found that Iger was not beside the two, so he put his hand to his mouth and called out one's name. Iggy, are you there? Luffy, did you see Iggy? Huh. After shouting for a long time, IG did not respond. Ace finally remembered to ask Luffy, who was lying in the tree hole, but found that Luffy, who had watched the two of them fight, was also gone. This is really weird. Two great living people, how could they just disappear? Is it? Ace and Sabo looked at each other and suddenly thought of some terrible possibility. No way, these two people were attacked by someone while they were fighting. Iggy, Luffy. The two shouted worriedly and hurriedly ran towards the tree hole, but when they ran into the tree hole, they saw the note Iger had left for the two of them. Dear Ace and Sabo. Sabo picked up the note and read, Luffy wants to take a look at Windmill Village. I'll accompany him back first. If the two of you are finished, go back to Grandpa there. Enter Eagle. Ace rubbed his chin and suddenly reacted. These two guys turned out to be playing behind our backs. So are we going to find your grandpa? Sabo asked. What a joke. Ace was not happy at the time. Why should we go home obediently when they go to play? Hey, I thought so too. Sabo showed a tacit smile. Then we go play in town. The two boys hit it off and walked down the mountain. Windmill Village, Seaside Pier. After Iger's performance and Shanks' active challenge, the two finally took a group of audiences and moved the battlefield to the seaside on the grounds that they were too powerful. At this moment, Shanks and Iger stood opposite each other 20 meters apart. Restless waves surged under the feet of the two, and the salty sea breeze blew gently, lifting the hem of their clothes. Outside the battlefield demarcated by the two, Makino led Luffy and stayed in the middle of a group of red-haired pirates. Jesus, Bulletin, Beckman, Lackey, and the others were watching the fun without thinking it was a big deal. They distributed popcorn to the crew while shouting, those new guys are looking forward to it. The captain is about to make a move. Although the other party is just a child, it is quite difficult for the boss to make a move. You said, why did the boss fight him? One of the crew went sips. Didn't you say it all? The boss is to make Iggy's master strong. He only had a symbolic fight with him. Someone next to him immediately explained with disdain. Everyone immediately nodded in agreement, and no one thought that Iger would be Shanks' opponent, even if Iger showed a rather terrifying sword intent just now. There is no other reason, just because the crew has a deep understanding of Shanks' strength and deep self-confidence. Who is Shanks? The former crew of One Piece. Although it is said that when his captain, Roger One Piece, was executed, he was still a child, but being able to become a crew member of One Piece is enough to show his talent and strength, especially after so many years. Shanks has been constantly honing his sword skills and domineering, and even Hawkeye, who is known as the world's largest swordsman, admires his sword skills. More importantly, Shanks at this time has a bounty of more than 1 billion. To be able to deal with this child who is less than 10 years old is simply to give him a great face. But to be honest, this kid's sword intent is indeed quite powerful. Even if it was planned to be them, they also felt that the teacher behind the kid must be an expert hermit. Therefore, Shanks and Iger's real purpose is clear at a glance. That is, he wants to get to know the teacher who taught him kendo through Iger's introduction. Luffy, do you think Iggy can beat Shanks? Makino, who was watching the battle, quietly asked Luffy. Well, although I don't know how strong Big Brother Eagle is, he is definitely not Shanks' opponent. Luffy frowned in embarrassment. Makino looked at him, and the doubts in his heart calmed down a little. It seems that this Iger should not be Shanks' opponent. Although I don't know why, I saw his expression, and I was quite excited, as if I was looking forward to fighting Shanks. But looking at the reactions of the Sapphire Pirates and Luffy, Iger just wanted to fight Shanks in a childish way. You must be thinking too much. Obviously, everyone more or less guessed Shanks' mind, that is to play with Iger. Hey, Ignatius. Shanks put his hand on his mouth like a trumpet. If you lose, keep your promise. Introduce me to your master. Stop talking nonsense. Draw your sword. Shanks. Iger was used to the inertia in these people's hearts, and his reaction was not very big. With a wave of his palm, a stream of sword light flowed out, and the famous sword Chiu Shui appeared in his left hand. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand and made a move towards the void. A faint dragon roar sounded in the air, and then a black light flashed, and the famous sword dragon and horse slowly emerged in Iger's right hand. In the next second, two completely different sword intents occupied the left and right half of Iger's body and burst out. On one side is a violent, arrogant, and domineering dancing dragon, and on the other side is a magnificent but calm sea-like water wave. As soon as the sword intent burst out, Shanks suddenly showed surprise on the opposite side. In his perception, the fierce and tyrannical dragon sword intent and the supple and round Chiu Shui sword intent, two completely different sword intent, actually coexisted in the same person. This is simply unbelievable. I have never heard of anyone who can practice two sword intents at the same time. This is really interesting. It seems that this little devil named Yig has a lot of secrets on him. The excitement in Shank's eyes was a bit stronger. He really wanted to see what a person with two sword intents would look like at the same time. Without hesitation, Shanks drew his saber griffin from his waist. In an instant the world changes color. Chapter 151 Sword Intent Collides. Supremely Fast Knife. This little guy is really powerful. Jesus Bulletin looked at the two completely different sword intents that erupted from Iger's body in amazement. Even if he doesn't practice kendo and spends his days in a group of swordsmen, he still has some understanding. If a person wants to master two knives at the same time, he will try to choose two knives with similar sword intent attributes. There is no other reason. It is because the sword intent is incompatible. It will fight in the user's body, and the backlash received at that time can even destroy a person in an instant. Moreover, the sword intent is not only the attribute of the sword itself but also the result of the joint action of the swordsman's will and the sword. Cultivating two kinds of sword intent at the same time will fundamentally delay the practice of the swordsmanship. But this eagle in front of me, it is truly incredible to be able to master two sword intents so skillfully at the same time. It's more than amazing. Beckman was also staring at Iger with a face full of surprise at this time. This is simply a monster. As a frequent witness to the victory and defeat of Hawkeye and Shanks, he naturally understands kendo better than Jesus Bulletin. The swordsman's will can essentially accommodate a variety of sword wills because different swords themselves have many differences. But why did the swordsman who accommodated the two sword intents not exist before? It's because this not only requires the swordsman's will to have compatibility but also requires him to have a super strong body and kendo will. Not only that, but also the swordsman himself can fit a variety of sword intents to the same degree. Only in this way can one body be compatible with various sword intents. But the existence of such a person is a miracle in itself. This Iger is definitely a super genius that surpasses Shanks, surpasses Hawkeye, and even surpasses the strongest swordsman Ryoma in the world in terms of talent. I just don't know how talented this genius is, and how much of Shanks' strength can he force out. While everyone was talking, Shanks over there slowly pulled out the knife from his waist. In an instant the air was a little heavier. The sword he wore around his waist looked plain and ordinary, but as soon as it was unsheathed, a fierce sword intent that was no less than that of Iger instantly rippled. Even the clear sky turned gloomy in an instant, and the frantic sea breeze suddenly blew from the sea one after another. It was only a slight breeze at first, but in just a few seconds it blew into an invisible high wall. The turbulent waves surged along with the gust of wind, layer upon layer like the scales of a giant dragon, and the arrogant and domineering power instantly rose. Roar. In the depths of the invisible wind wall and the surging waves, there was a faint roar, as if it was a giant beast that only exists in myths or people's imagination, screaming in the sky. The legendary creature Griffin. In mythology all over the world, its figure is recorded with humility and reverence, and it is honored as the king of heaven and earth. When the lion roars, all the beasts change color, and when the goshawk croaks, the sky will shake. The king of heaven and the king of earth merge together, and that is the common king of heaven and earth. This is quite in line with the personality of this famous knife. The knife is unsheathed. The world changes color. The famous knife Griffin is one of the 12 great swordsmen that are now circulating at sea. According to legend, the craftsman who made it was a great alchemist and used miraculous craftsmanship in the forging process. As an alchemist, he not only masters forging and refining, but also knows the mysteries of the body and soul of living beings. He once went deep into the most magnificent valley in the world, slept in the wind and slept in the sky, and waited for 17 years under the scorching sun, wind, sand, thunder, and lightning before finally meeting the legendary king of heaven and earth Griffin. After a long wait of 17 years, he had already established a fateful connection with Griffin in the dark. After 7 days and 7 nights of bloody battle, the great alchemist finally defeated Griffin. He was on the verge of dying, dragged his body back to the house, and handed over his 17-year conception of a legendary blade, a scroll of miracle parchment, to his apprentice. Then, holding Griffin's cold body, he jumped into the furnace. With tears in his eyes, the apprentice drew out the souls of Master and Griffin, and added the legendary dragon scale, heel, dragon tooth, mithril and magic gold that the Master had prepared for him, and it took another 17 years to finally arrive. Forged a semi-finished product. At the last moment, the apprentice sacrificed his own body again, which made the Sword of Kings fully formed. This is the ultimate knife Griffin. This king's blade has been handed down from 1,000 years ago to today, and every owner is the king of the sea and land, and Shanks was his master. The 4 emperors. The natural domineering aura was not deliberately aroused but inadvertently flowed with Griffin's sword cry, and the invisible and intangible gesture was injected into the surrounding air. After a few few seconds, everyone in the replay, including Iger, felt that their breathing was being restrained by an invisible force, as if the surrounding air seemed to be filled with mercury. Unlike Iggy Liashui and Panlong, Shank's sword intent has no real image at all. Everything is an invisible momentum, but anyone can feel the power of Griffin's contempt for the world. The elephant is invisible. There was no intention to summon it at all, but the power and pressure had already ruled the sea and land, and everyone was out of breath. And this is the result of Shanks not deliberately using the Overlord color. Shanks just wanted to symbolically play a few tricks with Iger. Originally, he wanted to try Iger's strength, so naturally he couldn't do his best. But it is these few points of strength that make Iger's Kiashui and Longma's sword intent become distorted and illusory due to the powerful oppression and power. What did I say? Lackey took a bite of the big drumstick, chewed it, and said casually to the newcomers behind him, "The boss just wanted to play with that kid in a symbolic way. He didn't intend to do anything serious at all." Having been with Shanks day and night, he naturally understood that Shanks was useless at this time, and he definitely didn't plan to fight hard. The new pirates nodded vigorously, and there was a hint of admiration in their eyes. "The boss is so strong. I haven't seen the boss seriously launch sword intent before. I didn't expect to have such a great power. In comparison, the sword intent of that kid Iger is much inferior. Sure enough, in terms of domineering, he has to be the boss of his own family." Chapter 152. Withstand the release of the double sword intent. Compared with the intangible, colorless, and pure power, those things that have form and quality are inherently inferior. No, the sword intent has begun to collapse. Maybe it's possible you don't need to use sword moves. Just relying on sword intent can overwhelm Iger. Obviously, in the eyes of everyone, Iger's sword intent was completely suppressed by Shanks' arrogance. Shanks had the emotion of as expected in his eyes. Children, no matter how well-rounded the swordsmanship is, the practice of swordsmanship is still not strong enough. However, only Iger knew that this battle of sword intent was far from over. When Shanks used his sword intent, the autumn water and dragon horse in his hands suddenly trembled uncontrollably. From the buzzing sword sound, Iger felt a sense of fear. This was the first time Iger had confronted a swordsman with the supremely sharp sword, and it was the first time such an experience. Your own sword is actually afraid. Swords are also afraid. Iger was a little stunned at the time, but then he understood. All famous swords have sword spirits, and they also have various cognitions, intuitions, and even emotions. And the better the quality of the famous sword, the more powerful the sword spirit. Griffin, the supreme quick knife, has the spirit of a king, and the two big quick knives it faces are naturally arrogant and domineering, and it has a natural suppressing effect on Iger's dragon horse and autumn water. However, Iger will not let his knife be bullied. "You two, cheer me up." Iger lowered his eyelids to look at his famous knife and drank lowly. Black and red thunderbolts as thin as a gossamer flowed out from Iger's hand and quietly clinged to the swords of Ryoma and Kiashui. Iger has carefully calculated the amount of domineering to inject the domineering color. Shanks on the opposite side obviously did not activate the domineering color, but Griffin was born with the breath of the king. Then, as long as you resist Griffin's suppression, let the sword intent of the two swords be released smoothly. If you really compete with sword intent, you won't lose. The Overlord color has just covered the two knives, and the sword spirit in the knives seems to have been injected with adrenaline. After changing the previous decline, it suddenly shook violently. The high-pitched sword cry shook everyone's eardrums, and the high-pitched dragon roar made the scalps of those who heard it lifted. After resisting Griffin's aura of kingship, Longma and Kiashui would no longer be suppressed by the famous sword, and the ultimate sword intent burst out suddenly. I saw that the coiling dragon, which was originally crushed by Shanks, had grown tenfold in size directly against the wind. At first, it was only a small dragon a few meters long, but at this moment it became a huge dragon with a length of 100 meters. The hard scales reflect the cold light as if they are real dragon scales densely arranged on the dragon. The dragon's beard flutters and the dragon's tail swings. Although the appearance of the divine dragon is not as domineering and arrogant as the invisible Griffin, it is more powerful than the fierce and arrogant. I don't know how many times. Unlike the dragon horse sword intent, the water wave sword intent of the famous sword Chiu Shui is directly hidden in the air. Although it can no longer be seen, everyone feels that the already heavy air stagnates as if it was injected with glue. Luffy and Makino, who were a little weaker in physical strength, both opened their mouths and the veins on their necks burst out. Everyone understands that the gurgling autumn water has directly turned into a vast ocean hidden in the air and entrenched behind the giant dragon with a heavy weight and turbulence. Although they can't hear the sound of water or see the flow of water, everyone can see the faint fluctuations in the air. The air seems to be painted with colorless but visible paint, and the laminar eddy currents can be clearly seen. It was as if the air in front of him had been evacuated evacuated and replaced with sea water that was 100 meters deep. Yes, it's sea water. Everyone even felt a heavy pressure on their shoulders. The slow-flowing appearance, the pressure of being crushed by the bones, all make people feel like they are in the bottom of the sea. Even Griffin in the air felt that his flight was hindered, and the feathers seemed to be stained with some heavy filth. Hoo hoo hoo. The sluggish cry came out, and Griffin's intention to Shanks was obvious. It was very uncomfortable in this ocean, and even had a feeling of suffocation. The king of the sky and the ground can't breathe in the turbulent sea. With this hand, everyone's eyes exploded. This little devil actually spawned a vast ocean directly with his sword intent. This time, I was just saying that my boss, the elephant, is invisible, and the new pirates who took the best pirates suddenly felt slapped in the face. People will be fine too, and people not only can, but even create a pressure that is even stronger than the oppression of their own boss. The cotters who were going to do some analysis on the battlefield just now will be silent for a while. One by one, they silently had big mouths, staring blankly at the deep-sea ripples created by Iger in the air, and the 100-meter giant dragon entrenched in the deep sea. This horse riding is a lie. This. Can a child under the age of 8 or 9 condense such a powerful sword intent? You can't believe it. Not to mention the invisible ocean, that is the lifelike dragon entrenched, let alone 10 years old. It is a genius to be able to do it at the age of 30. This is not to mention, while maintaining the 100-meter giant dragon, he can actually achieve the Wanyang sword intent that is as invisible as the boss, which can no longer be described as a monster. It's just a fairy. At the beginning, when this kid summoned the double sword intent, because the scale was not large, they didn't take it seriously. After all, the double sword intent is together, and it is not good at both ends, and it is already very powerful if they can do it. So they thought that Iger just gave up some of the strength of sword intent just to show that he could do this kind of thing. When Shanks summoned Griffin's sword intent later, Iger's dragon and water waves were severely suppressed, which further confirmed everyone's speculation. But what they never expected was that in less than a minute, this guy directly expanded his sword intent to more than 100 times. This is quite an exaggeration. Just one sword intent is already quite difficult. He is compatible with 2 in the body. Under normal circumstances, if these 2 sword intents meet, they will directly shred a city. The body of a normal person, under such circumstances, will definitely be torn to shreds. Is this guy's small body made of halishi? How sturdy? Chapter 153. Sing together, you love me, I love you. Compared to the people who were 100 meters away, Shanks, who was very close to Iger, was shocked by a geometric multiple. Sword intent is exaggerated enough, but what he cares more about is how this kid broke through the suppression of his own Griffin. You must know that a large part of the reason why he can stand alone in the swordsman world is because his domineering aura fits Griffin so well that he doesn't have to do anything. Even the eagle-eyed black knife will be suppressed to some extent. The evidence that Iger's sword intent was almost destroyed before. But did he get away? How to get rid of the oppression of his own king? Shanks has studied. The only way to deal with the tyrannical spirit is to fight back with the tyrannical spirit as well. A large part of the source of the domineering aura on your side comes from Griffin in his hand. But what about Iggy on the opposite side? His 2 knives? One is Panlong, fierce and violent, but it does not have the momentum of a king. The other is Wangyang, which is deep and vast, and it is simply the feeling of containing all things. The attributes of the 2 swords have nothing to do with the so-called tyrannical spirit. Since it has nothing to do with swords, it can only have a relationship with people. Shanks' eyes suddenly widened several times. He couldn't believe his guess at all. This kid can actually use the overlord color. Not just awakening is to use, and it's high-end use. Just awakening, even I was able to use it unconsciously when I was a teenager. But use. After the Roger Pirates disbanded, I formed my own pirate group, and I gradually learned it. At that time, I was already in my 20s. As for the high-level application that can skillfully use the overlord color, that is something that is closer to the present after a few years. This guy, how can you learn the advanced use of tyrannical color at the age of less than 10 years old? Can you still use such a fascination? What kind of monster is this guy? With his hand, he directly made himself feel that the first half of his life was all in vain. It seems that such an opponent can no longer be solved without domineering. Shanks never dreamed that one day he would use the sword intent with the overlord color against a child less than 10 years old. However, in order to be able to get to know this guy's master, this is the only way. Thinking of this, Shanks' face filled with awe and solemnity for the first time. Roar. The Griffin in his hand also felt the master's will, and directly roared high. The surging domineering, like a river, is continuously injected into the blade of Finks. The sword body didn't change much at first, but with the influx of domineering, the temperature of the sword body was quickly raised at a speed visible to the naked eye. Really visible to the naked eye. Ignatius incomparably huge ocean ripples have spread to Shanks, and with the injection direction of Shanks domineering. A trace of white water vapor rose from the sword body, from strands to strands, and from strands to strands. In the end, the entire griffin was like a chimney, with steam rising from every corner of the body. This is not the end. Distortions different from Wang Yang's ripples radiate from Griffin's body. The scorching high temperature even distorts the air blessed by Wang Yang Jianyi. A trace of red continued to spread from the tip of the sword to the hilt, and after a while, the entire griffin flashed a fiery red light. Even Shanks was holding Griffin's hand, which was covered by a thick armed collar at this time, for fear of being burned by Griffin's scorching temperature. Shanks' domineering directly heated Griffin to thousands of degrees. Receiving Shanks' strong domineering, Griffin, who was hidden in the air, seemed to be free from the shackles, and his roars became lighter. A trace of water vapor evaporated in the void above Shanks' head, and a huge creature was faintly outlined. That creature has the body of a lion, the head and wings of a goshawk, and most importantly, his figure that stretches for 1,000 meters, like a huge dark cloud entrenched above everyone's heads. Ignatius' 100-meter-long coiling dragon is simply insignificant. Pan Long also raised his head and glanced at Griffin's stalwart figure, and bowed the proud dragon head down. Chi. Griffin's huge figure appeared, and the whole body had the scorching temperature of the scimitar blade, and at an extremely terrifying speed. Iger's Wang Yang sword intent was quickly evaporated. The originally stagnant air seemed to be flowing again, and everyone's originally suppressed breathing became smooth. Sure enough, the boss is more powerful. The crew of the red-haired pirates regained their confidence. In front of the boss who has blessed his domineering firepower, only the #1 swordsman in the world, Hawkeye Mihawk, can suppress him a little bit. This time, this little devil should be out of the way. For some reason, the crew members who were still looking at this discussion with a playful attitude gradually became nervous as they were shocked by Iger's one-handed operation. Even in their minds, he was almost the strongest boss in the world, but that super strong position has even been shaken. This little guy named IG is really a peerless genius. Have you finally shown your arrogance? Iger was naturally the most sensitive to the weakening of Wang Yang's sword intent. Almost at the moment when the phantom of Griffin appeared, he could feel that the sword intent of Wang Yang, which was entangled in the air, quickly melted away as if Kangxu saw the scorching sun. As expected of Shanks, sword intent is so powerful, if it is really cut out, is it still good? Iger couldn't help but give Shanks a thumbs up in his heart. He really deserves to be one of the 4 emperors. Originally, he saw Griffin's inability to swim, so he deliberately enlarged Kyushui's attribute so that he had an advantage in the game of sword intent. But what I didn't expect was that Griffin, who blessed the red-haired overlord color, was so fierce that he could directly evaporate the sea water. Moreover, he suppressed his giant dragon and lowered his head again. Is this still great? If it goes on like this, the sea water will be evaporated sooner or later, and the momentum of the giant dragon has been shortened, and it must be swallowed raw. In this case, we can only let you combine. Iger looked up at Wang Yang and Zhuolong and murmured, although your attributes are quite different, only when you combine them can you have a chance to overwhelm that guy. After all, he didn't care whether the 2 swords agreed or not, he just drew the sword intent together. Come, Ryoma, autumn water, sing with me. You love me, I love you. Michelle, ah no, sweetheart heaven sweet. You love me, I love you, sweet heaven sweet. Chapter 154 Sweet Song Fusion Sword Intent. You love me, I love you. You love me, I love you. Iger repeated a magical song back and forth in his mouth, which was a super brainwashed commercial soundtrack in his original world. Michelle City. It is a city made of ice bricks with fluttering snowflakes. It snows all year round. Every snowflake is sweet, and it will make people feel extremely happy when you eat it. Recently, when Iger was studying the theory of intimacy in heaven, he suddenly remembered that he had heard such a beautiful and moving melody, and this is exactly in line with the purpose of intimacy in heaven. So he simply took it and adapted it into his own song. You love me, I love you, sweet heaven sweet. He decided that in the future this will be the group song of his affectionate heaven. Name it Sweet Song. Although there is no effect now, he represents a spirit, that is, everyone is a family who love each other. Iger crossed the 2 famous swords, Kyushui and Longma. The swords were close to each other. The invisible wool extended from his body and turned into countless slender and tough silk threads. The silk thread is invisible and intangible, like a dense spider silk that wraps the 2 sword intents of the dragon and Wang Yang in a circle, trying to merge the 2 sword intents together. Roar. Whoa. Almost at the same time, both Zhuolong and Wang Yang sent back an obvious struggle. It's not that he is unwilling to cooperate with the master's command to merge, but because as a famous sword, he has a natural resistance to other famous swords. So even if the 2 sword intents wanted to accept each other, he himself couldn't do it. What's that guy doing? Loki frowned at Iggy's movements. He wrapped the 2 sword intents together. Jesus Buledin also looked at Iger in amazement. Isn't it? Is this a lunatic? Beckman's face suddenly became became solemn. He turned his head and said to the pirates behind him, "All retreat." There was a trace of doubt on everyone's faces. They didn't know why Beckman wanted everyone to do this, but they still obeyed the deputy captain's orders obediently. "Hey, why are we backing us, Beckman? It's hard to see clearly," Luffy protested with pouting. "This guy is brewing some very powerful moves. The power will be quite large. Our current position is not safe enough," Beckman said seriously. No. Jesus Cloth jumped out and asked again, "No one really wants to screw these two things together? Twist the two sword intents together? That won't explode." Lackey didn't believe it either. Although they clearly felt that Iger had wrapped his will around the giant dragon and Wang Yang's sword intent, they wouldn't believe it if they didn't want to integrate. However, even these half-hearted people know that it is quite difficult to only be compatible with two sword intents, and they still want to integrate. It's simply Arabian Nights. This operation is no different from self-destruction, and the scope of the self-destruction, maybe the entire windmill village will be affected. "You said we should stop this kid from blowing himself up." Jesus Bulletin was a little worried. "There is the boss. He will look at that kid," Beckman said with a strange expression. "But if this kid really succeeds, he will be the first person ever." At the same time, Shanks also understood in his heart what Iger wanted to do in front of him. Fusion of sword intent? What are you kidding? Simply insane. As a swordsman who can summon sword intent, you know that sword intent cannot be merged. The sword is originally the most sharp thing, and it is only the edge of any other sword. How can it be possible to accept other swords? So if you say forcibly integrating, you will explode yourself. No, this kid is really crazy. We must find a way to stop him. Shanks was really worried about Iger's distraction, so he exploded himself. He could only tighten his nerves, observe Iger's situation with all his attention, and plan to shoot directly whenever he had a chance. This kid thinking is really quite dangerous. "What are you dawdling about? Sing with me." "You love me, I love you." IG, who has already reached the 10th level of supreme swordsmanship, naturally knows about the fact that sword intent cannot be integrated, but he has different considerations from others in his heart. Although it is said that there will be natural resistance between famous swords and famous swords, the relationship between the famous sword Longma and the famous sword Kyushui is somewhat special. You must know that even if the body is stolen, the sword used by Ryoma is still a famous sword, and Kyushui seems to have the greatest effect in the hands of Longma. When I first got Kyushui, I could clearly feel the resistance from Kyushui itself. It was not until the system transformed the soul of the dragon horse into a sword soul dragon horse and combined it with the original iron sword into the famous sword dragon horse, Chiu Shui reluctantly accepted himself, and even so, Chiu Shui was far closer to the dragon horse than himself. So Iger concluded that there must be some kind of magical relationship between Kyushui and Longma. The fusion of other sword intents may be difficult, but as far as the relationship between Ryoma and Kyushui is concerned, Iger thinks there is a good chance. "You love me, I love you." Come to think of it, Ryoma, that was your favorite autumn water. Iger was still singing the sweet song persistently, and at the same time tightened the thin line of wool that bound the two. Roar. The sword intent giant dragon condensed by the dragon and horse suddenly howled in pain, and chaos appeared in his eyes. For some reason, when the master sang that sweet song, it seemed to fall into a hallucination. Obviously he is just a sword soul, but it seems to have countless glorious pasts, and he will recall things a long time ago. At that time, it seemed that he was not a sword but a person, the number one sword saint in the world. He was holding the autumn water next to him, one person and one sword, and slaughtered the fierce dragon that entered the sea. No wonder I feel that, as a sword, I want to cut it when I see any other sword, but when I see this autumn water beside me, I feel very close. Autumn water used to be my best friend. As if titillated, the giant dragon's eyes seemed to come alive, reappearing in Qingming, and then roared high in the void. Roar. With a loud roar, the ripples of the ocean that filled the air and pressed towards Griffin suddenly retreated suddenly, as if they were called home for dinner by their parents. Then there were waves of ocean waves, madly submerging into the dragon's body. Chapter 155. The full version. Yuan Hai Yalong. On the huge griffin that is thousands of meters in length and width, the billowing white smoke is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, the waves of the ocean, which were originally dense in the air, were evaporated by Griffin, and they seemed to have intelligence. In the body. Roar. Hum. With the submersion of the light spot, the dragon's body swelled up rapidly, and a touch of sea blue color slowly emerged on the dragon's body. Dark blue. Dozens or hundreds of transparent ripples were superimposed together, and a hint of blue suddenly appeared in the original transparent color, and then the blue became deeper and deeper, and finally became a ripple with a dark blue luster. It was not until the appearance of the dark blue ripples that everyone finally saw clearly the appearance of the ocean ripples. I saw that countless mysterious runes were engraved on each dark blue ripple, as if there were some gods, and they were depicted on it in their own language edge so that these ripples had infinite divine power. Complement. The dark blue ripples approached the giant dragon at an extremely fast speed, and when it approached the dragon's body, it shattered into countless dark blue light spots. The dark blue dragon appeared on the body, and as the body grew rapidly, even the organs on the body had undergone earth-shaking changes. The horns on the top of the head gradually retracted into the skull, and the original eagle claws suddenly became longer, and then became thicker like a balloon, turning into 4 huge fins, and there were dragon claws full of strength on the fins. The body that originally twisted like a snake suddenly became stronger and stronger, and you can even see huge chest muscles and abdominal muscles emerge. In just a few seconds, all the ripples of Wang Yang were absorbed by the giant dragon, and the giant dragon absorbed the power of Wang Yang, and its body length was directly extended to more than a kilometer, and directly from Panlong, it has become an abyss dragon that devours everything across the ocean. Roar. No less than the huge phantom of Griffin directly formed, opened the huge dragon's mouth in the sky, and made a shocking roar. Obviously no sound was heard in the ears of everyone, but everyone felt a huge shock in their consciousness. The pirate rookie with a slightly weaker will was directly stunned by this giant dragon. Bang bang bang. Figures fell one after another, but Jesus Bulletin, Lackey, and Beckman Cotters did not see their subordinates faint at all, because at this moment the 3 of them all stared at the copper bell-like eyes, staring blankly at the figure not much bigger than a grain of rice in the distance, completely dumbfounded. Why are the 3 of you stunned? Is this amazing? When Luffy saw the stunned appearance of these 3 people, he was immediately puzzled and asked, in his opinion, isn't this a temporary parody with Shanks? I haven't made a move yet. Why are you so surprised? But no one of the 3 answered him, but they were all immersed in their own world, unable to extricate themselves. This guy is a god, right? It's a god, right? Jesus Bulletin didn't know what language to use to describe it. He turned his head to the 2 companions with difficulty and asked in a dry voice, what do you think? Could he be someone with the ability to rejuvenate the fruit? Lackey didn't answer Jesus' cloth but raised his own question again, and even the chicken leg in his hand fell to the ground without noticing it. What are you talking about? He must have used some means. This is definitely not something that a boy under 10 years old can do. Beckman activated his brain and carefully thought out a relatively close explanation of the truth. But what kind of means did this monster-like boy use? The 3 of them are going to go crazy looking at each other. What the hell is this guy? How exaggerated every time. At the very beginning, the sword move that directly killed Sieg in one hand was beyond common sense. How could an 8 or 9-year-old kid use such a superb technique to draw a sword? These people are all people who watch Shanks practice swords every day. Even Shanks, in the best state, has never used a sword to cut so perfectly. According to Shanks, he has only seen Hawkeye exert this effect. If there are other people, I am afraid it can only be some hermit masters. It takes 10 years of practice to draw a sword, and you can always practice it. Well, let's pretend he is a genius and a monster, and he has a great master, and he started practicing swordsmanship at the age of 3, and he has been practicing swordsmanship until now. But in this case, what happened to his sword intent? Can a guy who madly practiced drawing swords and slashes cultivate sword intent? Ghosts believe Ellie. And not only can you cultivate sword intent, but also balance 2 sword intents at the same time. Originally, the scale that was summoned was small, so it could be regarded as a child who deliberately wanted to show off, so he sacrificed some power to create 2 kinds of effects. Good guy. Just come to such a conclusion, the next second will be slapped in the face. Shanks doesn't need the proposed scale that can be condensed by the Overlord, and he can produce 2 at the same time too, still in a state of perfect balance. Not to mention whether it will explode. The volume of the sword intent is twice that of Shanks. What is this concept? Shanks has been practicing swords for more than 20 years before accumulating the sword intent. This guy has only practiced for less than 10 years, at most 5 or 6 years. He can achieve it, and it is twice as much. That's not all. Shanks used his domineering arrogance and developed Griffin's state to the highest level. The results of it? This guy was stunned to fuse the 2 behemoths together. This horse riding is completely incomprehensible. In the front, it can still be regarded as something that human beings can do, but this, let alone human beings, is difficult for even giants and gods to do. So fantastic. The 3 of them can't just be Iger now. For fear of what Iger was doing, the 3 of them vomited blood and died. Of course, what the 3 of them didn't know was that it took more than a month since Iger came into contact with Kendo until now. If they were to know about this kind of thing, I'm afraid they would be scared to death on the spot. Hey, why are you ignoring me? Luffy shouted angrily when the 3 of them ignored him. Luffy, this level of battle is coming to an end now. Jesus Bulletin swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes still staring at the battlefield. The end. But they haven't moved yet. Luffy was puzzled. Just now, it was a competition to see who has the stronger momentum, and then, with
just one move. The winner can be decided. Lackey touched Luffy's head and said meaningfully. Chapter 156 The Final Match. Griffin vs Autumn Dragon Horse. Only one move. You're lying to me, right? They obviously haven't started fighting. Luffy obviously didn't believe it and pouted. This is the real master of Kendo, Luffy. The two sides are competing in the sword intent at the beginning. If the sword intent is crushed by the other side, then there will be a crushing attack by one side. Beckman looked deeply at Iggy in the distance and explained to Luffy with a cigarette in his mouth. Then what if it wasn't overwhelmed? Luffy asked again. Well, that's as you can see now. The momentum of both sides is full, just waiting for a full blow to decide the outcome. Beckman was stunned for a moment and then said, all out. I don't know why this word suddenly made Beckman a little sad. His own captain, the crew of the dignified One Piece, actually had to use all his strength to deal with a child less than 10 years old. If this matter spreads out, they can't take the face of the red-haired pirates. What a shame. But speaking of it, I really don't blame them. It's obviously this kid too evil. But this kind of thing, my captain probably won't care at all. We'll take this thing everywhere to blow. Things are just as Beckman expected. At this moment, Shanks' eyes are about to shine. Damn it, Iggy. You are so amazing. Shanks almost couldn't maintain his own blade and shouted out with his eyes shining. This horse riding is too great. The first two sword intents were simply suppressed by their own king, and they were completely squeezed out of shape. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long for him to use the Overlord color to offset his own suppression. Beckman and the others are far away, but Shanks is familiar with this matter. The only ones who can resist the oppression of the Overlord color are the same Overlord color, and the level can't be lower. It's useless if it's too low. That's how, in the duel with Hawkeye, he can have the upper hand for a small amount of time. This kid is actually able to resist his Overlord. This is not an exaggeration. What is even more exaggerated is that this guy just momentarily displayed an extremely tyrannical Overlord color, leading two completely different sword intents to merge into one. This is simply amazing. He has no way to describe his state of mind. Anyway, seeing Iger achieve this level is like seeing a treasure. This guy already has such abilities when he is so old. Isn't his master several times stronger than Hawkeye? Knowing that there is such a strong person in the world, Shanks will not be happy. If we calculate it like this, the master behind Iger, I am afraid that even compared to Rocks, he is definitely not weak. I really want to see you. Shanks has even rehearsed in his heart, if he sees Iger's master, what should he bring to show his sincerity? Is it the sword? Is it delicious? What is this else? However, Iger's shout from the opposite side broke Shanks' daydream. Don't talk about those that have or not. Shanks. Iger crossed his fingers, held Kyushui and Longma side by side in the palm of his hand, and reluctantly used the two knives as one. Next, if you don't use all your strength, there is no chance of winning. After all, Yiji's thoughts moved, and the sword stance that was originally held suddenly became aggressive. The sword moves with the heart, and the sword moves with the sword. The 1,000-meter giant dragon suspended above the void also sensed Iger's intention to attack, and no longer coiled his body, but stretched his entire body. Roar! A high dragon roar erupted from the throat of the Yuan Hai Yalong. The huge body stretched out, the muscles all over the body were distinct, and the sense of majestic ancient power flowed to the tip of the claws along the direction of the muscles. Although your methods are indeed strong, I will never lose to you. Seeing Yuan Hai Yalong posing with his teeth and claws open, his dragon scales spread out, and he was ready to rush towards him, but Shanks refused to show weakness at all, and his expression immediately became serious. The palm holding Griffin clenched suddenly. The muscles of the Chunat burst open on Shanks's arm. Countless blue veins burst out, and all the armed colors in the body suddenly moved towards Griffin without reservation. Rifengo. Chi. The Griffin, which was already hot and red, shone even more fiery light on the blade at this time, and countless white water vapors suddenly rolled up. Roar! The almost invisible giant Griffin in the sky also roared in the sky, and the steam wings behind it suddenly opened like two huge dark clouds that stretched for thousands of miles, directly obscuring the blazing sunlight. The sky suddenly became dark, and as Shanks' fighting spirit surged up, the air that had been loose seemed to have turned into countless gels. The unbearable pressure came again, and everyone, including Iger on the opposite side, felt a little throbbing in their hearts. If the repression of the kingship just now was only a one-time human king, then the pressure emanating from Shanks, whose face is as heavy as water, is the commander of all races sitting high on the throne of the universe. This is the last resort. Eagle. Shanks was just as weak as he was just now. Endless arrogance and domineering radiated from his face. Just a glance made people want to surrender. My move is almost my full strength. This move is famous. Griffin. In the name of swordsmanship with sword intent. This is the purest sword move used to integrate sword intent with oneself. Abandoning all techniques and power, using the purest sword intent and sword body. A move that confronts the opponent head on. The The three Beckmans in the distance were even more surprised when they saw Shank's preparations. The captain really did his best that move, but when he challenged Hawkeye for the first time, he used the sword intent trick with Hawkeye. Iger, this kid, actually forced Shanks to do his best. On the other side, Iger was also unwilling to show weakness at all. His whole body erupted with fighting intent, and all the black and red lightnings were released. The color of black and red instantly dyed Yuan Hai Yalong a deep purple-black color, and the original dark blue body suddenly became unpredictable. Shanks, this move is also my strongest move in swordsmanship because it was you that met you for the first time, so I decided to name it Kyushui Longma. Kyushui Longma, simple and rude, is a dragon horse holding Kyushui. Iger can even feel that the purple-black giant dragon entrenched in the sky is extremely satisfied with the name of this move. The calf contracted like a heart, and Iger's figure suddenly shot out like an arrow. Chiu Shui and the dragon horse in his hands were raised high, and he slashed towards Shanks. Chapter 157 Extremely Shanks' True Strength. Roar. The kilometer-long dragon body followed behind Iger. The huge body swayed, rippling with frantic wind pressure, and the terrifying dragon claws carried the power of 1,000 knives and slapped the opposite Shanks fiercely. Brush. The purple-black dragon claw, which is even bigger than the building, looks extremely slow, but in fact it took less than a second to photograph the top of Shanks' head. Whoa. The tyrannical wind pressure swirled, and the space shattered along the way, revealing a pitch-black void. This blow is definitely a full-strength blow from Iger. He has put all of his kendo power, the physical energy that can control his swordsmanship skills, and all his arrogance into it. I don't know why. Iger always had a faint feeling that Shanks in front of him didn't seem to be doing his best at all, although he used the description of almost full strength just now. Judging from the state in which he was still exclaiming with his sword intent, it was obvious that he was able to handle it with ease. Iger also has no specific understanding of Shanks' strength because there is no description of Shanks' full strength in the original book. Iger just knew that Shanks had stopped Kaido from attacking Whitebeard, and after that he rushed to the Navy headquarters at a very fast speed and stopped the top war with just a face. It seems that Shanks has never really shot. Just relying on a face, it is enough to run rampant on the sea. But no matter what, the 4 Emperor Shanks compared to himself is definitely not weak. That's why I thought to really use all my strength to see how much of Shanks' power can be forced out. Hurry up, Shanks. Don't be slashed in half by me. Iger roared high in the air, holding Kyushui and Longma, and slashed down. This sword is really powerful. Shanks raised his awe-inspiring face. His eyes calmly looked at Iger, who was leaping high. His voice was low and magnetic. It seems that I really need to use some real ones. His eyes were firm and powerful, even if the frantic wind pressure blew his clothes and even pushed him back more than 10 meters. His eyelids didn't even move. He just stared straight at Iger, and even the terrifyingly large deep-sea dragon above Iger was ignored by him. In his eyes, there was only the fallen IG, and countless fanaticism burst out from his eyes. This moment is really a long-lost feeling. It's been a long time since I've done this, and I haven't enabled this technology for a long time. If it wasn't for Iger's outstanding performance today, I would almost forget that I still have such a technology. He really didn't lie, and the move he was about to use just now was indeed almost all his strength, because so far, when he is dealing with the enemy, the use of his own power has never exceeded this level. That is to say, except for the guys who are also the 4 emperors. No matter how powerful the opponents they encounter, as long as they use these powers, they will absolutely sweep. Just using all the overlord colors to be responsible for suppressing, and no need to use higher level swordsmanship. No one can defeat himself. He didn't know that was his strength, but it was the point where he could sweat slightly. Even against Hawkeye, he can fight back and forth. As far as he knew about the more advanced kendo skills, he and Hawkeye were the only 2 people in this world who understood it. He had never seen anyone else reach this level. Only some ancient books recorded that the legendary swordsman had touched that threshold and doubly called it the extreme way. Jideo is incomparably powerful, and being able to fully comprehend that realm is already the difference between a god and a human being from other people, and can be placed in the ranks of sword god and sword saint. Even if the 2 of them have only a vague understanding, it is enough to stand alone in the sword world in today's world. It is because of this that he and Hawkeye can sympathize with each other from time to time, but they have never used more power. They all know that the power of this technology is too powerful. If it is not controlled well and leaked out, it may cause devastating consequences. Only now, this Iger's sword move is really stronger than he expected, and the original strength seems to be unable to defeat Iger. Therefore, Shanks temporarily decided to extract a point of power from the extreme way he had understood. Thinking of this, Shanks closed his eyes directly. The arrogance of seeing and hearing is fully opened in an instant, and the appearance of the whole world is presented represented on the eyelids through the tentacles of Will Ig's movements, the dragon's demeanor, the waves of the waves, the flow of the air, all the information within a few miles, even the movement of a bug was captured by him. And the reason why he wants to grasp such information in an instant is just to find that trace of power in the hidden space. Extreme thoughts are flowing rapidly. Shanks seems to have completely ignored the passage of time, nor the sword that Iger is slashing, and let his will madly shuttle among all things. Finally, the vision of the will traveled through time and space, and came to the beginning of the birth of all things, in front of the power of the origin of the universe. As if suspended in the most vast and darkest universe, there was a faint light. Shanks will approached cautiously, and then extracted nearly 20% of the light. In an instant, it seemed that everything in the world resonated with him, and he seemed to be able to feel everything in everything, breathing, movement, and even thoughts. Your own will has become one of the only lights in the universe. Suddenly, Shanks opened his eyes again, and his will instantly returned to his body. His aura was different all over his body, and his arrogant and domineering aura was instantly raised to a new level. Now Shanks seems to be standing in a completely different world, overlooking all living beings. The rise and fall of the world, people's food, drink, and lassa, and the joys and sorrows of mankind are completely irrelevant at this moment. If it was said that he was sitting high on the glorious throne before, and he had to rely on the momentum of the king to suppress all beings, then now he is just standing here, looking at everyone with compassion, and everyone will come from their hearts. Fanatical worship. This is the king of divinity, several grades higher than the king of the world. With no sadness and no joy in his eyes, Shanks waved the fiery griffin in his hand, and drew an arc extremely slowly but gracefully from top to bottom to meet Iggy, who was slashing aggressively. The sound of gold and iron, the roar of the holy beast, and the murmur of the gods exploded in everyone's ears at the same time. Chapter 158. The four emperors are well deserved. Cracking. Griffin in the void was nourished by Shanks' pole deo, and suddenly it was like pushing 100 tons of stimulant, and the mysterious streamer rippled on its body that was not inferior to the deep-sea dragon. Its giant wings covering the clouds spread out, and the sharp cry directly shook the space with ripples. Everyone 100 meters away just felt as if their brains were about to explode. Their eyes were blank, they could hardly see anything, and the whole brain echoed with the cry of Griffin. An indescribable mysterious feeling was immediately covered on Griffin's wings. There was no visual change, but the wings that were originally empty became indestructible. Everyone felt that time seemed to have passed for a long time, but in fact, knowing that the godlike aura was rippling from Griffin's body, Iger's attack cut to Shanks's sword call. Without any hesitation, Griffin waved his wings blessed by the breath of the gods, and greeted the terrifying dragon claws of the deep-sea dragon abruptly. At the same time, the scorching fiery sword in Shanks' hand also collided fiercely with Iger's double swords. Boom, swish swish. At the moment of the collision, an extremely tyrannical sword energy burst out. Countless invisible sword chi spread out chaotically, directly severing the sand under the two of them. Boom. A terrifying huge crack formed around the two of them, strangely forming a black seam several meters wide. The sword chi was still spreading, and scattered into the sea, splitting the sea water like a broken bamboo, and it went down to 100 meters, and the split sea water was dozens of meters deep, and finally stopped. However, after the previous sword chi dissipated, the next sword chi filled it up, one after another, splitting the sea for nearly 1,000 meters. The sea water was continuously split by the sword energy, and even the sediment on the seabed flew up because the air was cut open. As the sea water went upstream, a sea water road of dozens of meters wide was formed in the sea. Everyone watching the battle was horrified when they saw this scene. Beckman, Jesus Cloth, and Loki all felt that it was too late to retreat, and they all drew their weapons and attached domineering to prepare to fight the escaping sword energy. However, when the three of them were ready to drive, they suddenly discovered that there were only a few extremely weak sword chi in their direction. At this time, they reacted with hindsight. The two people who were passionately slashing over there were actually able to control the direction of the sword energy. Of course, Iger never thought about this kind of thing, and he didn't have the energy to arrange it. Everything was guided by Shanks secretly. The sword chi that should have been raging among the pirate crowd was directly led by him to the top of the two of them. The tyrannical sword energy fluttered, spinning, and flying above the two of them, cutting through the air at an astonishing speed, making bursts of sonic booms. The air that was cut spun and oscillated, and it actually spun along with the rotation of the sword energy. In an instant, a huge wind pressure spun and formed, with sea water and sand dust forming a huge tornado. The tornado was extremely tall, as if it was a giant pillar connecting the heavens and the earth. Even the sun seemed to be swept in by him, and endless dark clouds were attracted by it, and hundreds of millions of violent thunders rumbled loudly. This is just the aftermath of the battle. In the deepest part of the tornado sword chi, the wrestling between Iggy and and Shanks is coming to an end. The terrifying dragon claws of the abyssal sea dragon, wrapped in the ferocious power that can tear up space, slashed into Griffin's seemingly paper-thin wings. Anyone would think that when such sharp claws were shot, even the space would be shattered, and that paper-thin wings would definitely be destroyed by a 4-year-old. However, the fact is very strange. The thin wings turned out to be plated with a layer of seafloor stone. On the contrary, it is the dragon claw that looks fierce, and the sharp nails are broken in the process of wrestling. Roar. The dragon's claws were broken, and the dragon actually howled in pain, and then the violet-black eyes were fiercely exposed, and he directly hugged Griffin's wings with his 2 forearms, and then opened his mouth wide and fiercely bite down. Click. It looks like a soft wing made of stacked feathers, but it is actually harder than King Kong. The dragon took a bite, and the wings made the sound of spar cracking. Griffin was also annoyed by being bitten by the giant dragon. He quickly flapped his wings vigorously and frantically sent the giant dragon flying away. Looking at his wings, there were 2 rows of round holes, and there were cracked patterns around the holes. The dragon was thrown away, and was still determined to rush back, but with a wave of Griffin's giant wings, he almost fanned it away. For a time, the anger of the 2 giant beasts was aroused, and after a brief pause for a second, they suddenly collided fiercely, hugging each other and biting frantically. This guy is so strong. The 4 emperors really live up to their reputation. Iger clenched his teeth tightly, not letting himself out. His eyes flashed with a firm light, staring straight at Shanks' eyes, refusing to admit defeat. The physical strength flows through the body like the opening of the gate, and it can support the rather exaggerated physical strength of the Ultraman and the Thunder Giant, but it is a bit stretched in the collision of such sword moves. This is just one trick, but Shanks on the opposite side looked much more relaxed. Although his complexion was as black as iron, he didn't even feel the slightest effort, and he even had enough energy to guide the sword energy that was escaping to other places. Even so, he still looks quite at ease. The 4 emperors are indeed monsters. Iggy couldn't help but sigh in his heart. With his current strength, even though he still has 2 super powerful trump cards, Shasha Fruit and Thunder Fruit, but in this level of confrontation, he has absolutely no strength to display it. The physical strength was exhausted quite fast. In just a dozen seconds, it seemed like a whole day had passed for Iger. He felt that his whole body was going to be drained. This is still the case with Iger. The giant dragon born from his power naturally gradually shows a downward trend. The light on his body is getting dim and dim, and the mouth that bites Griffin is getting weaker and weaker. Finally, the dispute between the 2 giant beasts in the sky came to an end. Griffin finally took a bite on the dragon's body. The dragon wailed and then exploded into the sky. Kang. The giant dragon was annihilated, and Iger, who used his sword intent, could no longer bear Shanks' great strength. After a sword cry, he flew out far away. Chapter 159 IG. Be my crew. Boom. Iger's thin and small body was thrown out high, and after a muffled sound, he fell heavily to the ground. Well, I really have no strength. Iger smiled bitterly and stood up with 2 swords. I don't know if it was an illusion. He even felt that the Kyushui and Longma in his hands had lost their strength just like him, and even the sword body had become a little soft. How is it, Iggy? Can you let me meet your master this time? Shanks bared his teeth and laughed as if the chilling aura just now had nothing to do with him. Griffin's tyrannical coercion disappeared, and as Iger flew out, the huge tornado that originally wrapped the 2 also dissipated. The sky was clear again, and the split sea surface closed together again. Several seagulls flew low over the sea surface, and caught a few fish and flew away far away. As if there had never been a war before, the entire battlefield has returned to calm, and even the people watching the battle have maintained absolute silence, unable to say a word. Everyone, 1 counts as 1, was stunned, and looked stupidly at Iger, who flew upside down and got up again. His eyes were bigger than copper bells, not entirely because of Iger, but more of their own boss, Shanks. Especially the 3 people, Beckman, Jesus Bulletin, and Lackey, were simply stunned. This. What's happening here? The 3 of them are old pirates who have followed Shanks in the ocean for a long time. They have seen almost every match between Shanks and Hawkeye. It can be said that when Shanks said that this was his all-out effort, the 3 of them had no doubts, and even boasted to the group of pirates behind him that they had seen the boss's all-out blow. Because even when he and Hawkeye competed in sword skills, the most powerful level was to stay in that one move. Although they knew that Shanks was far more powerful than Hawkeye in other aspects, they had no doubts that this was the limit of Shanks' swordsmanship. As a result, what did you see just now? Iger took the initiative to attack with incomparable strength, and Shanks, who was evenly matched in sword intent, suddenly had the breath changed greatly, as if from a human to a god. There was a stream of extraordinary aura flowing from the body. That is, within a few tenths of a second after that, the huge griffin suspended in the sky and stretched for thousands of miles. The fluctuations on the body also changed instantly. instantly. The tyrannical aura that was originally incomparably arrogant and domineering suddenly increased one step further directly from the king of the mortal world and was contaminated with some divine aura. Although it was only a little, the breath was enough for him to directly lift Iger away. That is, when the breath suddenly changed, the three suddenly discovered that Shanks had already expanded to the point where he could no longer expand, and suddenly he had the possibility of expanding dozens or hundreds of times. It was as if the balloon that had been inflated before suddenly expanded so that it could fit the entire building. It is definitely a higher order ability, although they don't know what it is, but it is definitely another level of power. From this point of view, Shanks said that this was his full strength, and did he not lie? That was the full power he could exert as a human swordsman. But when he changed from a human swordsman to a fairy swordsman, it was completely different. Even if it is only a fraction of the strength, it is definitely several times stronger than before. Good guy. As the captain's pro crew, have you never seen the captain really use his full strength? I really can't believe that the boss is hiding so deeply. But since that's the case, things get even scarier. The three looked at Iggy over there. This guy just looked a little tired at this moment. His chest was heaving up and down, but there was no sign of injury at all. This guy, not only does he force out the hidden strength that the boss has never shown to others, but also under such extraordinary power can he ensure that he is not injured. What kind of combat power is this? Three people can't imagine it. You know, even with Hawkeye, the boss has never used such power. This Iger, without being injured at all, forced the old ambassador to exert that extraordinary power. Just a little off. This is simply too exaggerated. What kind of master can teach such an apprentice? The group of people behind them are even more stunned. This guy is still unscathed under the boss's full strength. Isn't this a monster? At the age of less than 10 years old, he can withstand the full blow of the boss, and then he can still be good. In the time when everyone was surprised, Iger over there had slowly put away the knife, walked to God Shanks, and looked up at Shanks' toothy smile. Ha 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 ha, what's the matter? I lost. Iger admitted that he had lost. After all, losing to the ceiling of the current combat effectiveness is not ashamed at all, and this also in disguise let him know more about the combat power of this world. Against the four sovereigns, his combat power is still a bit underwhelming. It seems that I am still a little far from the combat power of the Admiral of the Navy. However, if Shanks wanted to see his master, it would be a little difficult. Well, I can tell you who my master is, but if you want to see him, it might be a little difficult. Iger pretended to be deep. What? Shanks shrank his neck, completely lost his domineering look. Because my master is dead. Iger rolled his eyes and came up with a good reason. His own swords, a dragon horse and an autumn water, were all inherited from the dragon horse, and even his sword moves and sword intent were largely learned from the dragon horse. Therefore, there is almost no problem in saying that Longma is his master. Moreover, Ryoma's body was stolen and resurrected through Moria's means. I really had contact with him and obtained his inheritance. Iger told Shanks all these experiences one by one. Oh, that's how it is. Shanks' eyes widened with an expression of that's it. It turns out that your master is Ryoma. Then there is no problem. That is the man who once stood at the top of all swordsmen, and it is not impossible to teach Yike's sword intent and sword skills. What's more, he also gave his sword Kyushui to Iger. This is simply the inheritance of Kendo. It's just a pity that Shanks couldn't see his old man in person. Then I won't see him anymore, Shanks thought, and it doesn't matter anymore. You come aboard with me. How about being my crew member? Chapter 160. I'm going to be an admiral. Be your crew? Are you kidding? Iger's voice was suddenly raised so high that everyone in the distance could hear it clearly. Hearing Iger's shout, everyone exploded and started chatting. What, am I right? The boss actually asked Iggy to get on the boat. The pirates looked at each other and chatted. Luffy, who was in the middle of the pirates, heard that Iger, who had only seen one side, was invited to board the ship after a fight, and a small face suddenly turned into a ball. Damn, it's so unfair. He told Shanks so many times that he wanted to get on his boat, but he put himself away for various reasons. It's good that big brother Iger is actually invited to board the ship like this. Although it is a very happy thing, but how can I not be happy? The discussion between the pirates and the pirates was going on, and it even started to be a little noisy. Beckman was suddenly upset. These stinky boys were chatting in the back, and they couldn't hear what the two of them were saying. Okay, let's not say anything else. If you can block the boss's full strength blow, I guess you will be invited on board. Beckman looked at the newcomers with a bad expression and said faintly, The pirates, who were still discussing heatedly, were suddenly speechless. All of them looked ashamed, recalling their past on board, which one did not pass the red-haired pirates group audit. As a result, this kid is less than 10 years old today. Actually, he was already able to compete with the boss, and after taking the boss's full blow, he was still unscathed. Even if you are exhausted, you will never be able to do it. Alas, the difference between people.
powerful. Really pissed off. Luffy in the crowd became quiet when he heard Beckman's words. Yes, I seem to be a little different from Shanks. When Shanks struck just now, he was so far apart that his feet felt a little weak, and he even had the idea of running away. But Big Brother Iggy cut him up in the face of that terrifying aura. With this arrogance, he definitely can afford to be invited by Shanks aboard. Good. Even if I can't compare to Big Brother Iger now, one day I will have the strength and spirit of his. Luffy clenched his fists and made up his mind secretly. Makino suddenly found Luffy beside him, who had fallen down for no apparent reason, but suddenly became more fighting spirit and shook his head inexplicably. What an incomprehensible kid. But speaking of it, that kid named Iger is really powerful. It's not surprising to be invited on the ship to be able to fight like that with Shanks, right? I just remember that the kid came with Garp. If he got on Shanks' boat here, then Garp wouldn't have to peel off all the skins of him and Shanks. Makino's worries just surfaced in his heart, and Iggy's voice floated over from afar. Fuck you. I won't be on your ship. I want to be a Navy. Understand? Navy. Don't threaten me. I'll tell you. My grandfather is Garp. If you dare, I believe he will take care of you. This remark reached everyone's ears again, and the rustling discussions disappeared immediately. All of them put on a wry smile and helpless expression at the same time. Although he didn't want him to get on the boat, after all, he got on the boat. As long as he exists for a day, he will always remind himself that he is not as good as a brat. But when I heard his answer, I couldn't be happy at all. Good guy. I sharpened my head and squeezed it in. I don't know how many competitors I defeated, and I finally became a member of the 4 Emperor Pirates. As a result, a person came out today, was personally invited by the captain, and refused with a look of disgust. The most important thing is that the captain of his own family seems to be quite shameless, begging the other party to get on the boat. This is really, it hurts self-esteem. The crew members didn't know what kind of expressions to use for a while to face the two people in the distance, and even resisted approaching the two of them for fear of hearing something again. My self-esteem, which was already shattered, turned into a bubble. Even though they thought so, a thought kept popping up in their minds. This kid, he said before that he wanted to be an admiral of the Navy. It seems that he is really not bragging. With this talent and strength, how can the admiral of the Navy be able to fight? It is estimated that he has to become the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. After that, the pirates are really in a lot of trouble. Fortunately, the head of my family is familiar with others. Everyone's eyes were focused on Iggy in the distance, and their eyes were extremely complicated. What's so good about being a Navy? You can't eat delicious food when you're a Navy. It's all cafeteria food, and it's unpalatable. Seeing Iger's refusal to let go, Shanks shouted in a hurry. Reasons that don't fit. If you say no, you won't go. I want to be a Navy, and the banquet of the Navy is delicious, but you haven't eaten it. Iger was also quite embarrassed to show his weakness, and immediately fought back. You. Shanks was completely speechless, pointing to Iger, who was speechless. What else can we do? Food, treasure, adventure, beauty, honor, everything is said. Even the Navy is still on the side of justice. Wait, justice? Shanks was inspired again. Do you think that the Navy represents justice? Shanks changed his previous rogue state and pretended to be deep. Yeah, is the Navy unjust? Are pirates just? Iger said with disdain. Then do you know why there are so many pirates under the righteous Navy? When Shanks heard this, he immediately felt amused. Good boy, let's get into it. I finally caught your weakness. When I bombard you indiscriminately, I still don't believe you can't get on my ship. Shanks was suddenly happy, and he was quite good at coaxing children. However, before his grand plan of cheating began, he was beaten by Iger with a stick. Then why? Iger pouted. Corruption. That's right. What are you talking about? Corruption. How do you know? Shanks was stunned. This kid, didn't he join the Navy for justice? Since the Navy is corrupt, what are you going to do in it? Why can't I know? Why do I want to be a Navy? Just to rectify these bad habits and give the world a fair and just Navy. Iger rolled his eyes at him. You can't imagine that you are so ambitious? Shanks was not convinced and was looking for a new breakthrough. Then, do you know how to do it? You are still young, always thinking about changing the world, but you don't even have any knowledge. Don't you look stupid now? Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Iger showed a mysterious smile, motioned Shanks to come over, and then said softly in his ear, have you heard of the idea of making out?